From our highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Runners at first and second, and that pitch to Moniak is lifted high and deep to right. Jankowski backtrack, wall and out of here. A 3-run home run for Mickey Moniak, and the Angels have put up a 4 spot here in the bottom of the second.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Sean, obviously still on paternity leave.
No.
Week.
He's back. He's back because he clearly just got very sassy with our producer right before the show started.
The whole morning started off on the wrong foot for me. It all started when I woke up this morning because I jumped out of bed and my alarm. I jumped out of bed because my alarm went off, but my alarm didn't go off. My alarm in my head went off, apparently, and it was like a minute before my regular alarm went off.
Your biological clock?
Maybe. But I heard it, and I told it to stop. I told Google to stop.
Settle down over there, Google.
Yeah.
So you're just talking to things that aren't even there anymore?
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of where I am right now. And then I get in here, and I see Eric's car here. I got here like 5:10. Mm-hmm. I see Eric's car here, and I'm like, well, that's weird because it's not 5. Am I in the what time did I? Is it my clock wrong? And then I see Bobby's car at the very, very end of the parking lot in a very weird spot.
Yep.
Like it was like he was waiting for a drop. Because like he was in a part of the parking garage that nobody would go to at 5 o'clock in the morning.
He's just bumping his rap songs.
And I'm like, what is going on here?
Hyped for the show.
No, yeah. Why did I pull down that far? I don't know why I did.
Did you stay there or did you move back up?
No, I stayed there. I was like looking at TikToks for a few minutes.
And then I get up here and like all the lights are off, which is totally normal. Mm-hmm. But you know, Chris does not have he didn't have the cut sheet here for us, which I don't care about. I don't care about the audio.
Yeah, it's clear it's clear you don't care about it.
I care about my what I got to do with my commercial reads. So a very strange morning. And then, you know, we got to talk about the Rangers getting beat by a guy up there throwing 80 poo the entire night.
Yeah.
Getting beat like they stole something.
Yeah, we all sort of felt like they were about to go on sort of a undefeated season run here.
Yeah, we were kind of hoping that you know, Peyton would realize that the team was undefeated on his Italy tour, and they would never come back.
Yeah, do you think? Oh, look! Thank you for the cut sheet, Chris. Chris is coming in with the cut sheet. RJ can finally relax.
And the internet's down, so that's cool.
No, it just clicked into place. At least for me, it did.
I'm glad
it was down before.
Yeah,
I threw 2 extra clips on this, and they're not on here, and I'm glad because I don't want you guys to see them. They're going to be surprise clips for you guys.
Oh, good.
It's going to be one hell of a load today.
Going to empty the clips today.
Yep.
Good deal. We need that. Yeah, the last night was bad. But look, I mean, this is what you get. You get the natural ebbs and flows of a season. It's just there's been too many valleys, not enough peaks throughout the year. So
was last night an ebb? In this instance,
I don't know. Is the ebb the good or the flow the good?
I think the flow.
That's why I don't know. That's why I said ebbs and flows, and then I said something about valleys. Yeah, because I was like, I don't know which one that was.
I think the ebb
is the
Like when do you not? When do you not want a good? Oh, okay.
No, I think
okay.
I think you might.
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes you might. You're just scared.
Thanking the heavens for that flow.
Yeah. But then again, when it comes to peaks and valleys, which one's the good one?
The peak.
We sure about that?
Yep.
What if you're a valley guy?
But you're reaching heights.
But what do you think the valley is the height?
Which is better, Everest or the Grand Canyon?
Exactly.
Everest.
Is it?
Yep. Closer
I would
to the heavens.
much rather go to the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, but
I have no desire to go to Everest.
No one is ever going to show you any sort of love and respect, and no one's going to be like, oh my gosh, Choppy went to the Grand Canyon. But you climb Everest, you get to the top of that mountain.
What if you went all the way to the bottom of the Grand Canyon, walked, and then walked back up to the top?
You would, once you got to the top, they'd be like, wow, that was pretty cool.
Because that's a peak.
Yeah.
Yeah. What if you're in a Boeing? Would you rather have a peak or a valley?
Well, the valley would be on the ground safely, I think, right?
Well, you'd have to make contact with the valley.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's
Last night was an ebb, boys.
Well, it was an ebb or flow. We don't know.
No, it was 5 straight
we were
nights
ebbing
of
hard.
flowing.
We were ebbing hard.
We went out west, and Michael Lorenzen getting pumped around a little bit, and boom, he's ebbed.
He's ebbed. They lose 7-2. Angels get Mickey Moniak, who I think he's another one on my list. My list of guys who changed their name, the pronunciation of their name. If I remember right, when in minor leagues, he was Maniac. Mickey
Oh, so hold on.
Or everybody in the world, baseball world, is just pronouncing it wrong.
I meant to circle back to this, by the way, because you made this point the other day about you don't get to change your name once it's already been established.
Right, I'm looking right at you, Dan Gadzurek.
Well, no, I'm about to turn it around because in your prep, you were talking about how you were all cool with Josh Allen, the edge rusher, changing his name this week.
To Hines Allen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's changing his name, which I'm a hyphenated last name. It's another one.
I'm out on those.
I'm out on those.
But you said in your prep you're in on this one.
I'm in on this one because he has the same name as a more famous person. So it could be very troublesome for him to have that same name. He's always getting confused with people. This is more of an anti-confusion remedy. I have no issue with this one.
Because you don't want to just say Josh Allen and go, who? But you know who you're talking about.
But we're playing Jacksonville. I mean, everyone gets thrown off. Oh, Josh Allen's has the most interceptions from a quarterback and the most sacks from an edge. Like that's crazy.
I mean, he's a two-way versatile athlete.
Player. Yeah, it's like he's Jim Thorpe out there. So I want to be able to differentiate. Like if my name was Michael Bolton, I would change it. Like the guy in Office Space.
I don't know. I think I'd want to keep that because as much as he griped about that in Office Space, I think that's a great name, Michael Bolton.
It flows. I do think the Josh Allen stuff too. It's probably tough on him because he's a pass rusher. He's trying to hurt quarterbacks.
Yeah,
and now everybody is like assuming he's the quarterback when they read his name. And he hates quarterbacks. He hates them.
Yeah.
Yeah, because and then you have to be associated with
bring him to the ground. Yeah, you don't want to be associated with something you hate like that.
Yeah,
I mean, edge rushers hate quarterbacks.
Hate them.
They were born that way.
They were born to hate.
It's just like a genetic makeup there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally see how that could be something that would frustrate him.
And no, but can you imagine you're like something you hate so much and it's Bobby Belt?
Yeah, so it's like,
oh my gosh.
Like if Marcus Mosher was Bobby Belt as well.
Can I ask you a very personal question?
Yeah.
Did you go to a strip club yesterday?
No.
Why would you ask that?
There's a few pieces of glitter on his face.
The glitter. I actually have a good alibi for.
Okay, because like Sarah got me with some glitter yesterday, 2 days ago. She was like, "Did you go to a strip club?"
You're like,
and I'm like, no, like I don't.
You came back with glitter and soot from the fire that you ran out of at Baby Dolls at Fort Worth.
Come on,
that was right by my old house. I used to live right in those condos at like Trinity and 157. And I would just drive by stilettos.
Hit us. Go ahead, hit us with that. We had it set up for 5:45, but what was the Baby Dolls story from yesterday?
There was just a massive fire. The whole place burnt down.
It shut down.
It just whole place burnt down. This is clearly an arson situation, right?
Clearly,
I mean, it was like 4 a.m.
I mean,
this could just be an accidental like cigarette lighter.
Yeah, just about
bad.
anywhere else at 4 a.m. I'd be like, that was clearly an arson. They were closed at 4 a.m. There,
Baby
I might
Dolls,
be like, they're just. Somebody dropped something.
because this
Cooking meth.
Because this was Fort Worth, right?
Yeah, it's the Fort Worth one.
Because Dallas has the 2 a.m. cutoff, but I guess
the
Fort Worth. Do they play along with that?
Are they even the same company?
These two Baby Dolls?
I have no. Are they even connected?
It's like Josh Allen.
Yeah, they like Josh Allen.
Maybe that's what happened. The other Baby Dolls is
Baby
like
Hines dolls.
No, I have no idea. I'm just like, wow, 4 a.m. Like my antenna went up, but yeah. So Sarah's like, why do you have glitter on your face? And
why did you have glitter on your face?
So,
I actually want to know because you don't have the same type of I have 3 little baby girls alibi
I
like
get
I
that
have.
one. No, what happened is I was in the garage and we had a shelf.
A stripper in there.
A shelf came down. It fell off the wall. All the wall anchors came right out. So I had to try to get it back up there. And in the process of drilling the screws in, I went overboard. Some of the shavings came out, hit me in the face.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
so this is alpha glitter.
Oh, yeah,
this isn't lady glitter.
This is big alpha energy. Sigma.
Yeah.
Sigma glitter.
Sigma. I'm still. This is news to me. You guys saying that in crosstalk yesterday that Sigma is a new thing of
it's almost memed as just like.
This is the Sigma burger I've ever had. It's the best burger I've ever had. Like I can say that works.
Yeah, because like I said, my 14-year-old does not talk like this. This is like 10 and 11-year-olds on Gorilla Tag. My 11-year-old's basketball team is Sigma Elite. That's what they've named their team.
So
great name. Great name.
The best elite.
The humble alphas. The humble
alpha elites.
So do they talk in like all the Gen Z meme speak?
Yes.
The 11-year-olds. So they're the ones that'll say stuff like, "You're always so damn chalant and you don't have no aura," and
always. And they are like my son when he is on those video games talking to people, random strangers. He's unhinged.
He's building enemies across the country, across the world, perhaps.
As long as he doesn't sound like the way a Call of Duty weight room used to sound, or like one of the games used to sound over the mics. So there was some pretty foul stuff that used to get said on there 10 to 15 years ago.
It was, I mean, he might be hitting that.
Sounded like, well, hopefully not, because that sounds a lot like just walking the streets of Boston, those Call of Duty rooms.
Myers Leonard knows a thing or two about that.
What was the Myers-Leonard thing?
It was the K word, the very rare use of
Oh,
the
my
K
God,
word.
yes. Oh, God, Myers.
I mean, you never really
What
see
an
that
idiot.
one thrown around. He was getting a little creative on us. We haven't seen him since.
Oh, that's terrible.
Wasn't 4 a.m. at Baby Dolls, by the way. 817 alleging it was 9:30 in the morning.
9:30, because they said morning. They said people woke up to a morning fire. That's how I read it in the story. People woke up to a morning fire.
Not a great way to wake up in the morning. Oh my gosh, this place is on fire.
It looks. I mean, I've spent
the
so
photos. You spent so much time there.
I've spent so many nights at that Baby Dolls. Like I like from the age of like, because it was 21 and up, and I had a fake ID. From the age of like 18 to 22, I spent so much time at that Baby Dolls.
I've never been to a strip club.
I can't tell you the amount of times I've
about
farted
you,
into
Eric?
those seats.
We're playing. What are we playing? 2 Lies and a Truth here. That's a lie.
No, it's not. I've never been.
You've never been to a female strip club?
Never been to a strip club, period. I mean, yeah, LeBaron, but I mean, like,
How
Come
are we
on,
going to
Bob.
get you? We got to get you out to Baby Dolls.
you should talk to Kristen about that.
Oh my gosh,
And
she will burn that place down.
She's not going to say
With
anything.
me in it, she'll lock the door.
She's not going to say anything about that. Would she really?
Bobby,
would she
you'll
really
be
get upset?
You'll be living
Yes.
in an ebb forever, Bob.
Man,
I'll be ebbing.
I don't
just
understand.
ebbing so hard.
I don't understand the ladies that get upset about that.
903 said, "Imagine that burning smell."
Well, it's so flammable. My gosh.
Hey, today's a holiday. We're going to tell you how you can capitalize on it next, right here on the Fan.
RJ Choppy here. You trying to lose weight? Have you been trying to lose weight the hard way? And that means by not using a plan and not using structure and not using science. If you're using...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
was absolutely an ebb. They were in the midst of a 5-game flow, and then they ebbed it up. And the 972 says, hey, you can put that one on Wyatt and Garcia. They had the bases loaded, 1 out, 2 out of 3 innings, and scored 0 runs. That's not clutch. No question about it. That stings. And that is definitely a bummer. We'll crank open the 6 a.m. club with some good Max Scherzer and Jacob Degrom news as well from the voice of Bruce Bochy, who was on with KNC yesterday. And 24 hours from right now, we will be in the midst partying in Glen Heights. Firehouse Tour, my first stop with you boys. Very, very
yes,
excited.
number 3 on the 2024 tour. So you can go out to 1938 Southampton Road in Glen Heights, and we got the we got a photo yesterday of these little cup chillers, these coolers, these old stainless steel koozies that we're gonna have out there. They look very nice. Those are going to go really quickly. And we've already got a lot of people who have messaged us or checked in and said, I'm going to be there right at 5:30. So you're going to want to show up early. Not only just for Palmer's, the great breakfast that Palmer's is going to have out there, but you're also going to want to show up for one of these little koozies. Make sure you're there while they still last.
Yeah, Luca was asking, when can we go get Palmer's again? Because he hadn't had it in a while.
Glen Heights, 5:30.
Glen Heights, man.
Are you bringing him?
I don't think he's built for 4 a.m. wake-ups in a week. He kept saying all day, how you doing?
I was going to say, he looked like he was dragging by about 9. He was like, I'm ready to go to sleep.
And then we went to the gym.
Did you tear it up? Did he tear it up?
At the gym?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did shoulders. He kept saying, can we do biceps? And I was like, no.
He's a Sigma, bro.
It's like shoulder day, man. But, of course, he had his Crocs on.
Well, on a shoulder day, I think you could get away with some Crocs.
You get away with it, but I wanted to put him through, good hardcore leg day, a good, explosive workout.
Yeah.
But he had the Crocs on, so I couldn't do that.
Yeah, put that strap down on the back, 4-wheel drive or whatever, and then you can get to rocking.
Okay.
I
don't know what you're really talking about.
The versatility of the Croc.
He's talking about the little
the back
put
strap.
in sport mode.
Yeah, you put it in sport mode or whatever.
baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not talking about that back strap.
Like, what are you talking about?
So, yeah, I'm not talking about.
I was like, what's going on?
I'm not talking about your weekends.
Where is this going?
Happy 7-Eleven Day, by the way. This is exciting. Now, I haven't seen any marketing on this, but I just know, right? Like, I think 7-Eleven's built it up now over the years, like well over a decade. I remember being in high school and just pulling up to a 7-Eleven and having a free Slurpee for breakfast. So they've been doing this for a while. I don't think they even have to market it anymore. They know on 7-Eleven Day, you just walk in there like you own the place. You don't have to say hi to anybody, no eye contact. You just go make yourself a nice Slurpee for free and you just walk right out of the establishment. That's what this holiday's all about.
It's actually
totally free.
I'll hit at least 3 7-Elevens today.
It is now actually not even called 7-Eleven Day anymore. They've apparently branded it as Slurpee Day. In fact, they have a Q&A on their website that says, why is 7-Eleven Day now called Slurpee Day? And says 7-Eleven Day will be known as Slurpee Day as we'll be celebrating across all our banners, not just 7-Eleven, but also Speedway and Stripes. So the
7-Eleven owns Speedway?
Yeah, if you go to Speedway or Stripes today, I don't know, do they have those in Texas even? I don't know.
I've seen a Speedway, I think.
Okay, well, if you have
maybe racetrack.
If you have one of those in your area, Speedway or Stripes, if you're listening on the the fan cam or the Odyssey app or whatever else, then apparently you can also go get a free Slurpee there. It's not just limited to 7-Eleven anymore, but they're just celebrating it on 7-Eleven. Which day is more notable or socially recognized, do you think? July 11th or May 4th?
Or June 9th.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Dude,
April 20th.
The Star Wars craze is real, dude.
Oh.
May the 4th be with you is something that people
I think it's
they start planning their festivities.
So
months in advance.
So there's the question. I think more people partake in the events of April 20th than any other day combined.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
You
I
think
think they
more
also,
people-
I think those same people who take part in it on April 20th are generally taking part in it on April 21st too, and April
No,
19th.
they are for sure. But
Just
there's
speaking on a friend's behalf, I can tell you that's very true.
yeah, but like I think on April 20th, everybody makes a point to do that.
Everyone.
Everyone who partakes, you may have a night off, a random Tuesday night off. But if you partake in that,
I love a random Tuesday night off.
right? But if you partake in that, then you're absolutely 100% all in on April 20th. On May 4th, I mean, what are you gonna do? Like, if there's not a new Star Wars out, you're just gonna dress up like Han Solo? That's a fringe.
You're
probably gonna LARP with your boys.
You're LARP with your boys, but there's more people that smoke weed than are in Star Wars. On June 9th, I mean, not everyone's doing that on June 9th.
I mean, I imagine there's a bunch of awesome lightsaber fights and duels.
Yeah,
with homies.
There probably
on
are.
May the 4th.
There probably are.
Does your friend who partakes in April 20th, does his name rhyme with like Davin Gosson?
No, it rhymes with dark. Rhymes with dark. Buffalo.
Hey, what is y'all's go-to? Like, what's your number one item that you purchase at the gas station? Like when you're going into the gas station for a little snacky or a little drinky drink.
Does it have to? Oh, if it's a drink, it's Coke Zero.
Generally, what you guys are getting. Yeah,
Every time.
I saw Bobby yesterday with a Coke Zero for breakfast, and then he followed it up with a McDonald's Coke out of the fountain to close down the show. So, I mean, that makes a ton of sense, and you're telling the truth there.
Yep, Coke Zero.
Used to be cigarettes.
The good old days.
Now it's probably lotto tickets.
I only buy them when we get them as a group.
We get them as a group.
That's it.
But I hardly ever go inside a gas station. But, gallon jug of water. I'm a loser. Powerade, Gatorade, Zeros.
Some Trojans.
No, not any Trojans.
I remember walking into the gas.
I don't have a brand of choice.
I remember I walked into the gas station about 10 years ago. I walked into the gas station about 10 years ago, and I purchased some of those because I knew that was going to happen that night. And Kristen was like, I'm not on my birth control, so you better go pick up some of those. I was like, all right, fine. So I go in there, get a 3-pack, and while I was there, I was like, I need some beer, and I went and got a 6-pack of, like, Bud Light Platinum or whatever, and I walk up and I set them down, and I remember I had left my wedding ring off before I left, and I was like, there's nothing that screams more impermanence right now to this worker than I'm coming in with a 3-pack of Trojan and a 6-pack of beer. Like, what's this guy getting into?
Wait, what is impermanence?
Like, there's nothing, like, there's clearly, like, I'm just looking for whatever is going on that evening and nothing else after that.
It's a Thirsty Thursday on
last day.
On Sean and RJ here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Bombi's in the Derby. Good news on Degrom and Max Scherzer. We'll hear from Bochy. Sound you don't want to miss coming up next. Cranking open the 6 a.m. club on The Fan.
Hey, miss anything on Sean and RJ? Easier than ever to find the entire show on.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Which means no payload today, but there is a Chia followed today.
The Chia followed. I was
Chia
trying
followed.
to workshop something. That's it.
Look,
You nailed it.
Some things just come to me, like when I said
Insurrection.
Insurrection a
That was
couple of
pretty
weeks
good.
ago. My aunt, who is, I think, very she's a Jan 6 sympathizer.
I was gonna say something's just come to him in the moment, like Chia followed, Insurrection, or when he's like, let's see if they stop us. Let's go to the Capitol.
I mean, if I was in the area, I mean, it might have been a good idea. I don't know. I mean, I like.
I mean, you look right. Like it's like if you're besting by some sort of like a.
Choppy would have definitely had FOMO.
You're gonna rubberneck.
I go to all events. I go to all major events. Okay, new Star Wars movies at midnight. Fast and the Furious.
You're gonna go see Twister.
Yeah,
Come
we
up
are
the new
gonna go see
Twister movie.
Twister, yeah.
So yeah, you just to you, it's just like I'm curious. This may be content. I may need to talk about this on the radio.
You know where I'm going tomorrow?
Where?
Glen Heights, baby.
That's right. At 1938 Southampton Road. Come on out to Glen Heights. It's going to be a good time. If you are south of downtown Dallas, this will be the Firehouse tour for you. So come on out. I already had DeSoto people who were like, you need to come back to the DeSoto fire station. It's like, well, we already did DeSoto, but we're 5 minutes from DeSoto. And if you want us to do DeSoto again, maybe we'll do that. But Glen Heights, be out there. Don't go speeding into town, apparently. But other than that, it'll be a great time. I think Choppy's going to do, I'm sure they'll ask him to do some more firefighter stuff. Maybe we get Eric going with the wireless, talking to firefighters. I think that could be good. I think Eric talking to firefighters and hitting them with his Super Bowl radio road questions, probably meeting a friendlier audience than you did when you talked to TJ Hushmanzada and Brandon Marshall and all those guys at Super Bowl. But
I still have PTSD from those guys. Like every time I think about having the wireless mic, I think about Brandon Marshall and LeVar Arrington wanting to put their hands on me.
The Brandon Marshall would have like, let's do this the right way. Okay, let's do this the right
professional.
way.
He put his hand on my shoulder like I was a child, and he kind of tapped me on the head. Go be a good boy over there. And I said, yes, sir, Mr. Marshall.
And then you remember,
you look like a freaking edge rusher.
I was going to say, you remembered what his reputation was the first 6 years of his career.
Oh, no. That's a bad rep.
I hope he doesn't think I'm a female. He might actually
Oh, jeez.
With your hair, maybe.
My gosh.
It is 2024.
This got uncomfortable real quick.
Thanks, Brandon Marshall.
Rangers lose 7-2 to the Angels. They snapped that 5-game win streak.
Yep.
It was they were going for 6 back-to-back sweeps. But hey, look, they'll take 5 of 6.
Yeah. If we just go 5 of 6 the rest of the way, I think we're gonna feel great about where we stand.
Another 5-game win streak, you're 500. That's how I look at it.
That'd be great if you can pick up a 5-game win streak. That'd be wonderful. They've got, of course, 3 more games the rest of the way before the All-Star break. They're off today, and then it's a weekend series with the Astros, and then home run derby, All-Star game, which you can hear both of those things right here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's gonna be a good week for the baseball area because they're gonna sweep the Astros, and then they're gonna roll into the All-Star game right here in Arlington.
They are gonna roll right in. And look, I love the All-Star game still. I'm one of the few. Maybe I'm not one of the few. I think a lot of people still like it. But it's just, I do think the baseball All-Star game is still the one that is actually the closest resembling a regular game.
It's the best. It's the best one, but it's not even great though.
No one's trying to play defense in the NBA All-Star game, but like every pitcher's trying to strike the guy out, and every hitter's trying to hit a home run. So it's just like regular baseball. I'm hot on one thing on this though. There is a groundswell of MLB insiders apparently, according to Jeff Passan, who don't want Paul Skenes to start this thing.
Oh, they don't want to give it to the young buck. Just like Wemby, they didn't want to give Wemby the defensive player of the year this year. They're like, no, it's got to go to Rudy Gobert, even though everything about the eye test and a lot of the metrics will tell you Wemby was better. But he's young, and we just can't do that. It's against the rules.
Yeah. Here's Passan telling the hosts of the show he was on that
that was a great citation.
It was pretty incredible. You gave him
credit. It was on ESPN. I don't know the name of the show. It was
Cold Pizza.
It wasn't Cold Pizza.
First and 10.
It was not Cold Pizza. It was just on ESPN. But here's Passan telling the host exactly what the people around baseball are saying.
Chosen by Major League Baseball, which I think is great for the league to actually acknowledge that even though Paul Skenes hasn't had the counting stats or the number of starts or the experience that some other pitchers have, he brings an element of excitement to this game. I truly do believe that people would tune in to watch Paul Skenes pitch, preferably at the beginning of the game, though there were a lot of people who responded within the industry to that idea of Paul Skenes starting over, say, Ranger Suarez or Chris Sale with, oh, come on, you got to earn it. Well, what I think is that Paul Skenes has earned the eyeballs of people who want to watch baseball, and that is what the All-Star game is about. It's celebrating the game and just how great it can be. And Paul Skenes, guys, is great.
If the insiders around Major League Baseball are trying to hold this dude from being the starter of the All-Star game because he hasn't earned it yet, are we not missing the entire plot of what the All-Star game is? It's just an entertainment venture. Missing the entire point of the entire of the whole. Nobody knows who Ranger Suarez pitches for.
The Phillies.
Yeah, I know that, Bobby.
Who he played for.
That. Nobody knows. Nobody has any idea who Chris Sale pitches for right now.
The Braves. Yeah.
It doesn't. The point is that people probably still think he plays for the Red Sox.
Yeah.
No. You're talking about the guy that is on. Paul Skenes is everywhere. Every pitch is 102 miles an hour.
Oh,
if you don't want to gas, name me the baseball fan who would want to see Chris Sale rolled out there again, or Ranger Suarez they never heard of, or do you want to see Paul Skenes going up against Simeon, Judge, and Soto right at the top, or whoever Altuve? We don't. Is he? He's
not bowing out.
He's going to bow out. So it's going to.
He didn't have the guts to show up to Globe Life Field.
Marcus will probably wind up leading this dang thing off.
Yeah.
Right. So you're going to see him go up against those three or some combination of that in the first inning, and that's what you want to see: power versus power.
Was this? I can't remember. Was there similar resistance or similar discussion with Strasburg? Because that's the guy that Skenes is probably closest to in terms of coming up to the majors, having what he has, and being this phenom. Is Steven Strasburg, and I can't remember. I don't remember there being.
Well, I know he was on an innings limit that year, and they were like down the stretch of a playoff run. They just shut him down in Strasburg's first year. But in his first year,
gosh, that was foreshadowing for the rest of his career.
Yeah, right. His first
the one
year,
time they didn't load manage him, it's like, well, his career's over.
Sorry.
Let's see. Was it 2010?
Yeah.
He had 12 starts. He only threw 68 innings. and he had a 2.91 ERA. The next year, 5 starts, 1.50 ERA. The next year, 28 starts, 3.16. Then he was in the threes the rest of his career. I mean,
boy, he got
destroyed for like a lot of his career for like not living up to the hype. I feel
he
like
was pretty dominant.
He was pretty dang good. I mean, he was always in the threes in the ERA.
Yeah, I was just looking at this now. He was about, if you look at the numbers, he and Skenes are very similar through their first 10 starts.
It's pretty good.
Well, yeah, Skenes is he's a tune-in kind of player. Like, that's the guy that you absolutely want to watch him play right now. I don't understand what they're doing here. It's just, hey, you're too young. You haven't earned it. I think that's horse S. What's going to bring the eyeballs in the conversation? This dude is fun. This dude is electric, and he's got the young people's eyes because of the Livy Dunn girlfriend that he's got.
Yeah.
And she's a sensation. Like, young kids love this dude. They're putting on fake mustaches, going to the games. He is legit, and she did this whole all-star little surprise celebration thing for him with like balloons, and it's very simple. It was just her and a box of pizza and some bubbly with all-star balloons.
You say it was her and a box of pizza. You're telling me like he like walked in the door and she had an open box of pizza like covering her exposed self.
Not Allie Larder?
Not quite.
Yeah, like Allie Larder with the whipped cream.
It's not Varsity Blues style. She wasn't covered and lathered in pizza sauce. But
well, you had that pepperoni there.
I did think it was pretty cool of her, just simple.
And then she cries and says, "It's not a pepperoni."
I'll tell you what, that was the most disappointing thing that I saw, the pizza, because clearly she got Paul's favorite pizza. We're going to have a pizza celebration, you and me, and some bubbly, because you're an MLB All-Star. The pizza is a cheese pizza, which is frustrating because that tells me that Paul Skenes, his favorite pizza is just a cheese pizza like he's 6 years old.
I don't have a problem with that.
So you appreciate the simplicity of how Livy Dunn was just like, look, let's make it basic. Just you, me, a little bit of alcohol and some pizza. You think that's all it takes?
It's like your favorite things in the world, Paul, just some pizza and me and some bubbly.
Perfect.
That's all I need.
I'm not offended by cheese pizza as much as I am the style of pizza.
This looks like just a run of the mill,
pizza.
Normal regular crust.
Yeah, regular crust pizza.
Yeah, I'm fine
Instead
with that.
of what's your issue?
Casserole. Deep dish. I hate deep dish.
Oh, deep dish is bread.
I don't like Detroit or whatever, which is not even a real pizza.
Like squares.
They just invented that. They just can't, nobody ever 20 years ago, nobody ever called it Detroit pizza. It was just square pizza. That, what the square pizza was? That was the crap Grandma made. Grandma made a square pizza when she made pizza.
Domino's always did the thin crust Like this should have been a meat lovers. Like to me, Paul Skenes screens, I'm a meat lovers guy. And so that was surprising to me. But the fact that he's still the alpha dominant, I haven't seen a hose like that. He's a Aroldis Chapman, like you said. He's a Aroldis Chapman, but he's doing it for 6 innings.
He's a Aroldis Chapman.
For 7 innings.
For 7 innings. The meat lovers is a very alpha pizza.
It is.
Cheese, Sigma.
Oh, it's a Sigma guy.
Because you're comfortable, you're humble, you're comfortable.
Gen Z, Paul Skenes.
It's a Sigma move.
All right, we got some good news. First of all, Bombi, he's
in the home run derby.
With the home run derby. Now
it.
we don't have to pull for the local kid, Bobby Witt Jr., even though if he wins, we'll be fine with it. We're pulling for him, yes. But we all want Bombi to be that guy. That's a tune-in situation, and I think
tune in where?
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
How
home
many
of the World Series champions.
How many of those home runs will he go oppo?
Oh, I don't know.
The guys who win this thing, when Judge won it, when Pete Alonso wins it,
Brandon Inge,
they will go because you have a finite number of pitches, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the batting practice pitcher is not always going to be in the right spot. You have to be able to go oppo with these things. The guys who win this thing, like Alonso and Judge, who always do well in this, they go oppo a ton in this event. And Garcia he hits a ton of home runs the opposite way.
His favorite taco is the oppo taco.
That's right. So I'm looking for a lot of oppo taco.
Well, 817 says, bro, no Skeene, no Wachi. 972 ever had Jets Pizza? Yes, Detroit Jets Pizza is actually legit. Jets Pizza has been a thing for a while here locally.
Oh yeah,
I'm a fan.
Yeah,
I'm a fan of the Jets Pizza.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
And I think that's Detroit. I think.
Yeah, it might be.
I think they make a style of it. I don't know that, but I've had just normal pizza from Jets. Now, I'm curious, Eric, how long into calling a Paul Skenes game, if you were in the booth, would it take before, after strikeout, you would say, oh, Skenes.
Oh, absolutely. Every time.
I feel like you have to do that the very first. If somebody has not done that in the booth 60 innings into this guy's career, they're just wasting an opportunity.
I think that's for every punch out.
Yeah, and I don't know how the announcers and the Pirates haven't figured that one out yet, but they're too busy putting PGH on their uniforms.
I hope this isn't true, the 940 alleging that Paul Skenes is vegetarian. That can't be possible. Let's hear from Max Scherzer.
Had a chance.
About, we know he's got the no trade clause. Would he be willing to waive it? Mad Max Scherzer, the Texas Rangers, take it away.
Again, you wouldn't waive your no trade again, would you? I know you guys are playing better, but let's say things don't continue to go up. Would you waive your no trade again? Would it be 3 times in 4 years?
Yeah, I'm not going to do that, but I just don't think I even have to think about that. I think we're going to play better baseball, and it's going to be even a moot point.
Look at that.
Dude, I think that obviously he would say that because you don't want to just be like, yeah, no, I'm totally willing to. I think we're going to be losing here, and so I want to go to a place that's going to be winning. But it is nice to know that he's got that type of confidence in the squad. He's not even considering the idea of being traded, and he's here to stay. We had Bruce Bochy on with the KNC Masterpiece talking about Jacob Degrom, and we will hear from him coming up later on in the program. 6 a.m. Club, Sean and RJ. On a Thirsty Thursday, we have Mark McLemore talking Rangers at 8 o'clock. Tomorrow, Glen Heights Firehouse Tour. Cannot wait to see you there. We'll get you a little Chia followed later on this hour, but coming up next, little USA basketball. They just got in action, and a champion is being disrespected. Kyrie answering the tough questions as well. Next, right here on The Fan.
How about some commercial-free Sean and RJ? And now that's some quality breakfast for your brain. It's our commercial-free Expressway, mornings at 7.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Got a little Payload remix for you coming up here in just a few minutes. It's great to have you in. Team USA basketball, they had their first exhibition outing versus Team Canada, and you have USA getting the dub 86-72. But news yesterday, right as we were getting off the air, Kawhi Leonard, the least surprising news of Team USA basketball to this point, Kawhi Leonard bowing out. He's not physically prepared to handle the load of playing a handful of basketball games.
Yeah, can't play 2 weeks worth of games.
But
I don't know how you do it as a professional athlete. Play games over a 2 week stretch.
It's tough.
I mean, yeah.
Look, I mean, I've trouble doing a 2 week stretch of 5:30 a.m. wake up. So
especially, he's got he's going to have a chartered flight to Paris. It's a long flight.
Probably get hurt on that flight.
Yeah, charter flight.
It's a long enough flight that there's some wear and tear involved.
That's why Russell Wilson would stand up on those overseas flights and start doing high knees in the aisle.
You got to do those.
Yeah, he's worried about those. You got to watch out for that blood clotting when you're on those long flights.
You don't have to get ready if you're going to stay ready. That's why the Steelers are in a prime position to go win about 7 games this year.
Finish a sentence. If you're thirsty,
you're
come on, coach.
You're cramping. You're wrong.
If you're thirsty,
you're full. You got cotton mouth. You're not going to perform well. You need a
too
drink.
late.
If you're thirsty,
if you're thirsty, it's too late.
I was going to get there.
You were going to get there.
If you gave me the rest of time,
Mr. Strong knew it. Mr. D3 knew it.
I was going to say it's a Thursday. That was my best guess. I didn't know either.
It's all right. You're still riding that Hawk Tua high from earlier this week. That was just very impressive. So Kawhi Leonard is now not going to be on the 12-man roster. People are wondering, is this him? Did he simply just want to go and get a free trip to Vegas?
I don't know. Did his uncle have an issue with the USA training staff or something, and he didn't think it was in his best interest, or
It's definitely in the cards.
Is this his old Toronto allegiance? He doesn't want to align with the U.S. Is this ultimately what would this be? I mean, look, the thing that was. The thing that when you saw this story yesterday, this is the least surprising thing. This is as predictable as Altuve not playing in the All-Star game to me, is Kawhi Leonard just bowing out of, no, I don't want to play anymore. It was that Derek White was named the replacement for Kawhi Leonard, which a lot of people thought was weird because you had Kyrie Irving out there. The big one was Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown coming off conference finals MVP and then NBA finals MVP was not selected for this. And when the news came out that his teammate Derek White was chosen to replace Kawhi Leonard, he posted the little Planner's peanut monocle emoji, like he's inspecting it. Posted 3 of those.
Jaylen Brown did?
Yeah, he did.
Ooh.
So everybody took
he's
that
spicy about that.
Yeah, and he also followed this up by this is from Yahoo. Brown followed up with another tweet insinuating that Nike, which outfits Team USA, had something to do with him being left off the team, because right after the monocles, he sent a tweet to Nike that says, "This what we doing?" So Jaylen Brown is upset that he was not selected for the Olympic team.
Is he not a Nike guy?
I don't know. Brown is a sneaker free agent, but had a contract with Adidas through 21. He also has a previous beef with Nike dating back to founder Phil Knight's 2022 criticism of his friend Kyrie Irving, who also was left off of this team.
So if Nike had even a 0.001% input on this, I got a huge problem with that. The only one who should have input on this, sorry, Bobby, is USA Basketball. The general manager of the team, is it Jerry Colangelo still? Whoever is, that's it. It should have the NBA itself, Nike, Adidas. I don't care who makes the uniforms. I don't care who pays the charter. The only one who should have any input on this is the GM of the team.
USA Basketball Managing Director Grant Hill denied on Wednesday night that Nike had anything to do with the roster decisions. His quote was, "For a good portion of my career, I wore Fila." That was supposed to be a joke. We're proud of our partners, obviously. This is about putting together a team. So this is the old Scott Pioli line of, it's not about the best 53 players, it's about the right 53 players.
Got to have glue guys. Got to have guys that understand their role as role players. And you have Derek White being a role player champion.
It does bring up the idea, though, that you remember we had heard the chatter leading into the finals that there was the simmering potential tension between Tatum and Brown, especially if they didn't win this NBA
now
Finals.
It's between Brown and White.
But just in not with Brown and White, but just in general, the potential like awkwardness of him being left off and him being salty about it and him feeling like I should have been picked over my teammate.
He's got a Finals MVP that he can fall back on.
It's just there is that, but I mean, there to a lot of guys, the Olympics are different.
Yeah, Tatum's got the NBA 2K cover, and Brown's got the Finals MVP, and Derek White has
an awful hairline, so I shaved his head.
Yeah, so like it's fine. Like you can pass the baton around.
This was suggested, by the way, yesterday by a lot of people on social media. I'm not saying this. I'm saying this was.
I don't know where you're going with this, but I like it.
There was a conspiracy theory out there from a lot of individuals.
Oh, baby.
That this was a religious discrimination thing too.
Against Jaylen Brown?
Against Jaylen Brown and Kyrie Irving for their conversions to Islam. That there's a lot of people yesterday on Twitter trying to claim this is about they don't want somebody who practices Islam being up there during the Olympic Games.
Well, I don't know what to believe at this point. I'm trying to figure out why. I don't. I think the shoe stuff is the one that makes.
I could have sent you that in the prep email last night. You still would not have known where to go with that.
I have no idea where to go with that.
That was good. I was about to throw it to break.
Kevin Hagelin style.
I think the Nike stuff probably has a lot to do with it.
God, that pissed me off so much if that's true.
Grant Hill says it's just not, though. Grant Hill says we're making the decisions. Nike has nothing to do with this.
It is weird. Right. I'm kind of joking when I'm saying you want the glue guy role players. It's like give me the one of the better two-way players in the sport right now, who, as you just mentioned, is a conference finals MVP, NBA finals MVP, and champion. And he's having his moment. This is the height of. I mean, maybe it gets better for him, but can't really get much better than that.
Yeah.
The gold medal is what could really put this era over the top for old Jaylen Brown, but. That is weird. I wonder what Jason Tatum's thoughts are on that. I wonder how much the players on the team, once you get to this point, do they have any say in it? Like, hey, we're all together now. We've been practicing. Now one guy just left, and we're trying to fill his spot. Do we get to take the temperature of the locker room here?
Didn't Michael get to keep Isaiah off the Olympic team?
He got to keep Isaiah off, yeah.
Michael
just wanted a golfing buddies on the team with him.
Yeah, because he was like, I'm going to win with whatever.
Yeah,
and that was funny. I was listening to a not a documentary, but it was like a podcast kind of documentary on the '92 team.
Pockumentary.
And they basically said, Michael played because Michael had a bad Olympics. He only averaged like 14 points, and they were like, Michael played good only on the days where he didn't play 36 holes of golf that day. So they had like a day game, and he couldn't play golf before. He played well. If it was a night game, he played 36 that night or that day. He was trash.
He's not built like Dennis Rodman, where Rodman can go to Vegas and do whatever he wants, and then still come back and pull down 27 boards in a game. Like he's just not built that way. He's too distracted by it.
Way too distracted.
That's it. This is not the only controversy though surrounding Kyrie Irving right now. Eric Chiafalo.
Oh, we got more.
Did you see the social media clip that was going viral where there was a split? There were some people that were saying. When Kyrie Irving was asked a question by one of these on the street, like Hawk Tua style interviews at a basketball camp, he was asked about the hall pass, and there was some split reaction to this.
If you had a hall pass with any celebrity, who would it be?
A hall pass? What you mean?
That means you can just mess with any celebrity you want to.
Oh, no, I love my wife, Marlene Wilkinson. Yo, shout out my wife and my kids.
Shout out his wife.
So Kyrie Irving is asked if you had a hall pass. First he goes, a hall pass, what do you mean? Some people are thinking Kyrie's playing dumb here. Like he knows what that is.
Yeah.
I don't know because he genuinely looks on his face like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Hall pass? Like I think which doesn't surprise me. He's such a different thinker. It wouldn't surprise me if he's just like, I'm at a basketball camp. What's a hall pass here at this basketball camp? Like that he's
They go to the bathroom whenever they want.
Yeah. He's just confused by that.
No, this is him trying to gather himself. He wasn't expecting that question. He's in the middle of a basketball camp and someone's going to lob the hall pass question by way of hello. I just met you, Kyrie. What's your hall pass situation like with your wife?
There were a lot of people.
Ridiculous.
There were a lot of people in the comments who said, this is massively disrespectful towards Kyrie Irving and his wife. And Chop, you don't agree with that?
Yeah, which I think this is those people's first time on the internet. They're not familiar with the internet at all. Like, it's not just like, and the same, when I was at the Parker McCollum concert last week, there was a girl that got on somebody's shoulders and flashed Parker McCollum. And they're like, well, this is disrespectful to his wife. Well,
did your shoulders hurt after?
It was, that's not me. I was like, is this your first time at a concert? Like this happens at every concert where where the lead singer, where someone pops their boobs out. Like it happens at every concert. Maybe not a George Strait concert.
I did it at a George Strait concert.
You might. But at every it's not disrespectful. You know who it's disrespectful to? The guy whose shoulders she's on. Yeah. That's who it's disrespectful to. It's not disrespectful to the singer and his wife. And this is not disrespectful to Kyrie Irving's wife.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody in the world has joked with this conversation.
It's if you had $1 million, what would you do? It's that kind of a question. Yeah. So who's your hall pass, Chop?
I go back and forth. I go back and forth on this one. I mean, I like Mila Kunis. I find her to be really hot.
I think if you really wanted to get an answer out of him, not that he would have, but maybe you could have just done the celebrity crush. Because
said it that way.
Yeah,
he's the guy. He seems like the type that you have to approach him with it in a worded a different way to get him to engage a little bit.
Yeah.
And so that's probably
you could say who was your celebrity crush growing up or whatever.
Yeah. So Eric, who's your celebrity crush? Wink, wink.
Yeah. Well, I don't. I mean, me and my wife do not have the hall pass sort of conversation. I don't think she would have any interest in knowing.
Yeah.
Who I
nobody has the hall pass. I mean, that's not a real thing. Like, people don't actually have that.
Well, that's Andre Karolinko.
Some do. Yeah. The fringe, the ones that are on message boards.
Yeah. Again, it's the idea of if you had $1 million, if you were in Andre Karolinko's situation, who would that name be? Me, I don't have one because it doesn't get any better than Kristen.
That's right.
But for Kristen, it would be Luka Doncic.
Really? After yesterday, I thought it was going to be Justin Timberlake.
She does love Justin Timberlake, too.
Yeah, for some people out there, it's probably Josh Smith now with the season he's had. Ladies love Josh Smith.
Yeah, they do.
It's they
do.
LL cool.
LLJS.
LLJS.
Yeah.
That's right. All right, we'll have some more basketball to bring you later up in the program, but 6 a.m. Club Thursday, usually at this time, it's time for the Payload. I'm going to be bringing you the Chia Followed, featuring all sorts of fun things, including the 2024 college football all-name team. Next on The Fan.
Before we get to those fun things from Eric Chiafalo, I got some fun things for you. Guardian caps. You'll see players out at training camp later this month wearing Guardian caps over their helmets, and I'm excited that the NFL is now allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. When my son was playing football, I would have loved for him to have worn a Guardian cap. Practice like the pros and keep your kids safely playing the game of football that we all love with Guardian caps. Enter your team on the 105.3 The Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season for your team. You can also get bulk team pricing now at guardiansports.com.
Andy White with my team at the all-new Dodge City of McKinney. Make this a summer event, and it's going on now. Get a 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Lone Star Crew Cab finance for only 2.9% APR for...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
On the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
From a decision-making standpoint, giving Peyton Russell a segment was awful. And maybe the only thing worse than that is allowing me to take over his segment and just completely, potentially, get it thrown from the run sheet forever.
Look,
so maybe this could be our last payload here. It's the Chia follow.
Look, Peyton has gotten at least 2 segments canceled on this show before.
At least.
So, I mean, even if you get this one canceled, you're still got halfway to catch up to him. But I will say this, while Peyton is out, I'm not going to say this while he's here. I like to compliment people when I know they're not listening. Peyton, and I think you'd agree with this, Eric, I knew Peyton's segment would go well because he is probably the most unintentionally naturally hilarious person I have ever met in my life with some of the stuff that comes out of that guy's mouth.
He's a walking HR violation.
He's a walking HR violation.
He has no idea how offensive he is.
Yeah, but like, do we give him credit
It's like
for
the most
being
innocent, offensive human being I've ever met.
Do we give him credit for being funny just because he's an idiot, though?
No. There are some times where
there are some
he
times.
is absolutely leaning in and knows what he's doing and has an awareness and is. It's funny, like when he guesses a name wrong and goes "thank you," and then hits the
the victory
button.
button.
Yeah, he's like, "Ring me up."
All right, I have the 2024 college football all-name team. Now, over the last few years, this has been pretty incredible. It's an indictment on parents all around the world, especially in this country here. I'm going to give you these names, but I have 2 clips I need to play for you first. The first of which is just something that we just sort of moved right past the other day when we were discussing Peyton, and he's in Italy right now taking all sorts of pictures, and the only pictures I see him taking are ones of naked male statues in Italy. And Bobby gave us some level of a fact here. He's treating this like it's a fact, and I think we need to just at least question whether or not this is true. So this is from Bobby earlier in the week, alleging something about the Italian naked statues.
I found this out a couple years ago. There's one of these like PBS documentaries that was like asking the question like, why are all these statues so petite? Why is that a thing? And the explanation was because people were like, wouldn't you exaggerate if it was your statue? Like, wouldn't you be like, make that a little bit bigger?
Yeah, add a little bit.
But back then it was considered like the more petite look, the more compact look was considered preferable as an aesthetic. So they would
shame that
they would lie about they would lie and say, make that a little smaller for me, could you?
Okay.
That's a real thing. So maybe you say, was that necessary? Maybe that was also a preferable thing back then.
So you think they were saying like, hey, take off a couple?
Yeah. No, they definitely were, according to PBS.
According to PBS.
Yep.
This is a fact. Now, I'm not going to deny the fact that they're taking this as true, Bobby. But I do think this is exactly the type of narrative and spin you would want to have if you were a
who are they
less than
caping for,
well-endowed dude.
Who are they caping for, though? Why? What do they have to...
Like, this is exactly what a dude with a small situation would want to have for history moving forward. Like, just know, like, guys, I actually got a reduction, okay? Like, I needed to lose some here.
Yeah.
This isn't actually me.
This is very odd, though, because, like, I'm just looking on, it's a very well-renowned website, vancouverisawesome.com.
Vancouver. Isn't that where Peyton could see Seattle?
Yes. Peyton could see Seattle.
That's another thing Peyton claimed. He claimed from Vancouver he would be able to see the city of Seattle.
Of course, man. Peyton's got that incredible vision.
Because Peyton is in Italy, and the petite, statues that Bobby is referring to, the average Italian is beyond the 6-inch mark.
Wow.
Now
I guess I'm the outlier.
It's not Ecuador. It's not Ecuador.
Ecuador's got packing the most heat.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, upwards of 7. Okay. Well more than half a foot.
Wife's like, whatever, hall pass. Just any Ecuadorian.
Just bring me an Ecuadorian. Any Ecuadorian in a storm. Just give me that. So it is odd that they would do the statues like that in Italy.
It just seems like exactly what you would want to spin, like for the future. Like, guys, this is what we're gonna do narrative wise to make us feel better and look.
By the way, bringing up the rear is Cambodia at 3.95. It's an inch.
The archaeologists and tour guides, apparently this is from DW.com. Archaeologists and tour guides, when you go to these places, this is apparently a common question they get. Why is it so small? Why did they do it that way? It says for the ancient Greeks and Romans, large genitals were considered ugly. The stonemasons modeled only small ones because they wanted to make it clear this man is a rational intellectual, and as such, he has his urges under control. So I'm telling you, this is a thing.
Yeah. You were like, you couldn't control yourself.
Yeah, like, what a savage this man is. So they didn't want to be viewed that way, so it was sculpted that way.
It's the ultimate spin zone.
Now, the buckwheat between the legs they got going on. I don't have an explanation for why they all look like that. I don't know if that's.
I did not need it. I don't need to see it. They could have gone without that part of it.
903 says that they're just living in the wrong era.
Yeah.
I feel you, 903. All right, here is some sound. Now, we heard from Mike Gundy at the Big 12 Media Day. And what do you?
I'll have to show you during a break. I can't show this on the fake yet, but this article has a photo here that's.
Oh my God!
I can't even look down at the screen now. Keep talking.
Just show me.
You're not supposed to go to meatspin.com right now, Bobby. Mike Gundy, Oklahoma State Cowboy football coach, defending his guy, saying like when it comes to drinking and driving, done that about 1,000 times in my life. I actually dug up some old sound of a local news clip. This is Mike Gundy and his wife from years ago, and they didn't like the rule changes when it comes to drinking and driving.
Any attempt to restrict drinking and driving here is viewed by some as downright undemocratic.
It's kind of getting common is when a fella can't put in a hard day's work, put in 11, 12 hours a day, and then get in your truck and at least drink 1 or 2 beers.
They're making it laws where you can't drink when you want to. You have to wear a seatbelt when you're driving. Pretty soon we're going to be calm in this country.
That's right. That's some archival sound. We shouldn't be surprised at Mike Gundy and what he said the other day.
Look, I love that
throwback sound of him and his wife.
I love that
there.
video. That video is so amazing. And then there's the lady saying that has got like a toddler in the front seat.
Yes, yes. And the toddler's smoking a cigarette. I'm like, what is happening?
Look, they were right though. They said, look, you're going to start encroaching on this freedom. We're going to start losing more.
Yeah.
They had the foresight to notice. You're going to lose more and more.
All right, I have the roster here. The 2024 college football all-name team. Of course, your quarterback starting General Booty.
Yeah, is that he's not at LSU anymore, is he?
No, he was at OU.
He was at LSU. I thought he was at LSU to start with.
I think he's been an OU guy, and then he did just transfer somewhere. Booty wasn't getting
I'm thinking of John David Booty.
Yeah, John David.
Yeah, is he from the Booty family?
He's from the Booty family, yeah. There's a long lineage of Booty's.
He's Booty's nephew
in college football.
I actually paid John David Booty for a $20 cameo about 3 years ago when David Hellman got to 100,000 Twitter followers because he thought it was weird whenever anybody celebrates it. So I bought him like 3 cameos of celebrities telling David like, congratulations on 100,000 followers. You know how much this means to you.
I love that. You're such a troll. Your running back out of Washington is going to be Javinsky Schlenbaker. Your fullback is Daba Fofana from Navy.
Okay.
First name Daba, last name Fofana. You still have DeColdis Crawford at wide receiver. He's still in college football.
Is he in Nebraska still?
He's at Louisiana Tech now.
Okay.
Tulane's other wide receiver, Fat Watts.
Fat Watts.
How does he spell it?
P-H-A-T,
Okay.
Fat Watts.
No.
That's one of your wide receivers, yeah. So you'll have Booty to Fat Watts. You'll have Booty to DeColdis. Maybe Booty handing it off to Daba Fofana. And then the security blanket there at tight end is Rowdy Beers from FIU. There's actually a lot of Beers athleticism. He's got a sister who is she's an enforcer, big female basketball player, like center position. Rhonda Beers.
You have no idea what you're talking about, do you?
No, I'm serious. Rhonda Beers. I think her name's Rhonda. And she's a part of the Beer family, and she's huge. But Rowdy is the tight end, and he makes the roster here. You have Jaden Muskrat playing left tackle. King Large is a guard for SMU. First name King, last name Large.
I like it.
At center, of course, out of Ohio, you will have Parker Titsworth. He's made the all-name team for the last 3 years.
As he should.
Right guard, you have Dodge Saucer for Iowa State.
Great name.
And Virginia Tech's right tackle, Haynes Hammer, is going to be the other bookend tackle there.
That's me when I take my shorts off. I'm the Haynes Hammer. They call me.
It's a Chill Boys Hammer.
Chill Boys Hammer.
We have Purdue's,
we call that the Thor.
Purdue's Shita Salah.
Okay.
This is spelled exactly how it shouldn't be
It sounds
spelled.
like somebody in Boston saying they're going to the bathroom.
I think it's Shata. It's probably Shata.
Shita? Okay.
Shata
Okay.
Salah.
Yeah, there's a first name Demon, last name Clowney.
Oh,
Dead
see,
serious.
this is a miss. This guy
Charlotte.
This guy has to change his last name. This is one of the last name changes I would be in support of. Demon has to change his last name from, what is it?
Clowney
to Lovechild. Demon Lovechild.
Who's naming their kid Demon? What a wild.
Is it Demon or is it like Debo?
No.
Debo Samuel.
Demon, dude.
Like they named him that, or it's
Demon?
Oh, maybe it's Demon.
It looks like Demon though.
We have Blazin Long Wong is the other interior D lineman for Arizona State.
So it's Blazin L. He's Blazin L's.
At edge, you have a guy named Memorable Factor. First name Memorable, last name Factor out of Duke.
This is fake.
I'm dead serious. No, I'm dead serious. North Carolina's got a linebacker, first name Power, last name Eccles. Power Eccles. You have Nebraska's linebacker, Chief Borders. You have Rice's corner. His first name's Mo. His last name's Billity. I'm dead serious.
I like it.
You have UTSA's Alpha Khan. First name Alpha, last name Khan. You have LSU defensive back, Major Burns.
Okay.
He probably should have gone to Texas Tech with a last name like that.
Got it. Got it.
UTSA safety, first name Pig, last name Cage.
Okay, good one. I think he needs another name change. Got to go to Latin.
This is insane. You have Storm Duck, who's also a safety.
Like it.
You have a punter in Syracuse named Maximilian von Marburg. And then your kicker at Texas is Bert Auburn. So there's your 2024 college football all-name team. You have a Storm. You have a Pig. You have a Demon. You have a Sheeta. You have a Hammer and a Titsworth.
There you go.
My goodness.
Yeah, you got
These parents are just absolutely insane.
These parents wanted to make sure their kid never got never the resume went right in the trash. Is that what you're
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you have no chance that you better be a great athlete. That's all. That's the only hope you really have with some of those names. All right, there it is, 6 a.m. Club. What you got, Bob?
By the way, Memorable Factor is from London, England. So like this wasn't even some like wacky Americanized like, oh, let's name our kid Apple like Gwyneth Paltrow.
Did you really do that?
Yeah.
Oh my!
It was a big story at the time.
People are ridiculous, man. All right, let's get you into the 7 o'clock hour. We have all sorts of Rangers news for you. Let's grade the Rangers. How would you grade their first half of the season? Plus, we have a Throwback Thursday baseball story of the day next here on The Fan.
We chapter your favorite segments and even bring you the entire Sean and RJ show.
Thank you.
It's all there for you on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa Silent Guard Brakes. Alrighty, folks, buckle up. Roughly a decade from now, we'll see our first NBA megastars making gulp $100 million per season in salary. And that's based on projections from applying the collective bargaining agreement salary formula to the dramatically increased shareable revenues from the new $76 billion media rights package that's about to be finalized. Remember when NBA players needed off-season jobs? I'm Boomer Esiason.
Sean Sharif here with your brand new career at mycomputercareer.edu. Whether it's going to be cybersecurity, IT certifications, network administration, AI, it's all.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean is out. He'll be back on Monday. He is on week 3 of paternity leave. We're going to continue to lament how many paternity weeks he gets. I'm old enough to remember that when I only got 2.
How long did it take for you to get through your paternity leave?
I stretched it out throughout the entire, I used the last week or whatever for borderline the last week of the year.
So you got a full year out of your paternity leave.
Yeah, I squeezed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Wow.
I just
Very
spread
nice.
it out over the whole time. That's pretty much how they prefer you to do it.
When in doubt, spread it out.
That is the voice of Eric G. Follow, the G-Bag Nation.
Well, that last voice wasn't.
Let's make that clear.
Is Bobby Belt, who's always here. Chris Strong is in for Peyton. The Rangers fall 7-2 to the Angels out west.
It's over.
It is over?
It's over now.
Well, the 5-game winning streak's over.
Yes, that's what I meant. I meant the 5-game winning streak is over. No, not the season.
The
but
season's fine.
This is the evaluation period. Is this going to be ultimately the series right here coming up with the Astros? Is this the one where this is where you're going to make the determination of what you're going to do? Like, if you get swept by the Astros here, is that where you go, okay, we're selling here?
If they get swept by the Astros?
If they get swept by the Astros, I think you're definitely heading down there.
Because what's going to happen is, let's say they get swept by the Astros, which they're not going to get swept. They're going to sweep. But if they do, all the GMs will be here. That's where a lot of deals could be consummated during this next week. Where Chris Young will obviously be there. He'll be talking to all the teams, all the players, all the ages. Everyone's going to be. It's a celebration of the sport. So you'll be able to have some deals that are the framework is met. But they lost tough on that. They had some chances. There was a chance in the fifth, bases loaded, one out. Wyatt Langford strikes out. Adolis strikes out as well. Then Adolis pops out. And with the bases loaded, a couple innings later, they're not going to win them all. They're not going to win them all, and they were facing a guy, as I said, who threw 80 poo, and all night, all night long. It was a change-up fest from Canning.
When you have Langford, Garcia, and Lowe hitting consecutively in the order, and they go a combined 1 for 11 with 6 of the 7 strikeouts that the team had on the evening. That's tough when you get that right in the middle of the lineup. So, look, I mean, ultimately you take 2 out of 3. Mm-hmm. That's good. You're feeling positive about that. It's still a series win. It's a series win on the road. Pick up another 2 out of 3 here in Houston, and you're probably feeling pretty good going into the All-Star break.
Do that until the trade deadline. Take 2 or 3 every time, and then all of a sudden you're not selling anymore.
You got Heaney that's going to be starting tomorrow in Houston, and then it'll be Evaldi on Saturday, and then it's open on Sunday, but should be John Gray's turn. So that's who you got going out there. You definitely feel like you win the Evaldi game. Can you get any run support for a guy Heaney? My goodness.
That's been the issue all year long for Andrew Heaney. I mean, obviously he gets his spot starts here and there, or he'll have his random off start here or there where it's a bad outing where he'll give up 7 or something along those lines. But yeah, you'll feel a lot better about where you are and where you want to go moving forward after the All-Star break and heading into the trade deadline if you can win the series. I think ultimately you should decide right here what you're going to do with the trade deadline based on, do you win this series or not against Houston? Yeah, that's where I would go with it.
And I
think a lot of people will play it.
And I wonder, with the guys that they got coming back, especially from a pitching standpoint, we know Tyler Mahle's doing some rehab starts now. He's starting to inch his way a little bit closer. And then we got this yesterday from Bruce Bochy on with the KNC Masterpiece in regards to Jacob Degrom.
I'll say this: he's doing great. I mean, he's on change-ups now. He's going to be spent here soon. We're right at the All-Star break, so I wouldn't be surprised. It could be a little bit sooner, but we're going to stay with the program, and he's letting it go, and it's only going to get better, and each time out, and he's showing that he feels terrific, and so I think he's definitely pitching at some point here, this year. I just don't want to give him a target date.
Okay. Definitely pitching sometimes this year.
I mean, how about that? So if you have the Degrom stuff that you're feeling good about, you have the Malley stuff, I think no matter what happens in this Houston series, you could be selling at least one of your pitchers.
Yes.
By the way, have we oversold the Malley angle as like that being just as critical of a return as these other?
There's a chance we have based on the injury that he's coming off of.
But I mean, just in general, like when you look at like who he's been over the course of his career, it's not like he had a great year. What was it? 21, I think 2021, where he struck out like 220 and 180 innings. Like he's had strikeouts. But I mean, it's not like he's been this 2 ERA guy throughout the course of his career. He's had 2 appearances. He had an appearance for Round Rock and Frisco so far in his rehab. He's pitched 4 innings, allowed 2 hits, 3 strikeouts, no walks.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, God, I think that there is something to that in terms of like we may be overstating the impact. Like, are you going to bring him back for Malley when he comes back and then all of a sudden just ditch, I guess I'll just say Lorenzen.
Right.
Who's been
he's
hit
good.
A bit of a speed bump of late. But
you saw that happen to him last year too.
We did, but for the most part, the first half of the season, he's been pretty consistent, giving you 6 innings.
His peripherals are not great. There is a concern that he's going to regress to the mean.
Well, and I think we're seeing that.
Yeah.
There's just a fatigue that sets in for him, I think, as the season goes on. Like he starts so good, and then it just kind of,
which is wild because this dude's a fanatic.
Oh my gosh,
his workouts.
I've never. I don't think I've seen arms on a pitcher like this guy. Like the
good arm. He does. He's got. He's put
absolutely
together, man.
Jacked.
Yeah, he is. I know. I bet you he's got teardrops all over his quads. Just making me jealous left and right.
I don't know. He looks like a guy who spends every waking moment in the gym working his arms. Just because of how ridiculously big and
there's every day is arm day.
Every day might be arm day for him.
I think in general when we're talking about workouts and body mass and things like that, we should call it the Lorenzen spectrum, where it's Michael Lorenzen on one side and Jared Lorenzen, the hefty lefty, on the other side.
Good one.
And where do you fall on the Lorenzen spectrum?
Should I tee up we have the Mark McLemore joining us at 8:00. Should I tee up the Jared Sandler clip where he's doing a bit overtly sensual analysis of Wyatt Langford and have Mark McLemore guess who Jared is describing?
Yeah, you should.
Because that's what we've been doing with the Players Show.
I think that's a great idea. You should absolutely do that.
Like, let's see how well you really know this Rangers team, Mark. I got 3 seconds of analysis.
Let's see how closely you're watching these players. Are you watching them as close as Jared is?
I'll tee that up, but I do think that gives you great optimism moving forward. I mean, Max Scherzer saying, no, I'm not going to be anywhere close to agreeing to waiving my no-trade clause. He's here for the remainder of the season. Degrom coming back. Malley, it's fair to be extremely cautiously optimistic, but I could see them selling at least one of these arms no matter what happens here in Houston. But no way. If you get swept here, that is exactly how you go into All-Star break feeling like, okay, we're gonna have to do a lot of real soul searching.
Soul search, absolutely. There's no doubt. Like this is I don't think it's a make series, but it could be a break one.
Yeah. I mean, it is something where...
Like, if they sweep Houston, I don't think they're just going to buy. But if they do get swept, then I think that we can see them sell.
It's like that old line about you can't win the division in April, but you can lose it. It's the same sort of thought. Like, you can definitely become sellers after the series. It doesn't necessarily mean you become buyers.
Well, and you can tell by the way they've talked this whole time, like, they're treating all these guys coming back from injury as, like, their at trade deadline acquisition, so to speak. Like, we're going to get back Josh Young.
Cowboys thought process.
Yeah. Well, Ray Davis is penny pinching at every turn right now. This TV stuff has him feeling a little bit nervous. But what do you guys, from a grade standpoint, looking back here as we're basically here at the All-Star break, where are you grading where the Rangers are? What would you give them?
Interestingly enough, ESPN did do this.
Did they?
They did. This was our good friend David Schoenfield who did this one of all 30 teams across Major League Baseball. And he gave your Texas Rangers the D.
That's what I would give them.
D grade.
Not even a D plus?
Here's the write-up. Will they end up going down as one of the all-time fluke World Series champions?
Have to pay extra for that.
Yeah. That's the first line. Will the Rangers go down as one of the all-time fluke World Series champions?
Oh,
that was the opening line.
I'm Bochy right now. I'm screenshotting this, and I am printing it out, and this is going on every player's locker right now. This question is being asked of you. How does that make you? This is bulletin board material.
Yep.
You got some backbone. You got that championship spirit. It's time to show it. These guys are questioning. Who is this? David Schoenfield?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to watchdog him, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to bulletin board this bad boy, and we're going to go ahead and light a fire under him. Every time you're at the plate and you're thinking about swinging and missing, and when you got bases loaded, you think about David Schoen's face on that ball, and you freaking barrel that bad boy up. You dong that thing out.
Right.
Is that his name? David Schoenface?
Schoenface.
I don't care what his name is.
I think the problem with the entire thing is maybe the players are in the batter's box thinking of swinging and missing, like you just said. Like I hope they're not thinking about swinging and missing. The next line goes, it's possible they were 68 and 94 in 2022, well under 500 so far. The offense, so dominant a year ago, has had a surprising collapse similar to what's happened with Atlanta. It feels there's too much talent here to keep struggling like this. But Marcus Semien and Adolis Garcia have sub 300 on-base percentages. Yikes. While rookies Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford haven't taken off, Josh Smith actually has been the team's best hitter. On the pitching side, Max is back. Tyler's about to start his minor league rehab, or has started it, and Degrom perhaps a month behind, which sets him up for a late August return. Will the Rangers still be in it at that time with a D grade, tied with Oakland, who also has a D grade?
But I mean, we would all agree there, right? Nobody could give them anything. Like the very most optimistic, and I would not argue for this, would have to be a C minus. You can't call them a C team. They have not been average. So it's got to be anything below that. So C minus or worse has to be the grade for the Rangers.
Well, they could be a C because of the injuries.
But you cannot justify how bad the offense is because the pitching has covered the injuries.
The pitching has covered it, but the offense has suffered injuries to Josh Young. Seager had got hit in the hand. He had a hammy, right? He had a week off or week and a half off earlier. Langford got hurt. Carter has been out.
Right, but like Langford his OPS was like 12 when he got hurt.
It was low, but like you still missed. Those are four guys that you really counted on. Heim has not had nearly the year that he had last year.
Right, you were counting on them, and they hadn't performed. Like regardless of the injury, Evan Carter was not playing well. Wyatt Langford was not playing well. Jonah Heim has not played well. Adolis Garcia has not played well. Adolis Garcia, by the way, who was announced yesterday, will be in the home run derby, which you can hear right here on 105 through the Fan.
Nate Lowe didn't start playing well until power-wise.
Yeah, Seager and the Seager criticism there from Schofield I don't think is fair because Seager obviously had that ramp-up period where he
didn't say anything bad about Seager.
No, but he was talking about Seager. No, he said Seager and Semien are under 300 on base percentage or whatever.
No, Semien and Adolis.
Oh, okay. Well, the Seager thing to me is just though in general about where he's at is Jared had pointed this out that the first 30 games of the season when he was struggling was kind of the spring training for him because he didn't have the same sort of ramp up.
Absolutely.
And since then, he's like fourth in the majors in OPS over his last 40 games. He's been great.
Yeah, I do think that the D is actually fair in terms of the grade here. I mean, if you want to grade it on a bit of a curve because of the injuries, but how many teams have dealt with a ton of injuries as well? I mean, that's just kind of the nature of the beast. I think your biggest issue is just guys underperforming, not being anywhere close to what they were last year, which is why he's asking the fluky question, and that needs to be bulletin board material. Bochy, let's go ahead and get this thing done. 817D+, we call that the Ecuadorian. All right, let's go ahead here on Thirsty Thursday. This time tomorrow, we're in Glen Heights, Firehouse Tour. Looking forward to seeing you there. Let's go into the Expressway, brought to you by the On Time Experts. Commercial free to the top of the hour. We'll bring you Mark McLemore at 8. We have Neighborhood Watch, plus Micah Parsons has responded to the NFL executives' edge rusher rankings. What did he have to say? Next right here on the Fan.
Let's get you over to Zero Res. Get that carpet clean. Clean Way, Green Way, Zero Res Way. RJ Choppy Fan Special. It's an amazing offer for you.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
tomato sauce.
Yeah. My mom's stuff is homemade, so it's fine.
We got to get to the Paul Skenes diet at some point later because somebody was alleging he was a vegetarian because he had the cheese pizza party with Livy Dunn upon becoming an all-star.
Super opposite of that.
That is definitely not the case. My guy is an alpha male carnivore, and I look forward to getting into some of that a little bit later on in the program here. But, Bobby, we got the edge rusher list yesterday. ESPN does this every year for every position. Anonymous executives around the sport go ahead and rank the each position from 1 to 10. We got the edge rushers. Where's Micah on this? What is his response? And should we watchdog a couple of these NFL scouts with where they're placing some of these dudes?
Absolutely. To quote RJ Choppy from over the weekend, let's edge, boys. Let's do this. Let's look at this. So as you look at ESPN's list, this is their yearly ranking of the top 10 in the sport across every position, where they ask front office executives, scouts, coaches, everybody else, like Eric just mentioned there. The order of this release is a little odd. It doesn't.
Yeah, it was very odd release.
It's not like all offense and all defense. This is the order of release. So far, they have published running backs, defensive tackles, edge rushers, and then safeties are this morning. And then after that, it's going to be wide receivers, interior offensive linemen, offensive tackles, corners, off-ball linebackers, tight ends, and then they've changed it up, RJ. They're going to do quarterbacks last. So they must have heard you complaining about that.
There you go, the build-up to the end right there.
Oh, they did change it.
Yeah, according to this list I'm looking at here.
Because there's no reason to do the quarterbacks in the middle. That's going to be at the end.
All right, so I think we all agree generally it's similar to other positions where it's like you've got a collection of guys that you think are the best, and it's pretty clear there's a tier 1, and everybody agrees on who they are. The top edge rushers, I think, for everybody in the NFL, there's 4 of them. Wouldn't we agree? It would be...
Well, there's Micah, and then there's the other 3.
Okay, but who's in that collection?
Myles Garrett.
Micah, Myles Garrett.
Nick Bosa.
TJ Watt. Like, I think everybody's got those 4 collected in there as that stuff. Maybe some people throw Max Crosby in there.
Some of these scouts are like, hey, Micah, I think you're like the 10th best in the sport or whatever.
Let's take a look at it. The number 1 edge rusher in the NFL, according to talent evaluators, is...
Micah.
No.
No,
okay,
it's probably... It's going to be Myles Garrett.
It is Myles Garrett.
Local legend.
Okay.
The highest ranking was 1. The lowest ranking was 3 last year. He was ranked 2nd. It says Garrett is now in tier 1 by himself, earning 70% of the first place votes. An NFL coordinator said if you don't double team him, he's going to bleeping kill you. In fact, Garrett is excelling single or double teams more than 30% of the time, trailing only Micah Parsons in pass rush win rate.
If you don't double team him, he's going to bleep and kill you?
Bleeping kill you.
Oh, my gosh.
And by the way, he doesn't trail Micah in pass rush win rate. He is getting dominated by Micah in pass rush win rate. Micah should be number 1 on this list, and I will die on that hill all day.
Can you say pass rush win rate 5 times
No,
fast?
and I won't even try. Pass rush win rate. No. He is the best pass rusher in the game. Micah Parsons.
Okay, well,
and I don't believe there's an argument to be made.
Who is Myles Garrett the one you would say that is closest if you had to argue somebody?
Yeah, probably Myles.
A lot of people were trying to make MVP arguments for Myles Garrett last year. I'm not saying it was reasonable, but there were a lot of people trying to do that. All right, number 2 on this list is
Micah.
No.
Nick Bosa.
No.
Oh God.
Oh, I knew he was gonna hate this.
TJ Watt.
If TJ Watt last name wasn't Watt,
Thomas James Watt. TJ Watt is number 2. I have no idea if that's what his initials stand for, by the way. He was as high as
so
1.
bad.
He's not bad.
He's so bad. You know what? Look, the NFL, the teams in the NFL tell you how bad he is based on his double team rate. He's never double teamed. They don't view him.
Well, I mean, he's a stand-up guy who gets moved around. It's hard to double team him.
Micah Parsons is a stand-up guy. He stands everywhere.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, really? He's mugging from the end.
But I'm
he's
saying,
standing up all over the place.
No, that's one of the things that Mike Zimmer has talked about is the idea of like we need to do more to move Micah around. He said that there was too often last year. He felt like when Micah would disappear from games, we played that audio where Zimmer said when he disappeared from games, it felt like teams were keen in on him and there was not enough done to try and move him around and get better matchups.
TJ Watt is double teamed at a lesser rate than Alex Highsmith.
Yeah, because Alex Highsmith doesn't move around like TJ Watt does. They look.
Bobby, shut your mouth, okay? TJ Watt's overrated. Just deal with it.
The 3-time sack champion, TJ Watt, by the way.
Wow. Counting stats. All right. His pass rush win rate is the same as the overrated and failure of an NFL player, Jadeveon Clowney.
One voter called Watt the, quote, Aaron Donald of pass rushers. RJ Choppy, how does that make you feel?
I think that talent evaluator probably is a talent evaluator for Washington or the Jets.
Yeah.
Or some other team that can't figure it out.
Sewage of the sport scout.
Sewage of the sport.
No.
TJ Watt's not as good as Will Anderson. He's not as good as Micah or Miles or the Nick Bosa. Not as good.
Big Nick
Chase
Bosa.
Young.
What has he done?
Number 3 on the list.
This would be Nick Bosa or Micah. It's right.
Micah. It is Micah Parsons, who was graded as high as 1st. He was graded as low as 7th. Chop by somebody. He finishes exactly where he did last year, 3rd. One of the quotes that's here, an NFL coordinator said, unreal athleticism for the position. Twitch, speed, and bend is phenomenal. His issues are really more in the run game than anything else. When he has to take on heavy stuff, that's where you feel the lack of size a bit. A veteran NFL defensive coach said, if you put him at outside linebacker all game in the same traditional spot, I'm not sure he'd have the same production. He needs to be moved around, in my opinion, but he's so good in that role that he completely wrecks a game. Number 4.
The scout that has him at number 7 should lose their job.
And
they shouldn't be allowed to evaluate football professionally.
I wish they would have said, they didn't have to identify him, but they could have said, the individual who ranked him 7th had this to say about him. I would have just liked to have heard what he had to say.
Yeah, what's the quote?
So, number 4 on this list is Nick Bosa. Since we had talked about unanimously, that's kind of the top 4 guys. Nobody had him ranked as high as 1. He was 2 and as low as 9. He was the number 1 pass rusher last year.
As low as 9? Again, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
How is that even...
I'm already over this list.
NFC coordinator said he's one big muscle. That's what he is. He's just
Bosa?
He's just one big muscle.
He's
baby.
a physical freak.
He's that photo I showed you guys during 640. He has extreme leverage and power and just has a knack for disruption. We'll go down the rest of the list here. Number 5, Colleyville Heritage's own.
Oh, Max
Crosby.
Another guy better than TJ Watt.
Mad Max. Outside of the top 4, Crosby easily cleared the rest of the field. More so than ever, he stole top 3 votes from Watt, from TJ Watt, Parsons, and Bosa. He reminds me a lot of Kevin Green, one NFL coordinator said. Technically sound, best motor in the league, will outwork you for sacks. Doesn't have the elite traits of some of the others, but his traits are still high. And man, he is a ridiculous athlete. He tested like one. I don't know that I totally agree with that. Number 6 on this list, Aiden Hutchinson, who last year was an honorable mention. He finished as high as
better than TJ Watt.
He finished as high as 3rd on one of these lists, which I assume is the one where they had Micah 7th. If somebody had Aiden Hutchinson 3rd, I would guess that's one of those ones.
Aiden's good. He's not. I don't think he's as good as. He's clearly not as good as Micah.
One NFL scouting director.
But there's a lot of Micah dissent on the fan text here. There's a lot.
Really?
Micah.
Hit me with some of it.
Micah is. He's. Let's see. I've lost a lot of them.
Let's see here. You have 254 saying, "I hope this is a bit. RJ is right and everyone else is wrong. It's just hard to listen to. It's getting old. Read the room, Chop. This team is full of entitled bleep holes and guys like you in the media just giving him a pass."
Yeah, a pass for what? For always beating his man one-on-one? He leads the league in pass rush win rate. What the hell do you want me to do? Like, do you want me to just ignore that?
Yeah. No,
that's what I'm supposed to do?
What was Micah's feedback? You said Micah responded to this on Twitter?
I'm starting to wonder if Choppy had Micah's Twitter account yesterday.
It would explain some of the takes he's had on there over the last few months.
He quote tweeted the article and said, "There's no way it was only 167 double teams. Maybe more like 500. MFs can't FWM, man," which bleep with me, man.
He had 35% of his 238 plays were double teams.
He says it's up this year on Mama's 2 weeks. So
this is an interesting.
It's up this year on Mama's.
Like he's saying, like totally instead of on my mama, he's saying on all mamas.
On all moms, I'm going to be up this year.
Even
I'm
mine.
sorry,
2 weeks stocks, Nard.
Y'all can hate on Mike and say he has empty stats. There's nothing empty about winning 35% of your pass.
I don't think anybody would say he has empty stats. I think the criticism of Micah is the wear down factor that he's had at times near the end of the season, and definitely he is objectively not a consistently scheme disciplined player. Objectively. There's way too many times where he freelances a little bit and it causes problems. That there is that aspect that's I think is a fair criticism that says this is where you could be better. You could be better. And Myles Garrett, for instance, that is one of the most disciplined players in the NFL.
Micah followed up with saying,
but he's great. He's awesome. He is fantastic. He is a freak show. If you talk about just traits and the rareness of them, there's probably nobody in the league who has traits as rare as Micah.
Yeah, the explosiveness. He says, most double-team player, but I have the best pass rush percentage and most pressures, saying production low, something not adding up.
The rest of the league views him as the best pass rusher. He's the most double-team.
Rest of the list here, number 7, Danielle Hunter with the Houston Texans. Number 8, Josh Hines-Allen, the new hyphen.
Oh, yeah,
Hines-Allen
there.
Yeah. This is kind of odd to me when you get outside the top 10. Number 9 is Trey Hendrickson of the Bengals. Number 10 is Brian Burns, newly of the New York Giants. That means off of this list completely after a 17-sack season at 33 years old is Khalil Mack. Khalil Mack didn't get enough votes to register as a top 10 pass rusher in the NFL after doing what he did last year.
He had 17 last year?
Yeah, he had 17 sacks.
Yeah.
The
you
rest
can see through a lot of those, though.
Honorable mentions, Rashawn Gary, Hassan Reddick, Jalen Phillips, Montez Sweat, Will Anderson Jr. So Houston has Will Anderson and then also has Danielle Hunter up there. And then also receiving votes, not even an honorable mention, is Joey Bosa, just nowhere near his brother.
He's dropped off. He's hurt a lot.
Yeah. Jonathan Greenard from Minnesota, Matthew Judon, Kayvon Thibodeau, Alex Highsmith, Bradley Chubb, Jadeveon Clowney, Trayvon Walker, and Josh Sweat. So no DeMarcus Lawrence even getting a single vote here, even though he's, if you want to just talk about playing the edge, he's probably still, to me, I think, a top 15, 20 edge rusher.
Yeah, well, I wonder if this is more of like a pass rushing specific type of list as opposed to just like general edge, because like him as a run defender, he's super legit. As a pass rusher, there's probably some to be desired there.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if it was just pass rushing, because that seemed to be some of the stuff they were dinging Micah for was the run game, and that's why they didn't have him up higher. So I don't know, it just seems a little inconsistent on that front. But this is, I think. Here's what I'll say about the Micah thing, because I can tell this has you troubled, Chop. Do you think TJ Watt is getting the most out of his ability? Because obviously you don't think he's as impressive as these other guys. So the fact that he racks up 22 sacks, 19, like he's setting these records, does that?
I don't. You know me. I don't care about sack totals.
Okay, but I'm just saying.
That's fake.
Okay,
but I care much. I care much more. Like he gets the most sacks out of his pass rush wins, no doubt, because he only wins like 20% of them. I think the stat's like 25%, right? It's 25%,
give or take.
He wins 25% of his. So one out of every 4 pass attempts, he beats his man one-on-one, whereas Micah beats his man one-on-one 35% of the time. Now, does Micah get the same amount of sacks as TJ? No. He doesn't. For a lot of that is that TJ's only double teamed on 14% and Micah's on 35%.
What did Micah go like 8 weeks last year without a holding call or whatever that stat was where people were?
Yeah.
So he's double teamed at a rate more than double of TJ Watt, and he's never the benefactor of a holding call. I don't know what else. Like
I would say this.
Cowboy fans are butthurt because he didn't get any sacks against San Fran and he didn't have a great game against Green Bay?
Yes,
okay.
Because he is the perfect symbol for what the team is. They can just dominate crap teams. Dak looks phenomenal. Mike is getting 3 sacks versus the Giants. Cool, man. When you go up against a playoff opponent, what do you do?
But, okay, it doesn't matter.
Aaron Donald is making Super Bowl winning plays like in the biggest moment. Hey, watch this. I'm that guy. No problem. Here we go. I'll win you a game. Von Miller, I'll be a Super Bowl MVP because I will be the best player when it matters. And Micah and the entire Cowboys team, when it matters, just doesn't. He's either got flaws in his game that good teams can expose or just take him out of a game. Or late in the season, there's some physical elements that he's just kind of fading off a little bit. But either way, that's where the entire team is right now, from Dak on down. No one cares that you got 3 sacks versus the Giants. No one cares, Dak, that you threw for 400 yards and 4 touchdowns against a crappy team in your division or another crap team that's not going to sniff the playoffs. But when you go up against a respectable playoff type opponent. You go to Buffalo and you get smacked. You don't even have a chance. You don't. You go to San Francisco.
All Micah's fault.
And I'm just saying Micah is supposed to be one of your best players, and he's disappearing when it matters. So I understand you're not number one in the sport.
You're calling him
with
a
that.
choker. You're calling him a choker. I can't get down with that.
The entire team is, though. It's a contagious thing.
The entire it's not. I don't think it's contagious.
It's contagious. It's absolutely contagious.
What's the big moment that T.J. Watt has elevated his team or his overrated brother?
I'm not arguing on behalf of T.J. Watt. I'm just arguing
Myles
on
Garrett. Give me the Myles Garrett seminal moment in his career that made him Von Miller.
I just don't think either one of those guys have narratives where every time you go up against a good team or a playoff type situation, you're just disappearing. And that's the entire MO
because
of the Cowboys.
They're never in a position like that. T.J. Watt's never in a big game.
Well, I mean, wasn't that the whole reason?
The Steelers they never win. They win 9 games a year. They make the playoffs every now and then too. They make the playoffs and they never win a playoff game. Not lately, at least. What's his big moment? Why can't he get his team over the hump? So Micah has to carry that torch. That he's the guy that disappears. He didn't disappear.
I think the issue for a lot of people around the league, like whoever would have ranked him 7th, I would guess there's a thought process there from that individual without knowing what they said, because it's a criticism you hear behind the scenes a little bit is Micah is incredibly talented. Micah could do more if there was the commitment to the craft the same way that there is with Myles Garrett or TJ Watt or Nick Bosa. Like it could be lapping the field. And I think that's where some frustration comes in, where it's like
probably an undersized element to Micah that gets
some of it. Yeah, for sure.
Because he's not the unit that Myles Garrett is.
No, because Myles Garrett's what, 6'6", 280. And Micah's
an alien.
6'3", 240 or whatever he is.
Micah is he's a tweener from a position standpoint.
He's an edge rusher in an off-ball linebacker body.
Right, which I do think that will contribute.
Agreed.
To him getting lost in certain moments.
I will say A17 points out something that I think is fair. Micah is supposed to be the next LT. There's a different standard for that, and Micah has not lived up to that. Okay, that's probably fair.
He's not supposed to be the next LT. There is no next LT.
There's a lot of people that called him that.
That's their fault. That's their fault for calling him that. He's not the next LT. Put it in perspective. There is no next LT. So if you just don't have that expectation for him, you're not going to get all upset about it.
It's a Thirsty Thursday here on Sean and RJ. We'll have to get back into a little bit more Cowboys. I got some over-unders for you, CD Lamb style, and a CD Lamb stat of the day. And we'll get Mark McLemore at the top of the hour, commercial free. It's time for Neighborhood Watch.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Waterburger is here for you. Where is the best place to live in DFW? We have all sorts of topics to get into here on the Neighborhood Watch on 105 through the Fan. You can weigh in on any of these topics on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053. And again, tomorrow, as part of our Neighborhood Watch, our community outreach will be in Glen Heights at 1938 Southampton Road in Glen Heights for the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour with Eric Chiafalo taking part. Okay, so our Facebook community group post of the week comes from Wide Awake Wiley. Which is a Facebook group I joined when we were going to the Wiley Firehouse, our last one in 2023. Just to kind of, get a sense of the community, everything else. So as you know on Facebook, you can post anonymously in these Facebook groups.
Yeah, I hate that.
A lot of times,
gotta eliminate that.
I didn't know you could do that.
Oh,
it's terrible.
Choppy's,
I hate it.
Choppy's little Karen community does it all the time.
God. I'm on my Facebook page all the time, and I absolutely my blood boils.
You can't sniff it out. You don't have you side eyeing a couple of neighbors. Like
I get
think
more
it's
upset.
You.
I get more upset by if you post anonymously on my Facebook group. That's what I call my Facebook.
Yeah,
than I do when my team loses a sporting event.
Oh,
way
wow.
more.
Okay, so this really
they
gets
lose
under
on
your skin.
It's like whatever.
Yeah. Posting.
I'll get over it.
Well, you're used to it as a volunteer anyway.
Yeah, I get over.
Built up that
I get over losses real quick. I don't care. But this bothers me.
Anonymous Facebook posting to Chop is like putting Micah 7th on the pass rush list.
Hey, listen,
and it's the same person doing that.
And I will fight alongside Chop there against whoever's putting Micah at 7. That's egregious. It's disrespectful.
So most of the anonymous posts I see in these community groups are about, I need a divorce attorney recommendation. I need this, where they don't want to necessarily expose something about a sensitive issue with their family, but they would like recommendations within the community on something. Fine, fair enough. not I'm not what Choppy's talking about, where somebody's just basically tattling on the community and trying to do it anonymously.
Anonymous finger pointing, that's ridiculous.
So somebody in this Wide Awake Wiley group posted, so apparently Inspiration, which is a housing development, I guess, over there in Wiley that's rather popular. It's resort style. It's very beautiful. It says apparently Inspiration has a reputation for swingers.
Oh!
It says new to that neighborhood, so need to know what is the backstory behind that and where are they now?
Where are they now?
Is that somebody going, I'd like to know where these pitfalls are so I can avoid them.
Asking for a friend here. It's like X's and O's in Southlake before it shut down. That was the swingers joint.
Yeah.
So this is, and there's a lot of people in these comments. This post blew up. A lot of people in these comments are saying, this is a myth, or here comes the old where are the swingers bit. Yeah, we've all seen this one before. One person said it's all those people coming from California. That's why this is happening now. But some of us just like pineapples, don't want to swing. My pineapple pool bag is not an invitation. So some different people like that. Now, there is a comment on here that says, I've lived here for 5 years and have yet to meet a swinger. With that said, I've heard enough gossip and rumors of who swing, and I can tell you it's all of like 5 people. I don't know if that means 5 people or 5 couples, because 5 people is an odd number, unless you're talking about being in a throuple.
I was about to say, there's probably a throuple situation.
One of those. Now, they pointed out another community within Wiley where they're like, that's where all the swingers are. But there were a lot of comments on here where somebody says the swinging couples in town are very open about it. They drive around with upside down pineapple stickers all over their cars. They go out together wearing pineapple shirts. They give 0 flips when anyone thinks. I've seen them several times. So I bring this up to say, did any of you know like Wiley was the swinging capital of North Texas? I had no clue. Like when we went through Wiley, I didn't have any clue that this was something popping off in the community.
I thought it was just Southlake.
Is that?
I have no idea. I just assume like everybody.
I was gonna say, if you were to say, Chop, if you were like, hey, let's start swinging. Let's make our next place where we move based on swinging. Where's the first city you're looking at?
Oh, I think I would go to Southlake. Yeah.
Well, you're missing out because
I would go to Town Square.
Yeah.
I would go right back to where X's and O's was, and I would just set up shop there.
The X's and the O's, they haunt me.
Right. Is the swinging more of a like a wealthy couple's ploy?
I think
like how many just run of the mill.
They got a
middle class families.
They're trying to clock overtime. They got work to do. They got kids to drop off at soccer practice.
Yeah, like I got way too much crap going on to even consider that.
Yeah, this is like Bradford, please watch Kensington for a moment. We're going out to the pool, and then they're meeting.
We're so wealthy, we get everything we want all the time, and now we have gotten to a place where even our own relationship intimacy isn't quite enough for us. We just got to keep searching for more things. This is the next thing to do. Feels like a wealthy couple's situation.
I think so.
Too.
I think that's generally the approach. Now, one of the questions we asked on the Facebook page this week was a question about where to land in DFW. Like if you're looking for a specific community, because this came up while I was talking with somebody recently about which parts of DFW, like where you're deciding to move and what goes into that decision. And there's 2 very different perspectives on when you're trying to figure out where to move. And it's usually split along the ideological line or the biographical line of people with children, families, and then if you're single or you're married and have no children. So the question was asked on the Facebook, and you guys can weigh in on the Franklin Injury Attorneys text line, and I'll ask you guys to weigh in here. 1, where is the best place to live in DFW if you've got children, you're raising a family? 2, where's the best place to live in DFW if you're looking to either live the single life or the married with no kids life?
Let's see. Well, I mean, I think like Grapevine from a family standpoint.
I like where we're at in Flower Mound.
Yeah, Grapevine is like, because it's so centrally located throughout the entire area.
Yeah, Grapevine's just a great location in
You're
general.
20 minutes without traffic. You're 20 minutes from like every city.
Yeah.
Like, Frisco, you're like maybe 30 from Frisco. You're 20 from Fort Worth, 20 from Dallas.
Over on the Facebook page, Chad Montgomery says, with kids, Justin is the best place to go. Pecan Square, Harvest. Without kids, downtown Dallas or Fort Worth. Let's see here. Who are some of the David Moore? Not that David Moore says. If it was that David Moore, I would have given his answer first. He says Frisco, Prosper, or Salina is best for people with kids. No kids, I'd say downtown in a high rise or uptown. Robert Fleury says 4 kids, Frisco, McKinney, or North. No kids, South Boulevard, Park Row, South Dallas, and Cedar Crest. See, I think Flower Mound where we're at is perfect. You've got family with it.
Yeah, Flower Mound's great.
Yeah, Flower Mound's great.
Like if you want to look at it from a perspective of like community stuff to do, just the like community involvement, the schools, everything that's out there. Flower Mound to me is perfect, but that general area I think is really good. If I was single, trying to think where I would definitely live closer to here.
I think like Las Colinas.
I would do Fort Worth or Las Colinas. Yeah, I don't know that I would live down.
We lived in Las Colinas when we had kids, and it was not. We lived over by Hackberry Creek. And it was it was an apartment still, chap. Come on. But I mean, that was perfect for us just because that is the best place to live in DFW if you want to talk about access to highways. I mean, if you're right there near Hackberry Creek, you can go to 161, 114, 635. Like you can get to any highway in 2 minutes.
I would totally, because I despise any form of traffic. Yeah. Like I avoid going anywhere where there's going to be traffic. So I would be like Argyle, Northlake, up 35W towards Denton.
The Argyle area is super, super nice.
Lot of people saying on the fan text, if you're single or no kids, Addison
used to be.
Addison's really tough to find. I feel like anywhere where you can actually live though. There's just like so much like businesses and bars and things like that in Addison. There's not a lot of like housing in Addison.
Apartments.
If you're single, you're not going to find. I don't think you'll find a better spot than Fort Worth.
By the way, 214 going back to the Wiley question says you guys are very wrong. Tons of everyday middle class couples swing. Yeah. There's so much more than just lay around and do things. They have all kinds of events, and it's not what you think it is, Eric.
I've never. I mean, I don't know how much people like that want to conceal it. I've never, like, I couldn't tell you one person that I've ever met or known that did this.
This is one for the 940 swingers at the Trophy Club Tom Thumb, which I go to a lot. Put cantaloupes in the front upper basket.
Hold on. This needs to be the next bet payoff.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, next bet payoff.
That's their sign?
Next bet payoff. You have to go to the Tom Thumb in Trophy Club.
Just push around a
Find
cart.
somebody with a cantaloupe and just stop them and be like, hey, you down?
Cantaloupe party here.
Oh my gosh!
So you go to the grocery store and you're just eyeballing for somebody to have cantaloupes in the front, and that's how they're like.
What I want to know is how do you communicate this? Like, who starts this trend where everybody then knows what it is? Because it's not just one person going like, they'll know what this means, and so like somebody came up with this or communicated, hey, this is how we're going to identify ourselves, is with the cantaloupe.
Yeah, I'm sure they have their little sections where they have like a bunch of communication with each other, and there's probably a local swingers group chat or whatever, so they can all stay in the loop on this.
Yeah, you would think so. One more note here before we wrap up and go to Mark McLemore here at 8 o'clock. Waterburger became the star of the recent hurricane. The Waterburger app became an unlikely power outage map after the Houston hurricane. So this guy on Twitter, Barbecue Brian, said the Waterburger app works as a power outage tracker. It's handy since the electric company doesn't show a map. There's still nearly 1.9 million power outages. So if you pull up the Waterburger app and look for a store, if their power's out, they show up as closed, not operating, whatever else. And so their little Waterburger logo gets grayed out. And so it was an ability, you were able to see where is power back on. So you see on the little map there, if the Waterburger was illuminated, you knew they had power over there. If it was grayed out, that area still didn't have power.
Wow.
And so
pretty awesome.
Pretty solid little hack there. And Waterburger loved it.
Now,
and
if
they were all over it.
So if the power went out, are they just giving sandwiches away?
Don't they make them fresh? It sure tastes like it. I love Waterburger.
I mean, that's true. Maybe fries. Maybe they're giving the fries away.
They probably close up shop.
I mean, I would hope they would give them away.
Give it away.
I would hope as well, and I would go to that. Like I would have that would have been worth testing, just going all the ones with the outages and just being like, hey, like that's one of my favorite parts of going to a donut shop, like right before they close. What do you got here that's free?
Right,
like any place that's about to close.
I've always wondered like what places do like right as breakfast and lunch are switching.
Oh, no, this is a life hack. Chick-fil-A, we'll wrap with this. We talked about this the other day. It's an ethical life hack. If you go to Chick-fil-A at 10:30, a lot of these locations, when they're switching over to the lunch menu, and you order lunch at 10:30, they'll give you lunch, and then they throw in like, hey, we threw 3 chicken biscuits in there because breakfast is over and we're not selling it anymore.
That's good Samaritan.
So go do that at 10:30. Try it out because it's about half the time. If you go at 10:30, they'll give you whatever breakfast stuff is left on the counter.
Boom, there it is. Neighborhood Watch on a Thirsty Thursday here with Bobby Belt, Sean and RJ in the morning here. Sean Sharif back next week. I'm Eric Chiafalo with the G-Bag Nation. We got Choppy, we got Bobby, Chris Strong in for Peyton. Mark McLemore talking Rangers next right here on The Fan.
Let's get you some weight loss in your life. You've been needing it. You've been needing to lose a few lbs, and we can help you out at Soda Weight Loss. SOTA weightloss.com, sodaweightloss.com. Hit that request a nutritionist callback button, and someone will be on the phone with you real quick telling you all about their products, their process, their system, their plan, their structure. That's the key to losing weight. I am down 30 pounds, and I have kept the weight off thanks to Soda Weight Loss and their plan and their structure and their nutritionist line. Yep, that's right. You text them. So, for example, last night, had to go to dinner, right? Had dropped the kid off at a little event. Went to get something to eat. Hey, texted them, what can I eat at this restaurant? Texted me back immediately.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ at 105 through The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt.
Touchdown.
Eric Chiafalo in here as Sean is out for paternity leave. Chris Strong in for Peyton, who's on his Italian getaway. And look who shows up at 8 o'clock, a couple hours before the show starts. It's the great Carter Freeman running the fan cam on the Twitch, YouTube, fan cam, all the things. It is 105 through The Fan. I am RJ Choppy. Nice little guest right now.
Look at this, man. A Mac attack on a Thirsty Thursday?
Peyton texts us all the way from Italy saying, hey, we got Mark McLemore tomorrow, 8 a.m. I'm like, yeah, let's do it, man. Absolutely. Good morning, Mac. How we doing?
Hey, good morning, fellas. I am great. How about yourselves?
Doing well. It was a good little turnaround here for the Rangers. Going into last night's game, they had won the 5 in a row. If you had the one takeaway from the first half of the season, what would it be?
Inconsistency. That's the issue with them right now, or especially early in the season. It looks like they're turning things around, though. But just the inconsistency. They win 4, lose 4. Lose a series, win a series. So just the inconsistency all around. The one good constant that's been there all season from day one is the defense. The pitching has shown up at times, and sometimes it hasn't. The offense has shown up at times, and sometimes it hasn't as well. But over the last couple of weeks, that offense has been getting close to clicking. They're not exactly where they want to be yet, but they're showing some really good signs.
When you're in the middle of a season like that, where you're, like you said, being inconsistent, winning a few, losing a few the whole way through the first half, can you feel when it's about to pop and when it's about to turn around and when you're about to go on a bit of a run?
Absolutely. You can absolutely feel it. That feeling gets so thick in that clubhouse and around the team wherever you are, and that really just consists of the guys feeling confident. You can see it because you spend so much time with your teammates. You know when they're about to be on or be right and get locked in. So yes, I know they definitely feel it.
Mark, when it comes to, you mentioned the offense starting to get a little bit better, and I know that the team has been hitting the fastball so much better. When you see that happening, what type of changes get made there where everybody's starting to do it better when it comes to the fastball? Is that more mental changes across the lineup? Is there physical changes? How do you explain that?
It's different for everybody. It could be physical for some guys. It could be mental for other guys. It could be something as easy as, hey, I'm standing up too tall, or my hands have switched their normal place, or the mental part of it, like, okay, I need to be more aggressive and look for something to hit early in the count. So there are a couple of guys that have definitely taken that approach, and it's worked out for them. So when you're seeing these guys go after it every single day, you notice those things, what each player is doing differently than when they weren't going well, as opposed to when they are going well.
Talking with Mark McLemore here on 105 through The Fan. Mark, again on this offense question, when you see an entire lineup struggling over an extended period of time like that, is that just a unfortunate circumstance, a coincidence essentially of guys in slumps, falling into place at the same time? Or is there such an idea as an entire lineup, or an explanation why an entire lineup could potentially be slumping as a unit?
It could be both. It's strange to see this group of hitters be on a slump for the first 2 months. Pretty much everybody. You may have had 1 or 2 guys that have been pretty consistent, but to see everybody get off to a slow start was very surprising for me, and I'm sure it was surprising to the guys themselves. But it could be just one little change that can get everybody going at the same time. I mean, if you look back at last year, I had never seen anything like it, where everybody was on 1 through 13, not just the starting guys, but 1 through 13. Bochy would put somebody in to pinch hit. They'd come up with a big knock or even a home run to help this ball club win. So that was just a tremendous ride last year. And I know this is a different team, but you can see the difference. And there's always going to be a difference. It doesn't matter if you have the exact same personnel. It's going to be different from year to year how they get the job done. So this year it's just, especially early on, the first couple of months, I don't know what it was. They just weren't on time with the fastball, and now over the last couple of weeks, they've picked it up. So when they get that fastball, they're not missing it.
Mark, one of the guys who's really turned it around recently has been Wyatt Langford. He's been fantastic, really, since he returned from the injury. What have you seen just in general with his approach since he returned from the injury? What's different with him, and what has impressed you about him as a guy at the plate and his approach?
The biggest thing that stands out for me is his mental approach. I think the first couple of months, the reason for him getting off to a slow start, which happens to a lot of young players, doesn't matter how good they are, they have a sense of, do I belong here? Is this too big for me? And so at times he would look overmatched. But once he came back from the IL, I think that gave him time to clear his head and really see, okay, hey, I've been playing here a couple of months. These guys aren't that much better than me. And, the only thing they have that he doesn't have is the experience. So after that IL stint, he came back being very aggressive at the plate. Whatever it was that he got that he liked, it didn't matter if it was the first pitch, and there's nothing wrong with that. I know Bochy encourages that. He's been swinging at it and not missing. That's the key. You can have players swinging at pitches, but not making the contact that they normally make. Well, Wyatt Langford has found something. You can see the confidence that this young man has every time he goes out on the field, and even defensively, which he hasn't really been known for his defensive work. His play in left field has been really, really good. So the offense is picked up and the defense is there now. So he has a sense of, I belong here. I know I can get this job done up here in the big leagues.
Mark McLemore joining us here on 105 through the Fan. So, you mentioned that, being more aggressive, especially earlier in the counts. Like back when you were playing, it was, work the count, get to the bullpen. You had these guys, these long, prolonged at bats. But now that the sport has gone to where fastballs are there's less than 50% of the pitches are now fastballs. Is it even more imperative to be more aggressive earlier in the counts? Plus, the way the bullpens are so good, but it's even more important to be aggressive earlier in the counts to make sure that you're getting yourself into fastball situations.
Well, personally, if I were hitting today, I would still take pitches because they're going to throw balls no matter what. Mm-hmm. That's one thing that hasn't changed. They're going to throw balls. Now, if they're throwing me a fastball the first pitch, I'm going to be swinging at it because that was all I could hit anyway. So just being able to hit the fastball, no, I didn't want to mess around with anything else. Look for the fastball, hit it with 2 strikes, try and get it in play somehow. But I would still hunt fastball. And there are certain pitchers that, even though I knew that's if I was only going to get one, I would still take it the first pitch. But I want to see what he has. I want him to throw that. I want him to throw as many pitches as he possibly can. So not only I can see his pitches, my teammates as well. It's going to help them too. So if I were still playing today, I would still do that same thing.
It's Mark McLemore with us here, Sean and RJ on the D&M Leasing Hotline. How impressed have you been with Josh Smith, just the level of difficulty of what he's been asked to do? And the other night, he goes bunt attempt, nobody's on base, and then home run in one plate appearance. When's the last time you saw something like that?
Here's what a lot of people don't realize, that if you want a fastball from a pitcher, you fake a bunt. Because pitchers tend to think that bunting a fastball is harder than bunting a breaking pitch. So if you're seeing breaking pitches, and I know this was his first at bat, the first inning, if you're seeing breaking pitches, that's the easiest pitch to bunt because it's breaking down to the ground. But they're wrong. That's why they're pitchers. Yes. And I will definitely tell that to Mike Bassick. And as a matter of fact, I already know I have. But it's not, because it's not the easiest pitch to hit. The easiest pitch to hit is a fastball.
Yeah.
So the easiest pitch to hit, or the easiest pitch to bunt, is a fastball. So when I saw him walk out the first couple of times, he wanted to get the bunt down. There's no question. But he knew a fastball was coming. I actually think he ended up getting a changeup that was up in the zone and just absolutely crushed it. Yeah. So they're smart players will do that. And then he was trying to take advantage of the third baseman being way off the line and deep. But he took advantage of the pitcher leaving something up in his eyes that he could absolutely crush, and that's what he did.
Man, you would think Bassick would know that the bunting of fastballs easier. Pitchers, that's what they did back then. They just bunted.
But I mean, Mike's fastball is basically an off-speed pitch.
Stop it.
But his fastball was a changeup, I think, and he'll tell you that.
Barry Bonds will tell you that too.
Whoa, Mac. Where we talk about the breakthrough of Corey Seager, the breakthrough of Wyatt Langford. Who is the guy right now that you're looking at and you're saying, man, he's close, he's right there, it's about to turn around for him?
Adolis. That's the guy. That's the one. He's right there. He's getting there. He's getting hits, hard hits though. And then the other night, the 5-4 win, the home run he hit. The 2 at bats before that, he had a bullet to shortstop. Hit a rocket to right center field to the right fielder, for outs. But he's right there. He's almost there. And when he gets there, this is a guy that can absolutely carry this team. There are a few guys that can carry a team. You can have, some good hitters, but carrying a team means you're coming up big almost every day to help that team win. We've seen Adolis Garcia do that time and time again. Corey Seager's another one who can carry the team. So I think if he, as soon as he gets to where he wants to be, this offense will really, really take off. And Marcus Semien, he's going to get there. It's going to happen for him. There's no question. He's played long enough. He knows himself. He knows the adjustments he has to make. Sometimes it just takes a little bit longer than what you want it to. But he's another one that's almost there. So when those two guys get it going, they will absolutely make a quick move.
Mac, do you think they know what they want to do at the trade deadline in terms of buying or selling, or you think that's still up in the air?
I think CY has a really good idea what he wants to do. I think CY is one of the best general managers in the game, and he is constantly looking for a way to improve this ball club. I'm sure he hasn't waited until just now to start looking or to start thinking what they're going to do. I'm sure he has the players identified that he wants to go and get. And I'm pretty sure he has the players out there that he would, make trades for that he wants in return, if it falls to that, which I don't think it will. But I think he's looking more along the lines of, okay, here's where we need to add. Here are a couple of guys that I think would fit. And when the time comes, I'm going to make that deal happen. And if you look at last year, he didn't wait till the deadline to get Chapman. Mm-hmm. He got Chapman long before the deadline because he knows it's not, okay, hey, I can wait to the deadline to make this move, and we can be better from that point on. If there was something that was someone that fit what he needed right now, he would make that move right now.
Okay, Mark, I would like to play a little guessing game with you here. I have 3 seconds of analysis. This is coming from Jared Sandler. Jared Sandler is providing us 3 seconds of analysis for a current Rangers player. Can you guess the Rangers player that Jared Sandler is describing here? I'm going to play you the clip, okay?
What he's got working there between the knee and the waist is pretty impressive.
The knee and the waist? Fellas, I need a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
There are a lot of players that have work in between the knee and the waist. I have no idea on that one.
Not even a single guess. Not even a single guess, Mark.
That's fantastic.
Whatsoever.
Who was it, Eric?
Do you want us to give you the answer, Mark? I thought the competitor in you would just be, just scratching and clawing to try and get this yourself here. But I'll give you the name if you want it.
Absolutely not. Please, absolutely give me the name.
This is our guy, Wyatt Langford.
Great quads.
Fresh
on that
legs.
Guy.
Yeah,
he does.
The young bug.
Impressive.
Well, I'll tell you what. That it could have been Lorenzen.
Yeah, he's put together, man. He's put together.
He leg presses 425, so his legs may not be as big as Langford's, but you better believe they're just as strong. So it could have been that one.
Could have been. Yeah, we've been doing this with the Rangers players during the player show each week, and a lot of guesses have come back for Kisner. Kisner's
oh yeah?
Yeah, he's a bowl of oatmeal himself. Absolutely, wow. He is. Playing the catcher position, you would understand that, but yeah, he's Wyatt Langford is that guy right now, though. So thank you, Jared Sandler. And thank you, Mark McLemore. Appreciate the time, my friend.
All fellas, anytime.
There he goes, Mark McLemore with us here on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
I was just going through like his his career stats before the segment, and he had his 2 best offensive years, McLemore did, when he went to a hitter's park, the worst park for him. I'm sorry, a pitcher's park, when he went to Seattle, Safeco, which was a pitcher's park back then. At the ballpark in Baltimore, wherever it was before then, Seattle was his 2 best seasons.
Wow.
I mean, he had a good year in '96 with the Rangers.
Good
but
year, yeah. But like his OPS, his OPS plus was by far the best in Seattle in those 2 years, in 2 of the 3 years he was there.
At 36 and 37 years old, too.
It's crazy.
Gosh, what a monster. Yep. Mark McLemore on a Thirsty Thursday here. Great to have you in. Sean and RJ. Sean will be back next week. Firehouse Tour, Glen Heights tomorrow. Looking forward to that. Coming up next, size matters in the SEC. And MLB dugout shenanigans bring us our question of the day. Do you powder your onions? Next on The Fan.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, to go to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Chris. Sean and RJ here on a Thirsty Thursday. Great to have you in. Firehouse tour tomorrow, Glen Heights. Looking forward to seeing you there.
That's a
big shout out to Chill Boys and Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish and Seafood. All sorts of fun giveaways tomorrow. It's going to be a great time. Looking forward to being at the Firehouse tour for the first time in my career.
Have you figured out how you're going to snatch one of these little stainless steel koozies we're going to have, these old chillers?
Yeah, I think I've just relegated to the idea that, you know what, if I do grab one, I'll end up giving it back to a Tolo that shows up and just swung and missed on it. You know, 'cause there's only like 30 of those.
Pastry chef Eric was very, very irritable with me the other day when I told him, I was like, I think you're going to have to be there at like 5:30 to get one, maybe 6. And he was just like, because, you know, he's all the way out like near Peyton's neck of the woods. He's like, I got to drive all the way out there, be there by 5:30. It's like, that's a beat down. So, but he's like, but I'll be there. So he's going to show up for it.
It's the price you got to pay for a great giveaway.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, look, if you want it.
Small price. Very small price.
Yeah. You got to show us how bad you want it.
5:30 in Glen Heights, baby. We'll see you there. Looking forward to it very much so. Now, did you guys see you have a couple of different things going on here? Now, a guy was caught in a dugout, MLB dugout, doing a little something that we will address here. But Georgia's 2024 offensive line class.
Is it big?
Dude. The average size of the Georgia Bulldog offensive line.
Ecuadorian?
Yeah.
That's really good. That's really good. You
got a Tolo to get that joke.
That's right. That's pretty good.
6'6.5", 345 pounds is the average size, bro.
Dude, if you watch Super Bowl 30, that Cowboys-Steelers Super Bowl, early in the first quarter or mid-first quarter, they're talking about how big the Cowboys' offensive line is. And they throw up this stat of just the average weight of the Cowboys' offensive line compared to the league average and the lightest offensive line in the league. Cowboys at that time were like average weight at like 320, which sounds pretty normal.
And what year was this?
1996. Okay. And it was the heaviest offensive line in the league at 320 average weight. The lightest offensive line in the league, I think, was Jacksonville. Their average weight in just 1996 was 280. And the average weight in the NFL, I think they said, was 291 or something for NFL offensive lines. Now you've got college freshmen, incoming freshman class, recruit class, that it's 6'6", 340.
One of these
I don't
guys,
know how a 6'6", 340. I don't know how you're getting around.
I know.
Dude, and some of it, they're not just getting around. They're not just getting around. A lot of these guys, Amarius Mims, who's coming out of Georgia this year, Tyler Guyton, who's a big guy who the Cowboys just drafted, they move really well. It's not just they move around. They're athletic and agile, and it's.
I think the key is you always got to look. Like, you could just tell by the ankles. Big guy, smaller ankles, we're good here. It actually goes even with the ladies as well. Like, you're a bigger body, but then you get down to the ankles. You know, you can start projecting out. Just look at her ankles, and we'll tell you what she's going to look like in 15 years. That's just a fact of the matter. If you want to know how big if a big guy can move, just look at his ankles, man. You look at his ankles. I got a big guy, thin ankles. This is a guy that's probably got some athleticism. If he's got cankle type ankles, this is a guy who's probably heavy footed.
So what you're telling me is you look for the same traits in elite offensive linemen that you look that you look for in women that you would like to get with.
When you're projecting out, not get with. This is the settle down type. I want to know what we're looking at in 15 years.
Don't they say look at the mom, too, with the women?
Yeah, look at the mom, for sure. But specifically, look at the mom's ankles. Hey, somebody have my back on the text here. Somebody have my back on the ankle comment. That is real. Frankel Injury Attorneys, 877-881-1053. One of these Georgia linemen, by the way, 6'11", former pro basketball player, 330 pounds.
That's a thin 6'11", then. For an offensive lineman, I would think.
Yes, and you can tell by his ankles. This is a guy that can move. This is a guy that can get after it. Just absolute man.
Did Broadus tell you this one?
No, but I bet Scout's Eye. I bet Broadus will be here to support me in no time.
I want you to bring this up. This needs to be a training camp question.
It does.
When we get to training camp, anybody who's interviewing an offensive lineman, we need to give them Cheech's theory and see what they think about it. And Eric, if you guys are interviewing an offensive lineman, I think you should ask, can you put your foot up on the table? I just want to measure your ankle with my hand. I just want to grab your ankle.
Let me get your let me see your ankles. And it's just an eye test thing. Like, I don't have an exact measurement of like what the threshold is. It's just let me see what your ankles look like compared to the rest of your body, and I'll see what type of agility.
Fantext is loving you here. They're in agreement.
It's already. I already got a little notes thing.
Mm-hmm.
Me too.
It's already there.
Yeah.
How thick are your ankles?
Yeah.
One of my questions.
I think this is as scientific as it gets here, and I know that there's proof in the pudding. And yeah, I mean, look, 817. I'm a cankle haver, and I'm a non-athlete. Let's just be honest.
Now I do know this is true because like the this is big. The Big Ten used to do the same. The Big Ten players back in the Notre Dame, when Notre Dame was kind of down, maybe in the 20 years ago, they were a little slow. They were slow of foot. And being Broadus used to joke that they always said they were a team with thick ankles. Everybody in the Big Ten, they had that 4-inch grass.
Yep.
And they had thick ankles to boot. They couldn't get around the field.
Just lumbering
just lumbering with the thick ankles.
Some of these texts are so good right now, and I don't think I can read them. Y'all are just doing a really good job on the Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. 435, I see you there. But look, I mean, 817 says there's some pro scout that said what Chief is saying. Big butts, thin ankles.
Big butt, high butt, good big butt. Buck Showalter talked about this.
Power.
He wanted a good high butt. That's what he said.
He wanted to see a Pixar mom butt. He wanted thick.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that's well documented. The ankles, I guess, is a little bit more obscure, but it's certainly
forward thinking.
you go butt and then you go ankle, and that'll tell you a lot. A lot of people are saying the wrist as well. A big wrist will just let you know just the size of where this can go. This thing can get away from you real quick.
If the new oversized Apple Watch looks normal on her wrist, it's too big.
Yeah, maybe it's not necessarily too big today, but again, if you're trying to create a life with this person, you're going to wake up in 10 years and you're going to start maybe having a little bit of regret. Now, we do have some baseball dugout shenanigans that we need to get to, and I think this is apropos for a little restroom revelations.
Who does number 2 work for? That's right, buddy. You show that turd who's boss. Hey, just grab a hold of something, bite your lip, and give it hell. Come on. We're going to get through this.
Yes, we are. Do you powder your onions? It's really the question of the day, thanks to a Minnesota Twins dugout cam after a Carlos Correa homer. The Bally cameras show him celebrating high-fiving with his teammates in the dugout, and then you see his teammate Joe Ryan doing a bit of a little personal powdering downstairs.
That's a weird way. Dugout. It was a weird way to powder too. There's no way he was able to powder anything below or underneath the way he did it.
It was like a top powder. Yeah, it was like a little
top coat.
But if he's got some sort of let's say
he's just pulling out his waistline and then just spraying powder down there.
So if he's got a
aimless
spandex,
if he's got something, a jock strap or something, and he's just pouring in there to have it collect, and then he's going to adjust it afterwards.
He can adjust it afterwards, absolutely.
Yeah. Look, I think the as a standard rule, no. Now, if I've been out, walking around in the heat for 12 hours and things get a little irritated down there, then yeah, I may have to the next morning, just kind of let's throw some talcum powder or something down there.
So I was thinking Choppy is like a guy who's prepared. Like when you get in Choppy's scouting bag, you will definitely find baby wipes for the moment.
I don't leave.
We call him the chemist. Chop has all sorts of concoctions.
I don't leave the house without baby wipes.
No,
period.
What about baby powder?
I put it on before.
So you're like a start your day with the powder guy?
I don't have any currently. I need to get more. But generally, yes, because I got some problems down there. I got
because you
got problems.
You're the one who we need to ask about this. I don't think you've weighed in on this yet. We have a big disagreement. Relations. Okay, let's say you have relations the night before. Choppy is okay having evening relations, going to bed with no rinse, getting up the next morning with no rinse, going to the gym and working out and sitting in the sauna, and then showering off the downstairs area. You guys are disgusting. This is an Italian thing.
No, it's not Italian.
This is an Italian thing. Like
we're not grossed out by our ladies.
This is an Italian thing, like the little white cut-off T-shirts and Bensonhurst baseball bats.
Listen,
That's what you guys
This
are.
isn't for everybody, but this is one of those things. This is like a compliments to the chef situation.
Yeah.
Like, hey, there ain't nothing to be concerned about here.
That's why he needs powder. Because he lets that just sit for 24 hours on there with no...
Look, I've got a whole slew of problems when it comes to fungus all over my body. I'm just very prone to eczema, prone to fungi.
Bassick heard Choppy talk about this. Bassick told him you could make sourdough bread in your bag.
I absolutely could make sourdough. It's a starter kit down there.
Absolutely,
it's an absolute
disgusting.
starter kit. So I have Tinactin all over the place.
Boom.
I've got Tinactin everywhere.
You're putting athlete's foot on your junk.
Yeah, I've got athlete's foot down there. I don't know what happened. I don't know how it started.
You got athlete's piece.
Doesn't matter what I do. I'm using every kind of feminine product soap you can get your hands on. Doesn't work. Doesn't matter. The moment I leave the gym, I know what's happening. If you were to put your face on my car seat, I guarantee you would have.
You're calling in sick to work the next day. That's for sure.
Gosh,
it's by the way.
That's the next bet payoff, Bobby. You're gonna go down there and smell my car seat after I leave the gym.
Oh yeah, no.
You're disgusting.
I'll choose death over that.
I would swim in that little
the poo water.
France
of
water.
Paris.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
The green bottle of Gold Bond is the one you want. That's the medicated kind. After a shower, you green Gold Bond powder it up, and you will actually have about 60 seconds worth of like, this is almost, it's bordering on icy hot.
Menthol
but
in
it's
there?
like, yes, yes, exactly. Post-shower, medicated, green bottle of Gold Bond. That would just be my bathroom pro tip of the day. Coming up next, Bobby Belt. We're going below the belt.
Yeah, Tyreek Hill has angered RJ Choppy with his latest quarterback rankings. That's next in Below the Belt on the Fan.
Let's get you over to K Post Roof.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt. We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Dak Prescott is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. And if you disagree, you can argue with your mama. Or argue with my mama, which means you can't argue it. So, Tyreek Hill and Cam Newton.
Argue with her from the grave. I've become very spiritual.
Yeah.
And I talk with your mom all the time.
Yeah, you're going to have to get with Miss Cleo on that one if you want to talk to my mom. All right, so Tyreek Hill and Cam Newton have made waves this week for some of the things they've had to say about the quarterback position, and specifically some of what they've had to say about Dak Prescott. So Cam Newton, we'll lead off with Cam.
All right.
Cam Newton has been a Dak critic at times in the past. Has not been a big fan of his. But on his podcast,
because Dak's already had a better career.
On his podcast, yeah, probably. On his podcast the other day, Cam was looking at the highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL. And they were setting things up asking, what do you pay Dak? The same sort of question everybody's been talking about this offseason. And they led off this discussion before showing him the list of the highest paid quarterbacks, just so you have the context when you hear this. They led off this by showing him, they did the big reveal of here's Dak's stats over the last 50 games, here's Patrick Mahomes. And they didn't show him Mahomes, and then when he lit it up, he was like, oh, wow, he's right there with Patrick Mahomes statistically. So this is Cam Newton talking about where Dak should fall in line among the league's highest paid quarterbacks.
If you got the same stat line as Patrick Mahomes, something is clicking in big games.
Working somewhere.
Because I'm looking at this list too. The top 10 goes as follows. Okay.
Damn. It's only one of them that have a Super Bowl.
It's only one guy that has a Super Bowl, and there's a lot of guys on here that doesn't have a lot of playoff success.
Yeah.
So if you're going to sit up here and judge Dak Prescott on playoff success, and I'm looking at a list of guys that don't even have no playoff experience or not even a playoff win, come on. I would prefer Dak Prescott over Kirk Cousins. I prefer Dak over Kyler Murray. I prefer Dak over Jalen Hurts. Justin Herbert, Dak. Trevor Lawrence, I'm taking Dak.
Dak, yeah.
So it ain't that what I think Dak to be. It's what the market dictates Dak to be. And Dak is better than half of the guys on this list.
Do you have any objections to the guys that he just listed off as Dak being better? Because I think most people, maybe not you, Chop, I think most people would say you cannot say Dak is better than Justin Herbert.
Yeah, and
I would not. I think Herbert's he's not overrated in the sense that his talent, like his overall measurables, they're not overrated. Like he's got all that talent in the world, but you cannot say that he has had a better career to this point than Dak. And
no, but he's had half the career.
Okay, but even still, even his half of a career has not been as good as Dak's half of Dak's career.
He's also, hey, here's Brandon Staley and just an awful Charger situation where you're always down 4 with no timeouts and you got to go the length of the field to win the game. Like, I understand Justin Herbert he surrendered a huge lead in the playoff game versus Trevor Lawrence a couple of years ago. So, I understand he hasn't met the winning expectations for sure. I just am still giving him the benefit of the doubt because of what's been around him and the type of coaching. Now, pressure's on. You have a legit coach, and they're putting an offensive line around you. They're going to build this thing appropriately. And so projecting out here, I would still be a buyer on the Justin Herbert stock that I think is about to really get going here. I think a lot of the L's that the Chargers have taken over his career there have less to do about him and a lot more to do with what's around him here. Dak, different story. You've had 8 years to try and figure this thing out, dude. And you still can't get your postseason self together, or any regular season game that feels like a postseason game.
Well, at least he gets
not
the
yourself
playoffs,
either.
unlike Justin Herbert, who never gets there.
Okay, I understand that, but I'm just projecting out. I don't think Herbert's going to be going the rest of his career not making the playoffs.
I don't think he is either. I'm just saying, I don't think you could put Justin Herbert ahead of Dak today.
Well, I get we can agree to disagree there, but in terms of paying a guy,
how soft? We're not agreeing to disagree on anything.
I think
stand in and make your argument, Eric.
Let's have a fight.
If you put Justin Herbert on the Cowboys this year, or just Justin Herbert's been the Cowboys quarterback over the last couple of years, I think that you would be talking about a Justin Herbert that has much more.
Would they have gotten to a conference title if Justin Herbert had been in Dallas this time.
I won't go that far. I think there's.
Is there a
it's
single?
not like Dak
is there
is the single reason why this team can't get to a conference title?
Is there a single playoff game they win that they lost with Dak if they have Justin Herbert? Do they beat San Francisco in that divisional round game in 22, the one where Pollard got hurt, and they lost 19-10 or whatever?
I think
it was like 17.
I think there's a decent chance. I would say they probably win at least the home playoff game the year before when Jimmy Garoppolo was still the Niners quarterback, and Dak is running with time expiring to slide, and it doesn't matter anymore.
Okay,
But again, I think you're still talking about like when you're paying quarterbacks. We've now seen what Dak is to this point. It's not like he's probably going to get any better than what he already is. A guy like Herbert, a guy like Trevor Lawrence, it's fair to, hey, I can be optimistic about what is still to come for them. They've been in the league for 4 years. It's just like when Dak hadn't done much in terms of postseason success before this first contract. Totally fine giving him that contract because I'm hopeful that Dak can be a guy that can put this thing together. Now, it's 8-9 years in. I know what you are.
Yeah, your guy wins 12 games every year.
Now that we have the Cam Newton list, let's go to the Tyreek Hill list. And Tyreek Hill, there's going to be a Dak angle here, but there's a separate angle that's really going to irritate RJ Choppy when we listen to Tyreek Hill this week on a live stream giving his top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL.
Top 5 quarterbacks in the league: Patrick, Tua, Lamar, Dak, Baker Mayfield.
Baker Mayfield?
This threw me off, man.
By the way, did he say Baker or Maker? It sounded like he said Baker Mayfield.
Baker Mayfield.
This threw me off. To have a top 5 without Allen or Burrow threw me for a loop. Baker Mayfield. You can put Baker Mayfield ahead of Allen, Burrow, Purdy.
Which really quickly,
Goff,
just before this is why whenever we talk about the NFL top 100 voted on by the players, and we say something like,
"Yeah,
the players don't always know," and then people push back and go, "What are you talking about?" It's because there are people like Tyreek Hill saying Baker Mayfield's one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the NFL.
Baker's not one of the 15 best quarterbacks. I think Baker actually is better than his perception. Maybe last year skewed that a little bit, but I mean, he's not better than Kirk.
This is hilarious. I think if right now you asked Tyreek Hill the same question, he'd spit out a completely different set of order and names here. I think he was just completely like, what's another quarterback?
No, he will say Mahomes Tua. That'll always be one.
Mahomes
Tua,
Tua.
Yes.
And he has to put Tua on the list. I get it. You know, he's not gonna not put his own quarterback on the list.
He said, but he gave Dak credit there. He listed Dak in his top 5, and then he last year he had talked about his top. Somebody had asked him while he was on Twitch who his favorite receiver in the league was, and he said CD. Where he's like, man, I watch CD Lamb. He's like, he is so smooth. He's like everything that his releases, the way he runs routes. Man, that guy is so smooth, and had a huge appreciation for it. But this is throwing Baker of all people. I think, man, if you were to give me, I think I could probably get through 15 quarterbacks before I get to Baker.
Allen, Tua, Rodgers, Lamar, Burrow.
I don't know what Rodgers is right now.
True. Stroud, Lawrence.
Yeah, how is Stroud not on this list for him?
Mahomes, Herbert.
Again,
is Kyler better?
Yes.
Kyler, Stafford, Purdy.
Yeah,
Geno?
Yeah, probably.
All right. Geno, Kirk.
I will say, though,
Goff.
my take from last year, before we entered the season, that I was ruthless, and I know Sean Sharif is listening right now, so I'm going to dunk on it right now where he can't retort back, make up some reason why it wasn't the case. I get a big dub for when you and I were going back and forth, and I said Baker Mayfield was better than Jimmy Garoppolo. And Sean tried to, dunk all over me over it, and in the end, Tyreek Hill backed me up on that.
Yeah, he did. So you're right on that one. But, I mean, I could probably name 20 guys. Almost 20. I mean, I haven't even gotten to the NFC East or the NFC North. And I was already at 16.
Yeah, and I mean, this is supposed to be a really good quarterback class where there's going to be a lot of questions about, or in terms of the quarterback class that's coming out. These are guys who are considered, these are potential top 10 quarterbacks like Drake May. A lot of people like Jaden Daniels. A lot of people, Caleb Williams is obviously somebody with the high upside. Really quickly before we wrap up, did you guys see the Hard Knocks clip? We don't have enough time to play it, but did you guys see the Hard Knocks clip of Jaden Daniels?
Yes. Struggling.
Oh my gosh. Brian Dable asks him, how would you talks about looking at this situation. He said, how would you beat cover one here? And do you know what Jaden Daniels' answer was?
What's cover one?
He went, throw a touchdown.
Yeah.
You know what?
No, don't.
That's the right answer. That's the right answer. That's how you beat it.
Call
Throw
the
a
touchdown play,
Yeah.
baby.
That's it. That's the right answer, man.
So
That's the right answer for a guy that doesn't know the exact right answer.
But
that's the
didn't
stock
Brett
answer
Favre-
that you should
didn't-
just do all the time.
Didn't Brett Favre not know what a nickel defense was?
Yeah.
Was it nickel or was it cover two?
Ooh, I think it was nickel.
I don't know.
One of the two.
He
didn't know.
doesn't screw with nickels. You saw those
right. He
those
only deals
fraud
with big
payments
bills.
he gets. Yeah,
He does a big bill.
Yeah.
It may have been cover two. He's like, well, what's that?
He only knows Benjamins. He knows nothing of those nickels. So anyway, that is Below the Belt on the Fan.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Bobby Belt. We power into the Power Hour here. We got a little basketball conversation for you featuring the Team USA situation that's going on right now. You have a couple of guys feeling disrespected, and I got some CeeDee Lamb over-unders featuring a CeeDee Lamb stat of the day as well. Next, right here on the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. 9 o'clock hour. It's fist pump time. That's it. Get that hand up there, Chiafalo. Even Carter's fist pumping in the 9 o'clock hour on Sean and RJ on 105 through The Fan. Sean on paternity leave. Bobby Belt. Chris Strong in for Peyton on an Italian getaway. Eric Chiafalo from the G-Bag Nation is in tow, and you just saw yourself a juicy little video.
I did. We were getting ready to just mention how Jaylen Brown's been so disrespected by Team USA, bringing his role player teammate Derek White to fill the shoes of Kawhi Leonard. You have Kevin Durant raving about Cooper Flagg, who's 17 years old, dominating these Olympic scrimmages. He's about to go to Duke and dominate as well. But I'm seeing a video here, and Carter is going to turn this around right now, put it on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. We mentioned Tyron Smith getting married over the last week or whatever, and he was doing some dancing. Well, now we see no walking boot, looking fresh to death, Dak Prescott attending the Tyron Smith wedding, and now we get the exclusive of Dak Prescott doing a little rug cutting here. No boot, moving around kind of nicely. Now, I don't think Bobby is as much of a Dak stan as you are, Bobby. I don't think you're overly impressed with the dance moves here, but he's just out there having a good time. There's no limp, and there's no ginger dancing going on. He's walking around looking good, dude.
Gingers can dance.
Like a ginger sort of limp.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, look.
Gingers can't dance.
What if this is like? Do we know if this was before? This was definitely after Mexico.
Because
in Mexico.
Because I was gonna say, what if this is how he got the boot? What if it was those moves?
He turned his ankle while he was doing the dice thing.
Yeah, he was doing the dice thing too much, just like Seth Rogen.
He does have the dice move is in there. He's got like 2 or 3 moves he likes, and he just kind of keeps playing those hits.
He does the in-out flex thing. The in-out.
Yeah. Now that pregame before games when he's on the field, that is his go-to. The little in and out flex, the little wrist rotation.
Yeah, it gets you moving. You got to do the shoulder. You got to move your shoulders. You got to do that.
Yeah, he's definitely going pretty frequently for the wipe the sweat off his brow kind of and like flick it move there. I'm gonna give the dance moves, I don't know, like a 5. I'm gonna give the suit game a 9. I think the suit game's clean.
Suit game is great. I am not a fan, and he's doing it. I am not a fan of the suit with no socks. I am not
couldn't disagree with you more on that.
Oh, you're crazy.
You're totally wrong.
How do you wear? First of all, you can't wear shoes with no socks anyway.
You have they make
I know.
the no
I'm
shoes.
wearing them right now. I'm just trying to get.
Oh, okay. Well, this is if you have nice ankles. You know what I'm saying? If you're a nice ankle guy,
fantastic ankles.
Dude, he's doing ankles and he's working the wrist, trying to make sure he keeps it thin and flexible.
He is. Yes,
he is. Terrible. The high water suit is a terrible look. The high water pants.
Okay, well,
you want to have them just touch. I'm talking about where you're showing like 4 inches of ankle. Those suit dudes.
There are some that get a little too European.
They're usually
for me.
like Wall Street bro rocking the. They used to wear the Patagonia vest, and now they've moved on to the high water, the suit no sock. I think it's a terrible look. You got to show up good socks.
You know who started that years ago?
Your mom.
No, she did not. She's dead. We actually
in her time
we figured out the other day. Luca was telling us yesterday that the helmets they have. He's like on his footballs. He's like they're like from 2005. I was like, damn, that means that helmet was made like while my mom was still alive and healthy. Like her health hadn't even begun to deteriorate yet. That's how old that is.
Those helmets lived longer than your mom.
I mean, that's ridiculous. Like it's just like it's pretty impressive that they're still going. But I mean, that also was made at a time when those helmets were designed in an era of you have a concussion, here's some smelling salts. Back out there, kid.
Yeah, come on, what are we doing?
I don't know how sustainable.
It's a big 3rd down, we need you.
Yeah, I don't know how sustainable that is. But
can you at least agree, Choppy, that the ankle showing suits are better than the big baggy ones?
Kurt Menefee. I forgot the point. Kurt Menefee started that in 1994 here in Dallas when he was hosting. He's worn dress shoes with no socks for 30 years and got ripped for it.
Oh, well, he doesn't seem like good ankle guy, but maybe he is.
There's nothing worse than the baggy suit. It's terrible. The baggy suit's
the early 2000s.
Oh, it's an awful look.
Draft day
You've
look.
got to have a slim fit suit. I just don't like the no sock look. I know it's in style. I can't stand it.
Alec Medford texts in, my hips don't lie, put some respect on us gingers. So Alec is standing up for the ginger community's dancing about
Now, I could actually see that. That's a dude with some athleticism, and that's a dude with some rhythm, and I do think he's probably more of the outlier, okay? But I'm not going to put anything past old Medford. Now, I do have a CeeDee Lamb stat of the day for you before we do the over-under on his season stats. So, including the playoffs, receiving touchdowns since 2020, CeeDee Lamb is tied for first with a surprise name, at least to some extent it is, Gabe Davis.
That is a stunning name.
Mike Bassick's Gaby. Remember he loved Gaby after his
Yes, he did.
his incredible game in Arrowhead a couple of years ago.
The
He had like 4
AFC
touchdowns.
championship game, right? Was it that one?
I believe.
Well, they lost, right?
Yeah,
Wasn't the one they
it was
lost?
the overtime,
Yeah.
like quarterback duel, 13-second touchdown scoring by the Chiefs, just Bills meltdown kind of deal. And then the Bills lose in overtime, but Gabe Davis had a bunch of touchdowns in that game. So Gabe Davis and CeeDee Lamb both have 33 touchdowns since 2020. And then it's Jamar Chase at 32 and then Justin Jefferson at 30. But I just wanted to give you that because now we have the Bet Online giving us the regular season stats here over under CeeDee Lamb. And I think the question now is how comfortable you are with CeeDee Lamb and the holdout and how long that could be. And then what could, if he's missing majority of training camp, does that always inevitably just lead to some level of soft tissue injury? Now, he hasn't been Mr. Injured guy at all. And CeeDee Lamb is super hardworking guy, always getting better year in, year out. So maybe maybe those same rules don't necessarily apply to him. But I think that's the only question on whether or not you would, like, if you're going to take the under on any of these. Because, like, his receptions, 115.5.
115.5.
Would you go over there? I think that's a no-brainer over if we're talking about healthy CeeDee Lamb.
That's almost 7 catches a game. I'll say under slightly.
You're going to go under for that? I mean,
Slightly.
He had 135 last year. And this is a team that is probably going to be chasing points more so than usual. Probably don't have a running game.
I don't know.
My holdup with the under, I'm sorry, my holdup going over, because I do think over is the easy money, but my holdup is how long is he holding out?
I don't think that's the issue. I think the issue is CD has developed a certain reputation where I think a lot of defenses this year are going to go, we will let anyone else beat us on your team. Mm-hmm. Anyone else is beating us except that guy.
But they didn't think of that in week 4 last year and do the rest of the year? I mean, like I
think that there were no. I think that reputation developed by about midway through the season. But I think that there's just going to be an entire approach that says Brandon Cooks at 31 years old, Jake Ferguson, your running game. That's what's going to have to beat us because we're bracketing CD, and he'll still get his. He'll still put up a lot of numbers. But there's just going to be times where Dak's going to look at it and go, "It's doubled. I'm not throwing that."
Yeah, but I also think the CeeDee Lamb versatility of where they move him around, and credit to them because especially after week 5 or whatever of last year, it was plenty of motion and plenty of moving CD. Like it's tough for defenses to account for where he's going to be on a play-to-play basis because he's just as good on the boundary as he is in the slot. So I think that you can create easy opportunities. Boom, we got to get our guy the football here.
So last year, we went out to Oxnard July 25th.
Mm-hmm.
So that was 1, 2. Zach Martin came back on August 14th. That was 3 weeks he missed a camp.
Yep.
If CD, and he admittedly has said that he thinks that impacted his year last year.
Mm-hmm. Now, he's obviously older, bigger, so
absolutely
the wear and tear, but I get what you're saying.
If CD misses 3 weeks of camp, I might take the under.
Yeah, I think
because if you look at the guy,
I mean,
baseball. Snell, Montgomery missed a ton of camp this year. They're having awful years, or they're injured. Zach Martin missed 3 weeks of camp last year. Same thing.
Remember,
now it's different, right? Obviously, like whatever your name is, Eric said, bigger guy, older guy, and then in the case of Snell and Montgomery, pitchers are just different. Receivers. CD's a much better athlete than
CD's remained working with Dak, I think, a lot this offseason, too. Zach Martin did not have Terrence Steele a healthy Terrence Steele next to him, which is somebody who works with. And the other thing was, you got to remember, they had a new offensive line coach in there that Zach Martin didn't get any work with for the first 2 weeks. Whereas the offense is a little, like, everything's in place from last year, and he continues to be in communication with Dak.
Yeah,
so I think it's a little different.
But my point would be maybe from an injury standpoint, that might impact him. Maybe. That would be my only holdup. Otherwise, I'm hammering the over on that one.
Hammer.
Me too. I mean, 135 receptions last year for CeeDee Lamb. I think the only thing that keeps him from getting over the 115.5 is some level of injury. I mean, the dude had 181 targets last year. So I would expect him to still be sort of force-fed the ball to some extent.
Zeke wasn't here, though.
They move. That's true. The Zeke touches could get a little bit out of hand. But do you guys also agree with the idea that they probably aren't going to have much of a running game?
No, they're definitely not going to have much of a running game.
So you're going to be throwing the heck out of the ball. And at least like us on G-Bag, we gave them, I think we put them as a show, win-loss.
7.
Like 9. I think we did 9 and 8.
No, y'all were under 500. It was like 8 and 9.
No, we
100% you were.
Oh, I know for a fact we were not under 500. It was, I will almost guarantee you it was 9 wins. But either way, 9 wins or under 500, same thing. Our perspective on this team is they are not going to be as good of the 12-win type regular season team that they've been over the last few years. And so there's a decent chance that you're seeing this team having to sort of chase points in second halves of games or in fourth quarters, and then that's more passing. Hopefully it's not to the extent of the Packers game where you're completely blown out and now you're just wasting garbage time stats all over the place.
Yeah, they only lost by 16.
But, yeah, I know. And Dak threw for like 400 yards. It was pretty special. But I do think you're going to be chasing points to some extent. You have no rushing attack. And CeeDee Lamb is a bona fide super beast who, let's not forget, his stats, I mean, the counting numbers, I know, Choppy, but these things are getting better every single year. Every year, more touchdowns than the year before. Every year, more yards than the year before. Every year, more receptions than the previous year. So this dude just keeps getting better and better. So barring injury, I think over 115.5 receptions for him is a no-brainer.
Okay, so we joke about, like, we were just joking about the idea that, well, Zeke's here. So, you know, that's going to change things for CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, he's going to be a touchdown vulture.
One thing that I do wonder, and I'm going to try and find it really quickly before we get out of this segment, is somebody did just send in this text of 3rd and short, Zeke better be eaten. That is a thought process, though, is that they did not 3rd and 3 last year. They didn't have anybody that they irrationally trusted every time. Just, we'll give it to him. 3rd and 3, that's where he eats. 3rd and 2. If the 3rd and 3 short is...
3rd and 3 is a tough one.
I got to see what 3rd and 3, like, I got to see how many of those targets ended up being potential, like, targets to CeeDee Lamb, where they're just pick up a first down, 3rd and 3, because we don't trust our running game. Where now they would probably trust, well, Zeke can handle the short yardage stuff. Like, I do wonder if that would potentially eliminate some touches for him.
3rd and 3 is a tough down. 3rd and 2, 3rd and 1, those are obvious. Those are really good rundowns. 3rd and 3, I'm scared to death running the ball on 3rd and 3.
Okay, so CeeDee Lamb last year on 3rd and 3 or shorter was targeted. It wasn't that much, but he had 7 catches, 9 targets on 3rd and 3 or short.
That's it?
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean, you got to think about, though, like, how many times are you facing 3rd and 3 or shorter and passing the ball in general?
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, especially shorter.
Now, it was almost all of it was exclusively after November. Like it was November on. He didn't hardly get any in the first 2 months of the season, probably because they were still trying to make the running game work.
Well, also the first handful of games of the season was the old.
Well, that was Mike McCarthy calling plays, and when Dak took over, he was like, "We're not doing this. We're actually going to come into the modern era, and we'll, oddly enough, end up saving Mike McCarthy's job by accident."
Let's see Ferguson's numbers on 3rd and 3 or shorter.
The funny thing is looking at the Zeke rushing success on short yardage situations, because that is more
not like, as good as you would expect.
Yeah, the narrative is like, oh, this is a dude that's definitely going to, when you need 2 yards, he's getting you 2 yards. I mean, last year, 3rd and 4th down, 2 yards or less to go, Zeke had a rushing success rate of 55%. His 9 attempts resulted in an average per carry of 1.7. When you look at Tony Pollard, his success rate on 3rd and 4th down with 2 yards or less to go just last season, which was not the best version of Tony Pollard, still 20% better on success rate than Zeke was last year. And out of his 15 attempts, it was almost 4 yards per carry. Again, Zeke's was well under 2 yards per carry. So the short yardage dominator that is Ezekiel Elliott is a bit of a fallacy.
Jake Ferguson on 3rd and 3 or shorter last year had 4 targets and 1 catch.
That's a missed opportunity. I mean, that's a bad percentage, but I think tight end on a short yards like that's a great option.
Ugh, man, they missed some 3rd and 3 and short stuff last year. Gallup was 1 for 4. Ferguson was 1 for 4. Cooks was 2 for 4. I mean, it was basically CD if they were going to throw it. He had by far the most targets there.
Okay, I have fresh and good news for you in regards to tomorrow's Firehouse Tour stop that you're not going to want to miss. We will be in Glen Heights tomorrow. We have a new addition to the giveaways. I look forward to bringing you that coming up next, and as well as going into the young phenom alpha beast pitcher that is Paul Skenes and how he keeps himself in shape.
Skenes.
That's next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of Sean and RJ is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We got fantastic news. 24 hours from right now, we're going to be wrapping up the Firehouse Tour for this week's edition. Glen Heights, we look forward to being out there. And we have a lot of great giveaways. And, Bobby, we just found out we have an added giveaway for the Tolos tomorrow.
That's what it says.
Breaking news here on 105.3 The Fan.
Which is presented by BetQL. Gavin Spittle with the report. Gavin Spittle of the Spits and Suds podcast.
It's a good source.
Yeah, this is a pretty good source on this one. He says we will also have the G-Bag Stella Etched fan glasses tomorrow while supplies last. So you can either pick up the stainless steel Sean and RJ cup cooler or the G-Bag Stella Etched glass to celebrate Eric's week on the show.
There we go.
So
That's awesome.
There we go.
This is a one or the other. You are basically going to have to go out there and
I'll be double fisting. Okay?
like this is you're voting for G-Bag or you're voting for Sean and RJ when you come out there. Essentially, which merch do you want? You know, it's you can't walk in the voting booth and check both candidates. You gotta pick one. So, but if you come out there, pick your one item, and we'll have it hooked up. Obviously, while supplies last. As soon as one of them's up, then we'll just give you the other.
choices.
But we are so excited to go out there to Glen Heights. Can't wait to see everybody. I know that community's really excited. I saw one of the councilmen already. The city councilman of Glen Heights had commented on the Facebook page and was like, "I'm coming out there. I'll be out there to see you guys." So they're pumped about it. We'll read the full text at some point of the Drake rap that ChatGPT wrote of 5:30 in Glen Heights that Eric Chiafalo made it right.
He's going to sing it live?
You should sing it live. You should rap live the 5:30 in Glen Heights ChatGPT rap.
I'll do it.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
good,
buddy.
You saw the lyrics. The lyrics are strong. It sounded like a Drake
fire.
song.
They are fire.
Totally. Then we're gonna have ChatGPT write a Kendrick Lamar diss track from like Midlothian or something.
That's pretty good, dude. Poor Drake right now can't get away from it.
No, he's doing fine.
I don't think he is mentally. Like physically, everything. Like he's surrounded by nice and beautiful things. I think in his own brain, he's hurting right now.
You know how you help
in
that?
his own heart.
BetterHelp.com.
That's right, BetterHelp.com.
Cha-ching! All right, we're going to cross-talk with the KNC Masterpiece coming up in a few minutes. We have a Paul Skenes update here. This guy's such an awesome, awesome beast. Hopefully he ends up starting. Do we know for sure that he's not?
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know yet.
It doesn't look like he's going to, even though he absolutely should.
That's not necessarily true. There's a lot of baseball insiders who don't want him to start because they feel he hasn't, quote unquote, earned it. But
is how you would describe that take. That's a butt take.
It's, as the kids would say, it's buns.
It's cheeks.
It's cheeks, man. It's buns. It's cheeks. It's buns. It's a bad take by MLB insiders to not want him to start because he hasn't, quote unquote, earned it. Yeah, he has earned it. You know how he earns it? With every 102-mile-an-hour pitch and a low ERA and the fact that he's setting records for, most this in the first 10 starts. And the fact that when he pitches, he's leading off MLB Network almost every night, unless Shohei or Aaron Judge do something special. That's why he needs to start the game.
Yeah, this isn't Tom Hanks at the end of Saving Private Ryan looking into Matt Damon's face and saying, Private Ryan earned this. You got to earn this. Make sure you earn us coming around and saving your life. It ain't that serious. He's the biggest story in the sport right now, basically.
He's got an all-time hose. He's got a great mustache, and he's got the Riz.
He does.
He's hitting all the right notes here for a super beast ace. And speaking of, before we get to his diet, I want to get to our local ace here, Mr. Jacob Degrom, Bruce Bochy, on with the KNC Masterpiece yesterday, giving us the Degrom news that we really wanted it.
I'll say this: he's doing great. He's on change-ups now. He's going to be spent here soon. We're right at the All-Star break, so I wouldn't be surprised. It could be a little bit sooner, but we're going to stay with the program, and he's letting it go, and it's only going to get better. And each time out, he's showing that he feels terrific, and so I think he's definitely pitching at some point here, this year. I just don't want to give him a target date.
Look at that. He's going to pitch this year for sure. And I don't think that you can just etch that in Sharpie because things can go haywire, especially with the guy with some fragility like this. But I think that is hugely encouraging.
Where are you going with that?
I don't know that you etch in Sharpie like you do etch on those G-bag glasses. Thank you to Stella, by the way, for those G-bag glasses right there. But
what a segue.
I don't think that you etch in Sharpie technically. So
okay, thank you for the technicality and the clarification. We all needed that. Thank you for stopping down. I appreciate it.
I thought that was pretty smooth. I don't think that was that much of a stretch shot. Thank you.
Slappos. Simmer down over there, Broadus. All right, Bobby, you have an update because Livy Dunn, the lovely girlfriend of Paul Skenes, did a nice little all-star congratulations featuring a cheese pizza. We were concerned that our guy Paul is a cheese pizza, perhaps maybe even, dare I say, vegan. And we can dispel that myth right now because we got some good news on the carnivorous habits of the ace Paul Skenes.
Absolutely. It turns out he is more like Sean Sharif than we ever could have known. So his lone hobby.
How does he get so much spin with the hands?
His lone hobby. His lone hobby as a you want a baseball guy who's focused on the sport. The only hobby he says he has is grilling. That's it. He says that he has 2 Traeger grills, and neither one has made it to Pittsburgh yet. A larger one is still at home in Southern California. Smaller version was with him in Indianapolis at the time of his promotion from AAA. So he hopes to get that more portable grill to Pittsburgh soon so he can keep on grilling because he said that's what he likes to do on his off day. He said that he enjoyed cooking with his mother while growing up. But he's a big steak guy on the grill.
Yes.
He also apparently does salmon and sausage on the grill. And he says he's cooked up chicken wings, ribs. I assume those are Orange Magic wings is what he's working with on the Traeger there. But he said he's kind of done it all. He said that he's going to branch out, try and do a little bit more. He says as much as grilling is a pastime for him, it also stems from a commitment to keep himself in the best shape possible. His caloric intake right now, I was a little surprised by this as a 6'6", 230-pound guy, athlete. He said it's about 3,000 calories a day. I would have thought that was higher. He said on days where he's starting, it's 4,000 calories, including shots of honey to keep his energy up throughout his outings. And you were a big fan of this when I told you during the break.
I mean, as if I couldn't like this guy anymore. He just continues to impress with the way that he's doing this. Like the steak, the salmon, the sausage. I mean, that's the trifecta. And then the honey, like the honey is the secret sauce here. I haven't had allergies this season for the first time in like about a decade because I am getting a local Texas raw honey into my bloodstream every day, and it's saving me. That's a superfood right there. Raw honey. It doesn't spike the blood sugar. That's a superfood right there. And I wonder, you say he's taking shots. I wonder like how he's...
Yeah, I don't know if that's like he's literally got a shot glass that he's throwing back in the dugout.
I bet he's got a squeezable.
Could be a squeeze ball.
Squeezing it right into the mouth. Because I'll do that from time to time at the house.
Show me what
a little squeezable.
Yeah. That's, you gotta get that. That's right. You got to get like that. That seems low, the 3,000. I mean, the average man is close to 2,500.
Well, do you know who
3,000 for an athlete seems a little. Michael Phelps was at like 10,000 calories a day.
JJ Watt did 10 to 12, I think. Do you know who has been his biggest mentor since he got to Pittsburgh in terms of his diet and taking care of his body?
TJ Watt?
Russell Wilson.
Martin Perez. He said that he's talked a lot with Martin Perez and that Martin's been giving him tips on how to preserve his body and keep himself healthy during the season and how to tweak his diet.
Martin Perez, that's a clubhouse guy right there.
Right there.
When you're talking about Michael Phelps, though, the reason why is one, obviously swimming. You're burning a ridiculous amount of calories.
Much.
But also part of it, too, is especially like there was one Olympics where I guess the waters were a little bit colder, and so he actually had to consume even more calories because cold water
burns it.
It burns it even more.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's a completely different beast. But seeing 3,000 calories for Paul Skenes, that is surprising to me.
Yeah, because I mean, I would think somebody who's 6'6", 230, what do they call it? The BMR, the
BMI?
No, the what is it? The base metabolic rate or whatever it is. Basically trying to say how much calories you just burn as somebody that size.
You just burn that daily, yeah.
Like, I think somebody at that size, that just to maintain your weight, I would think is 2,500 even before you start exercising. Like, if you do no exercise, this is what it is. So, little surprised that it's that low. But, I mean, he is 6'6", 230. That's a little thinner, I guess, for somebody who's that size.
Yeah, but it's a touch low in my mind, but it's all good. I just love to hear that he is, like, the way he's eating. This is a guy who's going to have staying power in the league.
For sure.
This is a guy who's going to age well in the sport, and I continue to really, really like what he's got going on.
So the BMR, the basal metabolic rate, is if you exercise 1 to 3 times a week at 6'6", 235 pounds, to maintain that level, you're supposed to eat 3,017 calories a day. So, I don't know. I would think he's got a very intense exercise schedule.
I would think he does.
But he does say he ups it to 4,000 on days where he's pitching.
Yeah, it makes sense.
He's probably a pregame pasta guy or something.
Could be.
I know a lot of those guys, little carb load.
Wade Boggs was chicken every day, right?
Yeah.
And then 64 beers on the cross-country flight or whatever the number was.
Well, speaking of beers in baseball, how about this one, dude? Okay, we got David Wells. He was on Pardon My Take. And
was he sober?
There's almost no chance he was, because they're doing the Tahoe golf thing. So I don't even think you're allowed to play sober there, right?
I want to play that course so bad.
Oh, who wouldn't, dude?
Who wouldn't want to edge it up? Like go out there to Edgewood,
especially in
and
Tahoe, dude.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Everybody
I don't
loves to
even
Edgewood.
need anybody there. I just look at the view. That'll get you right where you need to go. But David Wells, talking about the time he threw the perfect game.
Yeah. Didn't he say he was tripping?
David Wells. Doc Ellis said he was.
Oh, Doc Ellis.
Doc Ellis said he was LSD. David Wells said he was drunk.
Yes,
Yeah.
and at the very least, extremely hungover. And he's going to give us the details here. There's 2 parts to this. Here's the first one, talking about throwing a perfect game while hungover.
Well, as the game went on, I got better, but the start, I got to the park that morning, and Coney's locker was next to mine, and they were getting ready to go out on the field, and he just looked at me and he goes, "Wow." I go, "What?" I'm looking around. "What?" And he goes, "You stink, dude." He goes, "Hide." He goes, if Joe Torre smells you, you're done.
Okay, so he's coming in. He's coming in reeking. Like, Joe Torre's not even going to want to put you out there if he smells you. It makes sense, because when you've had a night like David Wells probably had on that one, there's no
It's just
time
coming
for
out
a
of your
shower.
pores.
Yeah. Even a shower probably wouldn't even fix
Shower
it.
wouldn't work. You need a good 20 minutes of the sauna for that to even remotely kick in.
Yeah. And like just a ridiculous amount of Listerine.
Yeah.
There's not that's not just a one toothbrush situation.
It's coming
to
out
get
of your
that.
pores at that point.
So he continues here, and this is at the end. You'll hear like just what baseball teammates and just the psycho superstitions that are involved. Here's David Wells continuing his hungover perfect game.
I walked into the clubhouse. I always walked up and got water. I was very superstitious, so I with one out, I'd run up, get a water, and then come back down. I went into the lounge, and I heard Michael Kay and John Sterling, David Wells got a perfect game. I'm like, la, 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 and ran out, and I'm like, got to the bench, and then I spit on the first step, second step, third step, got to spit on those. And
every time?
And there's times like I had cotton mouth. I couldn't get shit out of it. The feathers were coming out, It was like I ate a chicken, a whole chicken. And but yeah, to me it was just a very superstitious thing for me to do, and I just I did that. So I just tried to stay, because I remember going and sitting next to Tino, and he got up and walked away.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did everyone leave you alone?
Yeah, it was very eerie,
Yeah.
very, very eerie, and but I knew what they were doing, because they don't want to be the ones to to jinx you and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, so I remember it was the 8th inning, going out for the 8th inning, and David Cohn comes up to me and he goes, "Hey," he goes, break out that knuckleball." I go, "What?" He goes, "Throw the knuckleball." I go, "I don't throw a knuckleball." He goes, "Yeah, you do. I play catch with you every day. Throw that knuckleball." I go, "Are you out of your mind, dude? I'm not throwing no knuckleball." I knew what he was doing. Not right away, but then when I was walking out to the mound, I'm like, he's just trying to get my mind off of what's going on.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool right there. I hadn't heard that story.
I hadn't either.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I
Throw the
love that. You're like, what are you talking
about? Knuckleball. It's like telling somebody to go hit right-handed.
Is he
right-handed?
Is he trying to get his mind off of it, or is he saying like David Wells was so wild with the way that he threw, and the guy legitimately thought he threw a knuckleball, and really just David Wells didn't know where the baseball was going sometimes?
Is that your?
That's my theory.
Your
Command issues?
That's my theory.
I don't remember him being a wild.
I mean, he was. If he's showing up drunk to the park,
he was wild as a
must,
person. Yes.
Yeah, no, but I mean, he would lose command sometimes.
You know who never loses command? The KNC masterpiece. We crosstalk with him next year on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. Good morning, gentlemen.
Hello.
Hey, Hi, buddy. Corey.
How's it going?
Fantastic.
I listened to y'all's show this morning multiple times, once on the way to the gym and then once on the way into the office.
Yes.
And we decided at 11:20 we're going to steal part of your segment and make
Ankles?
it make it more badass.
Whoa. That's y'all's MO.
The segment y'all did was
Neighborhood Watch.
Neighborhood Watch.
Oh, uh-huh.
And it was, hey, like, where would you live if you were single and whatever like that. Why is your city more badass than other people's cities?
Sure.
That's what our segment's going to be.
A city versus?
Yeah. And I mean, that's really what it's all about is this is badass and other cities suck. So we're going to find out why today.
Or why are you self-loathing in your city? Why do you hate your city?
Yeah. See, I think mine kind of go together because I think Garland's the best because there's a lot of really nice places to live there. But you're never too many steps away from potentially just getting stabbed.
Yeah.
So
you get the best of both worlds.
A little bit of a
it's
fear
a good,
factor.
It's a good
Everybody
mix.
wants a little risk in life.
A little bit of everything over there.
That's why we jump out of planes.
We have a Sonic by our house that we call the Murder Sonic because somebody got murdered there.
That's also what over there by like 635 in Jupiter. That's where Nick Van Exel's son had the murder over there in Garland.
Oh dear. Well,
there've been a lot of murders.
Yeah.
We were talking about Garland murder. It was topical.
Yeah, there've been a lot of
If we would have been talking about Rowlett, I would have mentioned Darley Routier. But
Why do you have this encyclopedic knowledge of where people have been murdered across the metroplex?
Because I'm Joe Missoula. I'm studying. That's all.
Dude, Bobby told me about the craziest drive-through murder that I've heard in a while. It was like an accidental one.
No, that was actually the other day, just not far from our house. There was somebody had like a medical emergency while they were backing out of McDonald's, and they laid on the gas when they started having a stroke or something, and they backed right into the door and killed somebody.
Oh my God.
Isn't that that's like one of those 1,000 ways to die kind of thing?
Yes.
That's just like crazy.
So that McDonald's got shut down like right down the street from us for
That makes
a couple
sense.
days.
One time we were going to do a show at a place where 3 or 4 days prior somebody had gotten murdered in the alley right behind it.
Oh, yeah.
And
you guys were going to do an alley show?
No, yeah, we ended up doing the show at the place, and I really wanted to put in the tease, it's going to be a killer show. But everybody around me said, don't do that.
Yeah. I would have told you to do it.
I know that you would have, so I might have asked you, but I might have asked other people too.
And we couldn't do, like, Colby couldn't say shots fired afterwards because, we had to say, what did we say, arrows launched or something.
Arrows up.
It was something different.
How do you know the alley murder wasn't a bow and arrow situation?
Yeah. Well, they said
it
gunshot.
Seemed like they got shot.
What part of town was it?
It was actual Dallas.
Yeah, it was green blood.
The big D.
Could have been a blade, you know.
Yeah, but probably not an arrow, right? Like, I'm not saying it's not dangerous, but if somebody walked up and was like, "Avast ye," and they pulled back their bow, I don't know if I'd be like, "Oh, S." You probably should though, because they could still kill you.
Yeah. Have some respect for it.
I should. I will work
For the
on
arrow?
that. Yeah.
Yep. What's it? What's the line? It's the arrow.
It's not the warrior. It's not the arrow. It's the warrior.
Not the singer. It's the song.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the weapon. It's the warrior.
Okay.
On one time,
Not the wand. It's the magician.
100
Politics?
rabbits with a bow and arrow once. And that was weird.
Wait, what did you just say?
100 rabbits with a bow and arrow.
I'm sorry.
We were getting some wascally
Wabbits.
wabbits.
Wabbits. How did it go?
Did you hit it?
We got 4.
Oh.
I didn't actually hit anybody, but my cousin at the time, he was like a nationally ranked bow and arrow shooter, and it was
your cousin sounds like a badass.
The game warden. It was the game warden of New Mexico. We were at his house, and he was like, "I got this rabbit problem. Go out there and kill a bunch of rabbits for me." And we were like, "Dude, you're the game warden. We can't. This is illegal." And he was like, "Don't worry about it." All right. So
he does seem like the authority.
Yeah,
They
he
would be
sent
like,
us out
"I'll
there
let
with
it
all
slide."
these weapons.
They'll be doing that with wolves in Colorado in about 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
we had a neighbor in my parents' neighborhood when we were growing up. We used to chase the rabbits by foot because we saw there was like a 30 for 30 some years ago. Well, there was like this was like growing up. We're like trying to get our agility right. You know what I mean? Like we didn't have, God didn't bless us with the great ankles. So we had to like really work.
Thick ankles,
or
man.
Great ACLs.
Agile. Yeah, that's true.
Oh.
So we would chase the rabbits because we saw something on ESPN where like, you know how we always, like the Florida kids are always just like super speed? And there was like a town somewhere in like Central or South Florida where they do a ton. The kids just chase rabbits a ton, and so like the myth buster is like that's why all these kids are so fast is because all the rabbit chasing. So we're like, we got rabbits in our neighborhood. Let's chase them around. And then one of our neighbors is like a PETA person. She got ticked.
Oh, really?
But
Did
we
you
never
chase the
caught 'em.
rabbits?
She sounds like somebody you don't want to know anymore.
Yeah, totally.
Not like you had a little coat on.
She's like, not in our yard. You can't run through my yard to get your rabbits. So then we're like, well, then that's going to be a safe zone for the rabbits, and this is just not fun anymore.
So you don't think that's a right way to think about things,
I
Aggie?
do not believe that rabbits are the same as humans. No.
Mike, what about you? You think that?
They're very different.
They are swingers, though. That is true. I mean, how many rabbits do you see?
I've seen plenty of rabbits in Wiley.
Right now?
Are rabbits promiscuous?
Oh my god!
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh! Yeah.
I know
They
they're
are
like
Nick Cannon out here, bro.
Oh my goodness!
They produce like 6 or 7 at a time anyway. All right.
Okay, see, because I thought they were like monogamous humping.
You've never heard that?
No, that's
line?
penguins. That's penguins.
I think God made them for food for other animals. It feels like so they.
There are a lot. They do have
like
a lot
chickens.
of predators, don't they?
Yeah, it's like chickens.
I feel like everything is
Yeah.
a predator of a rabbit.
Yeah, look out
Humans.
for I don't know, all things.
Yeah, no, you've heard the line.
Corey's
Like
cousin.
rabbits.
Yeah,
rabbits,
but I thought
man.
they were monogamous.
No.
But that, you guys said that's penguin.
They got
Penguins.
big ear envy.
penguins.
Big ear
Ducks are
envy.
monogamous too.
Oh, ducks are?
What was the word?
Do you think
Ducks
that
are
means?
what?
Hold on.
do
I
you
want to hear
think
the
that
word
means
again.
They swim in water.
No, that means
Okay.
they just do one person.
Okay,
I thought he
great.
said
They
magnanimous.
only
he
one
said
person.
anonymous.
They just do one duck.
But they're what?
Mononymous.
He wanted to hear the word. What was it?
monogamous.
There you go.
That's right, Mikey. That's right, Mikey.
You can always. I'm proud of you, Mike. Phenomena.
Hey,
Phenomena.
Corey, what's coming up on the program today?
Man, right out of the gate, it's time, or the Rangers and Angels situation last night didn't go too well, but it's okay. We're going to fix it all.
What happened when we had the bases loaded all those times?
And then it's time to talk about the Cowboys' offensive line. But I like the 11 o'clock segment the most. This is my favorite segment of the day.
Ooh, I'm ready.
What's your biggest regret from this Cowboys offseason?
Mike?
No regrets.
No regrets.
Yeah, they went
We will dive into
they
that
went all
topic
in.
at 11 o'clock
All
and
in,
have a
baby.
conversation
Bobby,
about it.
can I put you down for not firing McCarthy?
Yeah, that's probably the strongest case right there. Although, I mean, after that, and that was already done and they were committed to, it was the fact that they've sat around and waited this long on CD.
Fair. I would argue the same thing about Dak because I don't think there's any chance in hell they're going to be like, hey, let's not re-sign.
Hold it.
They may not have a choice, though. If they let it go all the way to the offseason, next offseason, they don't have a choice.
That's fine because then they better burn it down.
Burn it.
Man, I got a lot of questions on that.
What time's that segment?
If Dak walked,
Corey asks all the football questions.
Without a boot.
If Dak, no,
Without a boot.
If he walked, would that be a lesson to the Cowboys? Would they learn anything from that? That, hold on, maybe it is our situation here?
What happens? What happens after? We'll tell you if they learn a lesson.
We broke up with them beforehand anyway. We already we
got Flacco. He's a Super Bowl winner, and I'm just going to be like, God darn it.
So,
well, you know they would go down that road.
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
think that's what would happen.
They would have. They don't believe in. They're actually hand it over to some nobody.
And then we're going to hear about we're going to be in Oxnard hearing about Flacco. We're going to be like, he throws the prettiest spiral I've ever seen.
Gosh, he
and
can spin it.
Boy, if
he can make all the throws.
Bill Parcells told me one time, if you were to build a quarterback in a lab, it'd look like Joe Flacco.
Every Parcells-ism would
So
be
hold on,
out
are
there.
we lamenting about future off seasons? Not even this off season that we're already on.
Already depressed.
We already passed it. Man.
The fact checkers are out here. 214 ducks are not the monogamous ones.
What?
Monogamous
Swans?
ones? It's the geese
And whooping cranes.
the gooses. I'm not going to tell you what the ducks
Whooping
actually
crane.
engage in.
Oh,
That's
you
a
can-
little bit
yeah.
Are the
violent.
ducks the one with the spiral?
Yeah, the little corkscrew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whooping crane.
Seems
whooping.
I don't care for that one.
That's tough.
Robert Earl Keen said in his song, like the old whooping crane, he has one wife for all his life, and if she dies, he'll do the same.
Like
Man.
the old whooping crane, we'll be in Glen Heights tomorrow, boys.
Okay,
for the
I want
fire.
to talk. We need to talk more about that, but super quick. Do you think it would be a good segment? What do you think is factual because you heard it in a song? Because it sounds like Corey's like, no, the whooping crane.
Yeah, I believe songs. All
right.
time.
Firehouse,
All right.
tell me about it.
Yes, we will be in Glen Heights tomorrow. Firehouse Friday. Sean and RJ, what's
I
up?
looked up more about ducks.
Oh my God.
It says most ducks are not monogamous for life, but many are seasonally monogamous.
Oh, well, that's
so
something.
during
That's
the
something.
mating
I got some
season,
friends like that.
they're
It's a
only
May,
with
it's a
one
May
duck.
November
But then,
relationship.
but then next mating season, they're with another duck.
Yeah, okay, I can see that.
Is that like athletes who they're like, when we're out of season, I'm monogamous, but when we're on the road and I'm in season, I'm gonna go do what
That's
I
a
do.
hell of a lifestyle.
Yeah.
Or like the different zip code deal.
Sure.
Plenty of that going on.
Sure.
What are you
Right,
talking
Corey?
about? Nope. Nope.
Those animals like the
You've
duck.
never heard of the zip code thing? Like, no, you have to stay cool here, but as soon as you're out in a different zip code now, it's
Zip code,
I
man.
learned that from role models. Let's
go
do
across the street, yeah.
Let's fact check our movies too. What have you learned in a movie that you?
Oh,
believe?
my
'Cause I thought
God,
that
for
was
sure.
real. All right, Firehouse Friday, Glen Heights tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing y'all out there. The KNC Masterpiece is next, right here on the Fan.
Like snakes in Sean's yard. Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, and joining us for one day and one day only, Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program.
Oh, wow. That was a good movie. Like, it was also terrifying. Didn't they cut that one scene out?
Yeah, where they laid in the middle of traffic, and he's like, I'm reading about how good I am under pressure.
Probably smart. They also spit in each other's mouths out on the field. Lord. And then what happened was two of my friends from high school, they used to do that. They did it in middle school. Mm-hmm. And then when they got to high school, they would hit each other's pads and spit in each other's mouth. And then one day, one of them spit and then took off running. And then before the game, there's one of them chasing the other one around the field trying to spit in his mouth. It was weird.
Classic Bryan Adams. Now, unfortunately, not the most classic performance from the Rangers last night. Let's go to cut number 1, because the Rangers had their winning streak broken.
Runners at first and second, and that pitch to Moniak is lifted high and deep to right. Jankowski backtrack, wall, and out of here. A 3-run home run for Mickey Moniak.
Now, I know we played the Angels scoring runs, and that's all fine and well. Obviously, they won the game 7-2 to break the Rangers' Major League leading 5-game win streak. But it was the Rangers, to me, that were far more frustrating in this game. It wasn't that home run. It wasn't the Neto home run. It wasn't the fact that it's Neto and not Nito, like I really think it should be. It was the fact that the Rangers, when it comes to runners in scoring position, man, oh man, did they have a few huge opportunities, and Langford and Garcia both struggled mightily, I'll say.
They had their chances. That's the thing, is yesterday only scoring 2, they had their chances to score 10.
Yes.
And they didn't take advantage of it. You got bases loaded with less than 2 outs with your 4 and 5 hole hitters coming up, and you scored 0. So I look at it and go, well, I guess in a way you had chances to win. Obviously, if you do that, and I'll get to Daniel Robert later in Baseball Nuggets, probably Daniel Robert isn't coming into the game.
Yes, agreed.
So then you're going with better options in those situations to, if the score is tied at 5, or if you've taken the lead and you're winning, let's say 6-5 or 8-5, it's going to be a different situation. But Wyatt Langford, he's having a tremendous from June on situation, but yesterday had a couple of huge opportunities, went 0 for 2 with 2 Ks in the situation. And then Adolis Garcia had 2 huge situations. Yep. He had it with 2 outs rather than 1 out, and he didn't come through either.
He struck out and popped up, I believe, in the 5th and the 7th. So just disappointing. You knew at one point they were going to lose, but this still felt like a game that was very winnable.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was. The
bad day yesterday.
And but isn't that kind of their MO most of this season so far has been that they don't drive in runs whenever they have these opportunities.
They did early in the year. Yeah. It was like it changed as the first, 20 games of the season. I'm guessing an amount of games, 20 to 30 games. They were one of the better teams.
Yeah.
And then May hit. And then right around late April, early May is when everything changed in these situations. And then they got better at it lately, and yesterday they did.
From the 2-5-4, Garcia is the entire problem. Time to move on. Yesterday, Kevin, when we talked with Bochy, it was we need him. We need him to be him. And if he's not, he didn't say if he's not him, there's no other. But we need him. If we're going to make this run, he's got to be the guy. This morning, listening to Mark McLemore, that's a guy right there that can put the entire team on his back for a couple weeks and say, guys, follow me, and carry through on it. And we thought we were cracking that a couple days ago. And then last night, maybe it didn't happen. Maybe it happens, though, in the next few days. You see that tear happen, but last night was just an unfortunate one.
One of the issues...
That's baseball, right? There's always chances to get back out there.
That is true. And Adolis Garcia, I feel like, has had a mightily disappointing season. But the issue that you're going to run into is what Corey was just bringing up when Boch said yesterday, that's a guy that we're going to need. But it extends more throughout this team because they did win the World Series. Like, I understand the need for, if you have the need for upgrade and everything like that, but even yesterday, Boch was like, we're pretty set in the outfield. But when we brought up Taveras, this was a couple of months ago, he was like, this is a guy who was a starter for a team that just won you the World Series. When we brought up Adolis, this is the guy that you're going to need. And so I understand the perspective of the people. I'm probably with you on Leote, and I feel like we've talked about that for a while. It does not appear as though the Rangers, or at least Bruce Bochy, share that sentiment. And if the decision makers don't share that sentiment, then we can think whatever we want. Then that doesn't mean it's going to have any impact.
I think the thing here is if you're frustrated with Adolis Garcia, one, you should love him forever because you have a World Series.
Oh, yeah, you do.
Second, who are you replacing him with?
Yeah, because people...
There's lots of
You
great
want
hitting
Derek Hill
outfielders
out
out
there
there.
every day? I'm not dogging on Derek Hill, and Adolis hasn't had a good year. He's had a below-average year.
And Evan Carter's not ready to be in the outfield, and you don't have that option right now.
And the other thing, too, is the trade market stinks. Like, I was listening and watching MLB Network. I do that quite a bit. And they're like, man, if you need a hitter, and the team that they bring up every time, Seattle Mariners, they're like, they desperately need a hitter or two hitters. And they're like, they're going to try to trade for one. Well, a month ago, they were like, go get Pete Alonso. Pete Alonso's off the market now because they're competing for a playoff spot in New York. And they're like, well, we bring up Vladimir Guerrero Jr., but do they have enough to even go get Vladimir Guerrero Jr.? And then they start looking, and then they say, there's not much offensive options out there to go trade for. So if you're like Adolis Garcia, we need to move on. One, you have him under a 2-year, $15 million contract. That is very low.
And for the record, I still think that has something to do with some of these struggles. But it's a tough kind of like catch-22, right? Because you get the sense that Adolis Garcia wanted a better deal, whether that meant more annual per or whether that meant, hey, let's just give me like a real outright extension. Not positive about that. But on the flip side, I know the Rangers are thinking, hey, we keep thinking back to your second half in 2021 or the inconsistencies that we see. And this season does him no favors because this was the Rangers' concern. We're going to pay you all of the money, and then we're going to get a longer struggle from Adolis Garcia. Because more than most players, you're going to get the epic peaks and valleys with him.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that the Rangers kind of look at that deal, and they're like, and this is why you didn't get a better deal. And sometimes I wonder if Adolis is affected by the fact that he didn't get a better deal.
And I know this was something we've kind of wondered all along here. Maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe there are a bunch of these guys who just went through a playoff time for their first time and went through winning a World Series for the first time and went through celebrating a World Series for the first time. Maybe they're just gassed and they don't have it right now. Catching up to the fastball is they're not identifying it. They're not doing the things, and it's taking them longer to get back into that groove, and maybe he's part of that too. Because, again, not all of those guys. Corey Seager? Who else? Scherzer, but Scherzer not really. Like, Corey Seager and Evaldi were pretty much it that have experienced that kind of deep run and then said, let's go do it again the next year. It's taken them. Maybe they're just burnt out, Kevin. Maybe it happens.
Don't
they're just
say
burnt
that
out this year.
Please, no matter what, don't say all in and don't say burnt out. Those
Michael
feel
Young
like,
once told me we were all in.
Okay, well,
and
that
we
was
went to the World Series.
That was when
year.
that phrase meant something.
We went all in.
Now we've really devalued.
And we went to the World Series.
I hope that you're right.
And now we have a trophy.
Do you want to talk about Adolis in the home run derby, or do you want to talk about cool auction items for All-Star Weekend?
Adolis in the home run derby.
Okay.
Will he get burnt out after swinging, hit the bat so many times in the home run derby?
Please stop using that phrase. It's giving me nightmares.
What other way can I describe it, Kevin? We get gassed? Is that how you want me to say it?
Yeah.
Same thing as DeMarcus Lawrence
I know, you're
said.
right, but it makes me feel better, oddly, that you used a different word.
Okay.
This will be the fourth straight season the Rangers have had somebody in the home run derby. Joey Gallo in 2021, Corey Seager in 2022, and then this is 2 straight seasons for Adolis Garcia. I'm excited just because, like, I'm not saying this, he's going to win or anything like that. I just think it's cool that you're going to have a hometown guy in the hometown park. I think that naturally just adds to the excitement.
The baseball wants this. They always want the team hosting to have a guy in the home run derby.
It's just whether or not that guy can do it or wants to do it.
Yeah, and just unfortunately for the Rangers this year, they just haven't had a lot of power at the plate and a guy that you feel like is going to put on a great show. I hope he does. He'll be the favorite in the building, as in people will be cheering for him. But when you look at the field, probably not the favorite. The one thing is how much does this matter in a home run derby? That there's a local kid in the home run derby. Like, how much love do you think Bobby Witt Jr.?
I think he's going to get the second most. I really do. I don't know what that difference is going to be from Adolis to Bobby Witt, but I do feel like he's been identified with this Metroplex for quite a while.
I'm interested in that because, like, the Royals are kind of faceless, honestly. Like, they're one of those organizations that they exist, and they're decent this year. They're on their way to maybe being good. I'm gonna have to have a mullet at the end of this year, I believe.
Yes, you are.
But I hope he doesn't get more of a cheer than Adolis, because Adolis could eat that up, man.
Yeah.
Like, he could eat that up and really, like, that's part of his superpower, is absorbing that
Maybe
energy.
there's 20,000 Colleyville people that are going to show up, and he does.
Man, and like the whole area is shut down because they're like gone to the home run derby.
And so that Top Golf that Jared used to host this thing at will be empty?
Yeah, just for that night. And so if you ever wanted to make a reservation, and you've had problems
Nobody's
with
working
it,
at the Top Golf, Kevin.
Yeah.
They're all at the game, at the home run derby.
I can't rule that out. I don't believe that's going to happen, but I can't rule it out either. All right, guys, we're going to need to pool our money because there's some really cool stuff that's happening at the All-Star game and the All-Star weekend, different auctions. So there's going to be an auction over the weekend and Monday. There's going to be another auction that starts on Tuesday. It includes a 14-karat gold pendant presented to Lou Gehrig in 1933 at the first ever MLB All-Star game in Chicago. Pre-sale estimates, $50,000 to $100,000.
Whoa! And that's going to be here?
Yes.
To auction off?
Yes. Well, not in the station, but as part of the All-Star festivities.
It'll be in
yes.
DFW.
Mickey Mantle, the bat that he used in the 1967 All-Star game that he gave to a bat boy, is expected to command $100,000. There's autographed baseballs from John F. Kennedy, Dwight D. Eisenhower are going to be sold as part of the collection.
Wow. They're both dead.
That is true. The Eisenhower autographed baseball is expected to go for between $40,000 and $60,000, and the JFK one expected to go for double that. Really? I don't know if it's going to go for more because it's in the Metroplex. I don't know. I understand how that could be a tricky situation, but a lot of really cool stuff.
I just thought I'm going Monday to the home run derby. I would really like for after the home run derby to really set it off is they get Biden and Trump to tee it off at home plate and they just see how far they can hit golf balls to center field just to see what their handicap could be and just see if he can hit the ball over 50 yards.
I will watch that.
Yeah,
I think that is a non-political statement.
100 million people.
I will just watch that to be like, oh my Lord, this is embarrassing.
That's smart of them to go with one from each side of the aisle, too. You know,
you like that? You like the nonpartisan nature of the auction?
I like that. My big concern, though, is obviously security. Like you, Kevin, when it comes to memorabilia and cards and stuff, considering what
that is a delicate subject
here at DFW
this last week. Yes,
make sure
I'm surprised they haven't been caught.
I am also
they have
surprised.
Great video footage of their tattoos, of their faces.
Yeah, the Dallas Card Show people, when we first saw the video, you're like, I see how they did it. But now that you've seen more screenshots and videos, and we talked about their security, they have a lot of video security around there. You're like, okay.
If you're a criminal, how stupid are you to get a tattoo? Like, that's a very
and not
big
have it covered.
Yeah.
Or at least not have it covered.
That's a pretty big identifier.
Oh, yeah.
Do you trust Alec? Because he has lots of visible tattoos, thus making him less likely to be a criminal.
Well, he's also a ginger.
Ooh.
So
that's a great point.
There's that to deal with.
That is
all right, guys.
point.
I've ordered Tiff treats off too.
Oh my God, we're the KC masterpiece, right? I guess that means we're going to break. Coming up
I'm
next,
going to Tiff treats.
It's time to talk about the Cowboys' offensive line. Will they be this good, and what are your concerns? Next, right here on the Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2nd and 10, Prescott back. Little swing pass on the right side, a screen for Dowdle. 2 great blocks, 10, 5, and he streaks in. It's a Thanksgiving Day touchdown for Rico Dowdle.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk about all of your sweet emotions today, as well as the Dallas Cowboys. Actually, I'd probably not do that first one. As well as the Dallas Cowboys offensive line. Now, I know we've wanted to talk about this for, I don't know, like a week, but Pro Football Focus had the Dallas Cowboys as the number 10 offensive line in all of the lands going into the season. Yes, Mike, this offensive line.
I'm shocked by that.
You think that's too high, right?
I do. I think at best
16,
it's average.
18? Okay.
So, I mean, I think at best 15, at worst 20.
Okay. All right. I'm kind of curious.
Logic?
Why?
Okay.
Why do you have them that low?
I don't think the OU. This is just me listening.
Guyton.
I don't think that OU kid is ready to play in the NFL yet, from what I understand.
Okay.
Now, obviously, that can change in preseason football or whatever, but I just think that he could be wildly inconsistent, and then I don't think they have a center.
Okay, I got you. I don't.
And then all it takes is one injury, and you're like, oh crap.
So let me play. I'm not playing devil's advocate here. Let me play a game here.
Jesus advocate.
Let's say the center is what you think it is, but Tyler Guyton proves to be serviceable at tackle.
Okay.
Like he's a good rookie tackle. You get a Tyler Smith type rookie year out of him. Was Tyler Smith's rookie year exceptional, or was it hey man, that's better than we thought?
It was really, I wouldn't say exceptional, but it was really good, especially compared to expectations.
Do you then feel if you get that out of the tackle, but the center's still wobbly, do you feel like it was a higher than 15 offensive line across the board?
Probably.
Steele in a healthy season, hopefully. Like, fingers crossed that he's like truly back and healthy. Zach Martin still not Zach Martin anymore, but still Zach Martin.
Really good.
Yeah. And then Tyler Smith's a really good left guard.
Okay, 2 questions. Do you think Tyler Smith is now better than Zach Martin?
No. I understand that question, and he might well be. I'm not prepared to say that yet, though.
I'll agree with Kevin in that I have to see the downfall of Zach Martin, and I have to see Tyler Smith go that far. He's not gotten to Zach Martin level yet, but in what we think of Zach Martin in the past.
Next question. Do you think Guyton can be as good as Tyler Smith's rookie year?
Yes.
Or will be, I guess, either way.
Okay, see, and I feel like that's a different question.
It is.
And it's a far different position, too.
Yes.
So like the athleticism is going to be a big key there.
Can be, I think he can. Will be is where I'm just trying to figure out if that is my fandom hope or is that my like actual football breakdown hope. You know what I'm saying? So like I understand where you're coming from because Corey, I'm not saying you have to agree with this, but I think some people's concerns are there's concerns at 3 different levels or at 3 different positions on the offensive line, right? Guyton
unanswered.
How quickly will he be able to do it? Whether it's Hoffman, whether it's BB.
Yeah, that's an unanswered thing too.
Same thing. And then I think a lot of people still have questions about Steele. Was it coming off injury or was this like...
Oh, no, yeah. That's definitely a big factor for me when it comes to Terrence Steele because there were times before the injury that we were like, dude, look at how that right side dominates. They absolutely were a dominant right side of the offensive line, him and Zach Martin with their doubles. And I hope that it was kind of a blip on the radar for him last year. And I understand the center spot, but those are things where I'm looking like, I got to see it before I can say it's bad. Does that make, like with Guyton, I'm like, I know what he was at OU. I've watched all the tape. I kind of know what Brock Hoffman is as a backup, but I do have to see it before I think it's bad. So I can, and also one of the other things that is a factor that I don't think people are thinking about enough, and this is where I could look at it taking a dip. Without Tyron here, he and Zach Martin did lead the way. He and Zach Martin and Travis Frederick, they had a mentality on the work that you put in to be an offensive lineman. Like they had a certain standard that they held. And I don't know if Zach Martin's the only voice in that now. And all those guys are like 5 separate offensive linemen, or if they're still that tight family that's like, this is how we work as an offensive unit. And if that's the case, if Tyler Guyton's walking in and he's like, no, I'm part of this, and Tyler Smith's ready to take over, and no, this is the standard that we set a long time ago, and this is what we're going to be, then I'm feeling a lot more positive. But if it's 5, offensive line is a place where it has to be synchronization like the Cowboys cheerleaders.
Yeah.
You got to be in the same mindset, understand.
Did you also start watching that Netflix
Absolutely.
show?
Dude, I remember, this is really dumb, but I remember.
Reese is a cutie pie, huh?
I remember a coach watching, it was the Kilgorettes. Is that what they are?
Or the Rangerettes, maybe?
Yeah, the Rangerettes. And, dude, they would jump up and land all at the same time. And this coach goes, God, if our offensive line just had that kind of synchronization. And that's exactly what you need them to be one mind, one body, moving the way that they do. And I just don't know if it's going to be there because we were lucky that Tyron Smith was what he was for so long.
Do you know how many of the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders have major injuries the rest of their life based off of that splits they do?
It's probably a pretty high number,
they
right?
Have to get, their hips and their knees and everything get jacked up because of that one move.
Ooh, I can see that.
I will say I'm excited about if Hoffman turns out to be good, I'm excited about the backup being BB.
Okay.
I think BB has a nasty streak that you need on your offensive line, and I like that he could be behind those three, Martin, Tyler Smith, and Hoffman, if Hoffman's good enough to carry that role and rock that way. But if he needs to be your center because Hoffman can't cut it, I feel like you got a dude that's not going to back down from the tough fights in the NFL in the middle
Before
of the
you
line.
answer, Kevin, I'm expecting BB to be great on special teams.
Are you thinking about Don Beebe?
Well, it's his son. I mean, the guy.
Is it really? Are you just making that up?
Same last name.
Yes. I don't know if that is the case whatsoever.
I'll look it up.
Now,
usually, former wide receivers have huge sons who become
offensive linemen. Yeah, why the hell not? Now
they are not related.
Okay,
great.
So now you're out on
Mike's
Cooper,
got a good
maybe?
point. Do you remember how hard he hustled to swat that ball out of Leon Lett's hand?
Yeah, and great thing is there's no nepotism here then.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would ever say nepotism when it comes to the Cowboys. Now you bring up an interesting alternate view of this, because we talked about all the things that could be bad for the Cowboys offensive line. But if some things turn your way, like for example, if Terrence Steele goes back to a couple of years ago, Terrence Steele, and you feel better about him coming off the injury, you're a season removed, then you feel great about that. Zach Martin's still doing his thing. If Hoffman and Beebe throw down like a real deal center competition where you're like, oh my gosh, these guys are both pretty good, then that's a huge win for you. We've talked about it. At CBS, maybe last week we discussed this interior lineman in the game. CBS had Zach Martin third and Smith fourth.
Wow.
And so obviously they believe the best combination of guards in the league belongs to the Dallas Cowboys. And then it would be up to Tyler Guyton if he does some good things. Then all of a sudden you feel really good about your wide receiver. But man, that's a big variation right there.
Yeah, I guess the one thing that Cowboy fans really can sink their teeth into and go, this is what they do. When they find a guy they like in the first round as an offensive lineman, it works.
Yeah, McClay
defensive lineman, very different. But offensive linemen, they know what they're doing. So Guyton to like, hey, is he going to be as good as Tyler Smith? Or, kind of what you're talking about here is I just feel like there is this confidence that you can have with the Cowboys and offensive linemen that for some reason, I don't know why I'm nervous about it. But with at least Guyton, and I will say, why am I drawing a blank? The Wisconsin kid who people didn't like, but he wasn't bad.
Frederick. Oh.
Yeah, Frederick was great. They're both Wisconsin guys. You got it. But he wasn't bad. He wasn't good.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he was good, but where he was picked, he ended up being all right.
Yeah.
And so
he wasn't strong enough for the spot, I think. There were a lot of times when I was just like, oh, man, if he could just be in that spot against those big guys on the defensive line, he needed to be stronger or have a little more finesse in his technique.
Now,
a little more judo to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Whenever
actually,
you get some judo, you can get people off balance and throw
I
them
know
on the
that would be
ground.
a penalty, though, but I absolutely want to see them do that kind of hip toss block all of the time. Is there a team that you think stands out as having a really good offensive line or a really terrible offensive line?
Well, besides like the terrible teams,
yes,
I feel like Cincinnati always has a bad offensive line for Joe Burrow that he has to overcome.
That has definitely been true. I always wonder if like you see some big swings because they invest in it, but the Bengals are still listed as 21 by Pro Football Focus. So in the bottom half of the league.
The Browns are always good because they run the ball well.
That was the same thing I was thinking.
Cleveland Browns are number 4 on the list. The top 5 goes like this: the Jets, the Browns, the Colts, the Eagles.
Even with losing Kelsey?
Yes.
Are the Lions in this mix?
The number 1 offensive line in all of the land is the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, man.
Dude, and they're all wide receivers, too, if they need to be.
Well, they do like to run out.
Yeah, they all say I'm a wide receiver.
Is this still going back to the 2-point conversion play from that's what we're discussing? Okay.
Just think about, remember when we were talking about Penei Sewell and everybody was like, I don't know about this, and everybody was He's going to be
awesome.
great, and he has turned out to be absolutely fantastic for that team.
And then in case you were wondering, like, I didn't actually go through the blurb for the Cowboys for Pro Football Focus. I feel like we chopped it up, but here's their truncated version of it. Although the Cowboys offensive linemen had been among the best 5 units in the league for years, that position is in jeopardy going forward. Cowboys let Tyron Smith and Tyler Biadasz walk in free agency, and now Tyler Guyton is set to replace Smith, while Brock Hoffman is expected to play center. It did not help Dallas that right tackle Terrence Steele had a disappointing 2023 season. And then it points out they have one of the best guard duos in the entire NFL. Now, whether or not you think it's the best, that might be a matter of opinion.
You
but
shore up that center position, and you are a better team.
it does feel like a game changer to have, like, then you would feel like a lock on the interior of the offensive line. I know so much gets paid attention to the tackles.
There are a couple things there. One, it's the first thing right in the quarterback's face, and it's a shorter distance from the position to the quarterback. So if people can get through right there at your center spot, shorter distance to get to the quarterback and take him down. And it's a distraction, dude. Where you're mostly throwing and stepping up into the pocket is behind those 3 guys. The guys out on the edge, they're taking care of the speed that's coming after you, but it's right there in the middle where you're going to step up and into a spot. And Dak is traditionally, look at his history, whenever he's comfortable up there, he's a more comfortable quarterback.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Michael Lorenzen doesn't go into the All-Star break in a great way. We talk about it next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swinging a ground ball hit to first, but taken into the gut by Shonowell. He'll take it to the bag, and that'll do it. The Angels salvage the final game in this series, and in so doing, they snap the Rangers' longest winning streak of the year.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Pasek.
The bad news yesterday in baseball was Seattle and Houston both won. So when you had it to 5 back, or was it 5.5? 5 back and then
5.5 to 6.5.
Yeah, and then you go from. I'm trying to do the math here.
You're 3.5 back of Houston. Now you're 4.5.
Great. Now what?
Why would the Angels do that to us?
I don't know. They tried to let us come back in.
Yeah, they're like, here, let's load the bases for you in the 5th and the 7th.
And then our former guy here, Hans Solo Kraus, who we interviewed right before he got traded.
Yes.
Came in and did a good enough job to get out of a situation. So, congratulations to Hans Kraus.
Yes.
Well,
when he introduced himself when he got drafted, he said, "I am Hans Kraus and I throw the gas."
I love it.
And we don't have him anymore.
So
I get it.
Michael Lorenzen has had a very good year for the Texas Rangers. I want to make that clear. 5-5 with a 3.52 ERA at the All-Star break is an awesome start, or an awesome half to his season. One, Corey, I want you to go to ESPN and I want you to pull up Michael Lorenzen, and I want you to tell me if you find anything weirdly wrong with his profile picture.
With his profile picture on ESPN.
Yeah. I think that they put on.
This looks like his hat's too small.
100%. I know that's a made up picture. Like they had to take a picture from Philadelphia or Detroit, but I'm like, you guys could have done a better job of making the hat look like it's a real hat. Like it's like, that's a hat way too small. You threw on like just a picture of Michael Lorenzen.
Doesn't it look too small?
Yeah.
Doesn't it's the
I get what you're saying.
I'm like, wait, you guys did a bad job of cropping this Ranger hat onto his head. It's way too small.
Is that a bigger concern for you than the walks?
No.
Okay, man, that was you really thought about that for a while.
I wouldn't be happy if I was Michael Lorenzen, if I went to my ESPN profile and I'm like, hey, guys, get the right size hat for this cropped photo you guys did.
What if they were like, well, don't walk 13 people in the last 3 games and we'll be all right.
But ESPN is very tough to trust with stuff like this. The last time I went to ESPN, they had this year Josh Smith with like a 0.0 WAR.
And then the same for the last 2 years. They're like, he never registers anything.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question about Josh Smith?
This is where you're supposed to say yes. Go ahead.
I want to hold on and just see if I don't answer if we just sit here forever. Yes, Corey, you can. What if the answer was no? Do you just then not ask it?
I would have just gone on about our show.
I just ask it.
Is he having a good year? Or is
Josh
he just
Smith?
the best Ranger and we're like, oh my gosh, Josh Smith?
He's having a good year.
He's having a good year, and then also if you're comparing him to Josh Smith, he's having an unbelievable year.
Okay. All right.
If those were the same numbers and those were Corey Seager's numbers, we wouldn't say he's having a good year.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
Because we'd be like, well, hey man, we gotta have more homers. We gotta, but it's Josh Smith compared to other third basemen. Good year. Josh Smith compared to Josh Smith, what we've seen in a year and a half, unbelievably great year.
Okay, and everybody else on the team is not playing that great, so he looks like the best Ranger ever right now. Gotcha.
Right.
Okay.
And Corey Seager has gotten hot enough lately that you can now, as we have 3 games left till the All-Star break, I think you can make an argument, and I'd have to compare. I don't have their comparisons up, but with Corey Seager's last, I don't know, about 8 games or so, you could be like, ooh, it's getting close to where Corey Seager might have your best offensive number.
Gotcha. Okay.
So Michael Lorenzen in his last 3 games has walked 13 hitters, and that's in 15 innings.
He does play with some fire.
He does, and when you go back to certain months, I go back to the month of May, 287, ERA on an undercover cop? Is that like it's on a rap song?
I think that's 187.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But
let's not do that. That's murder.
In 31.1 innings in that month and an under 3 ERA, he had 15 walks. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
When you're walking a guy every other inning, your ERA is going to struggle. But he's been able to throw a lot of double plays in these situations. If you go back to the month of April, he had a 4.24 ERA, which in 17 innings, 9 walks. That makes more sense if you're going to walk a guy. So pretty much his best month was in the month of June. He had 33 2/3 innings and only 11 walks, which is just about average, major league average. So he has dealt with over-walking players throughout the season, but it hasn't hurt him until lately. And I'm just like, I feel like when you keep doing something against the average, like this shouldn't happen. You should have a worse ERA.
Sure.
You should have more runs being scored against you. I think it's starting to catch up to Michael Lorenzen, and that was his last game. He's not pitching in Houston. I feel like Michael Lorenzen, I love what he's done for the Rangers, but if he's going to keep up this kind of stat of throw about 5-6 innings and walk 3 to 4 guys, I don't know if he's going to keep an ERA in the mid 3s or better.
Yeah. What does he do to change that? I mean, throw strikes is probably the answer, Kevin. So.
That is a fair point. That feels like what you would tell me.
Yeah, that is what I would say. So never mind, scratch that question.
But like honestly, I'm sure we can get whether it's a better breakdown of first pitch strikes or maybe get more chaseable pitches out there, because a ball is not always a ball. You know what I'm saying? Like in terms of the location of the pitch, and you might be like, oh, that's close enough. I might have to chase it.
And our intern, Max, who's right now running a special errand for us, he brings up a good point. It would be one thing if Michael Lorenzen was always walking, I don't know, if Mike Trout was in the lineup yesterday, right? There's really nobody that you would be really scared of in LA's lineup. Now, I guess Hoppy coming into the game because he had a great game the day before.
Yeah.
But if you look at the Angels, you're like, wait, who are you walking and why? If there's certain situations, runner on second, and I'm a right-hander, let's just say it's Marcus Semien. Well, Ron Washington this series decided we're just not going to pitch to Corey Seager anymore if there's a situation because he's just too good. And so you get that. If I look at the walks and I look at who he's walking and it's always the 2 and 3 hole hitter, or it's a 5 hole hitter to get to a 6 hole hitter who has way worse numbers, I totally get it. But he at times will walk your 8 and 9 hole hitters and turn the lineup over, which means he just lost command. So to your point, Corey, what you have to say is, hey, we really have to focus in on the bottom of the order. Those have to be outs. And if they earn their way on base, they earn their way on base. But in a weird way, he's walking too many non-threatening hitters and putting threatening hitters into a situation where they can hurt you. And you're not going to get away with that forever. And I said, I mean, there's certain guys who can. Nolan Ryan walked a lot of people, and then he just struck everybody out. You know, like...
That's true.
Like, I'm not worried about it.
It was like, I'm going to strike you out and you out and you out,
Right.
but you're on base today.
If you have that in the bag, you're fine. Nolan Ryan also didn't care to hold on runners very well at first base. It's like, you can't steal home. So I'm just going to, you can steal second and third, but nobody else is going to hit the ball the rest of the inning. So good luck with that. So if you have that, you can get away with a lot of walks.
Sure.
But he's not a high strikeout guy. So you look at it and you go, okay, this second half, one thing Michael Lorenzen needs to clean up is in his last 15 innings, 3 games, he has 13 walks, and that has to settle down. Or you might have the Michael Lorenzen that Philadelphia traded for, where they're like, oh, no. And this is one thing that I'm wondering about. I don't think it's the case, but one thing I'm wondering about, and I need to pull up his overall numbers here, 92 innings pitched. I believe last year, I'm going off the top of my head, I think he threw 107 innings for Detroit, and then everything didn't go well in Philadelphia. Does he hit a wall around 100 innings?
Okay.
I'm throwing that out as a question.
But that's something we have to watch for.
Yeah, and now obviously this has been his last kind of innings 80 through 92. But I'm wondering, and I'm hoping it's not the case, is he hitting a little bit of a wall here with his location? Because he needs it. His stuff isn't awesome. His stuff is average for the most part. He has a great changeup. He has great pitches, but overall, you wouldn't say Michael Lorenzen's stuff is well above league average. You'd say it's nice, it's good. Maybe it's a hair above average.
And there was a time where a guy like him, you were like, oh, but he's an innings eater. But he's not really an innings eater at 5, maybe 6 innings most of the time. So
he had been earlier in the year, but lately, because he's walking so many guys, it's struggling to get to an innings eating guy. So he's a guy that needs to improve. And then my last baseball nugget is on Daniel Robert, who we got to see for the first time. Pitch for the Texas Rangers, and he wasn't able to keep it at 5-2. He gave up a 2-run homer in his second inning of work. And here's what I saw from him. I like his fastball. He is able to touch 98, so it's a hair above average fastball. But there's so many guys now you see. Look at the Angels, who they kept bringing in to get out of these situations. There's so many guys that you bring in now that throw 95 to 98 that are right-handed relief pitchers. So that doesn't make him unique that he's touching 98. It makes him a hair above average, but I didn't love his breaking ball. His breaking ball, when he threw it out of the zone, had great depth, or it had great side-to-side movement, but he threw it for a ball. And so the one that he threw for a strike, you would say, is a gyro ball or a spinning breaking ball, but it doesn't break much. So that breaking ball that he has that gets out of the zone needs to be the breaking ball he can throw in the zone.
Okay.
And so I don't know how long he's going to stay up in the major leagues. Obviously, the Rangers have had a lot of relief pitchers that have come up and then been sent back and then come up and sent back. But they're trying out Daniel Robert. I like his fastball. It got on the hitters pretty quickly yesterday. But his breaking ball, I was worried about because it in the zone didn't have great movement. Out of the zone, it did. But you got to be able to throw good ones in the zone for them to chase good ones out of the zone. And that's your Nuggets.
I like it. I like it. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what is your biggest regret from the Cowboys offseason? 877-881-1053. Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Asking the questions that matter. Like, do you think Bill Belichick is going back to college with his girlfriend?
No, he's going. He just
like Rodney Dangerfield.
It's just been announced that he is joining the inside the NFL program.
Gotcha.
On the CW with Ryan Clark, Chad Johnson, and Chris Long.
The CW still works?
I don't know what that is.
I know where it is. I don't think anybody's at that building anymore. It's like where the fan.
Bill Belichick's not going to the CW building here in the Metroplex.
Wasn't the fan there for like 6 months or something?
Across the street.
Yeah.
It was across literally across the street. But I think the tower's still there. But he says, and I quote, "I'm thrilled to join my new team at NFL Films and to work on such a historic television franchise.
We're on.
I've always appreciated inside the NFL's depth of analysis, and I hope to bring the same detailed insight to the CW. By talking real football with pros, Ryan, Chris, Chad, this upcoming season."
Okay, he does sound pumped. Yes, Channel 33, but I'm not saying...
I think it's different,
okay,
though.
but I'm not saying that they're going to be at that studio. That's just like one of the affiliates.
Is Chase Williams still there?
He moved a long time ago, right?
Andy Scholes was the dude at CNN that brought me on.
Do you know, I saw Chase Williams one time at the airport. He had just gotten married.
Uh-huh.
I think he got divorced.
No, I think they're all right.
They're still married?
I don't know.
It was a while
Why
ago.
would you just go on air with that speculation?
I don't know. I think, maybe they're happily married. I just remember I was going on a trip with my wife, and then I saw Chase Williams there. He's like, "Oh, I just got married." I was like, "Oh, man, congratulations. You're still a good-looking guy."
I mean, I see him in a picture of a kid, and there's
really?
a picture on,
congratulations.
There's woman's legs here.
You know what? You can have a kid and not be with that person.
I'm saying there's woman's legs in another picture, too, so I
Okay.
feel like, doesn't that
Yeah,
feel...
but that kid has a horrible name afterwards. Bastard, right?
Oh, my God, dude.
Isn't that what they call
And that is not how a bastard works. It's if you have the kid out of wedlock before you're married. If you have the kid while you're married and then get divorced, you don't become a bastard. Guys, we're going to talk about the Cowboys here. I know we came back right on time. Things were going great, and then we took a detour.
Things are still going great.
Okay. What is your biggest regret of the Dallas Cowboys offseason?
Well, now it's not getting Bill Belichick, so he has to go work at the CW.
Okay, fair. Not with the dancing frogs and the Animaniacs. No, I do not believe they're going to cross paths.
He's going to be on an Arrow or Smallville.
Didn't people say that frog was problematic?
What?
Man, I'm pretty sure there was people that like, we need to get rid of that frog.
Ayo from The Bear, she says her dad is the dancing frog, that he does the voice.
Oh.
I don't know if that's true or not. That could have been a joke.
Interesting.
Anyway.
So 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel text line. Let us know what your biggest regret is of the Cowboys offseason.
I guess I'll start. It's the draft. In the second or third round, they should have taken a running back.
Yes. I see my variation of that, but it's the exact same thought. Is one of the things I came up with is not taking the running back issue seriously. Because earlier we talked about the offensive line, and look, man, the offensive line might be able to be incredible, but do you think it will reflect poorly on them if you have the worst running back room in all of football?
Deuce Vaughn dressed a couple times last year.
He did.
Do y'all believe that was just a pick for show and that he can't apply anything to the NFL now?
See, I don't necessarily think it was just a pick for show, but a lot of times you just make picks that late in the draft and you're like, well, we gave it a shot, but it's not working.
We'll see if it works out.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think they did it as a bit at all.
You're done now on Rico Dowdle can he stay healthy option?
Yeah, and I just you don't view him as a lead back.
Like a game changer?
Yeah.
Nope.
I literally think we have no lead running back. And I understand that people are going to make the argument is it's more of a combo running back league in a lot of places anyway. Fair enough. But I feel like usually
there's a guy that's really good.
Yes. And
he's a game breaker.
You just don't have that with this running back room right now. So I'm with Mike. I really wish Even if I realize best player available, even if maybe it was a bit of a reach, I would not have minded like a second or third round running back.
Yeah, no, they have a collection of guys, and I don't know if they're just going, well, we're hoping that Zeke's going to be great again, or if they're going, man, and maybe the Zeke thing was part of them trying to negotiate with Dak. Look, hey, stick around, we'll bring your best friend back. I have no clue where all that falls together, because I agree with you. I don't think he is the Zeke we used to know by any means.
No.
And when your offensive line isn't, one of the top 3 offensive line either.
Last time we knew him, he was a center.
Yeah. That is true. That is
never
true.
gonna.
I think it's called snap, drop, and roll. Right?
Snap, drop it. He did get dropped.
The play didn't go well.
It did nothing went well.
And if you have no idea, just for the record,
looked like he was on fire, right?
If you have no stop, drop, and roll, if you have no idea what Mike is referencing, just go look up Ezekiel Elliott as the center and just watch the spectacular failure that play was.
Okay.
I know you know what it is.
When I saw this question today, Kevin, my first initial reaction was that they didn't get somebody to replace DeMarcus Lawrence. And
fascinating.
I say that because I desperately feel like this defensive group needs more, and I think DeMarcus Lawrence is really good. Listen. There's nothing. I'm not saying that he's garbage. I'm not saying that he's a cone out there by any means. He does a very good job of what is asked of him to be done. However, you're about to run out of time with him, and you need to have the real replacement for his future. Now, maybe they're looking at the draft and they're thinking to themselves, no, we do have some potential replacements for him when it comes to like Sam Williams or some of these other guys. I know that they like Marshawn Nealon. I know they like Fehoko. But I just feel like when you look at the talent on your defensive side of the ball right now, you're thinking to yourself, it's not enough. And I feel like they should have said, you know what, we got to continue to add arms to this race. And I didn't feel like they did. So that was the first thought. But then, Kevin, that's when I looked at the Cowboys' whole roster.
Yeah.
And at the end of this season,
there's a reckoning coming on this cap.
This will be the busiest. The next year will be the busiest Cowboys offseason we've seen in decades. Because the Cowboys will potentially lose a ginormous piece of their core. Now, that's if you believe that they're willing to walk away from some things, which I'm willing to believe that. I know some of you guys are not. I feel like they're in a situation where like, look, we might have to revamp this whole thing. But looking at it right now, they have some big-time problems to contend with in this offseason. So starting with that, trying to replace and replenish your defensive line, maybe even getting bigger and stronger in the middle. I would have liked to have seen that too. But they didn't. And that's what we gotta hope and pray that they can figure something out. Maybe Mike Zimmer's got the scheme to draw it up.
Now, when we were talking about running back, somebody brought this up from the 469. Their biggest regret is not, I don't know, at least making the phone call or whatever to Derrick Henry. Like, maybe you just would have looked at it and been like, that doesn't work financially for us. But one of the things that came up is Derrick Henry's like, yeah, I kind of thought that made sense. But
nobody ever called me.
But I didn't hear from them. I'm not saying you had to do that move, but at least it feels like, because we're like talent acquisition 24/7, 365, that you would have called Derrick Henry just to be like, hey, what's up? Is there any chance you play for $3 million? No? Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Like, even something as simple as that, I would think would have been fine with.
Just being proactive enough to make those calls. The Cowboys' philosophy is people come to us, though. And then we get a better deal because people come to us because they want to wear a star.
Look, man.
That's lost its luster, man.
I know. I want to preface this by saying I went to Texas A&M when I use this example because I know sometimes it makes people upset. This is the trap that Notre Dame fell into for the longest time. This is the trap that the University of Texas fell into for the longest time, is you got to a point where that wasn't the case anymore. Like, sure, there was a time when you're like, I'll do anything I can to get to that school no matter what. And Notre Dame sat on that, and Texas sat on that. And now the Cowboys sit on that as if it's still, I don't know, the mid to late 90s, maybe even the early 2000s. It doesn't work like that anymore.
Yeah, if there's one thing we learned from the Mavericks, Kevin, it's that you don't sit on that. You stand on business.
I like that. Now, as you could probably guess, a lot of people are in the same vein. My biggest offseason regret from the 229 is that I'm actually paying some attention to what is going on with the team. This after I swore I would give up on them. From the 469, my biggest regret is just being a Cowboys fan in general, but unfortunately, that is not going to change. And from the 469, this is probably the number one answer thus far. Biggest regret, believing that we were actually going all in. And, like, that has become the joke phrase, right? Like, I mean, I know people have jokes about the Cowboys anyway, but that has become the biggest joke phrase since Jerry said that.
Well, okay, so yes. People like to crack on that a lot.
I'm one of those people.
And I do too. I say it all the time, and you're like, Corey, stop.
Not me.
Yeah, no,
Mike's very serious when he mentions all in. But here's maybe the all-in philosophy. Again, I go back to maybe all-in is not saying I'm all in, I'm buying everything. Because clearly, Kevin, this offseason, they did not.
No.
They did not go all in with their money and say we're buying everything. But just like I just mentioned, that roster at the end of this year, if nobody has signed contracts, what happens when you do go all in?
Well,
either you win or you're out of chips.
Yes. Let's talk about that, Corey, because you bring up a very astute point, and this was my primary thing. I definitely agree about the running back, but not re-signing Dak Prescott. Here's the deal, and I know this is a very he is a very divisive figure for Cowboys fans, much like Romo was before him, and I'm sure the next quarterback will be and everything like that. Dak is a good quarterback, all right? I'm just going to leave it there, and hopefully that we can all kind of come to an agreement on that. But the more important part about it is that I don't think there's any chance in hell the Cowboys are going to let him walk. Now, I know Bobby would bring up the fact that if it gets to the end of the season, Dak might choose to walk. And that's fair enough. And that's a different point. But he wouldn't have walked if you would have, played ball with him now and just given him what he wants, because that's how we seem to negotiate anyway. But if Dak Prescott walks, you don't magically fix anything, because I know people are like, oh, we can get a new quarterback. That's fine. But he still counts $40 million against your cap in 2025. $40 million if he's not here.
Don't worry, Kevin. If you look at that roster, all of the players are going to be gone.
Yes, and that's a great point, because guess what? If Zach Martin does retire, he counts a crap ton of money against your cap too, into the 8 figures. So with Dak and Zach Martin, that could have been much worse. With Zach Martin and Dak Prescott, you're out in the $50 million range for 2025 for two players that theoretically might not even be here. And I would be okay with that if the Cowboys were like, our hand has been forced. We did this for too long. We got to tear it all down.
But because they're like, no, everything's fine. We got all these plans to re-sign these guys.
And that's what I'm afraid of, is they're going to, even if they did let Dak walk, they're going to be like, hey, Joe Flacco's won a Super Bowl. And that's the person who comes to mind. And they're like, we got Joe Flacco. We just re-upped with Trey Lance. Don't forget, he was a top pick in the draft. And we've got a top pick in the draft and somebody who won the Super Bowl. Who can stop us? And
the next Vinny Testaverde.
Yes. And you'll be like, what the hell are we doing? If you told me they were doing this because they're really going to let Dak walk if it doesn't work out and tear it all down and try to rebuild, I would be like, good, do that. Give it another shot. Give it another shot. Let's see what we can do with these guys. And if it doesn't work, we have to totally reboot. I do not believe for 1 second they're going to do that.
So it's not feeling more and more like that right now? The closer you get to the fact that none of those guys are signed and they're getting further and there's nothing new, nothing new on the horizon. There's nothing that makes you feel that they have this kind of plan in action?
No, it really isn't, because, take a look at it. Because
the other route is easier.
Exactly. Yeah. The other route's way easier, and this is what is actually going to happen. All right, CeeDee Lamb, I firmly believe that they'll give him the contract extension once he's missing from training camp for just a little bit. And if he wants to hold out, then they'll be like, hey, don't forget, we can still franchise tag you and everything like that. Micah Parsons is still under contract for 2 more years. I know you would like to get that done so you can spread out the money. And then Dak Prescott is under contract for the rest of this year. But I just think they're going to be like, well, it sucks. We love Dak, but, we didn't win, so now we got this other plan. And it's just going to be a plan to tread water. You need to be able to sink if you're ever going to come back up again.
So I know I am the most optimistic one to the point where people call me a homer for it, and I appreciate that.
15-2.
Mike is the most optimistic one.
Only lose the last 2 because you've secured everything you need.
I have not had a very positive offseason at all, Kevin. I have not been positive about this team at all. The one sign of hope that I'm kind of fingers crossed, there are 2 things I'm fingers crossed for. One is that Dak has the greatest season we've ever seen and does his thing. The other one is that they actually go through with the plan, as you described it, that they need to go through with in order to kind of reset their whole thing. And it's going to take it would take a pretty bad year next year. It would also probably take a pretty bad year this year, or a collapse at the end of the season, or a big time loss in a certain way. But that is part of the hope that maybe they've learned all these things and they're ready to flip a switch on that. But nothing in their past has ever told you that that's the way that they're going to go. So that's where the false delusion comes from when people are like, you guys are crazy.
I absolutely agree with you on that. Here's the other part. For everybody who's like, you need to let Dak go. That's the thing. Pick one or the other. I'm okay if you pick the other one too, but that should have happened the second you lost to the Packers. The second you lost to the Packers, you're like, we're done with him. We need to find a way to move him. And I know people are going to be like, Dak has a no trade clause. Well, I bet if you traded him somewhere where they were like, we will give you
Kansas
all of
City.
the money. Yeah. And I don't know.
They win.
Kansas City probably wouldn't be in the market for a variety of reasons.
Cincinnati.
But probably not them either. I have a feeling, though, you could find plenty of places that would want him and would be willing to give him all the money that he would waive his no trade clause for. And then you can move on and be like, we got some assets. We took the hit now. And now we know we have to move in another direction. Now, whether that means you throw Trey Lance out there to see if he's got anything, or you would have drafted a quarterback, I have no idea how it would have played out from there. But the Cowboys didn't make a decision. They sat on their ass and decided, let's just see what happens. Well, how great has that worked out?
Got to wait for the leaves to fall, Kevin.
Yeah, well, guess what? Almost every wide receiver leaf has fallen. What are we waiting for? The tree to burn down?
Well, I mean, whenever the weather happens, Kevin, trees fall over. So maybe we're just waiting for...
Don't know if that is
seen it
accurate
happen.
or not.
Yeah.
Oh, like with a hurricane?
I've seen these trees fall over out of nowhere.
Okay, well, maybe they're expecting a hurricane to hit the salary cap and everyone is cheap again. It's not going to happen. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, from the mind of Corey.
What?
And stolen just a tiny bit from the morning show. What makes the city you live in badass? Next, right here on The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get Masterpieced anytime you want on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Hey there, folks. I want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel and Frankel. Look, if...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, the morning show does a very intriguing segment called Neighborhood Watch.
All right.
And during Neighborhood Watch, they said something that, Corey, you thought, that's an interesting point, but how can I make it more badass?
Absolutely. And that's how this segment came about.
What makes the city that you live in badass?
So they were discussing, Mike, where would you raise a family? Like what cities are you more likely to raise a family in? And people were dropping like the Friscos, Grapevines, Flower Mound area, stuff like that. And they said, where would you live if you're single? And everybody was like, oh yeah, uptown, downtown Dallas and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, that's makes sense. Being in and around the city as a single person makes a lot of sense. Being over by White Rock Lake as a single person makes a lot of sense too, because being around that lake, there's a lot of action. There are a lot of people, a lot of traffic going on around that lake. There's a lot of single people living in that area. A lot of families too, though. Kevin, we tried to discuss how much it would cost to buy a lake. Because with Klay Thompson moving here, where is he going to put his boat? He has his Boston Whaler. Where is he going to put that boat? And I was like, well, I mean, is he going to take it to Louisville? Is he going to take it to Texoma? And you said maybe he could just buy a lake. And then we tried to figure out how much it would cost to buy White Rock Lake. And we were looking like over the $200, $400 million, maybe even $600 million range.
Because at first, Corey said he thought the lake could maybe be had for $40 to $60 million. I was like, I'm buying that lake.
Yeah.
Who owns the lake?
Well,
that's
city,
a great
obviously.
question.
The city does. But property values over there, Mike, like multiple homes in the $25 million area. Like, it's wild.
But nobody owns the lake. I can swim out in the lake, and they can be like, you're on my property.
Yeah.
Well, once I buy it, I could.
You also don't want to swim in White Rock Lake. You don't want to swim.
Oh, why? Gators?
No gators.
Sharks?
No sharks.
Cougars?
No, it's just nasty.
Cougars can't
all right?
swim. They're cats.
That is a nasty lake. Look, it's beautiful. It's gorgeous to run around the lake and be around the lake.
But you don't want to go in the lake.
You don't want to swim in that lake, all right? You don't want to swim in it. Plus, they tell you not to swim in it. They're like, do not swim in this lake. Stay out.
As we established yesterday, I don't always follow the rules. From the 940, Oak Cliff is the only right answer to all of these questions.
But why is it badass? That's the question.
That's a great
why
point.
is your city more badass than other cities?
South Oak Cliff football.
That's a great reason.
Yeah.
I love that reason.
Now, from the 214, they're 5 generations deep in McKinney. And they said,
wow,
McKinney was just voted the most affordable city in the U.S. and one of the safest cities in America. That's a pretty good combination
It
right
is.
there.
Every time I've been there, it's been very nice. They also have Tubbs Brewery, which just expanded out there, and it was phenomenal. Like, that's a really cool layout they got there. Every time I go to McKinney, I always feel like it's very comfortable and relaxed, and I'm not too rushed. You know, for the amount of people that live in the city, it doesn't feel like a very rushed city.
Okay.
From the 214, Corey left us Garland folk. He's too rich now.
See, and that is true. I'm telling you, there's a lot of great bits on this station. One of my favorite bits is the whoa, especially in the
Sean and
completely
RJ.
overreactionary.
I had some ketchup yesterday.
Whoa! And that's why
you can afford ketchup.
That's true. I think
Heinz. Everybody can afford Hunt's. Stinks.
I think
he's right.
That the reason why Garland is great is because Garland is a mix of everywhere. There are some places near Firewheel that are really fancy. There are other places in Garland, like where we live, that I like quite a bit. But it's only right across the street from what we call the Murder Sonic.
The Murder Sonic.
In Garland, the great thing about Garland is you're never too far away from a fancy place and a place where you might get stabbed.
That's true. I lived in Garland. For a while. I lived right next to on the border over there in those apartments.
Yes.
Got robbed 3 times. 2 times the apartment got broken into. 1 time the car was stolen. So, yeah, I know about Garland being look, dude, that on the border was awesome. We had a great time. We'd go have really fun parties at other people's houses in Garland all the time.
But that's why I'm going to argue that Garland is badass. It prepares you for the real world.
Mm-hmm.
And then in some places, you're like, this is a nice place to live.
There's also some hills in Garland.
That's true.
I'm being serious about this. I don't know if there are any hills in Plano. It's a flat.
It's flat
it
everywhere.
It is a flat grid in Plano. The only hills area I think is Arbor Hills, and that's over near Hebron. So like that's really far away from where I live. But it is, and I guess on the east side as you get towards like Wiley and all that stuff. But again, closer to something else. Plano's just a flat grid. Now that being said, travel's pretty easy. It does take about 15 minutes to get to any highway, though.
Unless you want to travel in some low-income housing, and they're like, you get the hell out of our city.
They have one area that I really know of that is low-income housing kind of area. And I do think they've tried to get rid of it for a long time, too.
For sure.
If I remember correctly. But for the most part, I think it's badass because there are lots of parks. Every place, every community you get into, there's an awesome little park that they have sitting right there. And for me and the family, we like to get out and go run around and play the parks and stuff. So that's always been something I've really liked about it. It always seemed like everything's kind of right there. It's like Waterburger. It's got everything you want, and it's right there. So that's always a good thing.
Now, I don't know if these mathematical equations will be helpful to anyone, but somebody said that they built a 5-acre lake and it cost $100,000. I did the mathematical breakdown for White Rock Lake. That means it would cost us approximately $20.3 million.
Okay, because based on acreage alone?
Yes.
But that's building a lake.
That's true.
So that doesn't include the property values. Where did they build that lake? Did they build that 5-acre lake in like Euless?
Don't know.
It's a different factor there.
Don't know. From the 214, it's got to be Old East Dallas. We have Swiss Avenue. We have mansions and crackheads. So they said that's why their city is the
like
best.
near Bryan Adams?
Yeah, in my neck of the woods, old school East Dallas, Old Lake Highlands is kind of where I grew up, and that's at the top of the hill where Buckner and Mockingbird and Peavy all come together, and it overlooks White Rock Lake.
Buckner, where they used to have an orphanage.
Is it still there?
I don't know. I used to play baseball over in Buckner.
Really?
My dad would tell me he was going to drop me off
like,
there.
In like next to the baseball fields.
Did they ever let any of the kids come play baseball?
They weren't good enough, I don't think.
That's why they're orphans?
I don't know why they're
On your face.
I don't know why they're orphans. You can be orphans for different reasons.
Yes, you can.
Ask Annie.
But I could see him, and I could see in your mind, Mike, he's like, he's not good enough. Send him to the orphanage.
I honestly I just always felt sad as a kid.
That's
You're playing
fair.
baseball and then you see this big building and they're like, yeah, that's an orphanage. And you're just like,
Golly.
oh man. That's a tough one.
I always think that, okay, look, here's the thing. Since you said that, I want to point out, I always think that driving down 75, I can't remember where the exit is, but you'll see the giant casket store.
Yes.
And then right next to it, there's a deli. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm sure that deli is delicious, but I would always wonder, like, do you just cross paths with all these people who have, like, just lost loved ones? And you're like, hey, got this sandwich. It might make you feel better.
Well, there is
Our
that.
meat's to die for.
Yeah.
I think Cindy's.
That's pretty good.
I think
that
Cindy's
is
restaurant's
Cindy.
right
Yeah.
next door. And yeah, man, you need to eat. Everybody's got to eat, even if they're shopping for caskets.
Not the dead people.
Well, not the dead people. From the 940, Bowie, Texas is home of the world's largest Jim Bowie knife. So,
okay,
is it Bowie or Bowie?
If I could move and job wasn't an issue, I love the area around TCU.
Okay, and somebody just said, I know Fort Worth is a big
You lived
place.
out in Arlington. You lived.
No,
in
I lived on the other side of 30 off of Montgomery, probably 3 miles away from TCU. Like when they scored a touchdown on Saturday, I could hear the explosion of the horn. I could hear the horn go off.
Okay.
And so, I mean, I was close enough that, I was like, oh, TCU scored a touchdown.
And what was there anything specific about it? Was the campus
I just think
environment?
it's a beautiful area
Okay.
over there. I mean, there's some areas, obviously Fort Worth, there's plenty of horrible areas. But there are some really beautiful areas, and usually around the TCU campus, there's some great areas.
From the 432, I live in Lake Worth now, and having military jets fly over low every day is pretty badass, in my opinion.
That
Might
does
be
sound
annoying for
badass.
some, but for me,
Yeah.
I like it. When we're in Arizona, we always see those jets flying around out there, and we're like, that is pretty cool.
See, and I could see that. I appreciate he gave the perspective of I live there and still think it's cool. Because I could see when we visit Arizona, I was like, that's super neat. And if I lived there, I'd be like, good Lord. Like, are we actually going to another war right now?
Dude, for the first time the other day, I was in the pool and I looked up and I heard this zzz, and Walmart was flying one of those drones over with groceries, and it went over my house. I was like, I could just shoot it down right now if I had a gun.
I wonder what the repercussions for that
in the
would
pool
be.
with me for shooting down the drone.
Yeah.
I'm sure they got cameras on it.
From the
I
254.
don't know where they're going.
Cameras haven't helped out the stolen baseball cards yet.
I guess that is a fair point. From the 254, I'm from Abbott, home of Willie Nelson.
And Jim.
And no, I don't believe that is the case.
He's left-handed.
And the next town over is West, the Kalachi capital of Texas. That's pretty badass. From the
That's where they had that big explosion.
That is true.
Yeah, Mike, that is true. The same week Pat Summerall died and the
That was the Boston bombing.
The marathon bombing.
All that happened the same 3 days in a row.
You sure?
Yes,
we
I'm
were on
positive.
air. We were on air. A show had been fired or moved on from, and we were asked to fill in. And 3 straight days, terrible things happened to humanity.
And people were like, "Man, you guys are like, I like you guys, but you're really uptight.
Why aren't
You don't
y'all
do
fun?"
And I was like, I promise we usually are, but you know. From the 214, there is a great skate park in Garland, but you could definitely get stabbed or robbed. I mean, look, that I can tell you that about many places in Garland. It's a testament to that Sonic right over by where we live, that Sonic is still in business and thriving, despite the fact that someone got killed there.
But dude, people get killed in places. It shouldn't always be the murder place. It was something else before that.
I'm sorry. There's other places near there. The Burger King, haven't heard anything that happened there. But the person who got murdered at Sonic is why we call it the Murder Sonic.
Makes sense. I mean, it really does make a lot of sense. Arlington, because of Six Flags, World Series.
Okay.
Hurtados.
But here's
Arlington is entertainment city.
Here's why I'll argue.
That's the way I've looked at it.
A little bit against that. Because I've always thought this. Hurtado, great. Going to see the Rangers? Great. Going to see the Cowboys? Not in January? Usually really good. And then Six Flags, fake Wet and Wild. There's so many good things there. I wouldn't like living
Did you
there.
just call it fake
Yeah, that's
Wet and
right.
Wild?
I don't care what they change the name to. It'll always be Wet and Wild to me, damn it. I would always think there's so many fun things right there. I don't want to go to my job or go to school or whatever. So it probably is a cool place to live, but I would be like, man, do you want to go to work today or do you want to go to Six Flags?
I've had a couple of friends who've lived in Arlington, and they're like, this is my favorite place that I've lived in so far. And they lived in some pretty decent areas of Dallas that I thought were really cool too. So I've always thought that, but I also at the same time, I'm like, is it just attraction town or is there other really good stuff to go along with it? So I don't know.
Yeah, and that is an interesting point. Man, there's a lot more feedback. I'm sorry, we might have to revisit this again at some point. Coming up next, though, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Can Shanahan, Aaron Rodgers, and Dangerous avoid these dubious NFL records? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Wilson throws off balance, picked off at the 4-yard line. Rodney Thomas has made a couple of really nice plays tonight, and another one here, and he finally gets tripped up.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Deep.
Here we go!
I don't know why I didn't know that was going to happen.
You're welcome.
I think Alec is so good at his job. I just don't care.
You don't expect it?
I don't care for that part. Mike thinks it's the best thing.
I do not apologize.
It's like you're getting ready to snap the ball.
Okay.
It just matters who you're playing, if it's going to go well or not.
Do you want to talk about the suctitude of Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson or Kyle Shanahan?
The suctitude of Kyle Shanahan or the suctitude of those two?
Correct.
Or also talk about Kyle Shanahan?
The way you said it before.
All right. Aaron Rodgers suctitude? Is that a thing? Explain to me. I'd like to hear it.
Who do you think has been sacked more times in football? Or else I get it. You're thinking Kardashian. I see where it's going. In the history of football, who has been sacked the most times?
In the history of football?
That's right.
Vinny Testaverde.
David Carr.
They're better than that.
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady is second. He has been sacked 565 times.
Who's the Minnesota quarterback that played for 750 years? Mike Fisher usually uses his name. He played in the 60s and 70s.
Oh, my God.
Fran Tarkenton?
Fran Tarkenton. I knew you guys had it. I just wanted you to say it. Fran Tarkenton has been sacked 570 times. That is the most in NFL history. Now, Ben Roethlisberger is third. Fourth and fifth are Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson. 531 sacks for Aaron Rodgers, 527 sacks for Aaron Rodgers. All right, let's try that again.
I heard it.
Okay, 531 sacks for Aaron Rodgers, 527 sacks for Russell Wilson. So they are both within striking distance of this record.
Dude, here's the thing. Tom Brady had 12,000 pass attempts in his career.
That's a lot.
Russell Wilson, 5,600.
Oh, my God.
So, just imagine 12,000 attempts and sacked 565 times.
Well, here's
5,000 attempts and sacked 527 times.
Here's part of the issue.
Rodgers is at 7,660, by the way.
Twice in Russell Wilson's career, he has been sacked less than 41 times in a season. Less than 8 times he's been sacked 43 times or more in a season, which means if he did that this year, he has the potential to be the most sacked quarterback of all time. Are you impressed by that record? Because the quarterbacks in the mix are actually all pretty good because they clearly had a lot of longevity.
Yeah, I'm looking at this list, and I don't have Tarkenton on here. I don't know why they don't have him on this specific list, Kevin, but it's Brady, Roethlisberger, Rodgers, Wilson, Favre, Elway, Dave Craig.
Ooh, so Dave Craig, that takes a pretty big hit.
That's a weird one to kind of just throw in the mix. How did he get to quarterback that long?
That's a great question.
I know. They're all good questions.
Okay. I don't know about that, but
I didn't say they're all great questions.
Okay, but that was this is a good question as well. From 817, who's been sacked the least amount of times that's had a relatively long carear?
Wait, who's been sacked the least?
That's still had a relatively long career. I'll have to get back to you on that.
Yeah. Well, if you don't have the answer, I don't even know what
I don't have the answer.
Because we can't even guess.
I mean, you can. I'll just be like, I don't know.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go from that to Kyle Shanahan. This is an interesting point that I guess I hadn't realized. Kyle Shanahan is the 5th head coach or coordinator in NFL history to start their career 0-3 in Super Bowls. Oh! None of those people ever went on to win a Super Bowl.
Really?
None of them. Ted Marchibroda,
of course,
lost a Super Bowl as an offensive coordinator in Washington, and then 2 more as an offensive coordinator in Buffalo. Never won a Super Bowl. Jerry Burns, who was with Bud Grant. None
of these guys are Barry Switzers.
You might like the last
Barry
one.
Switzer, 1 year or 2 years, 1 Super Bowl.
1-1 in Super Bowls, like 1-4-1.
Yeah.
Never lost a Super Bowl.
Means
1-0.
Would he be 1-0?
Yeah, I don't know.
1 for 1.
Bud Grant went 0-4 in Super Bowls as the Vikings head coach. Jerry Burns was the offensive coordinator for all of those, and he also lost all 4 of those Super Bowls. And then Marv Levy went 0-4 as the Bills head coach. So nobody who's gotten 0-3, like Kyle Shanahan, has ever gone on to win a Super Bowl. Does this officially close the book on the 49ers winning a Super Bowl with
They're winning it.
Oh.
By the way,
ready to buck that trend?
It's time.
Somebody texted this in, Kevin.
They actually are all in.
That's fair.
And I wanted to go look. Steve DeBerg has only been sacked 296 times in what I would consider a relatively long career, from the age of 24 to the age of 44.
Okay.
He was only sacked 296 times in what looks like 206 games. So just over 1 sack per game.
Okay.
Steve DeBerg was our quarterback.
Yes, he was.
206 games?
206 games, 296 sacks.
That's such a dumb drop that we have.
This is my favorite drop.
Glad that we have it.
Steve DeBerg is the answer, I think.
And then this is where we're always prepared
Always
to battle
ignoring
back
Steve DeBerg.
against people who want to discount our research. In the 682, sacks didn't become an official stat until 1982. Adjust my glasses. So I don't know how Fran Tarkenton could be the leader. That's if you go by the oppressive NFL system. Pro Football Reference did all of the research and gave it to the NFL, and they're like, no, we're not going to accept it. Even though they did all of the research to help certain people get into the Hall of Fame and to help Fran Tarkenton get sacked more.
Jeez.
So, of course, the NFL is going to glorify Tom Brady because that's what they do, and they refuse to acknowledge Fran Tarkenton.
So they're oppressive for a guy who doesn't even play for them anymore?
That's right.
Okay.
Oh, look, the NFL doesn't want to pay out all the players that got crippled while they were playing there or got brain damage, so
Valid.
the NFL is not above holding people back even when they're out of the league.
Makes a lot of sense.
Okay. All right.
I'm not fighting you on that one.
Okay, thank you. So, Mike, you believe this is the year for the 49ers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
I mean, they're pretty.
I think Brock Purdy is very good, and he's only making $1 million, so they have 40 plus extra million to play with. And I think that they have the weapons are outstanding. Their defense is really good. And I think Brock Purdy has learned a lot of lessons in his 2 years and going deep into the playoffs. So it's very tough. I get when you lose the Super Bowl, it does not bode well for winning the next year. But I think that they're going to run through the NFC and be in the Super Bowl again.
I swear I'm not doing this as like a trap or anything. I'm really curious. If all other things were equal on their money, which I realize they definitely are not, would you rather have Brock Purdy or Dak?
I think it's close.
Okay.
Now, there's a lot that goes into it. If I have the choice, I would pick Brock Purdy because I think he has 10 plus more years in the NFL.
True.
But if you're saying I can only have him, like, would I rather have Dak Prescott at $1 million on the San Francisco 49ers this year or Brock Purdy? I would probably rather have Dak Prescott.
Okay.
Because I think Dak, I've said this before, if he's making $30 million or less, I think you can build a championship team around him. The issue is he's never going to make that money until like his career's pretty much over.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those tough things. And Dak fits into that category of when you become a really good quarterback, but you can't really lead a team to a championship on your own at that money. You're screwed. because you can only make the playoffs.
Yeah. Okay.
And so I think the 49ers will be in trouble unless Brock takes a major leap forward.
Yeah.
Because I think he's in that good quarterback category. He's in there with Jared Goff. He's in there with Dak Prescott, those type of quarterbacks. But once you get him to the 50 to 60 million he's going to make, he has 2 years left, right?
Yes.
And then after that, San Francisco's screwed.
Change the economic game for sure. Now, I've got another odd bit of trivia for you, and the answer is not Steve DeBerg. Did you know that I know that is not the answer. Did you know that Josh Jacobs currently has the second most receptions in NFL history without scoring a receiving touchdown?
No.
He has 197 catches with no receiving touchdowns.
Why? They don't like. I guess they don't like throwing to him around like within the 20.
That's it. You know, that's an interesting question because Earl
I
Campbell.
guess you have Devontae Adams a lot of these times too to throw to in that situation, and then they had Hunter Henry. Not Hunter Henry. Who was the bald white guy?
Rex Burkhead.
No.
Rex Chapman.
No, he was like their slot receiver, and I can't think of his name right now.
Hunter Renfro.
Yeah, Renfro. Hunter Renfro.
Way to take the fun out of that.
What do you mean?
Nothing. Lance
Yeah, you
Dunbar
got the right answer quickly.
is in the top 20 of this. Earl Campbell is number 6. Eric Bieniemy is 3rd. Josh Jacobs is 2nd with 197 catches, with 5 more catches without a touchdown. He will surpass Gerald Riggs as the most prolific pass catcher ever to not have a touchdown
Would
catch.
you ever throw the ball to Earl Campbell? Just hand him the ball and let him run over people. That's why he didn't have any of those, dude.
Maybe it was supposed to be a pass, and the quarterback dropped back, and he's like, "This is stupid."
It bounced off of.
Why don't I just give it to Earl Campbell? And
Probably
like,
so.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
that's
let's
what
go.
you do. You hand him the ball and let him run over people.
Yeah, and then they just tear his jersey off while he's running.
Yeah.
Sexy.
Oh, my God. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.
What if they didn't have another jersey? He's just like, I'm just playing with shoulder pads on. I think it'd be tougher to tackle.
I do, too. Also feels like it'd be more painful on you.
Yeah, because you get nails.
Yeah.
Not like nails and hammers, like it's fingernails.
Yep.
In case you were worried that people had nails
and hammers on the
out
field.
There's a movie where I think a football player had a gun and just
That
shot
was
somebody.
called The Last Boy Scout. That is an awesome movie. I haven't watched it in a long time. Have no idea if it stands up, but I used to love that movie.
And then Bane crushed everybody with the field crumbling.
That is a totally different movie. They both have football stadiums. That's a different, it's a different movie. They came out like 25 years apart. Or like 17 years apart.
I think it was a sequel.
Coming up next. When it comes to playmakers, have the Cowboys really fallen this far? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
You've made...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. When it comes to playmakers, have the Cowboys really fallen this far? And it's a disappointing question to ask, and it might depend on what your opinion is to begin with of Bill Barnwell, but he put out the article on ESPN ranking NFL teams strictly by their wide receiver, tight end, and running back talent.
All right.
The Cowboys in 2022 were 11th. Last year, they were 7th. Where do you think the Cowboys would rank this year in terms of strictly wide receiver, tight end, and running back talent?
Oh, man. Last year, 7th.
22nd.
Blackman. 17.
They are 18th now. They have fallen down to 18. As you can probably guess, the New England Patriots are next to last, but the the Los Angeles Chargers are last on the list. At the top of the list is, who do you think is at the top of the list? Running back, tight end, and wide receiver.
Eagles.
The Philadelphia Eagles are second. Miami Dolphins are third.
This is interesting. This is tough. I'm trying to think.
Because Kansas City doesn't have a wide receiver or a running back.
Right.
So that doesn't help. Because I was thinking, who are the best tight ends in the league?
Yeah.
The best running backs in the league?
I mean, when it comes to running backs, that's why I went with Saquon Barkley first.
Right. And then they have Brown and
Derrick Henry. Is he considered
Baltimore.
that? We just went through the best running backs list yesterday.
Brees Hall.
The best running back on the list was McCaffrey, right?
Oh, that's
San Francisco.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
49ers.
Time to win it all.
They were third in 2022, first last year, first again this year. Now, you say it's time for them to win it all, Mike, but remember,
too long.
The Cowboys have won a Super Bowl more recently than the San Francisco 49ers.
It's been too long.
They've just been to more conference championship games and
That's true.
And Super Bowls.
Yeah, absolutely.
Since then.
So the Cowboys fall all the way down to 18. Do you guys think that is a fair or about fair placement?
Yes.
If you're 32nd in one of the categories, it's tough to get above like 15 overall. And then tight end, I do like Ferguson. I really do. I don't know how much total respect he has in the NFL? Like as
I
like
don't
a
feel
top
like he
10?
gets enough respect as he should.
Like,
He's
I don't
a
know. I'm
darn
not
good
playing
player.
fantasy football. Have you looked at like fantasy football where they have Ferguson ranked in tight ends for offensive category? Like,
I have not yet. I can do that right now.
I mean, I'm
though.
just assuming he maybe gets close to 10, but probably not. I don't know. It's tough. Maybe he's about 10th.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, like Dalton Schultz jumped up, but was still in kind of the 6 range with the Cowboys, and I'm sure that he's taken a jump up. That the Texans probably took a jump up in this category because of him, what he provides, and what now they know that C.J. Stroud can actually do with all those guys. But as far as preseason rankings for tight ends go, it's Kelsey, Laporta, Mark Andrews, McBride, Kyle Pitts, Kincaid, Ferguson's 8th.
Okay, so he's getting some of that respect. Now, Barnwell said, has the team drop out of the top 10 when the number 1 wide receiver has a career year? And I think that obviously that part is true. But there were concerns that people had about Lamb that have turned out to be unfounded. All right. However, who's your number 2 wide receiver, or who's your number 2 receiver? Some people will argue it's Ferguson, as opposed to, I realize he's a tight end, as opposed to Brandon Cooks. And then what's sitting behind him? Luke Schoonmaker? I mean, I know they used a 2nd-round pick on him, but straight away he was injured, had no impact.
Is he ready for training camp,
next
or is
year.
he still hurt?
I think he will be ready for training camp, but the fact that you have to ask that question is definitely concerning, especially since what you saw last year. And so I like our tight ends fine at the top. I like our wide receivers good at the top in terms of the 1 and 2 spot. After that, I know a lot of people have questions. Some people have questions about the Cowboys tight end room, and I think everybody has questions about their running back room.
Yeah, and the whole room. Ezekiel Elliott's got to go out there and be a number 1 running back, which he wasn't last year or the year before that. So yeah, that's what brings this whole thing down, because I think CeeDee Lamb's top tier. Absolutely. I'm still kind of curious on what happened to Hendershot, because was it because we had a 3-headed monster with Dalton Schultz and him, and he was just one of those that got lost in the mix? Is that why Peyton Hendershot was like, felt like he was a dude you were like, man, I'm feeling really good about this? Because last year it didn't feel like he got as much love or looks or anything as he did the year before.
Yeah, that's a good question. And then obviously he missed some time as well, but I mean, I think he's got potential, but clearly when you make a 2nd-round pick on a tight end and you already have what feels like either almost a lead tight end or a lead tight end that you're like maybe not too sold on Hendershot, at least that's the sense that I got from that draft pick.
And doesn't it feel like with the Cowboys, they're just like, look, man, we recycle. We go through them. Not recycle, but we go through young tight ends. We're fine. Don't mark that. Please don't.
From the 817. So hold on. Does that
when
mean
you beg like that, I think you've just begged into it.
Yeah, and that's the trap I fall into too. So San Francisco's disappointed their fans more than the Cowboys. That's good, right? Agreed.
Yeah. No.
Look, hey, don't ask if I would trade the success.
I would rather be in Super Bowls and lose than not be in a conference championship game. I like extra games, Kevin. I like extra weeks where I get to be excited about my team going to something.
That's why the Cowboys like playing in the Hall of Fame game. That's another extra game.
It's not an extra game.
It
That's
is.
No, it's an extra fake game, Mike. Not a single one of those players am I really worried about being on this team and doing something special.
I don't know. Remember Deuce Vaughn last year?
From the 901, CeeDee Lamb's about to have one of the worst seasons ever. 0 running game. All opposing defenses are just going to go full tilt and focus only on the pass, which leads us to this.
He's still good enough to beat them.
Predictions for CeeDee Lamb for the upcoming season. Are you ready?
All right.
Or do you want to lament about the Cowboys playmakers anymore?
They'll be great. Zeke's the same as 2016. We're just going to only give him the ball 6 times a game.
Man, I even think that is an underestimation. I'm not saying they should.
No. I think it's going to be about 12 to 15 times to start the year, and then they're going to have to say, but the intangibles.
Mike, I need you to write this down.
You know that's what they're
No,
gonna
I know.
say.
We just intangibles are great, but at some point, if that's your go-to for like all of these players, that's not good.
Write this down, Mike.
All right.
135 receptions, 1,749 yards, and 12
Was that
touchdowns.
last year?
That's CeeDee Lamb's last year numbers. So when Kevin starts trying to get you to predict things, that's where he was. Like that's
That's a
landmark season for CeeDee Lamb. I'm not sure he can replicate that. That's very difficult. But Mike
Often
McCarthy
imitated, never duplicated.
Mike McCarthy was very willing to say, that's the guy, throw it to him. And Dak Prescott was very willing to say, I'm not looking anywhere else because that dude's open.
All right, Corey, you know the numbers, so I'm going to start with you. What is your prediction for regular season receptions for CeeDee Lamb?
112.
Okay. Mike?
17 times 10 is 170. 150.
Okay.
Because the
Mike-
last two games won't mean anything.
Mike, God, I really believe that was a rebuttal to how bad the running game's going to be, but instead it was because we're going to be winning all our games.
We're so good. Yeah. No, I get it.
Hey, on these over-unders, or these are real bets you can make.
Yes.
Don't you usually, though, kind of lean towards the under because of injury? I'm not saying he's going to get hurt, but like if you're making a bet and somebody has huge numbers, like right now you feel really bad if you went under on any of Aaron Judge's numbers.
Yeah.
But there's still that possibility because Aaron Judge usually gets hurt that all he has to do is miss a month and you're going to hit the unders on all his categories. And not saying CeeDee Lamb's going to get hurt, but if he has to miss 3 games, he's going to hit the under on all of these numbers.
That's fair. And
2 games makes it really tough for him to hit these numbers.
Do you ever feel like, though, some of that is built into the number? Like, for example, CeeDee Lamb a couple of years ago had 107 catches. Then it popped up to 135. He's clearly like on the upward trajectory, or was. The over-under is 115.5. So I do wonder sometimes if they like kind of bake a little bit of injury protection in there. I don't know the exact way to say it, but
Corey said it, though, man. It's going to be interesting if they can't run the ball and you don't really respect the other receivers on the team. Not that you leave them wide open, but you go, we are going to make life really tough on the CeeDee Lamb connection.
Yeah. I mean, look, and you're going to have to consider that in these next couple of ones. Over under receiving yards for the season.
Over 1,500 for sure for me. I don't know where the number is.
1,350.5.
I'll take the over.
Yeah.
He got more than that 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Now, just barely, but still.
9 yards more.
Yeah, he'll get 400 yards against the Giants in those 2 games.
And that's where they were still trying to figure out, like, why can't we feed this receiver the ball? Like, why can't we do what Aaron Rodgers has been doing with Devontae Adams? Why can't we do with when Patrick Mahomes wants to throw to Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes throws to Travis Kelce. He finds a way to get him the ball. Like, he knows where his number one target is, and last year was the first time they said, you know what, we're just going to force it to that guy.
Now, we get these kind of comments even still, and they sort of confuse me at times. I appreciate all the feedback. We talked about the potential reasons for a rough season from CeeDee Lamb, but it's this specific wording I don't understand. From the 682, y'all have been boosting the hell out of Lamb. He's good, not elite. All right? I will take you to what Las Vegas thinks, not what Kevin Hagelin thinks.
I'll tell you what I think.
Las Vegas predicts that CeeDee Lamb will have the most receptions in the NFL this year. Las Vegas predicts that CeeDee Lamb will have the second most receiving yards in the NFL all year, behind only Tyreek Hill. And Las Vegas predicts that CeeDee Lamb will be tied for the most touchdowns in the NFL this season. That's not me. That's Las Vegas, who's saying first in these key receiving categories.
Yeah, they said he's small and gets bullied, and also don't let the weak schedule fool you. Against New York Jets, who have Sauce Gardner, one of the best in the league. The Jets are one of the best defenses. He had 13 targets, 11 receptions, and 143 yards. Against the Rams, who are exceptional defense as well, 14 targets, 12 catches, 158, 2 touchdowns. Ooh. Against Philadelphia, 16 targets, 11 catches, 191 yards. Against the New York Giants, 14, 151 yards and a touchdown. Maybe that's not what you're looking for. Against Seattle, 17 targets, 12 catches, 116 yards and a touchdown. He had 10 targets in every single game for the last 6 games of the season last year because the Cowboys said he's our best option out there. Keep feeding him the ball.
Doesn't mean the Cowboys are going to win anything. It just means on your list of problems, I'm great with having CeeDee Lamb on this team. All right. I told you it's tied for the league lead. Over under number of touchdowns for CeeDee Lamb.
10.
I'll go with 10 as well. That's the number I'm looking at.
Savvy call, gentlemen. The over-under is 9.5. Now, remember, they like to set it as a half, so you'll have a winner or a loser.
I'll take the over.
You're right there.
I have a question, Kevin.
Okay.
Do they have the odds set at how many rushing attempts he has this year? Because he had 14 last year.
I do not have that.
He had 2 rushing touchdowns last year.
Well, let's see. Look, I can use the numbers to
He had 2 rushing touchdowns last year,
out.
14 attempts, 113 yards.
Over under 13.5 rushing attempts this year.
Wait, what? Oh, for CeeDee Lamb. I was like, wait, are we still over? Because I think they're going to have to try to get creative with this crap.
I think you're probably true. I think you're probably right about that. You're going to take the over too?
I'll take the over.
Even though I don't know who's the little guy who returns kicks and punts that they think is going to be the greatest player in the history of the NFL this year.
Deuce Vaughn?
No. Turpin time. That's the tough thing is he might become the running back halfway through the season.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, All-Star Weekend festivities happening all across the Metroplex this weekend. We're only a few days away from the Home Run Derby, from the All-Star Game. So we asked the question, the greatest moments in MLB All-Star Game history. What is your number one? And if it's not Hank Blaylock, Corey's going to be mad. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes!
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
DFW Security. Protect your home, business, or large commercial facility now with the latest technology from DFW Security. Your local experts for over 30 years.
DFWsecurity.com. The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
349 against right-handed pitching is Blaylock. And with Gagne on the mound, Blaylock is the man at the plate for the American League.
Hank, a 2-0 changeup. He'll get it again.
That's one into deep right center field. The American League is on top in the eighth. Blaylock, a pinch hit, 2-run home run.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I believe that is going to be Corey's answer for number one, and he will accept no other answer.
I will.
Good, because that a different.
I'm sorry. It's not Shout Out Friday.
All right. From the.
What about Julio at Wrigley Field, man?
He said one acceptable answer.
Oh.
The greatest moments
the other one?
in MLB All-Star Game history. What is your number one? Now, I think this is a fun discussion either way, but the All-Star Game is in Arlington in 5 days. Obviously, Home Run Derby, 4 days. You can hear both of those right here on 105.3 The Fan. But this weekend is chock full of all-star festivities all across the metro. Well, I guess mostly in Arlington.
Name one.
The Corral. That's
the Golden Corral?
No, not the.
Whoa. Because we won the trophy.
Because we won the World Series, so we got the gold in our
That's my own
hats.
mistake. You can see the world's largest baseball. You can meet Mike Bassett.
You know I want to see that.
I know.
I
agree.
I don't. Okay, there are two things I want to bring up.
Okay.
That I don't know if y'all are discussing here, but I just thought this is what the All-Star Game provides for us fans. 2002, Barry Bonds puts one.
Stop! Cut number 13. is where Corey Majors wants to go with this one.
Didn't get his arms extended as he raises one into right center field. At the wall, it is caught. Oh, what a catch by Torrey Hunter. Woo. Is that any good? That'll wake you up. My goodness. Way over the wall to take a home run away from Barry Bonds.
And in that moment,
then he made barbecue.
In a regular season game, you're not going to get Barry Bonds running over and throwing him over his shoulder.
Yeah.
But in the All-Star game, you get that. And Barry Bonds, not known for being a big, strong guy, was able to pick up Torrey Hunter and throw him over his shoulder like a ragdoll.
Dainty individual.
And then, Kevin, the moment where... Let me look at this run.
Hold on, tell me the year first.
It's 2001.
Does it include a Baltimore Oriole?
But it's not the moment on our sheet. But if you want to play it, that's fine. But this isn't it.
I just wanted the opportunity to yell stop again.
Cal Ripken Jr. goes out to third base.
Oh, yeah.
And then A-Rod runs out there. And look, we don't love A-Rod because we think all these weird... Like, he has a picture of himself as a centaur. All right?
I actually think that's the most likable thing about him.
There are pictures of him kissing himself in a mirror without a shirt on. Yeah, there's things about A-Rod that you're like, I just don't get it, bro.
You don't do that when you wake up?
Not every day.
Oh.
Not every day.
Not like me then.
Well, you know what? Self-love is what it's all about, Alec. That's good. The toolkit for you.
You know ball.
But he runs out there and tells Cal Ripken Jr., no, you go play short because that's where I remember you playing shortstop.
Yeah.
I grew up watching you play shortstop. That is your spot, man. You go take that. This is for you. I love that moment. I'm actually look, I'm getting chicken skin right now. It gave me chills. Chicken skin is. That's from one of our friends, Duffy. One of our Duffy friends out at spring training this year said it. But
you also think that A-Rod was like, hey, and in the future, I'm going to have this whole deal with Derek Jeter. I'm probably need to move to third base anyway.
Maybe that was the case, but in that moment when he runs out there and he's like, no, this is you. He gave credence to the legend first. That's what baseball is all about. So
then he Chan-Ho'd him.
Yeah, yeah. But those
out of
two,
the park.
And if you want to play that now, Kevin, now you can.
Is that there?
Cut number 14. But what the cool thing about it is, too, you get a standing ovation for him while he walks up to the plate, and then it takes 1 second for this to happen.
Standing ovation. It will grow as Ripken bats here in the third.
Oh, where's the pitch clock?
Get into
the man of 1,000 stances leads off, rips one, goodbye. Ripken homers in his final All-Star game.
That's pretty awesome to me. By the way, somebody was asking where you can find like a definitive list of all the different events. I know both Dallas Morning News and TexasRangers.com have had variations of that. So if you want to check out either one of those sites, there's pretty good schedule right there for you.
But my favorite moment, because those two were like cool things that you're just not going to get anywhere else. My favorite moment still is Randy Johnson and John Kruk.
Oh, that's a great moment.
Is that when he puts his helmet on?
Well, after he threw one behind his head for fun, he's like, I don't want to do this anymore.
So yeah, John Kruk turns his helmet around and is just like, I am just up here and I will watch 3 straight pitches right down the middle. Because Randy Johnson was like, I got the heat today,
I think Larry Walker
baby.
decided to bat right-handed. He's like, I'm not doing this.
Yeah, they were having fun, and that's what the All-Star Game, it should be an entertaining, fun event where you see pro baseball players who are the best in the game get out there and play a game that's really fun.
I like this from although now I want to know more about this, from the 903. Corey, that A-Rod Ripken one was one of my favorites, but I just read Cal Ripken was pissed about it.
Why?
He was?
Why was he mad?
Okay.
He was like, third base is my base.
I also did not know that. Now, Mike, I know you've got a couple, but I wanted to throw one more out there just because this is a great mashup of people. So Vin Scully is on the call with Ronald Reagan. This is the 1989 All-Star Game.
Oh, in San Francisco? No, L.A. L.A., right?
I think so.
Because Bojo.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, Rick Russell.
And so Ronald Reagan had been out of office for, I think, 6 months at this point. But yeah, it's Ronald Reagan and Vin Scully chopping it up when one player does something amazing.
Yes, I played the Gipper, but I also played for real in a much earlier time. But that Bo down there, that's a pretty interesting hobby he has for his vacation. When baseball ends, he winds up playing football. I don't know if there's ever been anyone doing it.
Hey. He's remarkable, and look at that one. Bo Jackson says hello.
Dude, he crushed that ball, man.
Did.
And so it's just really cool. It's like, hey, I think it's interesting. He has a hobby.
Surprising you the most as a kid because you hated him, right?
No, I did not hate Bo Jackson as a kid. I don't hate Bo Jackson now, but that was a really cool moment. And it's just like, you have the dude who is just the president, like 6 months ago. He's like, oh, Bo Jackson has a neat hobby and that he does both. And then like, Bo Jackson says hello from Vin Scully. That's an awesome moment.
Mike, I do want to back to the Cal Ripken thing real quick. It was last year on TV. A-Rod brought it up to Cal Ripken Jr. And Cal said, yeah, by the way, I'm glad you brought it up. I was kind of pissed at you. And his reasoning was, I hadn't played shortstop in a long time, so I was wearing a much bigger glove for third base, and now you put me over there at shortstop with my third baseman's glove on. So
okay,
he wasn't really mad. He was just like, hey, like, come on, man, let me know something.
Not as bad as the Costner
I wasn't
thing.
prepared.
It's only half an inch.
Stop. And you stop.
Well, I'm sure he's using probably a 12-incher, and probably at shortstop he used 11 and a half. That would be my guess. He has big hands, though.
Why do you need a bigger one at third?
They feel like you don't have to turn two quicker. So you can kind of use a little bit of a longer glove.
Okay. At second, do they use
second
even smaller?
and short are usually the same.
I gotcha.
But usually I think that a lot of guys at third use 11 and 0.75 or 3/4.
Who uses the biggest? Who has the biggest?
First baseman, I believe.
What about outfielders? That maybe
I would say outfielders are using 12 and a halfers to 12 and 3/4.
Okay.
And then first baseman, I think their first baseman's gloves are 13 inches.
Wow. That's impressive. And catchers' mitts, they're just...
I don't even know if they measure them.
Yeah.
The hell's the matter with you, Corey?
I guess they do. I mean, I don't know. Like, I'd have to ask a catcher. I think the catcher's glove is pretty standard.
Who was the...
Unless you have a knuckleballer.
Yeah, knuckleball. Then you
get it's kind of an in-betweener. It's like a in-betweener of a first baseman's glove and a catcher's glove.
Got length.
Or a catcher's mitt.
Thickness, too.
And then pitchers usually... I feel like pitchers... Looks like Max Scherzer has like a 14-incher. Like it is a big glove.
Good Lord.
But I think most pitchers use 12 would be the smallest and 13 would be the biggest. But I used a 12 and a quarter. But maybe some guys use, I don't know. Derek Holland says he used a bigger glove, so maybe he used a 12 and a half or a 12.
They're trying to conceal.
That's impressive.
Yeah, they're trying to conceal. They don't want you to see what's going on.
Don't pretend like you're trying to have a baseball conversation. I know what you did.
Colby just texted me.
Mike, you had a couple of your other moments.
Well, I think as a kid, I never saw this, but I feel like it was on every highlight leading up to every All-Star game I watched. And it was 1971, Reggie Jackson in Detroit, becoming one of, I think, less than 10 people to hit the ball on the right field roof. I think we have it here.
There's a long drive. That one is going way up. It is off the roof. That hit the transformer up there. A tremendous smash. Only 8 players have hit the ball over the roof here in Detroit. And Jackson nearly did it then out of the ballpark.
So that was one. And then, man, you guys have brought up a whole bunch of memories. The other one, I can remember being at Cedar Point in Sandusky, Ohio, because it was All-Star break for AA too. and I was getting over my fear of roller coasters for the first time.
Oh.
And then after we had done roller coasters, we then went to have like dinner at like an Applebee's or something, and the All-Star game was on.
Did that help you get over your fear of roller coasters?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
great.
I mean, I was scared to death, but I did it. And then I got over the fear of it. And so it was Pedro Martinez in Fenway Park dominating the National League All-Stars with 5 strikeouts. So he faced 6 batters.
Yep.
Matt Williams got on base, but he could have struck out 6 of the 6, but Pudge Rodriguez had to ruin it.
3 balls, 2 strikes on Bagwell. Runner goes, swing and a miss, struck him out, thrown down. Williams is gone, strike him out, throw him out, double play. And Martinez has faced the minimum through 2.
So he strikes out Barry Larkin, Hall of Famer. Then he strikes out Larry Walker, Hall of Famer. Then he strikes out Sammy Sosa, should have been a Hall of Famer.
Sure.
Then he strikes out Mark McGwire. So the 2 guys in 98
Same
who just
deal.
hit
Yeah.
70 home runs and 66, I believe, for Sosa in that year. And then he strikes out Jeff Bagwell, Hall of Famer. So those were the 5 guys. He faced Matt Williams. I forget how he got on base, but Pudge throws him out at second base there.
And we're not that far removed from Matt Williams making a run at the home run record. Like I can't remember if he got hurt or just slowed way down.
Was it the strike year where he had a pace and then the strike in 94 happened?
It could have been. I feel like it was 94, 95, or 96. I feel like he was at a crazy pace for a while, home run wise. But you're right. That was incredible when you just mow down best player after best player after best player. That's always impressive to me, and that's one of the cool things that you do get in the All-Star game.
I remember going to the one here in 95, and I remember, I hate saying this, I'll always remember going. It was awesome to get to go to an All-Star game, and I get to go for the second time ever in my life on Tuesday.
Are you really excited about that?
I am, but I remember it not having memorable moments at the ballpark. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So we just brought up all of these moments. I'm hoping in this game
you get something like that.
There's something really memorable that happens, whether it's Aaron Judge hitting one into the second deck or, Shohei doing something special. One of the special players in the game doing something special.
Simeon getting a walk-off grand slam.
I guess that could happen, but I think he's going to start.
Oh, yeah.
I think Altuve's going to ask out here pretty soon. I think the good news is I think Sunday Altuve will have the day off because of his fake injury to not go to the All-Star game. So in this series coming up against Houston, I think there's a good chance Altuve sits out Sunday because he's too hurt to play, to make sure that he's too hurt to go to the All-Star game.
Well, I did just see that right now the Rangers have TBD listed for their Sunday start, and that would be John Gray's day in the rotation, but it gives them an opportunity to start Max Scherzer again. So I don't know if that...
because of the day off?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so just keep that in mind. I don't know exactly what's going on there. I just saw something like that float through. So
okay, that is interesting. Now, since we're talking about the festivities of the weekend, I just wanted to throw out a couple of home run derby notes for you real quick, if you don't mind.
I like the home run derby.
One of them was Adolis Garcia said he doesn't have a particular strategy. He just wants to hit the ball out of the park every single time. And I was like, okay. But then I looked at the betting odds.
Didn't you feel like Tony Beasley didn't throw the best batting practice last year?
By the way, because of that, at least as of yesterday, I haven't checked this morning, he said he hadn't decided who was going to be throwing the ball to him. So we might see a change on that front. Who do you think is the favorite to
Pete
win?
Alonso.
Pete Alonso. Who would you put after that?
I'm going to lean towards Gunnar Henderson.
Pete Alonso again. Okay, fair. Gunnar Henderson is actually 4th on the list.
Marcelo Osuna?
He is tied for 2nd with Adolis Garcia. So,
homie, town favorite.
Alec Boehm is 16-1. He is the biggest underdog. Then Teoscar Hernandez, Jose Ramirez, Bobby Witt Jr. is 7-1.
You know he's already won an All-Star Game home run derby?
Was that in high school?
In high school.
Or perfect game? Or
in high school
that?
At the All-Star Game. He made it to the final round, and he won the high school home run derby. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting what stadium it was at, but in 2018, I believe, if I have my year right, Bobby Witt Jr. has done this event as a high school kid and won the event.
Interesting. don't know if I recalled that. By the way, I saw at least one or two people bring this up. I'm sure you're right. I just was not alive when that happened, but very well known. It's Pete Rose smashing the...
Oh, and killing Fosse?
Yeah, out of Ray Fosse.
Career.
Now, Ray Fosse, he played some more, but not a lot, and everyone says he was never the same after that 1970 All-Star game, just collision.
Can I put something in the home run derby that they're not going to do this year, but I'd love to see?
5 balls off a tee?
Metal bat.
Oh.
Everybody asked about why don't they use metal bats or whatever. Now, you get the kids out of the outfield. But I would love to see your final 5 swings. Now you get 35 swings, but they are timed, so you might not get all 40 in. But there's like a time, and then you get like a 30-second break, and your last 5 swings are with a metal bat.
I'm in. 1,000%.
How amazing would that be?
That would be super
we could see like a ball go 580 feet, and we'd be like, oh my God, this is why they don't use metal bats.
Or 700 feet. Okay. Imagine.
Maybe. I look forward to that.
Could you imagine if it hit the other ballpark?
That would be the coolest thing
I would,
ever.
Then I would ask for metal bats all the time. I would be like, I want all metal bats all the time.
But y'all have ruined part of the home run derby for me that now I'm worried about that just plethora of kids out there.
Oh, yeah.
So while it would be cool if that would be amazing if that happened. I'm just thinking about all of these poor kids who are going to be dropped out there.
No, you tell them to leave. You say,
I don't know how lucky Major League Baseball gets that somebody doesn't get tremendously hurt doing that.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I hate saying it, but it's probably going to take something very scary at one of these things for them to change that.
Ooh, Mike, I know Mike likes it.
And last year was pretty scary.
Yeah.
Is about to start. Can I give you one more quick baseball note? All right, let's go to cut number 10, Alec, if we can, because the Chicago White Sox finally had another immaculate inning.
Kopech. Yes, he did. Buddy. It's an immaculate inning for Michael Kopech.
Now, Michael Kopech is the first White Sox pitcher to record an immaculate inning since August 22nd, 1923, when Sloppy Thurston got it done.
What did you just say?
His name, I looked this up. I checked. Is Sloppy Thurston. And I know you might be like, I think I know that person. He played for the St. Louis Browns. Come on. You're picturing somebody. Like, I'm not saying if you should or not. But he played for the St. Louis Browns, Chicago White Sox, Washington Senators, and the Brooklyn Robins/Dodgers between 1923 and 1933. He was the last White Sox pitcher to have an immaculate inning, and that was 101 years ago. Wow. Sloppy Thurston was getting work done.
So I saw Mike the other day. I saw the 3-pitch inning. Is that like, that feels like it's the best thing? The 3-pitch inning.
It almost feels like you didn't work though. You're like, I don't know if this is gonna be like too much of a rest. I just went out there through 6 or 7 warm-up pitches and then threw 3 pitches. Like, it's awesome, but like dude, like I didn't really get like a rhythm or anything in that inning. I just 1, 2, 3.
Maybe next time.
Look at Mr. Lee.
Is that a saying?
It's a song.
Okay. How's the rest of that go?
1, 2, 3. Whoop. Look at Mr. Lee, 4, 5, 6. Eat a bag of tricks.
Okay. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. All right.
It's a cereal that's for
okay.
kids.
That's fine. I'll admit I overreacted, but perhaps
Silly
not.
Rabbit,
Given the
tricks are for
history
kids.
of this show, you could see how all of a sudden I know our signal's been scratchy all day. It was about to go.
I forgot what after 4, 5, 6 was.
Okay.
Written by Sloppy
You just
Thurston.
made that up.
Yeah. Yes. No, Alec. It was not. That song is not written by Sloppy Thurston. I don't know that to be the case. Right now, it's time for Mike Likes It.
Well, I had to look this up quickly because you brought up Michael Kopech.
Yes.
Do you guys know Michael Kopech's big high school game where he lost?
The state championship? I don't.
It was close to a state championship. It was their rival, White House.
Oh,
Do you know who pitched for White House that day?
Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes. So, Mahomes, it says,
We covered that one.
Once pitched against White Sox pitcher Michael Kopech. In 2014, Kopech was pitching for Mount Pleasant, Mahomes for White House. Well, in that game, Kopech allows 2 unearned runs on 2 hits, striking out 12. But Mahomes got the victory, striking out 16 and throwing a no-hitter.
Wow.
I don't think people know how good Patrick Mahomes Jr. was at pitching a baseball, too.
Okay.
He went to Texas Tech and was going to do both and then became so good at quarterback, he realized, like, that's my future. I don't need to become a possible major league pitcher like my dad. I think I'm going to be an NFL quarterback. So
it takes too long to get going in baseball at this point.
Yeah, so just to give you an idea on how good Patrick Mahomes Jr. was, Michael Kopech throws a great game for Mount Pleasant, and then for White House, the pitcher on the mound, Patrick Mahomes, strikes out 16 while throwing a no-hitter and winning the game.
I did not know that. That's pretty awesome.
Special.
Okay, here's my question. Tennis is on again today.
Yes.
So a lot of people at Wimbledon, they dress up like they're kind of, I would say, going to a church.
Sure.
I mean, now, that might not be relevant today because I do know a lot of people don't maybe dress up to go to church. It's not like, hey, why don't you dress up to go to church? Which is, hey, church is for people, not for dressing up.
Okay.
You can dress up. It's great. You want to dress in your best clothes? Great. You want to go in a T-shirt and shorts or whatever? Fine. Go. God doesn't care.
But you were there, so then he's happy.
But Wimbledon, it seems like a lot of guys are wearing sports coats and collared shirts and khakis. I'm not saying everybody. You can see people that aren't super dressed up. And then the women are wearing kind of very nice dresses and sometimes hats and stuff like that. Why is that just an England thing? Because if you go to the U.S. Open, people are just wearing T-shirts and shorts watching in August, September.
That is true. This is the fanciest of the tennis majors. I also wonder if people get fancier as it goes along. Because this is the semifinal now, you know what I'm saying? And like in the final, it's been known that like the prince and princess would show up and stuff. And maybe you're like, I'm going to bump into them and I don't want to be wearing a Up Yours Royals shirt. You know, like that, I don't know, or whatever.
Really taking shots at Bobby Witt Jr. here.
No, not those Royals. But yeah, I wonder if it's because they're further into the tournament. But this is a fancy tournament.
What if, I'm just throwing this out as a hypothetical, it never will be, what if you had a dress code at, let's say, Cowboy games and you couldn't wear just a jersey and jeans? You had to wear like khakis, a button-down shirt, and a sports jacket. Like that was the attire, at least the proper attire. And for a woman, it was like a nice dress.
Do you get to wear a fedora?
Yeah, but you're dressing up. Like you're dressing up. Like how I don't know if miserable's the right word, but uncomfortable for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But you'd be at a game.
Don't you feel like that's what the bottom sections are already, with all the fancy people who don't care about the game and are just there to like make deals?
They ain't
and
wearing
stuff?
suits though.
No,
they're wearing very nice polos.
Okay,
yeah,
and they're
the $90 or $110 Nike Cowboys polo.
Yeah, that they got on the way in, because they don't have that hanging up in the closet. It's not.
I hear you.
Or they got that
very pretend Cowboys.
They got that not the sweater vest, but the Broadus wears the vests, the puffy winter vest.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
like North Face or whatever. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Pentago or what's the other that brand of that one?
I don't know that one, but Alec is shaking.
It's
his
the
head,
Wall
yes.
Street dad look.
Yeah. Okay. Next Mike likes it. My son was asking, hey, because he has to go to Oklahoma City for a big baseball tournament today and everything like that, which I'm kind of sad I'm missing, but he's kind of like, what would you guys do if Pops wasn't coaching the team? And we're like, crap, I guess we would have to miss work.
Find a ride.
You know?
When I was a kid, I just had to find a ride. My parents would be like, hey, ask Pat to do it. And I'd be like, all right, Pat. Or Wick, or one of them.
But I've kind of talked about this before, but man, it really is tough on parents if you want your kids to be like competitive in high school sports. Let's just say they are good and they want to play college sports, or you think they do at least.
Sure.
Like, it seems like you have to travel. You have to go to different parts of the country to play basketball games. And I honestly don't know about football, but it seems like a lot of kids in the 7-on-7, I guess if you're an offensive lineman, you don't have to travel.
Yeah.
Or a defensive tackle or something. But it seems like if you're kind of at a skilled position, you're going
bouncing from place to place.
7-on-7 tournaments around the country.
Yeah.
with the headgear on.
Right. With the Guardian cap.
The Guardian cap. Those are useful. They're now letting them wear those in the NFL if they want to.
And then last, Mike likes it. If you could get an autograph at the All-Star game, what person or player would you want to get an autograph of?
Josh Smith. Oh, wait.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, that's a good question.
Re-ask the question.
If you could get an autograph at this All-Star event, who would you want to get the autograph from?
I feel like I would pick Shohei, but man, that is a tough question because that also includes
Dave Winfield.
Okay, I was going to say older
does that
players.
Count? Does that count?
Yeah,
Sure.
I don't know if is he going to be there. Did you see him on the list? I mean, I think a lot of the former All-Stars do come to this, and that's the whole thing about Saturday and Sunday. I know it only costs $10, and I don't know everybody who's signing. A ton of former Rangers are signing, and Monday, and I don't know about Tuesday, but I do know Monday for sure because I know like David Murphy, who's on the road right now with the Rangers, he's signing Monday. I know Kevin Mensch is signing Monday. I know a lot of former Rangers are doing Monday things out at the events, and I do know a lot of former All-Stars are going to be at events. I don't know if they're going to be signing. Like I know Andre Dawson's going to be here, Raleigh Fingers, a whole bunch of guys like that, but
maybe Gunner. Like
Gunnar
as a player that's playing in the game, maybe Gunner right now because
why Dave Winfield though? I
love Dave Winfield.
Yeah.
Like that dude was a straight up athlete. He could have played like 3 different sports.
He hated Steinbrenner.
Yeah, he hated Steinbrenner. And like he was a giant, man. He was one of those guys that when I watched him play as a kid, I was just like, that dude can fly, he can hit, he can throw. And everybody's like, yeah, he could have played football and he could have played the NBA too.
You know what I noticed I haven't done at all last night? I have not looked at all at this year's MLB draft, which is Sunday at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
There are some hitters.
I literally just have not studied at all, haven't looked at all because the Rangers are picking at the end of the first round and you have no clue who's going to be there. Also, we've seen the Rangers do this. Other teams do this too. It's tough to even guess who they're picking because they could have a pre-made deal with a second-round pick to draft 30th overall.
Like they did with Rocker, and we were all like, what?
And so they have an extra $250,000 to give a high school kid in the second round. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like you can say, I hope the Rangers, this guy's there at 30. You have no clue. But I honestly just haven't looked too closely at like the top 10 picks either.
Rangers are currently slated from MLB.com's MLB pipeline to take Walker Janik, catcher out of Sam Houston. But Mike, there are 2 guys, one in Charlie Condon, outfielder, third baseman from Georgia, and Florida's Jack Caglianone.
Oh,
These
yeah.
dudes crush.
I think Wyatt Langford, this was in spring training because that guy got off to another great start, and he was like, no, he hits the ball further than I do.
Yeah.
So when Wyatt was killing spring training, he's like, no, man, he can crush
And
the ball.
Charlie Condon is, I mean, like, just watch his swing. It's beautiful. And then at number 4, the A's they're supposed to be taking Braden Montgomery, Kevin, out of Texas A&M.
Maybe they'll redraft Kyler Murray. That was a heck of a pick.
That was not. I mean, that is true. He also got hurt before the College World Series. He is a heck of a player. Now, the catcher that you mentioned from Sam Houston State, Janik, he is ranked number 34 on Kylie McDaniel's big board going into the MLB draft. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Have you ever fallen for a stripper before?
Oh, no.
How this story happened next on the Fan.
Copy our 2024 Firehouse Tour.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I know we got the C block, but I'm told we need to go to Mike Bassick for breaking news.
All right, breaking news by me, I
on
guess.
105.3 The Fan, presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Houston second baseman Jose Altuve, the AL's fan-elected starter at second base, will miss the game on Tuesday to rest a sore left hand after he was hit by a pitch on July 5th.
That was, 6 days ago?
I told you, he doesn't do this anymore. He will never play in another All-Star game unless it's in Houston. He will never play in another All-Star game. So this was known. So it does say that Minnesota's Will Castro has been named by MLB as the replacement on the roster for Altuve. So if you're hoping Josh Smith would get in, because I had this conversation with my son, because he's like, can't Josh Smith take his spot? And I said, they're just not going to allow Smith to take a second baseman spot when he hasn't played second base this year. So anyways, Altuve out. So Simeon will be starting the All-Star game.
I take you to the 3-2-5 from approximately 23 minutes ago. There is no way Jose Altuve sits out the All-Star game. Whoops. He is sitting out the All-Star game because he's a little B. And
I mean, quite honestly, good. I didn't want to see him play in our stadium as an All-Star anyway, so I'm okay with this.
That's what he does. He's like,
now, what's going to be amazing is he can't play in the All-Star game, which is great. I'm happy about this.
Yes.
But he's going to play tomorrow against the Rangers.
It's fine. Not as an All-Star on my field, though.
Like he can hit against the Rangers. It's
just can't hit on Tuesday.
His hand is too sore to hit on Tuesday.
Yeah, can't do it on Tuesday.
Good for him for being able to look out ahead and predict that. Now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. Oh, and they said they meant Sunday, Kevin. That's what they meant. That's what they meant. That he would not.
Well,
play
I guess he's
Sunday.
not going to miss Sunday because he's already. His hand got hurt.
It's Tuesday.
What's today? The 10th.
The 11th.
The 11th. So 6 days ago it got hit?
Correct.
Has he not been I think he's been playing, hasn't he?
Again. Glad that he's not an all-star on my field.
Yeah.
Oh, because there was a big B-fest on the Houston Astros, whether it was radio or something. They're like, because people were cheering when Altuve got hit
remember
in the
we
hand.
played that as part of Audio Amigos.
So now I remember that I was like, and now that's the whole deal on like his whole world. He can't play.
He would have found another.
Oh, for sure. Like his hamstring would have bugged him Sunday.
Yeah.
Like
that's what he always
Juan
does.
Gonzalez had a hangnail once.
Ever since 2021, 22, 23, and now 24. Congratulations to him. For the most part, he makes the All-Star team every year. That's how great he is. He's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Sure.
But he won't go to an All-Star game because he knows he's one of the most hated players in the game.
Well, Kevin, will voters hold that against him at all?
I do kind of wonder about that. Look,
I mean, not only the cheating part,
he got
but
caught
also
cheating, and he was too afraid to ever face anybody.
ever play in a game because he didn't want to be booed.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Wow.
As you said, they're all good questions.
From the 3-2-5, we have to chant "Where's Altuve" during the All-Star game. I do want to know a way to irritate that Astros fan in your life by chanting during the All-Star game.
Would this work if you saw Jose Altuve and you'd be like, "Hey, stand up when I'm talking to you, buddy,"
bro?
And then he's like, "Oh, you are standing."
That is a short person joke.
Is
Kevin.
are those not okay?
Alec, how do you feel about that?
Ask short people.
I'm offended.
Oh, but I like you. I like you, Alec.
Just not your height.
No, I think your height is great.
I'm an all or nothing package, Kevin.
Yeah. Do you like his package or not?
I choose all of Alec.
Thank you.
I choose none of Altuve.
It's pretty
The
good.
superior Al.
Yes.
All right. Deion Sanders is currently furious
Oh, what did we do?
with
Is
his
that a
athletic
joke?
director.
Oh.
Because Colorado opens the season Thursday night. Not this Thursday, but on a Thursday night.
I feel like we should have talked about
with North Dakota State.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, I'm mad at Rick George right now for putting them on my schedule to open with them. Can you give me a layup?
Right.
And isn't that what you want? You want an easy one to start the season,
Sure.
right? So everybody's like, look at this. They're 1-0, baby. They could be something.
They won by 40 points.
They might beat Colorado State again this year. At the moment, Kevin, Thursday, August 29th is when that game will take place. North Dakota State is plus 240 on the money line, and Colorado is minus 298.
Okay. So not as lopsided as, I mean, that's still you're pretty good favorite there. Maybe not as lopsided as one might think.
And then Shedeur Sanders, during conversations this week, he said, we know where everybody's Super Bowl. And Quinn Ewers said this last week or 2 weeks ago about...
I don't agree with that either, but at least then I'm like, well... You were in the playoff,
but with Colorado, who was the biggest story for the first 6 weeks?
It was Colorado.
Colorado was on every single week. It was, hey, we got to follow this story. You had College Game Day at Colorado games all over the place.
I'm looking at their schedule. Maybe he's right. You know what? I apologize.
Dion or Shedeur?
Shedeur. I apologize. I think he might have been right. Their schedule is North Dakota State, Nebraska, Colorado State, Baylor, UCF, Kansas State, Arizona, Cincinnati, Texas Tech, Utah, Kansas, and Oklahoma State.
So you're saying that no team on that schedule is far superior to Colorado? And because of the hype that surrounds Colorado, you could see that.
Look,
okay.
I don't know the entire schedule of all those teams, but now that I see who it is, I kind of get it.
And that being said, and Dion's right when he's like, look, man, my wins are different than y'all's wins. My losses are different than y'all's losses. It's people look at Colorado because Dion and the whole aura that comes from him is, don't you want to beat that guy? Don't you want to beat that team? They're loud, they're flashy, they're good, and you want to beat them. And now, granted, they didn't turn out to be great by the end of the year last year.
And that's the thing. I look at kind of that Stanford game as the pivot where they got embarrassed and they were up by 6 gazillion points, and then they lost. I don't feel like anybody cared down the stretch. They played like 3 ranked teams back to back to back: UCLA, Oregon State, Arizona. I don't think anybody cared. And then they finished up getting walloped by Washington State, and they lost Utah. I feel like after that kind of first half of the season, where you're definitely right, I feel like people stopped caring about them.
The other story that, thank you to Ivan or Yvonne, who messaged me on this story yesterday and said, this is perfect for the C block. He's correct. A Washington County man has filed a lawsuit against a Las Vegas dancer that he claimed a fraud scheme lasting nearly a decade cost more than $35 million for him.
What?
The lawsuit said Fred Bruner was going through a divorce in 2014, and he went to a gentleman's club, as one would do,
right,
in Las Vegas to, quote, smoke a cigar and have a few cocktails.
And read a book.
Yeah. Show up at the club.
You needed quiet time.
To wind down. Yeah, that's what you're doing. You're winding down. While at the club, he met Melanie Sterling, who was reportedly a dancer. The lawsuit said the woman allegedly made a significant amount of money off of Bruner that night. I mean, that's understandable. He had lots of cocktails and cigars.
I'm not on his side thus far for that night. Like, hold on. You went to the strip club and a stripper took your money? The hell you say?
I happened to have a friend of mine once in Vegas. He was trying to get them to come to our hotel room.
Oh, dear.
And so they said, yeah, just give us the money and we'll meet you outside.
Why would you do that?
The lawsuit goes on to say, that...
Why don't you get your money back? It's just in like a G-string, I think, at that point.
They disappeared, bro. Oh. They were gone. The lawsuit goes on to say the woman learned Bruner was, quote, far wealthier than her normal patrons, wealthy enough to change her life.
Oh.
According to the lawsuit, she would reportedly communicate with him daily, trying to create a fake relationship to get as much money out of him as possible. Bruner claims over 10 years she hoodwinked him into thinking they were an exclusive romantic relationship. Lawsuit said that time she accepted multiple trips and a home that was funded by him. He claimed he would send her money at her request. She reportedly received and took control of more than $3 million from him, and he believed it was an exclusive relationship with her and said that she was in a romantic relationship with another man in Las Vegas the entire time.
No.
She also alleges the woman gave some of that money to the other man. So this dude is like, "Hey, I'll send you $5,000,000," and she's like, "All right, I'm taking my man out tonight." All along, quote, she had no intentions of following through on her representations, doing only that necessary to keep him from becoming suspicious.
All right. Let's if we can just pause there for a quick second.
That's it.
10 years? You didn't figure this out? First of all.
Yeah.
Second of all. Yeah. Where was this relationship going?
I don't know.
What were the promises? If she didn't have sex with you and it's 10 years, then that's your decision, man. And secondly, did you want to get married? Did it not come up at any point in this 10 years? And if she said no, then I don't feel like she was misrepresenting. Then I feel like she was like, "Hey, I'm just giving you a heads up, bro. Not going to happen."
Yeah, I'm kind of confused by all this. So I can just, if a girl is cheating on you, now you can sue her.
Oh, man.
For cheating on you.
Time to go in the Wayback Machine and fire up a lawsuit.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Sorry about that,
never
Kevin.
mind.
But that being said, first off, listen, and somebody texted in and they were like, "Yeah, I married a stripper. Been married to her for 20 years now."
But that's the thing. You're married to her. So you made that decision, and that's the deal.
Yeah.
For the record.
And marriage looks like it's going great.
I don't think there's anything wrong with dating a stripper, marrying a stripper, whatever. But it feels like after 10 years, you would have figured out that the con was on.
Yeah. Something's not right here. You are, every week, you're like, "No, I'm busy this weekend." That being said, I also don't know this. They don't have this information in the story.
Okay.
Was he seeing her physically at times when he would either go to Vegas or she would come visit him? I don't know if that stuff exists.
Okay.
So if they were seeing each other, I mean, like, again,
yeah,
you kind of have to have the conversations about where this thing is going along the way, and you didn't have to give her money.
Agreed. Or buy her a house.
Ever have to buy her a house if y'all aren't married. Yeah, you never have to do that.
If you're not married and somebody goes, "Buy me a house or else I walk," I think you should.
You let them walk.
Yeah.
You say, "Go find your own house. I'm going to be living over here in a brick house." Well, you're walking around your straw house.
Plano brick houses.
They have brick houses everywhere, Mike.
I thought that was the Three Little Pigs.
That was a Three Little Pigs reference. From the 616.
Like a brag about Plano.
He's suing for strippers acting like strippers, and he's shocked it turned out that way. That rationale is probably why he's divorced.
Dude, and like I get it. If you want to date or be in a relationship with a stripper, go for it. But just be sure, right? Because like when you walk into that club, the whole idea is for them to feel like you're loved and desired so they can get your money. That is like their job.
You got to know the plan. Walking into that place, you know exactly what the play is on your side and on their side. And on their side, they're trying to figure out, just like restaurants.
That waitress doesn't want to date you.
Yeah, she doesn't love you. She just wants to see how much you're going to tip her at the end of the night. Or that male waitress.
I guess this is news to me.
Waiter. Hold on. Do you think every waiter or waitress that is nice to you at a restaurant is in love with you?
Yeah.
That might be an ego thing.
Or they're like, "Oh my gosh, it's Mike Bassick. I got a famous Mike Bassick."
I'm always surprised they give me a bill. I thought it was free. I am famous.
And that pays for the meal. You see all these people that came into your restaurant after I got here?
Yeah.
Always arrive right around that time when it starts to get busy and be like, "Look at how many people showed up because of me."
From the 972, I hope the $35 million helped her finish law school. Hey, I didn't know that. A stripper could become a lawyer. In fact, I'll guarantee you this. There are people in the history of the world that have gone from stripping to being lawyers.
Yes.
That's a fact.
Name one.
I can't give you the name. So I guess I shouldn't have said that's a fact. Candy Maldonado. I'm just sure, statistically, it feels impossible that no stripper has ever been a lawyer. Or maybe vice versa.
Cinnamon.
I don't have the
what's the movie? The one with Reese Witherspoon.
Legally Blonde, but she wasn't a stripper.
4 Christmases?
No.
She was in that movie. Sweet Home Alabama.
From the 682. And this
She goes
is
back to her high school sweetheart in that one.
And this is why we get in trouble. Y'all are wrong. I've tapped a few waiters after talking
We're
to
not
them.
saying it's
easier than you
impossible.
think.
We're not saying it's impossible.
Just don't assume.
Don't go in there with your.
They tipped them?
No.
We'll just walk into a Chili's.
Got all the beer out.
Yeah, if that's what you call what comes out, beer. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or did they cheat at the hot dog eating contest? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Full KNC
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Facing 3, 4, and 5 in the order. First pitch to Josh Smith is hit a ton deep into right field and way out of here. Josh Smith launches his 7th home run of the season in leadoff fashion here in the 7th to give Texas a 4-0 lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. It's time for my buddies an idiot. 877-881-1053. If you're a friend has a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, text it to us on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Also want to hear from you on the YouTube, on the Twitch, and I'm going to start because y'all pretty much confirmed it for me yesterday. Then I went home and my wife confirmed that I'm an idiot. I talked about the C block yesterday.
To your wife?
To my wife.
And talk to your wife.
I was like, yeah, when I put the gas pump in and then just go walk into the shop, and she just goes, yeah, I always think it's weird that you do that.
Oh, really?
So Corey was against me. Reggie was against me. Mike was against me. Many of the respondents were against me, and so was Jess. Yes?
I had my hand raised, Mike, so I wanted to ask a question.
It's perfect. That's the way teachers like it.
Thank you. Do you think this is going to keep you from doing this in the future, or will you continue to do it anyway? Like, did you learn a lesson?
I think I might have.
Wow. You think this is going to... But hold on, you are...
humbled by all the people who are against me.
And now you're afraid that people are going to judge you at the gas station?
Or steal my gas.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
what I'm really afraid of is people are like, you put way too much trust in that automatic stop.
Yeah.
And
That's
I
true.
have lots of concerns now.
Now, but that is weird because I will definitely get in the car after I've done that. I'll start pumping and then get in the car and just kind of hang out. And then once I hear it click, so if it didn't click, I'm screwed. But that's interesting that now you are OCD.
That's true.
Is that something that your OCD will allow you to walk away from, or is that something that you're like, you know what?
That is a good question. That is one of many reasons I have a lot of problems with change. Not having coins in your pocket.
No,
is the worst. That is not. You know that's not what I meant. That's why you send me all those videos all the time that freak me out of people just taking a bite out of the middle of their Kit Kat or whatever. Why would you do that?
Or you eat your string cheese in the middle?
Oh, my Lord.
I do it with burritos.
Mark yourself saying that. Thank you, good sir.
You definitely have a case for winning.
I have a question.
Tomorrow.
Please, God, don't let it be a follow-up to that.
Yeah, it is a follow-up, but not based off of like what you do with the burrito. It's based off of when you eat the burrito. Why are you taking a bite out of the middle of the burrito to start?
Sometimes I'm feeling quirky.
But then doesn't all the stuff, whatever is in there, start coming out? Now you can't really, you might as well just get a bowl.
I mean, I usually end up doing the cross section anyways, you know? If it's like a Chipotle burrito, you know, they're like bigger than your head.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Usually not doing like the whole thing at once.
Okay.
Man, you can see by the look on his face, Mike thinks you're a moron.
Why not cut it and then start eating it if you're just going to eat half?
Sometimes you can't wait. Sometimes a knife is out of reach.
Yeah,
you know?
sometimes you just got to...
At Chipotle?
Yeah.
You have knives?
Well, I'm talking about at home. I never eat inside. I always take it home.
You don't have a knife at home? What are you,
I do,
Steve
not in
Martin?
reach. Not in reach.
What do you mean, Steve Martin? Did he not have knives at home?
I think he said he only has one knife and one fork and one spoon.
Oh, okay.
Is that from The Jerk or?
I don't know. It might be a Johnny Carson
Okay.
or something.
All right.
I think it was Steve Martin.
But yeah, Lucy definitely eats her string cheese by biting the middle out first. I'm like, why?
Yeah, because you encourage that sort of nonsense.
I do enjoy it.
All right. Speaking of nonsense, Shohei Ohtani.
I've heard of... Is this the thing I sent over to you today?
So I don't know.
Have you seen this, Mike?
If he's an idiot or not. But Mike, I don't know if you want to walk around and take a look and get your opinion on Shohei Ohtani stealing second base and he seems pumped about it. And then what do you think happens? Mike,
he starts to shake his glove.
But he took his glove off and he put it in his genitalia region and started to feverishly move.
Is that what he thinks of? Is that Philadelphia?
Yes.
Of the catcher's arm? Is that JT Realmuto's arm?
I guess.
I think Realmuto might be hurt right now.
But is he an idiot, or is that just
he did it in public?
Some damn fine trash mimicking there?
I don't know,
I'm
man.
not sure.
I thought it was hilarious, but the reason I wonder if he's an idiot is because he did it in public. You do it in private. You do that in private, it's okay. You do that in public in front of all the fans.
See, but that's the thing.
These celebrations are getting out of hand.
On the baseball field, because I didn't hear about Shohei getting arrested. If you went out in front of somewhere and you're like, "Boo,"
do you think he wanted to get the dirt out of his glove?
He was trying to get all the dirt out.
I don't think so, because he was staring at people.
He was shaking all the dirt.
It looked like his real celebration.
Yeah, he was
That's what
staring
I'm thinking
at
too. Like that
people.
looked like a real celebration. They used to do this, which I thought was a little bit silly. I'll use the word silly. Like they would do like this or something when a Dodgers guy would get like a hip out, hands to the side, go Dodgers. And I was like, I don't get that celebration they're doing when they get to like second base or something.
We didn't really understand clawed
I don't
antlers.
think they're going to
though.
allow that. I think at some point,
yeah,
they're going to say, you can't do that celebration.
Stop doing that.
I like it. Okay, so
maybe it means something else.
Perhaps an idiot. Now, we played the highlight. Is Major League Baseball an idiot for just saying, Josh Smith, you're not good enough to be an all-star?
Yeah, and
other people could drop out, but it's going to be tough because I think it has to be a third baseman.
Yeah.
That was one of my, that's why I asked that earlier. I thought, hey, look, I think this is kind of important. Is Josh Smith really playing that well, or is it just because all the Rangers are not playing well that it makes him look better?
Yeah.
And the numbers put him in the like he would be our all-star. The numbers put him as our best player. Except for, again, as he was pointing out, maybe Corey Seager's starting to get to that point right now, but
he's 14th in all of baseball in batting average and 22nd in OPS.
But his home,
he's not a home
He's not a
run
bombs
guy.
hitter. He's not
agree.
really a huge. I mean, he's, I guess, our leading doubles hitter, but
I'll tell you what, and I know I'm not trying to take a shot here, but as kind of a nobody going into the year in Major League Baseball, Josh Smith, his defense has been tremendous at third and then a little bit at short. And when I say a little bit, because he hasn't played as much short, but man, that's another thing too that they're not going to take into consideration for a guy who was a utility player coming into the year and how good he's played defense too.
Well, and I decided to check based on what you said, Corey. He is 6th among third basemen for doubles. He has the best
6th, huh?
Batting yes.
Not one of the top
He
4.
has the best batting average. He has the best on base percentage.
Home runs?
He's low on home runs.
Okay.
He has the third best OPS. That's a lot of standout categories.
And again, this is, as Mike said, for Josh Smith, it's an exceptional season. This is a landmark season for him. This puts him on a map and to me, for somebody who's like, dude, trade him. I don't even want to see him on my field this year.
Right.
I was like, I really was.
When we were at spring training to start and we started counting numbers, Josh Smith was like, is he going to be on the team to start the year? That was where he was at. Now, maybe not with the Texas Rangers, but with fans like us who are trying to put together your 26-man team. Josh Smith was like, I think he's going to be the last guy on the team, and ended up being, obviously in the first half, arguably your best player.
One of your more important ones for sure.
Now, let's go to soccer, where Alvaro Morata from Spain, he got injured after a security guard ran on the field to stop a fan and then kind of slid into Morata and appeared to hurt his ankle and potentially his knee. He didn't do it on purpose, but he's trying to get that other person. He slides and Morato's leg goes sideways, and he plays soccer. I know Spain, who is in the Euro final on Sunday against England, was saying they hope he's going to be okay, but it was kind of scary and not super helpful from the security guard.
Wow. Security guard's got to be better, bro. We're learning this. Pay for better security.
I wonder if he got like in trouble or fired for like, hey, you're not the one who stopped the fan and you took out a soccer player.
But did he give up a goal?
He didn't, because the match was over.
Oh. Well, post-match, lots of stuff could happen.
Now, I never thought we would get here, but we need to talk about the controversy at the hot dog eating contest. Is Nick Wary an idiot? Because the accusations are that he has cheated.
Cheating ass cheat.
At the hot dog eating competition. Now, it goes like this, and I honestly don't know if I realized this. He ate 46.75 hot dogs. And apparently, Major League Eating, yes, they say you get 5 hot dogs for every empty plate. And the accusation was when the contest ended, he took someone else's empty plate and added it to his stack.
Like nobody would see it?
I guess. Because his unofficial count went from 46.75 to 51.75 as his official account, which, by the way, means that person counting was doing a great job if he stole the plate and a terrible job if he did not. Now, he lost either way because the winning person, Patrick Bertoletti, had 58 hot dogs.
So they're not actually counting each dog you're eating. They're like, oh, this stack of plates here is the...
Apparently so.
Okay, I never knew this.
I didn't know either, but I guess they have. But is there the person behind, like, doing the number?
Yeah, and so I bet they're kind of doing that, and there's
but they
another
know
person.
how many hot dogs are in a deal, too.
I don't know if he felt pressure because his wife, Mickey Sudo, is the women's champion. She's won it like 8,000 times. It might be like 10 times. It's
is she now embroiled in this scandal too? Does she steal plates?
I don't believe so, but here's what I need to know. And by the way, the New York Post took this seriously because they said
they never take anything serious.
2 anonymous sources who claimed to have witnessed this cheating. Now, Nick denies that he is a cheater. However, he has said that he has asked Major League Eating to adjust his score back to 46.75 hot dogs because maybe people think he touched an opponent's plate or something like that. He maintains, I did not take anybody's plate, but he was like, I don't want there to be any question, so scale it back down.
Yeah, I mean...
Or he cheated and is admitting it.
Joey Chestnut's record-breaking number is 76 in 10 minutes, right?
Something like that, yeah.
So if you're not even getting to 76 and you won anyway, scale it back to 46.
And he didn't win.
Oh, he didn't win?
No, he was like third.
And he wouldn't have won at 51 either?
No.
What's he? Why do we? No, this doesn't matter anymore, Kevin. Who won?
As I said a minute ago, Patrick Bertoletti.
With how many?
Oh,
with
yeah,
58. There's no way you've heard of that person in your life until right now.
That's it. I was his guy going into it.
Yeah, all patty cakes.
He used to be a cake eater.
Patty dogs.
But now he's a hot dog guy.
Patty buns.
Mm-hmm.
Patty McBuns is what they call them around in the streets.
This next one has been a popular appear.
How come McDonald's has never gone down the hot dog route?
Good question. Very good question. Dude, hot dogs are great. I would have a hot dog stand.
I guess like Wiener Schnitzels and places like that haven't really taken off, so I don't know.
What's preventing you from having a hot dog stand, Corey?
Got to come to work
Sonic.
every day.
They never want to compete with Sonic's footlong?
Yeah.
The chili coney or whatever. It's chili
footlong,
cheese.
yeah, the coney. Yeah,
it's solid.
Dude, it's got cheese on it.
If you can remember the name.
Yeah, I just know it's the footlong chili cheese dog with some onions and mustard, and it's good.
Yeah. And at my hot dog stand, Kevin, I would be blaring John Mellencamp, "Suck it down, chili dog," all the time.
Do you play the real version of the song, or do you play the song where the whole song is sucking on chili?
Would you rather have a corny dog or a chili dog?
What about slice open the corny dog and put chili in it? Now you got a chili corny dog.
Wouldn't you just dip it?
It's a good idea too.
I think it's a much better idea.
It's a decent idea. But you're not getting the chunks of chili in it.
I wonder if you
chili
could,
sauce.
if you could take frozen chili, dip it in the cornmeal, fry it, and it warms up the chili, and so now you have your great corn breading, hopefully by Fletcher's, and then with the chili inside of it, because that's a real deal.
Yeah. I've seen I've seen this.
Why do you keep looking at me like I can affect this
They take
change?
the corn dog and they split it down the middle, kind of like a bun, but they don't. They leave the edges, the corners.
You take the stick out,
and then they kind of pull it open just a little bit and just pour chili and cheese inside of that. No, you can keep the stick in and still eat it like that.
I don't think so.
You would hate the way I eat
sometimes,
corn dogs so much.
I don't know. I mean, I have no clue. Like
For the most part, I eat all of the breading outside of it first and then eat the hot dog.
So you eat the weenie last.
Correct.
And you don't put any ketchup or mustard or anything on it. What about on the cornmeal?
No.
Have you ever had mustard?
Yeah, I don't like it.
I don't think you. I don't know. Like you say these things, but it just seems impossible.
But my burrito strategy was odd. Okay.
From the 469,
Who
Kevin
taught you this?
I don't
Did
know.
your mom teach you these
I
things?
don't believe so.
Does your sister do these things?
No, my sister has a wide food palate.
And
Brandon has
she just takes a bite out of the corn dog.
I guess. I can't remember the last time I've seen my mom eat a
Women
corn
seem to like picking things, though. Have you ever noticed that?
like you. Picking
like,
at you.
You know, like they'll have like a corn dog and they'll pick a piece off of it. I'm like, just take a bite. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, they get to the crust of the pizza and they'll pull it
Yeah,
apart.
like, oh yeah. Just eat it.
Just
Weird
chop on
Al
it.
wrote a whole song about it. Jeez.
How much of her life is dictated by Weird Al's
A
catalog?
lot.
Yeah.
A lot of songs.
What's another song?
White and
Been
Nerdy?
Spending most our lives. What is
That's
he doing?
Amish Paradise.
Amish Paradise?
I tell you what, I've never been Amish.
Have you ever heard
so
the
I
Yoda
haven't.
song?
Probably.
Diet carbonated soda.
He's still alive?
Yo, Yoda,
I think so.
Let's get Weird Al on.
Yeah. Reach out to him, man.
I'll see what I can do.
Ask him what he's doing. His movie was horrible.
Did you have any more stuff?
No, I mean, and even if I did, we're way late. Coming up next, it's time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, before we do that, if your energy is down, if your weight is up, if
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. Now, Corey brought this story to the table. We haven't had an opportunity to discuss it just yet, and I think it's fantastic.
I don't have it up.
Okay. Mark that. Is this guy
Blue Chew, RJ Choppy?
Broadus walks in and everybody gets childish, all right? The show's been right on point all day, and then Broadus comes in and everybody's like, oh, let's goof off.
I'm just thinking about Friday content, boys. That's
I
all I'm
learned a
thinking
lot about the glove sizes. I thought that was an immaculate inning.
Yes. See, sometimes I think the end of Mortgage Beast should be changed to the end of Blue Chew. It should be like, Blue Chew Beast.
I get it.
I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon. Anyways.
Shout out to Mortgage Beast.
The point of this was this guy went on a date, right? And so the gal that he was going on a date with, she shows up and she brought a friend.
Oh, no.
Who ordered surf and turf.
Oh,
and so he just skipped out on the check and took off.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Broadus, it sounds like straight away you support this.
Yes, absolutely I do. I am not interested in paying for family members or any of your friends or anything like that. So, yeah, date stuff. If we agree, hey, let's meet, let's do this, and you're bringing along friends, I'm immediately going, hey, I'm sorry, this is not going to work out. I hope I wish you guys the best. And I leave. I wouldn't,
That's one thing I appreciate. You cut to the chase.
I would. And, again, it's probably cost me in my life doing this, but I'm not going to sit there. I'm not, and I'll tell you, there's a lot of females now that are doing stuff like this, bringing along multiple family members, or how about the one? There's girls that bring along kids, like their kids. I've seen that one done.
I don't know why you would want somebody to meet your kid that quickly.
First date,
women, right?
First date.
Yes, thanks, Mike.
First date, like and you're like, okay, well, listen, hey, I'm not here, and that, like I say, I have nothing against kids or anything like that, but nah, I'm not interested in doing that right off the jump.
Yeah.
There's not a worse sight in the world than showing up for a first date and seeing she's brought a friend. It's a very clear sign.
Well, what if the friend's interested?
Oh, you're talking about what
if
like
this
that
could
kind of a date?
Yeah, I mean, this could end up being a night
That's
to
a whole
remember.
different deal.
She needs to let me know up front too. She needs to text me and say, hey.
I would have to say, yeah. If she's just bringing the buddy along just to bring along the buddy and get a,
which in most cases you figure.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what though, there'll be some gals that'll tell you, I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe on a first date, and if I bring a friend, I'll see how you react to that. And they would see that I don't react very well, and they would be sitting in a restaurant by themselves.
Yeah.
Well, good to see you. I'm out.
Look, we talked about this all the time. I respect that Broadus cuts right to the chase, whether you like it or not, and you know exactly what he feels
Absolutely.
about it.
I'm more than happy. You know what? I'm happy to sit down and have dinner with you, but we're all paying separately.
Well, that's
like
the problem is, and then when that check shows up, they're like looking at you. Like their hands get real short and they can't get into those purses.
Oh, I left my wallet at home.
That's not going to happen.
Gosh,
at
dang
all.
it.
There's a whole stack of dishes in the back.
Yeah.
I'll see you tomorrow if you want to text me or something.
I feel like in that scenario, you probably will not see them tomorrow if your response is there's a whole stack of dishes in the back.
I mean, she really wants you.
Okay.
Maybe you put on that Riz just enough, and she's just like, it was worth washing all those dishes.
Stop that. Now, we asked this question earlier. What makes the city that you live in badass? Is there a particular element of the city that you live in that makes it badass?
Yeah, I'd say the school district. We got some great parks.
You Sunnyvale?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a quiet little town.
It is quiet.
It's still close to Dallas.
I wish it was
Corey
a little
knows.
cheaper.
Yeah. We've expanded, built some subdivisions. I
Yeah.
think you can get in there now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to agree with
Maybe
that.
not to Sean's part of town.
Maybe the school
Sure.
districts. Yeah, maybe the state
Plano's
championships.
still a
that
top
won.
5 school district in the country.
Yeah, a lot
So-
of people. The school districts are good.
Yeah.
The athletics used to be very, very strong. I mean, I guess Plano East did just win a state championship in basketball.
Undefeated.
Yeah.
So that's badass. But
Jimmy
yeah,
King.
That's
sure.
right.
I used to be very proud to say I went to Plano Senior High.
We
That's
discussed
since
this earlier, though.
dissipated.
Plano's like a very flat grid.
Yeah.
Like it's just, there's not a lot of hills. There's Arbor Hills, but that's like a park that's like set aside.
Henry's Ice Cream.
Henry's Ice Cream
That's
is
pretty
dope.
delicious.
Oh, that is a good place.
It
Yes.
is dope. Yeah. So they got
The culinary avenues that you can do in this city. I
Okay.
think the variety that you can have, like we just talked about going to dinner with people and stuff. There's so many different things. Like if you had to make a choice, like you have wonderful choices, high end, low end. You can hole in the walls. I mean, that's
Food
the great
trucks,
thing.
yeah.
I mean, you could literally. And I think the older I've got, the more I appreciate food and how it's prepared. So I think my city's badass because it can match anybody in the country with culinary experiences.
That is true. You know what it is? It's the movie theaters. We've got the best top-of-the-line Cinemarks in the world.
And
He's
I'm
not
glad
lying
that
about
Draft
that.
House is now coming
Yes.
back.
Aren't Cinemarks in their company
The headquarters
located
right
here?
next to the Cinemark West Plano,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
that theater gets everything first.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It really
Yeah.
is cool. It is cool little movie theater too.
Okay. I like the movie theater answer because sometimes
I
I
knew
do
you
think
would.
I kind of take that for granted when
Yeah.
you go other places.
And the construction. There's so much road construction.
so much glorious
You won't
construction.
find 2 lanes blocked off in any city the way you will in Plano.
I mean, I couldn't have probably gone through more tires if I tried
Yeah.
with all the construction.
yeah, Parker Road, it's like 35,
What do
30.
you What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking, including a baseball conversation with Doug Glanville at 3.
Nice.
Ooh. Ask him about that Shohei Ohtani celebration if we get the opportunity.
That was graphic.
It really was.
It really, really was, man. What was he doing?
I mean,
Well, we know.
You know what he was doing. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Commercial-free KNC. O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers have a starter in the All-Star game. We're going to talk about that. The other big stories of the day. General at your service. There's Broadus, Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here. 75 and Fitzhugh, keeping the Gators down best he can. Okay. Woolchuck's here. Eric Chiafalo still on morning show duty. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. And a good afternoon, gentlemen. How the heck are you?
Yeah, I couldn't get a base hit with bases loaded and one out, the fifth.
I thought Wyatt had the grand slam, and it just went foul. I mean, I perked up and thought, oh, my God, let's go. And he had 2 chances at it with the bases loaded in the 5th and the 7th.
Yeah.
You're right. Oh, man, so close to making this 6 games in a row. But, hey, they won the series. Take 2 of 3 against the Astros. If you get the sweep, that'd be awesome. But at least take 2 of 3 against the Astros. Just keep winning series.
Could have been different. 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position, and on a night where your pitching wasn't great. You know, you needed some offense. Couldn't get it. But, yeah, heading in the right direction still into this monster Silver Boot series with the Astros. Baseball excitement is high around these parts. Brian, how you doing over there?
You know what? I'm doing fine. I'm excited about the opportunity to compete against the Astros. Just kind of, this is a good opportunity to help yourself here. You know, when you start to talk about the head-to-head matchups and things like that, you always worry about, come on, Padres, come on, somebody else, when you're playing the Mariners or whoever. This is the opportunity. You got to take advantage of these series, and, we'll see if, in fact, that the way that they're playing, the way they've been hitting, will carry over into this series, because they're going to need some runs, and I think that you take 2 or 3, I'm going to feel a lot better about going in the All-Star break.
Oh, heck yeah. I mean, you give me 2 or 3 right now, I would love that. I don't want to get swept. I think the Astros are a really good baseball team right now again. Yeah. They've fought through injuries, what they've been able to do over the last 25 games or so is an inspiration. I hope the Rangers can do that. What do you think, Woolchuck? Are the Astros back to being a strong contender, or is this just a hot streak?
No, they're definitely. You can't count them out. I mean, they've earned that. It's amazing how they've been able to navigate all of the starting rotation injuries that they've had. And Verlander's been on the IL, and then you lose Christian Javier and Jose Urquidy. And look, they just seem to have guys come up, whether it's Spencer or Getty or whoever is the no-name guy, and they seem to produce for them. So they're 7-3 in their last 10, just like you are. This is a critical series. Unfortunately, you're right. The Padres didn't help you at all to keep it at 5.5 back from the M's. You're now 6.5 back there. But you just got to keep getting some timely hitting and hope that, the walks were really what the issue was last night for Michael Lorenzen. He hits a batter. He has, I think it was a total of 4 or 5 walks. I mean, that's something, the command issues that we haven't seen from him. But you've got some of your best guys. Heaney, who's been really good this year, and he's had success in his career against the Astros. Nathan Eovaldi, your best big game pitcher. And then I believe it'll be Max Scherzer on Sunday. And let's go in there and hopefully you at least take 2 out of 3. You keep this thing trending positive. And I don't know how Jose Altuve can even play in this series. He got hit on the hand on Friday. Now he can't play in the All-Star game. Surprise, surprise. Bassick was on that 2 weeks ago. So thankfully for us, we got Marcus Semien, who's going to start for you at second base.
Yeah,
but I guess
cool.
Altuve shouldn't play in this series, right? He's got to rest that hand.
Yeah, I would think so. That makes sense to me. A few extra days for him, I think would be well timed right now. But yeah, Rangers offense cooled off at the wrong time. Daniel Robert gave up a couple of runs after Lorenzen did. Yeah. Salute to Semien and Heim, though, with multi-hit games. You did scatter around 8 hits. It was the runners in scoring position. But, some nights you just don't have it sync up. But, you have guys that are producing, and you needed that from Heim, a big step in the right direction to get his bat heated up. So I'm feeling overall a lot better about this offense. At the same time, the pitching staff is getting healthy. It is exciting.
Yeah, 4, 5, and 6 just weren't great last night. That was a problem. But, again, and I'm worried about Lorenzen and his situation. He looks like, to me, he's wearing down. Everything
happened to him last year.
Everything has kind of started for him really, really well. The walks have been a problem. Control's been a problem. So we'll see if, in fact, maybe when you start to talk about if you're not going to sell, but maybe moving a guy. Yeah.
Get ahead of that. You move him, and then you just slide Malley into the rotation. That would be smart.
Maybe before Lorenzen just completely runs out of gas.
Yeah.
you just find a way to kind of move him.
Happened last year. He was terrible in the second half of the season.
Something minor, do what you have to do. But
I like having the depth.
I'm sure that CY is all over that right now.
He is a lot of big decisions to make, and you want nobody else than CY making those decisions for your organization. Biggest regular season silver boot so far. I don't want to be hearing from Astros fans. You could take a big step in pulling them back to 500 and you yourself getting there, but it's got to start with good baseball, and I think we're getting all the indicators that we'll get that. Jared Sandler will be with us tomorrow at 6. Of course, CY joins us every Monday at 4:20. Next Monday might be a little bit tricky with the All-Star game, but I'm sure he'll make himself available if he can.
I saw an email that no player shows, no GM shows.
It's all out.
So they did this
Good for
last
them.
year too. This is not something that they decided because of the way the season's going, but this is something we went through last year.
But we got a lot of former players that are going to be at All-Star Village, so we might have an opportunity to pop on. Maybe it's Mark Teixeira, or you mentioned Pudge. I mean, you never know who's going to possibly pop on with any of the shows next week.
Okay. Micah Parsons reacting to a write-up about him being ranked the third best edge in the league. What's your reaction to this? The Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line is open. I thought it was awesome that he found a way to get a chip on his shoulder. This is Jordan-esque, that this write-up was great, but he found the one thing that he drew motivation from it. Like, they point out that Parsons and Reggie White are the only two players in history with at least 13 sacks in each of their first 3 seasons. He had a career-high 14 sacks despite facing 167 double teams, most among edge rushers. It's number 1. His pass rush win rate, 5 percentage points higher than anyone else. Woolchuck went through this with you yesterday. Mm-hmm. And they say, they put a quote in here, unreal athleticism, twitch, speed, bend, phenomenal. And then the one criticism they have is that, his issues are really more in the run game when he has to take on heavy stuff. That's where you feel the lack of size a little bit. Micah responds, there's no way it was 167 double teams, ! Maybe 500. Mother bleepers can't bleep with me, man. It's up this year on mama. And it says 2 weeks till camp. I love the chip on the shoulder, but I think he's motivated. I think maybe he feels like he has something to prove. And while his offseason, isn't one that Cowboys fans would pick, maybe this is what he needs to have the edge to play a little bit more consistently.
Man, we talked about this back when Winning Time was going on, that Lakers show on HBO, and Magic would use like anything he could. Michael Jordan during The Last Dance. Like any little thing for motivation, I'm for it with these athletes, man. And look, Malik Hooker said, and I agree with him, like Micah's probably got so much more that he can do and well rounding out his game right now. And I agree. So anything that he can use is fuel to the fire. I think maybe having, a Jordan Love on your podcast 2 weeks after he kicks your butt at the Super Bowl, that's probably the type of stuff that rubs Cowboy fans the wrong way. But at the end of the day, he can control what he does on the football field, and that's never really been a doubt. The key will be, how good is he in December and January, right? That's kind of when we've seen a little bit of the wear and tear, and he acknowledged that as well. So what has he done this offseason to try and make himself be able to sustain the rigorous grind that is a 17-game schedule, and hopefully some playoff games or a playoff game?
And there's the topic of playing against the run as well. I mean, I really think if you're a complete player, it's great to get the sacks, but if your defensive line is getting run all over and you're the star, I think you got to figure out a way to get that done. What do you think, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I was looking at Next Gen stats about him and the percentage, and he's right. I mean, he's talking about the numbers. He had 464 pass rush snaps last year, and he was double teamed on 21% of those. And that's an incredibly high number when you look at the others, like Nick Bosa was right about 7%. Josh Allen from Jacksonville, he was at 6%. So, yeah, he sees a very, very high number of double teams that he has to deal with. But the questions you have to ask him and the questions he has to ask himself is that what happens to you in playoffs and what happens to you sometimes in the second half of the season. Because if you look at his stats and his pressures and his sacks and when do those happen, he generally catches those in the first and the second, mainly first half player.
Yes.
Where are the sacks and the pressures in the third and fourth?
Would he say, I'm getting double teamed so much Does that kind of point the finger at his teammates a little bit more?
It's fair. It's fair to say.
Still only 20% of the snaps, though.
Yeah, I mean it's very fair that somebody else has to kind of step up and create those sacks, those pressures. But when they did the next gen stuff, when you look at specifically when it happens and on what downs it happens, you kind of get a gauge that later in the game and later on 3rd and 4th downs, he doesn't get the pressures that he gets early in the game and then on 1st and 2nd down.
And it is fair to say.
And it might be he might absolutely get wore down as the game goes on.
Yeah.
But there, that's where these guys.
When you need to do it. I mean, when you get a pass rusher going off in the 4th quarter, it totally takes over the game.
That's the thing that I think that Micah Parsons, if there's one thing that you could say, can you be that finisher? Can you be the guy that, can you be the one that when it's the final drive of the game or Detroit's got the ball or Seattle has the ball in their drive, or the Dolphins for that matter.
Yeah, and there was really one instance of it that we saw it, and it was that Seattle game.
Yeah.
He came up with a big pressure,
right?
And now Geno Smith's got to drill that ball into the ground. But to answer your question there about hey, is that a fair excuse? To me, it's not, right? Of course you need help, sure. But again, when it comes back to the contract talks, you're Aaron Donald over here was his entire career getting double and triple teamed. That's how you end up being a Hall of Famer. You find a way to be disruptive and be a playmaker, and you fight through that. That's the difference between the good and the great, right? So he, in how many times did he get held and we didn't get the call?
Sure.
So he's got plenty of gripes, and what he's saying is justifiable and fair. But no, when it comes down to sitting down and I'm the Cowboys, I'm negotiating with you about contracts, don't complain to me about the times you're getting double teamed. If you want $50 million a year, man, I need you to go out there and perform through it.
Yeah, just in taking a peek at like a guy like Max Crosby, he's at 12% on the doubles. And Miles Garrett is about 16%.
So that speaks
still
to the Cowboys' lack, me, of the defensive tackle production.
Sure.
Yeah, he needs like 2 more multi-sack games, to get to that next level. And then if he does that, then I'll say, he's on those guys' level. But right now, I don't think that's an excuse that quite covers it. 503 does say he almost gets held every play.
That is true.
Be an interesting film study. Is he held more than the other great pass rushers?
Yeah.
We did a story last year that suggested, though, that these refs kind of have a quota of how many holds they're going to call per game because they don't want to over officiate the games, and it's like the aesthetic of the product on TV is more important than are you getting held or not. So if you're consistently beating guys and they're having to hold you more, I don't think you're gonna. I think there's a diminishing return on that, penalty factor, and I do think Micah Parsons suffers from that for sure.
Well, the ones that are really, really good draw penalties.
Yeah.
They find a way to, and we could all say Micah gets held. Yeah, we've seen it with our own eyes, but there's.
He's got to flop a little?
Yeah, I think so.
Arms up?
I think, spin, fall down, do what you have to do, throw hands up. I mean, we've seen others do it and grab calls. But you're right. I think you're absolutely right about the quota of NFL officials. Sometimes they'll call things very early in the game, and then in the third and fourth quarters, they don't. But again, he has to be a more productive player in those fourth quarters of these games.
Titans have a deal with Jamal Adams. Well, I'm sure we'll get more on that later on. In 1 hour, we'll have your NFL news of the day and stuff like that. Still nothing on CeeDee Lamb, right? Do you think he's going to hold out?
David Hillman said something yesterday that I think that we can all kind of take a look at and feel like that. Yeah, he's might be onto something. This could be get to camp, a week of practice, another 3 or 4 days of practice, maybe 10 days in, then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, well, here we got CD signed up and now he's reporting and, we're going to have a press conference out there and all that. So, David Hillman, much like myself, have kind of lived these things at training camp, and you guys have been out there a lot yourself. But, I think he makes an excellent point that it probably in 10 days. We saw it with Zeke. We saw the same thing with Zach Martin, right?
Yep.
That kind of thing. You get through a week of practice, 10 days of practice, and the next thing you know, you got a guy in camp.
Trayvon Diggs deal got done.
Yep.
I mean, that's kind of the thing I've been going back to. That's why I think it does get done when we're out there in California. And I don't think he arrives, though, to start the camp. No. I think he probably is a holdout. It's just how long does it take once camp starts to get the deal done.
All right, let's make some more football calls. NFL True or Fart, then the G-Bag of the day is coming up next. Here it's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. It is G-Bag the Day coming up in about 10 minutes. Segment here is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Here's Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. I saw a piece on ESPN today from Dan Graziano judging overreactions to 2024 NFL offseason signings and the draft, and I figured this could be fun. Yep. Let's play some NFL True or Fart, shall we? And if it's your first time ever playing along with us and you're like, what the hell is that? Well, it's our version of True or False thanks to this Freudian slip on air from ESPN.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
The great Robert Flores. We start with you, Brian Broaddus. True or false? Dak Prescott will sign with a different team next spring.
I'll say that's true. I'm going to say that's true because I feel like, though, that they're going to let this thing ride, and he is going to look at it, and it might be a situation where they're setting up their coach and their quarterback and everybody to fail and hope that they can maybe get him at a cheaper price, But no, I could see Dak Prescott, absolutely somebody coming in here and blowing him away and giving him what he wants, and so I'm going to say I'm not going to ride the fence. I'm going to say he's probably gone.
Going true. My goodness.
I do think it's football flatulence. I think how much more he would get from another team isn't that much more, and I think the Cowboys would ultimately match that. But, I think more than anything, Jerry and the Cowboys don't want to lose a quarterback good enough to get him to the playoffs, and Dak doesn't want to leave. It's a unique situation, but I think the Cowboys approach things in a unique way.
Kind of feel like if he didn't want to leave, he would sign right now.
Ooh.
That's the angle I would take. If he is really interested in being here, then he tells Todd France that, okay, where are we? What's the number? What are we good at? Can you negotiate it at this? Maybe they are. Maybe they're negotiating it right now. But if he really, really wanted to be here, they could have get this deal done. We've had quarterbacks that have already signed.
I think I'd be willing to go 2-1 odds on a bet that he ain't going anywhere.
That ain't going anywhere.
Yeah.
I think you make some great points there, Brian, because as Jerry said, he wanted to see leaves fall. You've seen leaves fall with the quarterback contracts and wide receiver contracts. So you've got essentially what you need to get a deal done there.
Sure.
I'm going to lean fart here just because I don't know that the Cowboys are going to want to go down that road of uncertainty at the position. And the comfortability factor of it that we've talked about, right? Like they know they've got a quarterback where, hey, we can get to the postseason. And they seem to really believe enough bites at the apple. Maybe if finally they end up getting to the core.
Sure, and they're going to end up signing Trey Lance for $20 million, and it's going to be $40 million less, and that's going to allow them to pay Lamb, to pay Tyler Smith, to pay all these other
Ferguson,
contracts.
Bland.
Yeah,
they got a lot of deals coming up.
Yeah.
That would be, that would make some sense as well. That's going to be fascinating to see if that thing doesn't get done, what happens next spring. All right, true or fart, Gavin Dawson, a top wide receiver will get traded before the start of the season.
Yeah, I think so. If you consider Brandon Ayuk one of those guys, I'm sure there's a couple of other names. I don't think Devontae Adams is going to get moved, but it just seems like there's so much smoke, and right now teams still have a couple of weeks to, let somebody concede. But once camps get going, once we're taking off for camp, those deals will, quickly get done.
Yeah, I'm going to say the Brandon Ayuk one makes a lot of sense. I mean, we've already seen Diggs in that situation, So, I kind of feel like that maybe that we're going down that path, and Ayuk is the perfect name for that.
He is. And even Debo's a name to wonder. I mean, they tried to float him out there as well. So I'm going to lean. I was thinking fart on this, but the more we start to see Brandon Ayuk post the Washington Commanders stuff, I just think he's trying to force his way out of there. And if they get to camp and Ricky Pearsall hits the ground running, like I think we believe that he could do, really good player out of Florida, I'm going to lean true. I think they might just say, you know what, we don't want to deal with the headache, and they move Brandon Ayuk. All right, true or fart, Gavin Dawson, the Steelers, after signing Fields and Wilson, will be back in the quarterback market again next spring.
Yes. I don't think there's any way you can avoid that, although it might take another year or two. I could see Russell Wilson winning enough games with them that they just don't pick high enough to, like what is available for them in the draft. It's really tough. And I think part of the problem finding that next quarterback is when you keep picking 14th, 15th. It's just difficult to get high enough up to find a talent that you really, really like. So I'm actually going to reverse course and say that's a fart.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that's true. I don't see Russ playing any better, and we'll see what happens with Fields. Will it be to the point? And the one thing we know about Mike Tomlin is they could be 5 games under 500, and then he finds a way to go on a heater.
Damn right.
But I don't know if it's going to be because of their quarterback. So yeah. I think the whole thing with Kenny Pickett and all that, man, that's just. They can't find an offensive coordinator. That's been a real struggle for them as well. So I'm going to say they're going to probably be in the quarterback market as well.
Yeah, I'm going to lean true here. And Fields was a guy that I haven't wanted to give up hope on, but man, it didn't sound like he was having a good mini camp with them at all. We'll have to see how training camp goes. Might be talking about the Steelers as another potential landing spot for Dak Prescott if indeed he does move on from the Dallas Cowboys. Maybe him and Mike Tomlin link up there. That'd be pretty interesting.
I could see it. 26 touchdowns, 8 picks from Russell Wilson last year.
Yeah, the stats weren't bad.
He's not putting up huge totals, but he can play efficient football, and I think that's all they need.
It really is. At the quarterback position with how their defense plays.
I'd keep an eye on Tampa, and I'd keep an eye on the Giants.
And I would say New Orleans just because of the Louisiana ties. So I think they're probably going to move on from Derek Carr, but I like the teams you mentioned there. All right, true or fart, Brian. Kirk Cousins will be one and done in Atlanta.
I'm going to say that's fart. I think he's going to be there for a couple of years. They'll figure out, what they're going to do with that kid that they drafted. It'll give him an opportunity. I think next year will be a little bit more of a competitive situation, and so I give Kurt about 2 years there. So I'll say that's fart.
Ooh, yeah. I can't imagine they're going to push the agenda with Penix, but if he gets an opportunity, I believe in him, Wolchuk. So I got to back my belief in Penix and say he is going to send Kirk Cousins packing and then biting a big old salary cap bullet. Maybe they can trade him to somebody and recoup something.
I would love to see that because I am a believer in Michael Penix. I think we were both watching it, Brian. We're like, man, this kid's got something.
We're watching all those receivers.
Yeah, he's got a little bit factor there, and they've got some talent around him. But I do think the money they've invested in Kirk Cousins, unless there's an injury and we see a similar Penix, Dak Prescott situation where he comes in and just takes over, I don't know that he's one and done, so I'd have to fart on that. But I could see Penix taking over that job sooner than later.
I feel like that Atlanta is going to win the South.
I agree.
Adam in Arlington asked, can we send a wellness check to Bobby Belt's house after Brian's comments about Dak leaving? It's a good question. Appreciate your concern, 817.
You do love the star. You think Bobby is starting to believe that maybe Dak's gone after this year too?
I think he's starting to have a little bit of that's creeping in for a lot of folk because there's just – you don't see any kind of progress. You don't even, and maybe, hey, the Cowboys aren't interested in doing stuff through the media and Todd France really. So you got to hope that maybe they're talking.
Yeah.
But man, I just feel like this could have gotten done a long time ago and it's not.
All right, last one before we get to G-Bag of the day. Gavin, true or fart, the Jets have jumped ahead of the Bills and the Dolphins in the race for the AFC East.
I'll buy that. I think Buffalo has kind of run its course as far as how it managed the cap very aggressively. I think it's been running out of steam. Miami, similar situation, really gone all in for a couple of different players. And I believe in the Jets. What was it, the 4th-ranked roster on paper?
Mm-hmm. Good roster on paper.
Big Aaron Rodgers believer. Not a lot of guys can play deep into their 30s, but, I think Rodgers has, demonstrated there's not been a huge fall off. What was it, just a couple of years removed from 13-3 seasons, MVP seasons. I think Aaron Rodgers is still very comfortably one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the game.
That's far. The Dolphins are the team to beat in the East.
Ooh, I like that. I do have an affinity for Mike McDaniel. I'm going to lean far just because I got to see it to believe it. I can't count on health on that roster. They're banking on so many guys, Tyron Smith being one of them, that just has not consistently been healthy. But if they are, They're a legit threat in the AFC.
Time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I done got my life together. I ain't doing nothing but weed. That's a fact, Jack. How you fellas doing today on this Thursday?
Great.
All right.
I was loving the old Texas Tech game you had up here with
2003 Texas
Benson.
Yeah,
that roster was loaded.
Yeah, it's still on pause. I'm running back. I had to check out what's going on in the well-off media world. Deion Sanders and them had to see what's going on. I checked that out. Give them their clicks. Give them their views. All right, our winner of G-Bag of the day. This is day 2 right here. You won't believe it. It's Jim Rome. Yeah. It's Jim Rome. You won't believe it.
Jeremy Bryant.
This damn near started off as a troll, and it's taking steam. Here's Jim Rome with just a banger of a sports minute, dropping nothing but facts on you.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Not as if I haven't asked this question before, but here we go again. Yo, Dallas, how you living? Seriously,
Clones.
Because if you're a Cowboy fan and your answer is Rome, I'm terrible. Well, I totally get it. The Cowboys simply cannot stop going full Cowboys this offseason. This might be the most Cowboys the Cowboys have ever been in the offseason. I'm Jim Rome.
Man, come on, bro. Come on, bro. That's like when you did not do the homework, but the teacher asked you what happened on chapter 3. That's what you give her one of these. And you give the...
This is Jim Rome with it.
You got to give it up, baby. All right, let's see here. What we got. Yes Network. Shout out to my man Carter.
Yeah.
Located behind me, pause, in the Pimp Cup. Sent me this clip from the Yes Network. Michael K. He knows I like Michael K. meltdowns. Just like I like Mike Francesa not knowing what's going on or the name of the player or if he's on air or not. You know what I'm saying?
Fell asleep.
Yeah, but let's hear. Let's go. Michael K. Peter Rosenberg. Michael K. goes off on a caller because the caller says, "Seems like you're doing a whole lot of caping for the Yankees, bro."
And you will never, Big Michael K. will never criticize the Yankees. Probably hang up on me, but never.
You want me? You know what, jerk off? You want me to hang up on you, don't you? I am not going to hang up on you. I'm going to let you spill your nonsense. All I do is sit here and criticize the Yankees every day. Are you hard of hearing? Are you hard of hearing, Mike?
What'd you say about Boone? What'd you say about Boone?
I tell you, he is managing and no.
Boone doesn't do anything.
Are you a Met fan or a Yankee fan?
He doesn't.
You're a Met fan or a Yankee fan? What are you?
Yankee fan.
You're a Yankee fan. I have said that Boone acts in concert with the front office. I'm giving you reasons what's going on. I have said over and over they have a chance of falling out of the postseason. What do you want me to do? I don't understand what you want me to do, Mike. Go find it somewhere else.
Boone is a puppet.
Go find it somewhere else, Mike. Tell me who's saying stuff like this.
You'll hang up, Michael. You'll hang up, Michael.
Again, you want me to hang up on you, you clown. You want me to hang up on you. I am going to let you bury yourself. I'm not going to hang up on you. You deserve to be exposed as a moron. Go. Continue to go. You've got the radio. Go, Mike. Go.
Go, Mike. Go.
That's gold right there.
That is amazing.
Good job. Clown. I'm not going to hang up on you.
I love it, bro. Now let's see what else we got for you boys. On a Thursday, enjoying yourself out here. Be careful, y'all. HOA Larry is what they are calling this guy online. HOA Larry. You know, it's summertime and some of the kids are outside doing things.
Yeah.
These kids right here going to the neighborhood pond, doing some fishing. But HOA Larry says, you do not live in this neighborhood. You need to get on out of here.
Yo, don't touch my rod. Don't f***ing touch my rod.
You're trespassing on
Don't
private
threaten us.
property, young man.
We're waiting for the police to come.
You
We're
don't
waiting
need
for the
to
police
get
to
out
come.
of here.
Leave. No, we're gonna talk to them.
Leave. You want that phone to go in the lake?
Ooh.
Don't
Back up.
test me.
Back
Walk
up from
out of
me.
here. How'd I take that phone and put it in the lake?
Yeah, then I'll press charges.
For what?
Like assault, what?
For what?
Assault.
No, I'm not assaulting you. Get out of here.
We're just gonna wait. We're not gonna mess with anything.
Get out of here. You're fishing in a private lake. Get the hell out of here now.
The cops are coming. We're just waiting for them.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we're waiting for them.
You know what? We're going to prosecute. So your parents are going to be real proud of that. We're going to prosecute you, and you're going to pay all kinds of money because you're being a dick.
I'm not being a dick. Sir, you're the one yelling.
You're on private property,
Sir,
young man.
I'm just
Get
trying to
out of
fish.
here.
You
threatened us and you walked up. Get out of here. You're on private property. Get out of here.
We just said we wanted to win.
You touched me earlier. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Man, let the kitties fish, bro.
Let 'em fish.
He is protecting that honey hole.
Yeah.
This must be some big old thing. Boy, I'm telling you, they must be pulling them out of there.
Yeah.
That's some prize bass.
It must be some super prize bass. And they are hungry at all times.
Yeah. Yeah. Every cast is a fish.
He is beating up on toddlers, basically.
Man, why don't you just help the kids fish? Just help them. You know, like, hey, throw over here. I caught a couple over here. Man, you know, throw under that tree over here. You know, gosh, just help them.
Hand them a spare whopper plopper, you know?
Yeah.
Be a good fishing neighbor.
Maybe they'll teach you something. Maybe they're catching them on something you're not.
It's always epic to see like a middle-aged dude totally outclassed by teenagers.
Yeah.
He's getting shake voice.
You touch me. How about you? I'm not going to say that. All right. Let's see what else we got for you boys. Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing out here. Shout out to people that go to midweek service.
Yeah.
That is something else because you get off of work about 5, something like that.
That is impressive.
You know, if the kids are in school, you have to get them prepared because what, service starts at 6, 7, something like that?
Commitment.
Come on. You are in a rush.
Very
Good for you,
committed to
man.
it.
Yeah, very committed.
Or tormented. And they they got to get back to the Lord. 7 days is too long.
Forgive me, I have sinned.
But yeah, shout out to my pastor, Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. And Reverend Ike, he's with God now, but boy, he got some wisdom on him. We got this pastor right here. He had a PowerPoint presentation Sunday morning, and he misspelled assets.
Oh, no.
Misspelled assets in front of the church. And they just, they lost it.
And stewardship is this, protecting and growing the assets. That's really bad. With fierce integrity. I'm going to keep moving. Whew. Wow, and that's on the live stream. All right, where were we?
Amen. Well, why don't you get your assets out of your seats one more time this morning? And let's sing to the Lord. I'm sorry. I let my intrusive thoughts win.
I told him not to do it, you know.
How dare you joke like that? You know what the Lord would think of a joke.
Intrusive thoughts.
That's pretty good there. You forgot the T, huh?
Yeah, forgot it.
Got to grow the asses of the congregation.
Yeah.
And stewardship is this, protecting and growing the assets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your squats in, your lunges, grow your assets.
Is it Jim Rome who said everything about the Cowboys while saying nothing? Is it the Yes Network's Michael K who did not hang up on the caller? HOA Larry or the pastor with the PowerPoint? It's kind of funny having Jim Rome be the champion. I do like Michael
Wild,
K a
ain't
lot,
it?
though. He got that collar good. The teenagers were good.
Yeah.
And that pastor bit's pretty funny. I'll go with the Yes Network. Lucius, how about you?
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to, but nothing's beating it right now. I'm going with Jim Rome saying a whole lot of nothing about the Cowboys, but saying everything at the same time.
Man. 1-1. It's quite a talent.
That is.
I'm going to go Michael K.
Brian.
Jim Rome.
We're tied at 2.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know I was that close to the mic. My bad.
Oh, yeah. Jump on to @GBagNation. I'm creating an Insta poll as we speak. Coming back on the other side, we'll announce the winner and then get into Brian Broaddus' Krusty's Corner. Where are you taking it, man?
Yeah, I've got some travel tips for you guys. We'll talk about that next.
But
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Man, when I first heard that Jim Rum Sportsman, I thought it was a give-up throwaway. But the more distance and time we get from it, the more I recognize it as broadcast art, Brian. He's done it again, and he is your G-Bag of the Day champion.
There we go.
There's levels to it. You know what I'm saying? It's like poetry. Double entendres and everything. Yeah. You got to sit with it for a while before it hits you.
That's right.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to see this one through. I'm going to see this one through.
Calling your shot.
I'm calling my shot on this one.
The Corner is brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. I like your chances at this point, Brian, to be honest with you. Doug Glanville's coming up at 3 o'clock. Here's Broadus with The Corner.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, General. Thank you much to Reliant as well for their sponsorship on our little segment here. We're getting ready to travel here in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Getting ready to travel. And it's always fun to travel with these guys just because Dawson will scare you to death with his don't check a bag look that he'll give you.
Oh, yeah. We don't need to be spending those extra 25 minutes when we arrive at
because
10:30 at night.
Dawson won't bring a bag.
No.
He won't bring a bag.
I'll travel with my backpack.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You just, I'll buy
that look?
I'll buy, yeah. Like, if you're thinking about checking that bag, Broadus, don't.
I guess you're taking an Uber. You're driving separate from the rest of us.
Yeah, the car's in my name.
Oh,
but
that's right.
I could see you like saying, "Hey, give me your credit card." Just give me your.
Well, with how long it takes to get the cars these days, hell,
that
might even out.
I think
we checked last year and it didn't end up being terrible.
I think L.A. is much better. Matter of fact, I went ahead and pre-registered everything through.
Oh, nice.
I went ahead and put all my information.
Nice to travel with.
Well, I didn't want to get to the point where we get there at night.
Yeah.
And we're scrambling around. Now, again, there's some questions about, the type of car we pick. We just need to be a little
We're leaving you in charge of that. We learned our lesson.
Yeah, we just need to be a little bit better. We don't want the white panel van that that like with no windows and like if you
the Breaking Bad van.
Yeah, if you end up in it, you're not coming back kind of van thing. Yeah.
Missing windshield wipers.
Yeah, big X on the side, like don't take this one. Yeah. By the way, one of the greatest driving exhibitions I've ever seen in my life when Dawson in that monsoon in Arizona
was incredible.
No windshield wiper, standing up and leaning to his right to get the view out the middle of the windshield.
Yeah.
To avoid the broken windshield that was scratching into the window.
Yeah, the windshield wiper frame was digging a groove on my side.
Was digging a groove.
Yeah, I think
on my side
scraping the windshield.
I think I got very familiar with the Eric Chiafalo that night.
Yeah.
They're leaning over into the passenger seat.
Chief was trying to help you somewhat, and then you kind of like, and I was back there with Wolchuk, and I'm like, we might not make this. And
at one point
we
hit a median.
I thought it was a human being.
I thought it was a human being too.
Yeah. That was at that point I said, okay, I'm gonna have to stand up and look for the rest of this because I can't leave this thing to chance.
We bounced that thing pretty good.
Yeah,
pretty good in there.
I don't think you could damage that vehicle anymore, though.
No.
I think we did fine.
No, I'd already had a big X on the side.
Well, you were good.
Don't take it. And then the next day I looked at the windshield and there's it was etched. Like there in the window there was an etching of the windshield wiper.
We left
path.
our mark.
There's no question you left your mark. All right. Have you guys, and I wanted to just do this little talk with you guys. You ever give any thought about where you sit on an airplane?
Every day. That I'm going to fly. Yes.
Yeah.
It has to be the aisle.
Okay. I got you on the aisle on this trip, by the way.
I like the exit row. Okay.
Got you in that too.
I don't mind the back.
Okay. This is where we're going to differ here, but go ahead.
I mean, the front is nice because when the plane lands, you get out a little bit sooner.
Sure.
I don't like being in the back on a long flight because a lot of people got to go number 2 and you end up next to the restroom that smells horribly.
Okay. Here we go.
But I do know that the people in the back of the flight have the best chance of surviving a crash landing. That's why I don't mind it. That's the mitigating factor, Brian.
How about you, Wooly?
I never really put much thought into it until I started traveling with you. Now I'm always like,
let's snob?
Let's get that damn exit row. I'm okay with an aisle or a window. I can go either. I'm sure nobody loves the middle, but I'll sacrifice if I need to, depending on who I'm with.
Right.
But otherwise, prior to that, it was like, no, now I'm worried about the headspace. Like I've turned into a mini Brian Broaddus.
Yeah, you're a little snob. Yeah. I like that. Lucius, do you care about where you sit on an airplane?
I definitely like a window seat.
Okay.
Yeah, I like to look out.
You like to look out.
I like to look out. And I do not want to be in the back. Okay. If I am in the back, that's fine, but I definitely like the front. Less turbulence.
Oh, the less turbulence part is a
great
you
point.
feel the sway on takeoff a lot in the back.
When you sit back by the tail, that section, that thing moves
You feel like you're going to start doing donuts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like this, we're flying sideways right now.
Yeah, this is not right.
I'm totally, Lucius, that's a great call. All right. There's been they asked some travelers these questions, whether it's the left or the right side of the airplane is the best spot to sit in.
I never think about that.
Okay.
Well, A, B, C, D, E, or F?
There's some reasons why you should think left or right.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you why. Neither side is proven to be the safest, by the way.
Okay.
Left side or right side. Neither side is proven to be the safest. So, but in the back, you tend to like, people that have survived have been in the back. Mm-hmm. No question. But neither side's proven the safest. What you have to think about is where the path you're taking, potential views.
Okay, yeah.
People are talking about when you fly into a specific city, or say you fly into the mountain range, or you fly into areas you're like, oh, look, it's the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah.
Oh, look, it's the Gateway Arch. Oh, look, it's the Golden Gate Bridge.
That's how I seen the Dak Yard.
Then you saw the Dak
Flying
Yard?
in on Southwest. I said, well, I'll be damn. There it is. Number 4 right there.
The Dak Yard.
The Dak Yard.
So Lucius was on the correct side of the plane to see the Dak Yard. So you got to think about potential views. Another thing you have to think about is what's going on in the sky. So say you're flying at night.
Yeah.
And say you're going over the top of the world.
You're going north.
Yeah, you're going north. You could see the northern lights, things like that. So you got to think about things that potentially on clear nights you could see with your window open. So the northern lights is something that a lot of people talk about, whether you're on the left or right side.
It's pretty trippy.
Here's another one. Sleeping preference. Do you lean to your left when you sleep, or do you lean to your right when you sleep, when you put your head next to the window?
Oh.
So you have to think which
side do I want to be
Which side do you want to be on?
Yeah.
So when you lean into that window, say.
I can't side sleep on a plane.
You can't side sleep?
No. I have to awkwardly try to fall asleep like with my head on the seat in front of me for 10 minutes until the crick starts in my neck. Or just, lean back. If I try to side sleep, it doesn't go well. It makes my spine so uncomfortable that I have to get erect again.
I think.
Yep.
What?
Very uncomfortable for people around me sometimes.
That's the lady with her pants off next to me that time to LA.
You were giving all the signals that day.
No flights.
I think thinking about it, the right.
You ever heard the bathroom, ma'am?
The right is the lean.
The right is the lean?
Yeah.
Okay. Makes sense. You got to think about the left or right side leaning into that window. Okay. You also have to think about if you're left or right-handed when working.
Okay.
So you got to keep your outside hand free. So
Yes.
when like working on a computer. So you have to think about
Smart.
how
do you want to keep that out of the aisle?
Yeah.
Or do you want to keep it away from the
you
person
can
in the middle
keep it
seat?
you can keep it in the aisle because there's not a lot of traffic.
Yeah.
But depending on if you're dominant right or left-handed, you have to think about, like, if I'm going to do work on a plane, I have to be able to keep my dominant hand free while I do this.
That's a great point.
All right, the final thing, and Dawson, you and Lucius, you guys hit on it. Really the most important seat. You got to be towards the front, on the aisle, away from the bathroom.
Yeah.
Okay? Because what happens is the noise in the back.
Very noisy.
The foot traffic.
Yeah.
And the unwanted smells.
Oh, it can get bad. Well, we sat towards the back on a couple of flights on my last vacation, but they were only like hour-and-a-half flights, so we avoided that fate. But I was worried about it from the moment we sat down.
Oh. I always hate sitting in the back because, again, the turbulence, like Lucius talked about. But I
then
do.
the time.
I hate the people standing around my seat.
Yes.
Just, and they're getting ready to go to the bathroom, and they might be letting out smells.
Probably. That's right.
While they're hanging in there waiting for somebody to come out. And they tell them not to congregate back there.
Yeah, but they do.
But people do.
It's unavoidable.
Yeah, and the smell is awful back there.
The worst thing on my flight last time, I had this lady, wasn't any taller than 5'8", but she insisted on putting her knees into the back of the seat and kept moving them. She was very fidgety. I heard her actually telling her neighbor, "I'm very fidgety." And I could not believe it.
Did you say something?
I'm fidgety.
I couldn't bring myself to it. Again, it was only an hour-and-a-half flight, so I just kind of ate that one. But I did get up and stare at her a little bit, just to kind of eyeball her to see how tall she was.
Damn you.
And then when you are in the middle of the plane and it pulls into the gate, and then the people in the back rush forward. And then they end up standing next to you for like 12 minutes.
Yeah.
So inconsiderate.
Yeah. When people rush the front, that's like where are you going?
We're all waiting.
Where do they come from?
They're not thinking.
The dude actually said, I'm trying to get to my wife. She's about 5 aisles up. And he stopped right where I was. I'm like, well, yeah, you can't just insist that you're going to the front.
Let me tell you another one.
He didn't know the protocol.
Let me tell you another one. Somebody that has a seat up towards the front, but their bag is all the way to the back or in the middle,
Yeah.
And they try and go back against the stream.
You got to wait it out.
You got to wait it out.
Yeah.
You just have to. You can't fight upstream to get your bag.
No.
You got to wait it out, let everybody off the plane, get your bag, and then get off.
Yeah.
Don't fight it upstream. But those are some travel tips.
That was a good list, man. One thing we missed, though, you got to look on your ticket, see if it's a Boeing 737 MAX. You got to look for that nowadays.
Yeah. You sit by the door. Yeah, sit by the door, and
Cross
like
your fingers and
they
pray.
go, "Would you be glad to help us get the door off?" I'm like, "Ma'am, it might go on its own.
Damn.
It might just go on its own.
go on its own.
It might go on its own."
NFL News of the Day coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking it?
Well, we'll talk with Doug Landville, and then we'll party with NFL News of the Day at 3:20.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We have a red-hot Major League Baseball story developing as we speak, as Doug Glanville, ESPN outfielder turned announcer, joins us now right here on your home of the World Series champs, 105.3 The Fan. A good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. Doing very well. You know, good days in Texas, good days back in the day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We got to talk about that, but before we get there, how about Paul Skenes? He's striking everybody out. He's sitting on a ton of Ks here and no hits through 7 innings. What do you think we're watching develop here with this sensational rookie? Maybe the most impressive rookie start since like Harry Wood or something. What do you say?
I mean, yes. Yes, I think when you watch him, you get this mix of old school, new school. You know, you have the sense of he's got so much respect already that, you know, he gets like a standing ovation on the road. You know, like the people don't want him to come out of the game because I think there's a thirst for, you know, the pitchers that were these classic boxing matches, right? It was a toe-to-toe, match between firearms, and they would go out there and sort of throw the electricity with command and intelligence, and those are the guys that you relied on to carry your team and go. You know, you see them trying to go 9, and so you think back to Steve Carlton and Tom Seaver and Brando Valenzuela, John Tudor, whoever, guys that just kind of went 9 as a matter of course. He has that swagger about him, and the fact that he could blow you away and throw 104. He chooses to pitch and hit his spots and change speeds and pitch to contact when needed. It's impressive to watch a young player be so adaptable, so dominant, and have the perspective that he's not trying to all get it right now. And that's there's a throwback to that, but he's also, you know, the future, and so it's a beautiful combination.
Yeah, Doug, you mentioned the future, but he does play for the Pirates, and the Pirates have a future of moving on from players. Is this one of those that you can't afford if you're a Pittsburgh Pirate organization to move on from?
Yeah, you got to hold on to him, and you know it's a franchise talent and a generational talent, and recognizing yes, it's pitchers, so they get hurt, and that's the scary thing, especially the culture and the data around max effort, right? Making this max effort every single pitch, so that is a challenge. But that's all the more reason you kind of like hug them close, keep them close. Right. While you have this electricity and you have this youth on your side, and you hope that you can use that moment to build around them. They have some definite talent in Pittsburgh because they have been in a situation where they've drafted high and had to kind of build from within. But he's a guy you want to build around because that's the type of arm that if you get to the postseason, you know, you always have a shot to win. You know, you just have a shot to win. Best of 3. Skenes is on the mound. There you go. There's a W. Mm-hmm. So it's good to certainly have in your back pocket.
Well, the Rangers have a young stud as well in Wyatt Langford, and you guys got to see him Sunday Night Baseball. First player in the history of Sunday Night Baseball to hit for the cycle. I was pretty stunned by that with how long you guys have been doing that. But what has stood out to you about Wyatt Langford and how special he's been so far lately for the Rangers?
Well, the meteoric rise is one thing, and I work with Sean Kelly in that game, and Langford, he called games at the University of Florida, and Langford was there like last year, like a year ago. So how quickly he's gotten there. Now, he had some bumps in the road, some struggles, injuries, but now he looks like he's kind of on time. Like he looks like he's where, he needs to be. And what I was so impressed with him is all the things he can do. He's a great athlete. This is a powerful hitter that hits the ball a long ways, but he also is a guy that has the ability to run with like the best of them. I mean, you talk about speed. This guy has incredible speed. I mean, to be able to, and you have to like put that in your head, like, wow, the home runs this guy can hit, but then the ability to outrun the ball. And take the cycle, for example. He turned a ground out into a single. Mm-hmm. He turned a single into a double, and he turned a double into a triple. That's how he got those hits, and then he hit the ball, into the next county. So, infield single, diving play, guy didn't even throw, Gunnar Henderson, Then he hits a ball kind of in right center. Right fielder gets it, picks it up, just hustles into second. Then he hits one left field wall. Austin Hayes is over there, and he just keeps going. So this guy is, a creator, and it's fun to watch. And I think he just has like no limit really to his game.
Doug, I'm going to ask you to put on your general manager's hat and be Chris Young here. And with what you've seen from the American League West, should the Rangers be sellers in this market, or do they need to hold on and try and win this division?
I say you hold on. You're world champs. You're world champs. And the Mariners have weaknesses. They can have their offensive struggles. They have some very good pitching. But, you think about, I don't know if you Jacob Degrom, all these guys lurking in the shadows or trying to come through, Scherzer, all these, you're like, and then you maybe make a move.
Right.
You maybe make a move, and all of a sudden you're right there. This division is winnable. And just for that reason alone, you gotta go for it. You're dealing with Baltimore. Yes, you're dealing with the Yankees. I mean, Cleveland just been incredible this season. But there's some slots open, and as the world champs, especially talking to Bochy last week, he's like, well, we're hitting below average. We're hitting where a notch below what everybody is capable of. So maybe that just means if they get back to average, then we're going to have a heck of a second half.
It's Doug Glanville, ESPN, with you here on 105.3 The Fan. So 2003, you play for the Rangers. What do you remember most about that stretch of your career?
I had a great time in Texas. Really, really loved playing there. And I remember the hospitality. I remember just the friendliness. So that stood out to me. It was a tough year in that I got hurt early in April, and I tore my hamstring tendon, so I had to come back. But then I came back and got hot in July and then got traded to the Cubs. But I remember so much that Buck Showalter was my manager. The attention to detail. He was fun in many ways as well. Playing with some incredible, talented hitters like A-Rod and Palmeiro and, Carl Everett and Juan Gonzalez and Michael Young. And I thought I was going to score 200 runs when I signed over there. I was like, finally, these guys get hit. But we'd have, our pitching was struggling. I knew we were in trouble because the first day of spring training at the News Park in Surprise, right? And I sit down across from Chan Ho Park, who was our ace, right? Big contract. And he says to me, he's like, well, you played against me, right, when I was with L.A.? I said, yeah, I faced you a bunch of times. He's like, do you remember what I throw? Do you remember what pitches I throw? I'm like, what do you mean, like you don't know, or you just asking me? He's like, no, I don't know. Is my fastball good? I was like, oh, we're in trouble.
Doug, what do you think about DFW, though, as an all-star game host?
Yeah, the new ballpark. I mean, newish, it's a great place to watch a game. I mean, I sometimes come in from the back, across from the press box, and it's amazing. I love certainly new and all the features, but the fact that they built it sort of upright, so you're close to the action, no matter where you're sitting, it's steep. It creates a steepness to it, but also creates a closeness to it. And so I definitely enjoy that. And just like seeing the fans and being on the field, and I think there's a good shot to see a lot of home runs. So that's going to be fun for the Derby.
Yes. Well, speaking of the home run derby, Adolis Garcia is going to compete now his second consecutive year. You think he's got a shot to win this thing? I mean, what are you excited about watching the Derby?
Oh, I'm excited because, well, for one, the new rules makes it a little interesting. You have to kind of pace yourself and get a rhythm with your batting practice pitcher. So you need a kind of a strategy because there's a time, but there's also number of swings and pitches and all these things. So there's that. But Garcia definitely has a shot because he's a guy that he loves the stage. He rises to the occasion, and when he gets hot with his power game, he can get going. The thing about Garcia is he's not. You always think of power hitters right away. You think of like fastball hitters, four-seamer guys. He's more of a slider guy. He kind of likes to kind of lean out there and hit the breaking pitches. He has that kind of speed, the way his bat plays through the zone. So I think the key will be his matchup with, I don't know who he's chosen to throw batting practice, but, maybe it's, Beasley or, Will Venable or something. Oh, I thought you called him Will. Yeah, Will, I'm thinking of Max, but Will Venable. So I don't know, but I really like his shot. He's a streaky guy that gets power hot.
Yeah, Doug, we were talking about that on the show yesterday. The batting practice pitcher I kind of feel like is the key here. Like if, you got to just keep, feeding that ball into that slot. But who you select, is got to be key to who wins these things, right?
Oh, it's absolutely key. And that sync you get in that rhythm, and then the person you're throwing strikes, throwing it to your zone. Like if I was ever taking home run derby, I'd get a high ball pitcher that threw a four-seamer at the top of the zone. And then that's where I had a power game. That's where I'd be a legit power guy. Anywhere else, though, that was it. But, so I think guys need to know their zone,
right,
and then have an understanding of the pace, no doubt.
Okay, Doug, Rangers Astros starting tomorrow. Which team has the better chance of making a noise? Which of the two is the better team right now?
Well, right now, the last 10 games, 2 weeks, Rangers look really good. They got their offense going. I know both have battled some health issues. The Astros, got off really slowly. They played well. Tucker went down. But I like the way the Ranger offense is coming together, because it's very much proven last year they can just, beat a team by just swinging the bat with Seager, Simeon at the top of the order, all-stars. They got some really incredible offensive upside. And, I don't know if Josh Young, comes back in the mix. That's a lot of fun. But, wow, they have some really talented players. So I'm kind of looking with Langford getting hot, all that. I see a big upside for the Rangers.
The big story for us yesterday was Max Scherzer going on foul territory, saying he was not going to waive his no-trade clause because he believes this team can still win. I wonder your thoughts on Max still having that kind of faith and not wanting to go anywhere.
Yeah, I believe Max 100%. He's seen a lot. He's seen a lot of championship-caliber teams. He likes the culture. Chris Young has built something nice. He's also shown a willingness to make moves, so it's not like he's going to sit there and go, okay, well, we'll just keep riding it out. He's looking for a way for that team to get better, and Max Scherzer knows that that's what he's willing to do. So within that, I think that you have to know that Max Scherzer getting back in the mix is a good thing, and guys getting healthy is even better. So it's going to be fun, and that division is winnable. And all of a sudden, you get in, anything can happen.
Thank you so much for your time, Doug. Enjoy the All-Star break and all that.
Okay, appreciate it. I'll see you out there.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, see you there. If you need anything, just let us know.
Let's party.
There he goes. Doug Glanville, ESPN. Great 9-year big league career as an outfielder, part of the Rangers in 2003. And that team was freaking loaded. That pitching, even though Colby Lewis was there, and I think they had Ishmael Valdez as well, who might have got hurt, that pitching had to be horrible to not win 100 games. They lost 90. Right. They lost 90 with that group.
Speaking of lost, Paul Skenes got pulled in the 7th, and they gave up a hit as soon as he came out of the game.
Yeah, the no-hitter goes down.
Yeah.
But, hey,
It's
he's
a
got a
shame.
career-high 11 Ks today. He was absolutely brilliant. And I think I saw a crazy stat that Sarah Lang put out there. Paul Skenes, first pitcher with 7 or more strikeouts and at least 10 of his first 11 career appearances since 1901. He's been
like Christy
unbelievable.
Matheson kind of guy.
A historic type of guy has arrived, and I don't blame the Pirates at all for pulling him because that's the only thing that's stopping these tremendously brilliant careers, and it's happened to a ton of them, especially the hard throwers. So I think they're doing it right to keep them. Would they pull him at 110 pitches?
Yeah, he was well over 100.
He was over 100. Okay, C-Notes coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll be talking Cowboys. Rim session coming up at 3:40. What do we got next, Wolchuk?
Yeah, let's do some NFL news today. Cowboys are favored to land this wide receiver. Bill B and Jamal Adams land some new jobs, and wide receivers talking QBs. That's next.
Is it time for you to land?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. We're talking football. We're talking baseball. We got a hoop coming up at 3:40, a little proper rim session for you. C-note at 4 o'clock. This segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one has been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news.
Former Hebron Hawk and LSU Tiger Jamal Adams has a new home as the Titans have agreed to a deal with the free agent safety.
Tighten
7-year veteran. Yep, tighten up, baby. Tighten up. He spent the last 4 years with Seattle before they released him as a cap casualty on March 5th. Titans currently have Amani Hooker and Elijah Molden as their starting safeties. So Jamal Adams hoping to take one of those spots as the team will open up camp a day before. We'll be flying out to Oxnard on July 23rd. So the Seahawks parted with 2 first-rounders to acquire
That's
Adams.
what I was wondering, yeah.
Yep, from the Jets. And look, that's one that I know the Cowboys were
in on
always being linked there because Jamal Adams ran over to Jason Garrett, said, hey, come get me. Earl Thomas did the same thing. Adams had flirted with the Cowboys too, being a local DFW kid. So, man, it seems like the Cowboys dodged a bullet by not overpaying to get.
Oh, yeah, he
Jamal
missed
Adams.
half the games that he could have played there.
Yeah, he just wasn't and he's just 28 years old now. He did set a record with the Seahawks for most sacks by a defensive back with 9.5, but he hasn't recorded a sack since then, and that was back in 2022. So certainly not a contract or a trade that aged well for Seattle, but we'll see what he can do there with the Titans, who now have a new coaching staff and are going in a new direction there.
Out of all the decisions the Cowboys have made as far as positional value, I think their aversion to paying any safety has been brilliant, because it is just such a pitfall operation to go out there and try to find a great one that stays great.
Yeah, and right now,
they're unicorns.
They are. The special ones are rare.
Yeah.
And that's why, like an Antoine Winfield, who's disrupting the game, both not only in pass coverage but in the running game, like he gets paid. But a lot of these guys aren't going to get the money. Justin Simmons is another guy that's still a free agent, got paid a couple years ago by the Broncos.
Sure.
So a lot of these guys end up being cap casualties, and those contracts don't age well.
Maybe he's represented by Dak's guy. Maybe you can go for a 2-for-1 deal there.
Oh, that's right. Simmons is a Todd France client.
Todd, yeah, maybe you could find a way to. If you get Dak done, we'll throw Simmons in there.
I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah,
Justin Simmons was a hell of a player.
I'll say this though: do you feel like that they paid Hooker, right?
But not a lot of money.
Okay, and they paid Wilson.
Yeah, but again, not a lot of money.
6-8 mil.
Yeah, I'm just, it's
like they paid.
I would rather them,
but they're not throwing first-round picks, elite money.
Like they're paying $2 to $4 million a year on these guys.
You have Minkah Fitzpatrick, who was the guy before him, Polamalu.
Yeah.
No, you've got some guys that
through history.
History will tell you, but.
There's guys you can be like, oh, wow, that guy was great. And when you have one that's dynamic and does everything and affects the passing game, it's great. But there's a reason they chose safety and not corner. It's because their coverage skills aren't as good.
Yeah.
And that's tough to reward at, $15, $20 million a year.
It is. And right now, Winfield just got the big bag. But outside of him, I don't know that there's a lot of safeties that are worth paying as of today. Minkah certainly is one from the 214, and you mentioned him. This one is a name that we've floated out there, but the Cowboys, according to Sports Illustrated right now, are listed as the favorites, according to odds makers, to sign former Saints star wide receiver Michael Thomas. Cowboys are listed from Bet Online 3-1. Favorites to land Thomas, followed by the Buffalo Bills, the Ravens, the Broncos, and the Chiefs. I don't think there's any interest right now. I did kind of try and ask around this morning when I saw this article, and I was not told that the Cowboys have a ton of interest as of today, but I wonder if this would be something, much like yesterday we mentioned with Fournette, which I also got told, nope, don't think so, that if they get to camp, and they really aren't liking what they're seeing from Tolbert. And maybe none of these other receivers really are stepping up like we think Brooks might be able to. Flournoy's really not ready. They're late pick in the 6th round. Maybe they do give Michael Thomas a call. They need some size if they really want to work Kevontae Turpin in, because you've got Cooks who's smaller, Turpin who's smaller. Thomas and CeeDee Lamb would give you outside receiver size targets.
Yeah, the health is always going to be an issue there. So we'll see. Maybe
he's just not available. But again, I think that'd be a cheap deal.
Yeah, we'll see. I just checked with some people to see if they've done a physical on this guy.
Okay.
Sometimes, you sneak a guy in and that maybe that might be that before you get to camp, you get a physical on the guy and kind of get an idea of where he is health-wise. So I asked a couple people there. Let's see if they get back.
Okay. That's great insight.
Just got an answer. Nope. Have not done a physical.
All right. So, Michael, I don't think Michael Thomas is on their radar right now, but maybe when you get closer to the season or if there's an injury, something happens.
It's got to be a cheap signing, though.
Absolutely. And I think it would be. I mean, he doesn't warrant any big money because he hasn't played. He's been hurt the last 3 years. Bill Belichick is getting a new gig. He will be joining Inside the NFL on CW. He's going to join the Thursday show, which will feature Ryan Clark, Chad Johnson, and Chris Long weekly. So it'll be Bill, Clark, Johnson.
Is that the old
Chris.
the old show? I mean,
I had Nick Bonicati.
Is
on
that
it,
the HBO thing?
Glenn Dawson. Yes, used to be on HBO.
Yeah. I had a chance. Matter of fact, when I got let go of the Cowboys in 2005, I had a chance to work on that show.
Dude, I loved it growing up.
Peter King was I was gonna be the anonymous scout. They had a role for me as
because Peter had like a weekly hit that he would do on
I was
their,
gonna be
specials.
Yeah, they're like, hey Brian, we're thinking about this role where you could be like the anonymous scout that comes on and kind of talks and stuff, like not come on, but like have thoughts and things.
That'd have been fun.
That job, it was like I was gonna pay like $75,000 just doing that, and it was like it was kind of I went to work at the Raiders. I gave it up because I gave it up. And then I was with the Raiders
for the league, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, well, Peter, hey, I've got this deal with the Raiders. He's like, all right, well, good luck. So then I left the Raiders, and he came back. I circle back with him. He's like, nah, Brian, we're not going to do it now. So my ex-wife, God, she was mad. Oh my God, was she mad at me?
Why would you turn that down?
Yeah,
Goodness.
well, she thought we were going to the Raiders.
Yeah,
but anyway, it didn't work out. But yeah, I had a chance to go, maybe to be on that show.
It's a great show. I mean, I grew up watching that with my grandparents. I loved it. I haven't really watched it since it moved networks, but I'm sure it's still good. I mean, they've changed the entire desk there. I mean, all these guys are new to me. I haven't, but growing up and watching.
Well, like Brandon Marshland on those guys on there?
Yeah, B. Marsh used to be on it. I guess he's not on it.
I haven't watched him. When you mentioned like Nick Bonicani, Lynn Dawson.
That's the version and
that was like the original.
Crazy ass.
Yeah.
It was an awesome show. It was really, really good. I think like JB.
James Brown was the host,
Yeah, man, it was good. All right, let's hear some wide receiver audio. Tyreek Hill was on Instagram Live. He loves doing this. He's big on the gaming, of course, and he's streaming. And randomly he got asked, hey, name your top 5 quarterbacks. There's one name in here that really stood out among the rest.
Top 5 quarterbacks in the league: Patrick, Tua, Lamar, Dak, Baker Mayfield.
Whoa.
Baker Mayfield?
Baker. I know.
That's fun.
Like, Dak's going to turn heads, right? Like, top 5 quarterback in the league. I mean, look, you're runner-up for MVP. I get it. The postseason success, not there. But Baker, my gosh. I mean, he's on his, third team in 4 years now?
Yeah. Where does he have he never played with Baker Mayfield anywhere, did he?
I don't believe so. I don't think he ever did play with Baker because Baker
Was he doing that as a troll?
I mean, he might have just been like, he's spitballing off the top of his head.
He named 4 guys real quick, and then it's like he got stuck a little bit on the 5th one.
But like,
no Josh Allen.
No Joe Burrow.
No Joe Burrow, yeah.
But again, hey, Burrow said this. You don't play, all of a sudden you're forgotten. Like Baker Mayfield won a playoff game, lost in the second round. All of a sudden he's top of the mind there for Tyreek Hill. But hey, the top 5 list, everybody's entitled to their own. I didn't think that was funny.
Hey, absolutely.
What's your top 5? I don't know who my 5th guy is right now. I got Mahomes, I got Burrow.
Okay.
I'm going to put Aaron Rodgers in there. I'm going to put CJ Stroud in there already.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then is it Josh Allen?
I think I would put Allen in the top 5.
Yeah.
I think I would probably go with Mahomes, Burrow. I think Josh Allen has 5 playoff wins. Like, he's only losing to Mahomes and Burrow, which is crazy. So I'm not going to knock him for that. I think I'm still going to put Lamar in my top 5 just because of how dynamic he is, and he's so difficult to defend. And I think that speaks to the lack of really the drop-off at quarterback. Rodgers is fair to put in there, right? He's a multi-MVP. He's won a Super Bowl. It's just, what have you done for me lately kind of thing. So, man, that's tough. Who is number 5 right now?
I mean, Tua, Justin Herbert.
Like that's where Dak starts to come into the conversation.
Yeah. I don't know what to do with Lamar Jackson. You know, my gut is telling me while running the ball in January is very important, if you can't win from the pocket more consistently against good defense, that's going to get you knocked out in the playoffs.
And it did.
And he's had some good rosters.
It did. Absolutely. Okay. Here's Justin Jefferson, who, without question, one of the best receivers, if not the best in the NFL. He's talking on the Rich Eisen show. Were you upset when Kirk Cousins left?
I always knew, Kirk, was going to do whatever he needs to do for his business-wise. And I just knew that, everything just wasn't, the way he wanted it to be here. And especially, just with having to pay me and, having to play so many other different guys, I feel like he just wanted a new start, a new opportunity to, start with Atlanta and a clean slate. And I'm not mad at him at all for that. I'm grateful for what he has brought to me and, the things that we have accomplished together.
I think he answered that as good as you can, showing appreciation to Kirk Cousins. That was great, but it's difficult to be honest in this situation. Number one, because you're talking about another guy's, business and income, and there is definitely a code that you just don't talk about that. But number two, as he kind of hinted to, the fact that they didn't pay him is maybe how the extra money was left for you to, reset the market at wide receiver. So there's just so many entanglements in this. It's to me, it's awkward to ask a player about this kind of thing.
Use of the word entanglement there. That was fantastic, but it made me think of the comment that you were making a week or two ago, Brian, about like, are the Cowboys going to be in a similar boat where Dak does leave? And it's like, okay, well, now you just insert CeeDee Lamb for Justin Jefferson. He gets his money. And CeeDee's here answering that question. Like, I can't be mad at Dak.
I just believe this. I believe the 2024 Minnesota Vikings are going to tell you how things are going to look potentially for the 2025 Cowboys. Quarterback leaves. You sign your wide receiver. You got some, you lost a lot of depth, but
you drafted a rookie quarterback.
You got, 11.
Dak basically is Kirk Cousins. You got a great point there.
I mean, I'm just saying how the team is going to look. I think the 2024 Minnesota Vikings, if that team kind of scuffles around, is 7-10, or because they're playing with a rookie quarterback, I could see this receiver getting really frustrated because the numbers aren't there. This Minnesota Viking team might be just what your Dallas Cowboys are going to look like in 2025.
Could be. It absolutely could be. Bears are excusing Jonathan Owens.
To go watch his
Mr.
wife.
Simone Biles. Yeah, he's going to be excused to go watch Simone at the Paris Olympics. And sad news, former Cowboy Super Bowl champ, a longtime Cleveland Brown, Bernie Kosar, suffering from liver failure, and he cites early signs of Parkinson's, according to reports. So thoughts and prayers with Bernie, who's at 60 years old. He's had to consult an independent NFL doctor over the spring, and hopefully he's able to battle this and get back to health.
Yeah, I think Mr. Biles saw that the Team USA basketball team is a bunch of Simone Biles super fans, and he was like, "You guys got to give me a couple of weeks here.
Yeah,
just give me a chance to go over there and watch my lady, if you don't mind." I think the front office saw eye to eye with them as soon as they clicked that link.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Totally understand, young man. Okay, Around the Rim coming up next. We got some hoop, then a C-Note coming up at 4 o'clock. What kind of basketball stuff's cooking, Wolchuk?
Well, speaking of Team USA, the Derek White decision, KD is talking about this height gate, and before Kobe, that's next.
Just north of DFW, Texas built a 16,000-acre lake, the first one in 30 years. There will be limited public access, but lakefront landowners have unlimited access, so the lake will be uncrowded. All the land around the lake is beautiful, but as you might imagine, there are a few pieces that are complete standouts, and we are bringing them to market at the lowest price possible on Saturday, July 27th. We picked 17 exceptional lake properties. Here's one example, a full 1-acre acre lakefront parcel is just $399.99. Hurry if you want this one, but they are all beauties and all unique. Perfect for a special luxury home. Come see for yourself Saturday, July 27th. Property video tour at 800-920-LAKE.com. Then call 800-920-LAKE for a Saturday, July 27th appointment. Only 17 magnificent select properties priced to sell to special buyers. Call 800-920-LAKE or click 800-920-LAKE.com.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings.
That'll be 30 even.
That's 90 points! Sorry, that was a lot. Now that I'm getting 3 times the points on food and fuel with the Navy Federal More Rewards American Express card, I get a little too hyped sometimes.
Cool. Would you like your receipt?
In the bag! Sorry, in the bag, please. Learn more about the everyday, everywhere Navy Federal More Rewards American Express card at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
According to the National Highway Traffic Administration, a car or truck accident occurs every minute of the day. The law office of Bailey & Gallion, the official law firm of the world champion Texas Rangers, has been representing injured clients for over 40 years. We can help you get medical treatment with no upfront cost to you. Accidents happen, but when they do, you have the right to seek full and fair compensation for your losses. You want aggressive and experienced personal injury attorneys from Bailey & Gallion. If you've been injured in an accident, call Bailey & Gallion at 800-LAW-OFFICE, 800-LAW-OFFICE, or thetexasattorney.com. Bailey & Gallion has offices in the DFW Metroplex and offices throughout the state of Texas, and now has offices in Arkansas and New Mexico. We also provide phone and Zoom consultations for your convenience. Again, if you've been injured in an accident, call 800-LAW-OFFICE, 800-LAW-OFFICE, and work with the official law firm of the world champion Texas Rangers, Bailey & Gallion, thetexasattorney.com.
O'Reilly. Save money today on your next full synthetic oil change at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a $10 gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil for just $35.95. Our professional parts people can recommend the oil change supplies you need at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or at O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Some people just know the best rate for you.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. C-Notes coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll talk some Cowboys. Here's Wolchuk to give us some hoop talk.
Thank you very much. Make sure you go out, check out Sean RJ. Well, really, it's going to be Eric RJ and Bobby. Glen Heights, Firehouse Tour.
Shows have been good.
They have been good. Eric's doing a hell of a job, man. He really, really is. Yeah. But they're going to be out there. They'll have, of course, Sean and RJ things to give away, but they're also going to have a couple of our G-Bag Nation chalices as well.
Oh.
So you can get one or the other. So they'll have a select few amount of each. But we'll make sure all the Tolos are happy. Plus, there's food out there thanks to Palmer's. We love Palmer's.
Stay away from the maroon.
That's going to be amazing. Yeah, I wonder what the heat level he's putting out there, man.
Palmer, his food is excellent. But there's certain colors of it when
there's no joke on his heat, man.
No, it is really Nashville hot chicken.
It sure is.
And it's very, very good. But, man, sometimes he'll throw it at you and you're like going – and we did the spices the other day.
We did. And honestly, those are not as bad.
I
would take those over the maroon.
I think so, too.
Me, too. Holy moly. Yeah, Palmer's hot chicken. He's doing it right, but that stuff is no joke. So check him out in Glen Heights as the Firehouse Tour rolls on tomorrow. But right now, let's go ahead, cut the lights out, put the kids to bed. Let's go all the way around the rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
A rain dance! Shout out to Team USA. They go and knock off Canada 86-72. Anthony Edwards scoring 13 points. Steph Curry adding 12 as well. As the tune-up game went very, very well. Drew Holiday scored 11. Anthony Davis in double figures as well with 10. R.J. Barrett was your leading scorer for Team Canada with 12. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Dylan Brooks each added 10. Did see Joel Embiid got in some foul trouble early, and Dwight Powell
got hit in the face about 3 times.
And he wasn't playing bad defense. It was like, what the hell's going on? Where's this version of Dwight Powell been?
Wait, I learned this about technical fouls count as personal fouls.
Oh, in the
so that's how you
FIBA rules.
Yeah, so in those rules, that sometimes you'd think that, okay,
rule.
Yeah, like all of a sudden you're in foul trouble and like, whoa, wait a minute, I had a technical foul? That counts. So that's why every once in a while in international play, you got to pay attention to the rules.
Well, Anthony Edwards said he was primary option number 1 for Team
looked
USA.
like it.
He did, right? And afterwards, they asked him, like, did you think you're the top option out there? Anthony Edwards looked straight at the camera and goes, what'd you think? I mean, I love the confidence that he's got. And he might be right.
He's great for the game. Tremendous young man confidence. You got to love it. I just think it's, more important than on a lot of Team USA star players that you have somebody else set him up. It needs to be more of a traditional point guard, 2-guard relationship than the modern, hey, our 6'6" ball handler is our Mr. Everything.
You're probably right. They need to find, did they end up, because Conley's there, but he's getting older, and I think they actually ended up making a trade in the draft to get a guard, if I'm not mistaken. So they might have that exact same plan, Gavin Dawson, to make sure they've got a primary point guard to let Anthony Edwards just go off ball and do whatever he needs to do. Now,
you want the ball to find him.
Yes, you do. I mean, obviously, he's going to be your primary offensive weapon, no question.
He makes it look easy, And, there's not anybody else on that team that can slice through like that.
Was that Dillingham?
Maybe it was Dillingham, yes. That sounds right.
Yeah, it was Dillingham.
Yes, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Now, yesterday, we opened the show with, Kawhi Leonard is leaving Team USA. And they did say that was a Team USA decision. It was a conference call with Grant Hill, who is the Team USA executive director. He took the podium and he said, it was, of course, our decision. We felt that we had to pivot. Yeah, he didn't want to get into particulars, but
That's
he did mention
man.
It was also in the Clippers' best interest. I mean, you've got like Paul Pierce who's saying maybe it's time for Kawhi to retire.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't, your body's failing you right now, and maybe it is. But they make the decision to go with Derek White. Derek White is the only player on Team USA to have never even made an All-Star game. Jaylen Brown took to Twitter and had the eye emojis and was like, I guess it's because he's an Adidas athlete is what he inferred.
Oh, no way.
That he was not selected for Team USA. Maybe there's some bias because, it's Nike that is the main people that run, of course, Team USA basketball. So Grant Hill was asked about the decision to not have Jaylen Brown on and go with Derek White.
Well, for a good portion of my career, I wore Fila. That was supposed to be a joke. Play right. No, I mean, we're proud of our partners, obviously, in USA Basketball, but this is about putting together a team. And I'm glad you kind of brought that up, because I think just overall, you have incredible interest from an abundance of talent that we have here in the United States. And I've talked a little bit about when we assembled this roster. You can't, you get 12 spots, and you have to build a team. And one of the hardest things is leaving people off the roster that I'm a fan of, that I look forward to watching throughout the season, throughout the playoffs. Guys who've been finals MVPs, guys who've been a part of the program, guys who've won gold medals, guys who I respect, admire, and enjoy watching. But the responsibility that I have is to put together a team, and a team that complements each other, a team that fits, a team that will give us the best opportunity for success. And so, whatever theories that might be out there, they're just that.
So I didn't think Jaylen Brown's good enough?
Yes,
is that what
they
he's
think
saying?
that Derek White's a better fit than Jaylen Brown is.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what he's saying, yeah. And look, Derek White is maybe the best role player in the NBA. We saw what he did in the finals. I mean, he gained all of our respect. He's absolutely phenomenal. What he does defensively is brilliant, hustling for rebounds. But Jaylen Brown did just win Eastern Conference Finals MVP and NBA Finals MVP.
Yeah, there's just no comparing the two,
Yeah.
and we need to build a team. It's like, no, actually, Team USA is a collection of superstars that sacrifice for one another, and Jaylen Brown is the perfect guy to do this. Yes. It's a total mystery pick. There's got to be some sort of nepotism, I believe, here involved. How about that word, Wolchuk?
I like that word as well.
You like that?
And I do think that it's all because I'm buying the conspiracy. He's
The
an
shoe
Adidas
deal?
athlete. Yep, I am. I'm buying it. I think Jaylen Brown.
Couldn't you find a
called him
better
out.
Adidas athlete
than Jaylen Brown?
Isn't James Harden an Adidas athlete?
Yeah, he probably is.
You're not putting a guy out for defense in the Olympics.
Yeah, it's weird to me.
You get great two-way players who are 30-point per game guys who happen to play great defense.
It's bizarre. Then we have a picture that came out of Team USA, and on the top, like the back line, you've got Kevin Durant, Joel Embiid, and Anthony Davis. They're all standing.
How about Kyrie Irving? You want somebody to
Kyrie
set
would've been
somebody
good.
up at an extremely high level?
And I wondered about Kyrie because he's played for Team USA before. But Kevin Durant goes on the Up and Adams show because it looks like Joel Embiid's just a little bit taller than him, or he's about the same height as Joel Embiid. But Anthony Davis looks shorter than both of them, and he's listed as, what, a 7-footer? So Kay Adams on the Up and Adams show has to ask him, what the hell is going on with this size stuff?
Happy I'm running into you like this because I have to ask you how tall you are. How tall are you? Because there's some huge controversy about you being a lot taller than 6'10" with this Team USA photo shoot that happened. Have you seen this?
No, I don't know why that. I guess those guys might be shorter than what their numbers say. I'm 6'9" though, so it looks like Bam Adebayo is probably 6'8".
Yeah.
Instead of 6'10", and AD is probably 6'9". So they probably adding a little more in their height while I'm keeping mine at the same. I'm not lying about my height.
You look just as tall as Embiid, and he's listed at 7 feet. So you're saying those guys are all lying.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, Embiid's not 7 feet.
I just thought maybe you're 7'2" and you've been lying this whole time.
Nah.
No.
You seen me before. I look 7'2".
I couldn't tell because you were sitting at the Super Bowl. Now that that's taken care of and the world can laugh.
Man, it's so. And
He's trying to get out of that.
I love the honesty there, and he's like, "Yeah, they're lying because I'm 6'9", and he looks to be exactly the same height as Joel Embiid. So maybe they're fudging the numbers a little bit. Embiid and Anthony Davis.
She's super cute, but man, she has some awkward moments there going solo.
Yeah, like she's basically like, so they're liars, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to call my teammates liars here, but
But hey, honestly, like, the height of NBA players is fascinating.
It
you
is.
know, and how short some of these like dominant post players have been.
And how much are the shoes helping? Speaking of the shoes, and thank you. We got the 214ers fact checking some of this. Like Anthony Edwards, Adidas athlete. Steph Curry, Under Armour athlete.
Under Armour, yeah.
So maybe the shoe thing. Maybe that is just a bad theory. It could be. You could be onto something. I want to wrap up.
We need answers, though.
We do need answers because Jaylen Brown not being on there is ridiculous. I want to wrap up around the rim with Shaq and Penny Hardaway. And this is from the Big Pod with Shaq. And Lucius, I know you are a big Penny Hardaway fan. And Shaq giving Penny his flowers here.
Penny, because of you, I have to curse so many little kids out. No, seriously, because the reason why is they ask me all the time. They say, who's better, Penny or Kobe? And I always say Penny was Kobe before Kobe. And the kids before this social media era, they act like they don't understand what I'm telling them. Then I have to tell them, do you have Google, you little stupid? Look and see who Penny was. And remember, Penny came in day one like this. Kobe first year didn't start. Second year didn't start. Third year upstairs saying, okay, hey, it's time for him to play. Then he started. Took him 600 to 900 days to become the Black Mama. Penny came in Penny. I always want to give you your love. I'm always going to give you your props. I'm always going to remind these little dumb kids what greatness is all about. Bro, we never had a fight. We never had an argument. The other guy, every day. Once he became that Black Mamba, every day.
Okay, all righty. Man.
Swerving across some lanes and complimenting Penny there.
Just to get, it's like.
Got Kobe a little bit.
I don't want to take down Kobe here, but Penny, we're giving you your props. I would have loved to see what Penny and Shaq could have done together. Maybe they would have had some championships in their future if they had to stay together in Orlando.
Thought we might get the second verse to tell me how my ass tastes there in a second. But no, seriously, Penny was incredible.
He was.
And it was a little injury that kind of slowed him down. Seemed like 5 or 6 years in. But he and Grant Hill. There was a time when Jordan was out that Grant Hill appeared to be the best player in the game as well. But he had that, I think it was a foot deal. Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Always nice to get an afternoon rim session in there. Now we've done it once again. It is
so good.
The G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. How about the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening as we continue our countdown to camp? That's coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. But, speaking of another nation that
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It's time now for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. First headline, Cowboys in bottom 3 of offseason grades from ESPN. Do you agree or disagree with that? The Frankel injury attorney text line is coming up. I'm going to tell you why I think that's fart. You know, to play off of NFL true or fart.
All right.
That's coming here in just a second. I got a guilty confession to make though, guys.
Oh no.
We got home last weekend. Cat was there, Sonny.
God no.
But since we saw him that weekend, haven't seen him since. Sonny missing 5 days.
Oh, no.
Used to Sonny disappearing for a night or two here and there. I told you when he came back from that tornadic activity in the neighborhood, he looked ravaged by the weather. Mother Nature got the best of Sonny that night. But this is a tough cat. We've had him for about 5-6 years now. Hasn't come back. Starting to feel actually a little hopeful.
That he doesn't come back?
I know the tears from Abby would be a separate monsoon altogether, the disappointment. But having the cat in the house is just, it's not worth it. You know, I don't mind having the actual cat. It's the damn litter box.
Oh, the litter box is brutal.
It destroys your bathroom. You're like, okay, here's the cat's bathroom.
Finding a place to put it is rough. Like I've grown up with cats, right? So I do like cats, but the litter box is an issue. And
the
right
maintenance,
now,
the aroma.
And my parents are out of town, so I'm having to go over and make sure their dogs and cats, and I'm having to clean their cats'
What kind of
litter
a
box.
life is that?
It's
I'm
the
cleaning
worst.
up animal poop?
Yeah, it's not fun, man. It is not fun. I don't really miss having a cat because of that.
While you were on 2-week vacation, was Sonny on his own?
No, he had mom-in-law and
He
other
had the
people
wilderness.
watching after him.
Oh, so they had people.
I thought
maybe you just kind of, Sonny's able to like.
Sonny got used to it.
Sonny got.
I wouldn't be surprised if he has another family somewhere. Sonny he's quite an adventuring type of man.
Resourceful.
Litter box goes in the laundry room. I don't want it anywhere in the house. Period. If it's sitting in there, it has soiled the air. I mean, you got to like strip the paint, replace all the appliances to get rid of that smell permanently. I think, having an inside cat is tempting because they're rather clean animals. But the fact that litter box sits there, I'm trying to hide my excitement that old Sonny might not be coming back.
When are you going to tell Abby? Or is she asking questions?
She knows, but
she knows how you feel about Sonny?
No, right now, no. I will act disappointed for her, but she is.
Pin throw.
She's right. She's
right. Oh, darn.
She's right now in
Sonny.
a little bit of denial.
Oh.
She's in denial that Sonny's actually been missing more than a couple of days. Then there might be something to be concerned about here. She might be traumatized from the turtle incident and her bunny. And
I'm just telling you, man.
I mean, how many cats is this now?
I'm telling you.
Or is this just the first one?
Abby needs
this first cat we've ever had. Yeah.
Hang out with Eric's kids. Like Eric.
Oh God.
The 214 says get a litter robot. It's the best $700 I've ever spent.
Okay, I've heard that.
You're not spending $700 on
cleans
Sonny.
Itself. You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, you're not
So
spending
that
that.
might actually be worth it if Sonny returns.
The only robot. Yeah, you're not doing that.
$700. If you can guarantee me the litter box smell might not be there, I might be able to. Justify that kind of an expense.
You're not doing it.
And
it's going to be at least a $700 remodel of a bathroom, to get it back to working order.
Your hope is somebody took over Sonny. You're hoping that Sonny's.
Nice.
You're hoping Sonny's with another family.
Well, I hope it's not that or like a coyote or a bobcat or something like that.
Bobcat.
You never know.
Yeah, 972 Thug Cat is missing. He's probably out there just bee slapping some coyotes into submission. I don't think anybody could get him unless they snuck up on him while he was sleeping.
He's kicking ass, taking names. But I clean up after the dog poop as well. But there's nothing that compares to a litter box 214.
No,
cat pee is the worst smell.
Nah, let me tell you what. Fishbowl is not a.
I'm sure a fishbowl. But you stick your head.
Aquariums are pretty tough as well.
Bennett was gone with his mom, and I made the executive decision that the fishbowl he's going down the commode. When Bennett came back, and I'm like, yeah, he just didn't make it, son.
Okay, the Pet Kit Auto litter box for $600. Is it worth spending that kind of money?
No.
I think it might be.
I recommend it. No,
okay.
I think it might be.
No cats.
If you're going to keep cats.
No cats.
Oh,
sorry.
I'm with Brian. I've been a cat guy essentially my whole life. My childhood cat got killed by coyotes. We lived out in the woods. It was just a matter of time. Old Ghost got it.
How'd you know? How'd you know that your cat got killed by coyotes? And I say disrespectfully. I just want to know. You seen the bones or something?
We just think.
We never found the body. Okay. No, I think we just suspected that. That's the story my dad went with. Who knows? Maybe my dad went off with it. Maybe my dad dropped old Ghost off in the country. But
you know what?
Ghost would come back after big brawls.
scarred
swollen
up.
paws. We know my neighbor's dog got eaten by coyotes, kind of a Jessica Simpson type of situation, and we could always hear him in the back. So I guess we just assumed that. Cowboys in the bottom three of the ESPN offseason grades at 877-881-1053. Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line. Please leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous. We'll get back to the text here shortly. Appreciate the kitty litter robot idea. I think I need to ask for that as my Christmas present.
I've heard good things about this.
Here's why I disagree with these predictions, though. They say here in the buildup, the grades you see are only about this offseason. They're focused on the choices each team made based on the situation it was in the start of the offseason. They give the Cowboys a D+, not because they haven't signed their stars to new contracts yet. I'm sorry. That's just the way that they do business, but they don't let stars go. They sign them to market deals. Instead of they can't get discounts done early because everybody knows they'll eventually cave. But that's a tiny thing here. Spending two of their first three picks on the offensive line was great. Not signing Dak Prescott to an extension so far is essentially, to me, not applicable to this. They give him a D+. But here's why I love what the Cowboys have done, and I don't know if they deserve an A. We'll see how good their draft is. But I think they deserve a positive passing grade because this is what you're supposed to do. You kind of went for it, maybe not as much as we all would like, but you find yourself in cap HE double hockey sticks with Dak Prescott's deal, with Zach Martin's deal, with Tank Lawrence's deal. And if you keep throwing money at this roster, that's a horrible idea. This team can barely get out of the wild card round most years, and some years not even at home. So why should we keep throwing money at this, creating a bigger and bigger cap issue for the future that is out of control and ballooning already for a team that can't get out? I think they're finally recognizing, holy crap, this team isn't good enough. We kind of got to rebuild this deal. And our best players are getting old. We haven't drafted incredibly well the last 3 years, so now we don't have this great reinforcement coming that's going to surge us into, being a strong contender. I think they read the situation and made the right move to get their financial house back in order, gentlemen.
I think that might very well be the case. But if I'm grading them by the offseason, I have got to agree with this grade. What did you do to really make the team that much better? You are praying that you have hit on your draft class. You added Eric Kendricks. That's all you've done. Otherwise, you're looking at, man, did we finally hit on another draft class?
But they got 2 super athletic young offensive linemen. That's exactly what they needed.
And I like them. And I like Guyton. And I'm president of the Cooper Beebe fan club over here, man.
Yeah,
I love that dude.
You're right. And I would expect you then to give them a pretty good grade for taking your guy.
Well, and look, that's great, but it's still a lot to ask. You're sliding in a rookie left tackle, and maybe they don't start Beebe because the offensive line coach likes
they knew
Hoffman.
We're in cap hell. We can't chase a championship. We don't want to spend a bunch of money now that's not going to bring us closer to a Super Bowl. I mean, what's $12 million going to do for you right now? What's a $15 million player going to do for you right now? Not push you over the top. So I think you take a step back. Maybe you get a better draft pick as a result, but you use these years to accumulate offensive linemen while you're treading water in the standings. I think that's the best long-term thinking. Like, one of the worst things that Jerry does is trying to be a playoff team every year. And I think that handicaps you if you don't take a couple of years to build and get things back in order. And maybe it's only the Cowboys version of a rebuild, but rebuild is what the situation called for, Brian.
Yeah, I was doing the old legal pad thing where you write down the positives and the negatives.
Yeah, I love this.
Positives, I went on Mike Zimmer.
Yep, Zimmer and Kendricks.
I went on O-line draft.
Yeah.
I went on that. Negatives, I went on depth.
Yep.
Loss of, and these contracts. I think that's a draining thing right now too. And I'm talking about not getting Dak done, not getting CD done. I think that's not a, so to me, the off season is you didn't get your guys and you're a team that loves to draft and you love to sign your own. You did address the offensive line, which is a good. You addressed the linebacker position, which was a mess.
Mm-hmm. You didn't have a choice.
You didn't have a choice. Those kids were playing as hard as they could. Bell, Wilson, those guys all playing in the box. They did the best they could. I think you addressed that area at that position. You didn't get better at defensive tackle. We don't know about with Mozzie Smith, and you didn't. I mean, you drafted a 7th-round kid. I don't know. To me, it seems like some treading of water going on right now.
Yeah, if they hit those offensive line picks, it could end up being a great offseason.
No, it could. I put that on the good side of Mike Zimmer and O-line draft.
Yeah.
But everything else, I'm kind of like, man, I think a lot of depth walked out the door. You didn't get the, you'd love to sign your own. You didn't sign your own. So
what if this was the offseason? They said, guys, we really can't win with Dak. We got to start tearing this thing down. Wouldn't that make that a real good for some people?
Yeah, if that's the case, they're going to. I've said this. I said it 2 years ago. This is the team that front office is not going anywhere. So if they don't want to pay at the time, we were saying if you don't want to pay a $40 million quarterback, this is the team to do it because they're not going anywhere. They're not going to get fired. Now it's turned into, well, this is the team that doesn't have to pay a $60 million quarterback to me because they're not going to get fired.
Good salary appreciation.
Yeah, but it's just a lot of like what if, hope, projecting. If I'm grading on what they've done this offseason, I've got to grade on like what do I know right now. And I'm hopeful the draft class is good. I'd give them a high draft grade. But the full body of work of the offseason, I can't really go much higher than a C.
We went through this in our own assessment of the season of looking at the record. You don't know. But we went through it and tried to take an approach of why. It was 9-8.
Yeah. We're trying to be fair and unbiased.
You're trying to be fair about it, but they did not. I think they got a better defensive coordinator myself. I think they upgraded at linebacker. The offensive line stuff, I'm glad they drafted but Tyron Smith was playing at a damn high level. And now you're playing with a rookie left tackle.
Yeah, year one, you're probably going to have a regression there.
Some people are saying you can still smell the kitty litter even if you get one of those robots. Okay, so I guess it might have something to do with your sensitivity.
Yeah.
817 says his friend's wiener dog got eaten by a coyote too, and he said he heard them, and then it heard his dog went outside, and his wiener dog was gone. Says it was his dog's fault for escaping the fence. I don't get that. That is the dog owner's fault. You got to secure that fence. Had a similar situation with my super athletic pug. I swear that guy he could jump 3.5 feet off the ground. I've never seen a pug be able to pull off the escape.
Is that the one that was blind?
No, that was Burger and Harvey.
Yeah.
This is the new guy. But he's gotten old enough now. We fattened him up
So he
on that good
can't
wet
leap?
food. No, he's down to 2 feet. He can't squeeze through the bars anymore. Showed him. Okay, we got to go, Nation. When we return, it's time for Woolchuck's Top 10 at 420. Where are you taking it, buddy?
Well, happy 7-Eleven Day. We've got the top 10 best gas station snacks. What's your go-to? That's next in the Nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. G-Bag Nation. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Now, you can jump online over there at frankelfirm.com. It's time now for Woolchuck's Top 10. Here he is, Zach with an H. You're Wooly Bowler.
Thank you very much. It is 7-Eleven, so go get yourself a Slurpee from 7-Eleven today. I got the top 10 best gas station snacks according to America. 877-881-1053. What is your favorite? But I watched that Netflix show Sprint with the wife over the weekend. Very, very good show.
It's very good.
And then we get this information. World 200-meter champ Shericka Jackson suffered an apparent injury with the Olympics on the horizon. Now, Shericka Jackson is from Jamaica, and she is one of the athletes that we get to follow through that. And the Jamaicans are absolute studs, but like Shericka Jackson's trying to break that 200-meter all-time record, and she's going to turn 30 apparently next week. Sha'Carri Richardson, Dallas's own, is the 100-meter champ, and Sha'Carri Richardson's also trying to beat her in the 200-meter as well. You've got Elaine Thompson-Herah is also a Jamaican who's missing the Paris Olympic Games, but FloJo's record of 21.34 that she set at the Seoul Olympics, I mean, Shericka Jackson ran 21.41.
She's gotten faster every time she's been out.
She's really got her sights to try and set this world record, but hopefully this injury is nothing serious and we get to see her at full strength here come Paris in now just a few weeks away. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And then we're also going to have the final Olympics most likely for LeBron. We've talked a lot about Team USA. Simone Biles probably in her last Olympic game. Speaking of Jamaica sprinters, Shelly Ann Fraser-Price probably going to be her last Olympic Games as well.
She's a stud.
She's an absolute legend of the sport, no doubt. So just some more Olympic news to get you excited as we're getting closer and closer to Paris.
You a big Olympics guy, Woolchuck?
I get into it. Like the gymnastics, the swimming, and the track and field are all events that I'll definitely be pretty into.
Kind of feel like that I'm big on the track and field stuff. Not the actual field, but when they start
the track
part of it, that's when I kind of perk up.
I'll get into it 100%. And I probably should do a better job of watching the World Championships when we're not in Olympic years.
Yeah.
Because it seems like, there's a ton that goes into that. But Noah Lyles, he's going to be must-watch TV for the American team.
Well, the whole thing is, if you followed on Drive to Survive, if you watch the Formula One, it's shot very similar to that, the format of it and how it's presented. And I always think they do a great job. Netflix does a great job with their sports coverage.
Yeah. And then I think next fall they're bringing it back. So we get to see all the Olympic stuff. Like Gabby Thomas is an absolute badass from Harvard, who's running in that 200, trying to beat Shericka Jackson as well.
Those gals that run the 100 and the 200, they go for the double.
It's crazy.
It's crazy what they do.
Yeah,
the
so
training.
Sha'Carri holding it down for the 100, but Noah Lyles did. He pulled off the 100 and the 200.
Well, he's a 200 specialist. He feels like if he gets anybody in a 200, he knows how to run the
recovery speed.
Well,
man.
he can
start off poorly.
He can close.
He does. Yeah, he finds a way.
Yeah,
it's pretty impressive. All right, what is your favorite gas station snack? Now, this is going to be like your typical snacks. There won't be in this top 10 like the Buc-ee's brisket sandwich. I could have done like a top 10 Buc-ee's items, but I'll do that for another day. But this is regarding 7-Eleven. You can't get a brisket sando, I don't think, at 7-Eleven. They do have hot dogs and pizza. They're upping their
the
game
rotisserie
these days.
hot dog thing is I can't go that route when it's on that wheel. I can't.
Or what about the taquitos? Like you wouldn't do those.
I can't do that.
I will. I'll go taquito.
On that wheel.
Yeah. More than a standard hot dog.
Yeah.
They've had some interesting items on that wheel over the years, though, and I'll
feel
dabble
like
in that.
I don't know the freshness of the wheel. I feel like that maybe we're not changing the wheel out every day.
Yeah, but I figure it's hot, so at worst it's way overdone. And I'll take that.
I'll tell you, I don't think I've ever had a bad just straight donut there. at a gas station.
There you go. That's what I was going to say, Brian.
Yeah.
Just a regular glazed donut.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like that they've got the donut part of that thing figured out.
Now, what you don't want to do is the donut holes in the cup.
Yeah.
Those things will sit up there for 3 or 4 days and be stale.
Yeah, those are doorstops.
But in the actual cupboard there or whatever they have, the little closet,
the little screen you pull, or not the door,
the glass door,
glass door.
Yeah.
You pull it out there.
I love the donuts though. I feel like beef jerky has become incredibly overpriced here. Like something happened post-COVID where the price to produce some beef jerky must have tripled.
Dude,
you're looking like
Slim
15 bucks a bag. I mean, the Slim Jim stuff is still cheap, but
I'm thinking of
the jerky links or whatever.
I'm telling you what, there's been some road trips where there's been some beverage consumptions along the way, and the Slim Jim might have saved my life.
Well, speaking of that, we just got a text the 24-ounce Modelo. That's their favorite gas station.
The real
snack.
Slim Jim, not like the gourmet pepperoni stick, but an actual Slim Jim.
The thing that's as plastic as it gets.
Ooh,
yeah,
really?
Yeah, that thing. I'll tell
Smells
you what,
like dog food to me.
But
does have a scent
do you
to
really
it.
care?
Yes.
I mean, you've had about 12 beers on the way. You know, no.
I have options though. I'm at 7-Eleven. It's not like I uncovered a packet of food in the wilderness and this is my only option, or I starved to death.
I don't know, man. You're talking about the wheeled items, and you're acting like that's
they're good.
gourmet.
They are like the buffalo chicken taquito.
He's talking about the
taquitos, man.
the taquito things that have been a little bit.
Well, you're getting a lot of pushback right now. Apparently, the hot dogs at 7-Eleven are very good, and the pizza. We're getting a lot of texts about the pizza.
I'll tell you what, though, I would, if you've ever been to New Orleans, and had a lucky dog on the street, I mean, you're lucky to survive. But I'm just saying, the lucky dog on the street, I have more confidence in that
than a gas station hot dog.
Than the gas station hot dog.
Okay. We also have, somebody texted in about this crazy 7-Eleven snack
How about
that I've never heard of.
I hate
the cheeseburger dog at 7-Eleven. The 817.
I hate microwaving stuff.
So I don't like the burritos.
No, I won't do the burritos because I hate the microwaves. Like Lucius has got me convinced that the air fryer is the way to warm things up.
You could probably put the burrito in the air fryer.
Yeah, you can put it on the warm up little side and not like air fry it. Yeah,
But I'm saying 7-Eleven doesn't have an air fryer for me.
No, they sure don't.
Oh, they do have, like, you can microwave it yourself there. I understand what you're saying.
That to me, there's a lot of bad that going on in that microwave.
There could be.
Yeah.
What about you for a gas station snack?
I usually grab the little nacho bin.
Yeah.
But not the nachos. I'll go over to get the Doritos.
Oh, wow.
Open them up and use that little nacho bin that they have. And then I pour the chili and cheese on top of that little onion. Oh my gosh. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a little jalapeno, and then I have a walking taco right there.
I have seen Lucius make his own nachos, and you take a lot of time and love.
I don't play, bro.
Was this in Vegas?
I take time in everything I do.
No, this
slow.
is it. I think it was like a Super Bowl party 2 years ago at Dutch's.
Oh, Dutch has got good.
He always
got
has good food.
Yeah, he's got good food.
Always, yeah. No, I don't think we had any nachos in Vegas. We did have a good burger though.
You guys,
that was a fantastic burger.
Have a good burger.
At New York, whatever it's called.
That was great.
But what was it that you guys missed out on because you were broadcasting? Like you missed out on the media.
Oh, Lucius
burger.
didn't get the where do they have them from? Shake Shack?
Shake Shack burgers. They had them all laid out for
but
the
you
media.
guys were doing your jobs, and you thought you were going to get one later.
In Lucius's defense, I think we both thought like they were going to keep bringing
being
them out.
abundant. I didn't know it was first come first serve, and that was about it. Everybody else was going to get cold fries.
You got a bunch of media dudes in there who look like me.
Yeah, no kidding.
As soon as that food hit that table,
let me get two.
If I
the funniest
if I have to pay, no way.
Floyd Sr. was there. I think he might have had about 3 by himself.
Yeah. Then he looked over at me as I'm looking for a burger, but I think that was the last one. Damn, bro.
That was an amazing moment. That was a who's who. I think Ryan Garcia actually walked right by us too during that, man. Before he lost his damn mind. We actually got good boxing news today. I think Tank Davis versus Lomachenko is finally going to happen in November.
Okay.
We're getting that thing finalized, so that's going to be a hell of a fight. I think Tank Davis is going to beat his ass, dude.
Yeah, me too.
I don't think Loma's got it quite like that anymore. All right, honorable mentions. We've got the honey roasted peanuts. Fruit chews are very popular.
Whoa,
yeah.
Your gummy worms.
What?
The taquitos are an honorable
Worms
mention.
are good. Taquitos are good.
Oh, I like the taquitos.
I do like
really
the taquitos.
Yeah,
like I'm not going to hate on them, man.
Man, Lucius, you just told me you open up your own chips.
Oh, them taquitos come through sometimes, bro.
I'm just telling
They
you,
come through. They do.
No, you're gonna go open up your own. You're gonna get a bag of Funyuns and dump chili and stuff on it before you eat the taquitos.
You know me.
Bugles, Funyuns.
You know me very well, bro.
Bugles are actually slept on, man.
Bugles with chili wouldn't be
I
bad.
wonder if I can still fit a bugle on my finger.
No, not
You
with
don't
that
think so?
hand.
Not
No.
with these andouilles.
No way.
They got a little bit skinnier, but now they might be getting fat again. We got number 11 is the goldfish.
I don't know.
People love their goldfish, man.
I don't know.
Speaking of food, Wolchuk, I have breaking news.
Oh, please.
From the X account of Hurtado Barbecue.
Oh.
I'm going to retweet this from @GBagNation just so you can see for yourself. Hurtado Barbecue coming soon. Big news coming soon in the Big D. With a picture of the Dallas skyline, Brian. Look at that.
There we go.
We're going to get a Dallas location.
We're going to be DoorDashing Hurtado by the end of the summer.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Hurtado.
Nobody's scared to spend $200 on barbecue like Dawson. He'll spend it all day long. Yeah.
Spend it.
I'm in
Spend
there.
it.
He's
all
spending
day
it.
long.
He's all day long.
Hey, you know what? That's good money well spent, though.
When you get a hankering, you know.
Oh no.
They start doing these top 10 lists at 420.
He'll go for it.
10 is the Takis. Man, the kids are loving the Takis these days.
Those are those hot
chips.
Great looking bag.
Yeah, it is a fun looking bag.
I'm surprised these are healthy. They're a legit health hazard.
Come on,
you know?
bro.
Or they're legal.
They're 11 years old with high blood pressure.
Yeah.
Because you're eating Takis.
They might end up needing to take these off shelves. Salt and vinegar chips coming at number 9. The white cheddar popcorn is at 8.
White cheddar popcorn's amazing.
Yeah, it is.
It's delicious. It really is. We actually have that in our vending machine. If I ever need something real quick, I'll grab
How
one
stale
of those.
is that vending machine at times?
They just refilled
solid.
it recently, I think.
Pretty safe.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
White cheddar popcorn is great. Just don't wear black while eating it.
That's right.
Oh, and then you wipe your fingers on
Man,
your
it's
shit.
everywhere. You look ridiculous, man. Try to talk to somebody. Like, what the hell is that on you, bro?
White cheddar popcorn and you're drunk.
I'm going to need to remember that one.
It's powdered sugar. Leave me alone.
7 is the cheddar cracker combos.
Is that the peanut butter one things?
Baked pretzels. So these actually look delicious.
Combos.
Yeah, so it's
See,
like
the combos have those
cheddar
little pretzel
cheese
bites
with the peanut
cheddar
butter
them.
in it. Yeah, okay.
Oh, that looks freaking phenomenal.
Those are good.
Yeah,
Really
combos.
good.
Yeah, okay, I know what you're talking about
Get
now.
a big old tin of those at
Got a
Costco.
big,
Oh my gosh.
big red name combo. Yeah, okay.
Those are so delicious.
I got
Those should be
that.
higher. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Number 6 is peanut M&Ms. People do like those.
They're good.
I like the peanut butter ones myself.
Yeah, they are good too.
Have you tried the pretzel
That's
ones?
the first thing you said right in the last 15 minutes.
I haven't tried the pretzel ones.
Those ones are good. 5 Flamin' Hot Cheetos.
Man.
Again.
4 is brownies.
What?
Get some
No.
brownies.
A 7-Eleven brownie is the worst thing. Those cookies that they have next to the cash register, the worst thing there.
Yeah. 3 is beef jerky.
Yeah, I told you, Dawson.
Overpriced.
people like the
$20
beef
at
jerky.
the airport, $16 at these little convenience stores for a small bag of jerky now.
Dude, next time you go through a
Dawson's
Lucky's,
going to tell me the pickle in that big jar is good.
well, the pickle
No.
in a bag is like a thing too. And
How about the pickle?
Pickles in the jar are great, man. What are you talking about?
When you're up there paying?
Yeah.
When you're up
them
there paying?
Yeah, you got to reach in there, get it out yourself.
Do you
Hell
immediately
yeah.
lose just when you're putting the card in there go, oh, I need a pickle too?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Can we get some peppermint so I can put in this pickle too?
Wow.
I got a pickle.
I've never bought the pickle. It looks so disgusting sitting there.
It looks worse sitting in a bag. I'd eat the pickle out of the jar, not in the bag. Number 2 is a Snickers. If you're hungry, get yourself a Snickers.
That's a give up right there.
Well, I mean, hey.
There's so
grab
many other
yourself a
things
candy
other
bar.
than a Snickers you can get.
I mean, I think a lot of people do.
Give me
run
a
it.
drumstick out of the ice cream area.
Ooh, the Snickers ice cream bar. Sign me the hell up. Those things
Okay.
are so damn
I
delicious.
said a drumstick, which I want a drumstick. I don't want a Snicker.
Have you ever had one?
Yeah, but I'd rather have a drumstick.
Really?
Yes.
Over the Snickers ice cream?
Yes, you got to be careful of opening up because the peanuts kind of fall over.
That's
the
true.
place.
They do. They do.
Yeah.
That can be messy.
Yeah.
Number 1, though, most popular gas station snack are nacho cheese Doritos. That is
Yeah,
what most
Lucius
people are
knew.
going
He knew. He knew.
Hey, is it 7-Eleven? Thank heaven for 7-Eleven about the Moors going to Europe and like helping them get out of the dark ages type of situation?
Sounds like something I got to Google.
Yeah,
I think you're probably right.
Man, I skipped class that day, Lucius.
I could be totally wrong, bro.
I'm going to trust you on that.
I think so, though. One of those documentaries I watched when my ankle was broken.
Yeah, I believe it.
On pain medication.
Yeah. Can you believe this?
Oh, the Moors! I knew it.
Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420 every afternoon here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, coming up at 5 o'clock, we'll be into an edition of Football's Finest. Time for Gavin's Gadgets. What's the best gadget you own that you think everybody else needs to know about? That's coming up next right here, a G-Bag classic here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
I'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
Heck yeah, we will. It's Oxnard time, boys and girls. And thanks to Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, the Fan is planting our flag for every day of training camp. Others come and go, but not your home of America's team. The biggest interviews, wireless mics during practice, press conferences, plus the stories from nights out on the town. Presented by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and Guardian Caps. All that is training camp in Oxnard coverage kicks off July 24th right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
It's time for a classic segment we did for many years here in the G-Bag Nation. It is time for Gavin's Gadgets here on 105.3 The Fan. Question for you. Franklin Injury Attorney text line. Is there a gadget in your life? I got at least 2 of them, maybe 3, that I think every man should own. Every person should own. And I think you'll agree with me by the time this segment is over at 877-881-1053. I'd love to take your suggestion, especially if it's available on Amazon. But before we get there, would you ever be willing to take an air taxi, gentlemen? And by air taxi, I mean it's basically a one-man drone that can fly about 100 miles around DFW, and half the time it would take you to drive. Brian?
I think I'm driving. You know me, I hate flying.
Yes.
I'm scared of it.
So you're out.
I'm out.
I think I would be out as well. I don't know if I could get used to it.
Yeah.
I recently found peace on an airplane again. I go through cycles where I'm incredibly anxious, and on takeoff and landing, I'm just on pins and needles, and then at other times I'm relaxed. But I don't know if I could ever get used to that helicopter feeling. But Joby Aviation says they're going to start commercial operations of its air taxi as soon as 2025. And they have a very interesting aircraft that doesn't need a runway or anything to take off. It's just basically like a helicopter, and
it hovers off.
Runs like a Tesla, where the computer knows where you want to go. And as an added benefit, they use liquid hydrogen fuel cell. So the only
isn't that the Hindenburg
byproduct is water. Is that what happened with the Hindenburg?
Hydrogen? Something?
Oh, the humanity.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. I can't believe it. Oh.
It's a great broadcast, man. I listened to all 4 hours of that broadcast. It's on YouTube.
It is crazy,
it's
though.
It's a great broadcast. And then it falls all the way apart.
He does. He completely – he goes from award-winning –
Dude's talking for 4 hours?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he was talking that it was flying around the city. And then when it was coming in, man, the guy he did, when they lowered the rope, and next thing you know, that thing's blowing up.
Oh, God.
People
Incredible
jumping
piece of
out of
video.
it. Yeah. 1937 or so? When was that? Oof. Trying to think when that was. Go ahead.
Look up the Coolify 2S on Amazon. Great for watching kids' baseball games. Sounds like it's maybe a little, portable air conditioning unit or something like that. Can you look that up for me, the Coolify 2S? I tell you what, coming back with kid number 2, my plan is for all indoor sports. I'm thinking about maybe some volleyball, maybe some basketball. I don't want to be outside. I mean, I feel for those baseball people sitting on those hot bleachers.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Especially during tournaments. What do we got?
I'm sorry. I got it right. 1937. Man.
Hindenburg.
Yeah, some days. Whew.
Yeah, so this is a smart neck air conditioner. You
Okay.
just
That the
wrap it
thing around your neck?
And yeah, it's going to air condition for you. That's amazing.
And the meter probe is a must-have, says the 903. That sounds like meat thermometer type of deal. Probably have a Bluetooth deal on your phone. Bissell electric mop. See, now we're talking.
Ooh, an electric mop.
Yes. How about 817? Take a Xanax and drink a couple of beers, and you won't give a bleep about crashing on a flight.
Yeah.
Used to do that. But things got in the way of that. But that no doubt about it. I got on a flight one time, and I might have had an Odell Beckham Jr. situation where I couldn't be revived, by the dang flight attendant. You start taking those sleeping aids for a 5-hour flight, and it works for 8 hours.
Were you in the bar area at the time?
Yes, I've been in the bar area.
No, were you mixing?
Oh, yeah. That's the best.
Absolutely.
You get hammered before the flight. Actually, I think it was 2 years ago before spring training. Eric and I were just belligerent. We were just slamming shots. I am bringing.
Was that the time that we went to?
That was our first time to spring training.
But didn't we eat at the Cajun place? Was that what I bought you at the dinner when you guys were doing shots?
I think that was when we went to Oxnard.
Oh,
we did do that too. Yeah, Eric and I do like to get a little toasty before these things. Yeah. I'm bringing some CBD gummies this time. It's my first flight since the horror that was. My gosh, my water
shrimp,
broke.
But you ate the shrimp cocktail and we're doing shots.
Yeah, I did do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, flight anxiety is real. That's why the bars are there. I'm surprised that people don't go into those little shops where you can actually buy the bottles of booze and just take those on the jet right there with you. Excuse yourself to the lavatory, mix yourself up.
You're talking about the duty-free
monster.
shop?
Yeah. And it seems like it's not just the duty-free shops that are selling the booze now, depending on which airport
those
you're at.
Newspaper places sell the booze?
Yeah, they got the little bottle. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, best gadget I have. Does my digital weed vaporizer count? I suppose it does. 817 makes it easier.
I see one there's you can it's like your grinder. You put it in there and it grinds it up, and you can just lay it on top of the joint. So you don't have to twist your hand and grind or anything like that. Amazing. I see that. I don't know anything about it. You know what I mean?
I'm either, but that looks cool. Huh?
I'd like to go on record. I'm against this.
Okay.
Because I
what
think
about the kids?
No, I think I'm against this because I think I think there's a certain skill to being able to do that.
Oh yeah, it is impressive.
And you know what? It's a lost art.
Yeah,
grinding weed.
No man, I can
rolling
100%
on some paper.
Yes,
raw paper.
I
can make it look like a baseball bat.
There are certain friends that I had that was their responsibility. Like you would buy. And you're like, hey, listen, you don't have to worry about buying because
you're so right.
You've got a skill, and so now we're using you. You're the guy.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It is. Definitely a sight to behold when an individual has significant skill set like that.
Yes. Rolling techniques.
Yeah.
I think the powered gadgets though is where all this is going. And for me, when I got home from the flight last week, this is where gadget number one in my life makes its appearance. We land at gate B, vehicles at gate C, right? So I have to jump on the Skylink. I run over to gate C. I take the stairs up to my vehicle, and I hit the button. Nothing happens. I'm like, oh, crap.
Wrong car.
I go around to the back and fiddle with the gate, and I realize something got stuck when I slammed the gate shut. I was in a hurry when we got to the airport. It didn't close all the way. Dome light stayed on, and, vehicle is dead. I couldn't get in either. Okay, first cool gadget was that the key is actually inside the key fob on those automatic starters. I never knew that. I never knew that, but there's like a little release. So
a button.
But I had to call fiance wife, and I'm like, you're never going to believe this. I can't get into the vehicle. She had to tell me that it was inside the key fob, and I said, and the vehicle's dead. So that's like the worst scenario, right? We're going to need a locksmith and somebody to jump the vehicle. I'm not sure if we're calling AAA or we're calling the insurance company or we're going to call somebody private. We're going to have to come out of pocket for this. But as I begin to explain to her my rising anxiety level and bracing for the impact of her wrath, because you know what that's going to be like. How dare you close the gate and do all. She's like, well,
kids in bags out there.
Didn't you know that portable battery jumper was on the floor of the back row? And I was like, oh my goodness, now I just need to get in. Now I just need the locksmith. And she's like, no, and honey, you can get the key out of the key fob. So I got in there. And that, I would say, for a family man, we were about to be stranded at the airport probably for hours.
Yeah.
I mean, we landed right in the middle of rush hour. But to get back there, and this thing was magical. I would say it took the battery from completely dead, like 10 days sitting in an airport parking lot with the dome light on, nothing was doing, wouldn't even click the doors unlocked. This thing went from totally dead to car fired up in 90 seconds. There was a little boost button on it. Cost me $60 on Amazon. It saved brother-in-law probably 3 or 4 times, but it's been sitting in the back of fiance wife's vehicle, and it paid off big time. That was probably a multi-$100 save move right there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get one of those just to be safe.
Then you got to go. You got to go with the portable chainsaw as well with the battery on it. I was doing a lot of yard work. There are tons of projects around your yard that you're going to get some clippers out. You're going to get a machete out for. You don't need a hedge trimmer. You just need a Black & Decker $80 battery charged chainsaw, and now you're making light work out of everything.
I told you guys for Christmas I'm getting you guys this. The best gadget I have is that the meat thermometer.
Yeah.
You can use it, the temperature, and you could You could use it for everything, for the frying oil, for the meat. You could, anything you need to temp.
Yeah.
Like you could say, I'm going to cook on site. Yeah, you got to know, hey,
Great
I got to
gadget,
cook this thing to 160. I got it. Boom. There, it immediately.
You don't want to overdo chicken breast.
Heck, no, you don't.
No,
you don't.
No.
You will never
Heck
have
no.
better chicken breast unless you have a meat thermometer or you're like a 20-year experienced
Exactly.
chef.
Yeah, you can look at it all you want, but if it's 190 degrees because you overshot it, you're gonna have bad chicken or steak.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Yeah. You
Yeah.
want medium rare.
Yeah.
You want medium.
Right.
How unless you are just an absolute wizard at gauging that with your thumb.
Yeah, there's some people that could do that, but the meat thermometer has saved my real.
You know where it pays off more than ever is at Thanksgiving with the turkey.
The turkey, yeah.
Most people overdo their turkey. It's all kinds of dry. How do you know? You don't want to pull it early.
Sure.
You can't just put it back in there and recook it.
No.
All right, we got to run. Football's finest coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking us?
Where is Mike McCarthy on the latest head coaching rankings? And are Giants fans bitching to be bitching? That's next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Expressway's coming up at 5:20. LA Live with Lucius at 5:40. Here's Wolchuk with an edition of The Finest.
Where does a head coach who's won 36 games and 3 seasons, but only 1 playoff win, rank among the best coaches in all of the National Football League? CBS Sports has their annual head coach rankings, and Mike McCarthy is number 17.
Wow.
17th on the list. They broke this down into 3 categories. The second category, which McCarthy is in, is titled Accomplished with questions. So you've got Brian Daboll in this of the Giants, Dan Quinn of the Commanders at number 20. Somehow Shane Steichen of the Colts is accomplished, but with questions, going into year 2 at 19.
He's ahead of Mike?
No, he's below him.
Oh, he's behind him. Okay.
Sean Payton, though, is at 18, 1 spot behind Mike McCarthy, and then McCarthy at 17. Ahead of him.
About the same guy, I guess.
But in the same tier as your guy, Doug Peterson, Brian.
Yeah.
Nick Sirianni of the Eagles.
Wow.
Zach Taylor of the Bengals at 14.
A couple of Super Bowl showing up coaches, right?
Yep. But
so I understand it.
Haven't won one. And it's hard to argue with at least the regular season success. Now, career record, Mike McCarthy, 167, 102 with 2 ties. In the playoffs, he's 11-11, right at 500. Going into year 5 with the Cowboys, 18 as a head coach. But it is pretty incredible, in my opinion, the disrespect that he's getting here at 17. I mean, look, we can say what we want about Mike McCarthy, and I know that, you know, Brian specifically, you got hurt. You were told a lot of things from Green Bay.
Yeah.
But he has developed a winning culture, and he's been at 2 of the premier organizations in the National Football League and done nothing but really win. So the postseason success, I get it if you want to knock him on that, but 17 just feels like very, very low.
It does to me, man. I mean, I have a hard time leaving Mike McCarthy out of the top 10. It brought this team out of the mediocrity that it had been into. You win the playoffs. The players like him. I think, you know, the game management stuff is just so overrated when it comes to evaluating. Most every coach struggles with it. He's been hit with that label. But, you know, his consistency in the regular season, I think you could say, hey, he is not a McVay or Shanahan type of offensive mind or one of the absolute greats you would want designing on either side of the ball. But dang it, you know, he's an offensive guru, and his offense was top 3 last year. So I don't know how Dak gets so much credit because the team wins and they put up points, and you leave Mike McCarthy out of it, as he's the first Cowboys coach in a long, long time to have even consecutive playoff appearances.
Sure. And yeah, I get he hasn't won when it counts, but he actually does have a Super Bowl 8-1-7. He has won one.
He does
on his record. He is a Super Bowl
2011
coach, which not a lot of coaches in the league can say right now. The guys ahead of him, DeMeco Ryans at 13.
Okay, let's play that game. McCarthy or DeMeco Ryans?
I'd rather have DeMeco.
I think DeMeco did an excellent job in year 1. So I think as of right now, I'd probably take DeMeco Ryans.
Okay.
He knew the OC to get. I think that's a big part of it.
That is a big part of it.
Right?
Yeah.
Bobby Slowick.
Yeah.
Of the 49ers. Who he knew and coached with there.
Yeah.
Kevin O'Connell at 12 with the Vikings.
Kevin O'Connell or Mike McCarthy?
I'd rather have Mike McCarthy.
I do too.
I like Kevin O'Connell a lot.
Okay.
I think I'm going to go with KOK. I think he's going to do good things with Minnesota this year.
You got it.
Mike McDaniel.
Rather have McDaniel.
McDaniel.
Kevin Stefanski.
I think I'd rather have McCarthy.
I'll go Stefanski.
I think I'll lean McCarthy here, but that's tough. Sean McDermott of the Bills.
I think I would go McCarthy.
Okay.
McCarthy.
Same. Dan Campbell.
Man.
McCarthy.
I'm going Dan Campbell.
I think I'm going because I think Do you think that Ben Johnson's the reason and Aaron Glenn are the reason why Dan Campbell is having success?
He hired him, right?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just going to be skeptical and cynical that thing's going to continue. Their front office has been on fire. They have great coordinators.
I'm going to go Dan Campbell on that one.
I'm going to go Dan. I mean, I think what he's done, you turn around a perennial loser. That's now a team that wins.
Sure.
And he's changed the culture there.
Sure.
7 is Jim Harbaugh of the Chargers.
Maybe he's not top 10. Now I think about McCarthy. There's a lot of good coaches out there.
I'll take Harbaugh there. Right?
Harbaugh in the NFL has done nothing but win. It's hard not to take him.
Yeah.
6 is Mike Tomlin of the Steelers.
Oh.
He's got a kind of taken a reputation hit the last couple of years, but he has not had a good quarterback in like 8 seasons.
And still wins, and he's never had a losing year. In 18 years, he's never had a losing season.
He's like McCarthy, though. He's got a Super Bowl win, right?
He does. And he's been in multiple.
But his playoff record the last several years has not been very good.
It's fallen. He's now 8-10 in the playoffs because they have no quarterback, so they're like one and done in the playoffs.
There you go.
5 is Matt LaFleur of the Packers.
Yeah, finished really strong, man. They gave San Francisco hell too.
Man, with Aaron Rodgers, it seemed like they were in the NFC Championship game every damn year.
4, John Harbaugh of the Ravens. I'd probably take Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan of the Niners at 3.
Yeah.
Sean McVay of the Rams at 2. And Andy Reid at 1. Man, I'd probably take all those guys.
Who would you take between McVay and Reid?
Reid.
I would probably take McVay.
I mean, I love McVay.
Shanahan or Reid?
Reid.
Probably Reid. Shanahan's got this big game thing happening now, too.
Yeah, I'd go McVay over Shanahan.
How high would you go with DeMeco Ryans then? How high would you go?
You don't want to overrate a guy after 1 year, but gosh, what he did last year was really impressive.
Could he be better than what McVay was? that kind of thing?
It's so tough because I think so much
young
importance
coach,
is
defensive guy
is on your offensive acumen, and how thoroughly do you understand not only the concepts that are going to create gaps, but how to teach them, And I don't think anything that a defensive guy is doing pales in comparison to that importance level there, tying all that together.
Yeah. Man, but an interesting list. McCarthy at 17. I mean, I think that he's probably...
That might be right for him then.
I think 12 is probably where I would have put him, looking at this. I'd probably would have put him ahead of like 5 of the coaches.
I think you're right, yeah.
But maybe not in the top 10.
That list was eye-opening.
It was. It really, really was. Now, this Hard Knocks, I'm caught up now. Hard Knocks of the Giants. I have enjoyed this. For me, this is my favorite Hard Knocks.
Because of the offseason and the draft
stuff.
Yeah.
It's awesome getting to watch them talk about the team building aspect of this.
Yeah.
We get to see their scouting meetings.
Right.
We get to see them go to the combine, and Joe Shane is talking with like Elliott Wolf.
Yeah.
And he's like, hey, like the stuff, the rumors about them wanting to move up to 3 for a quarter, like that stuff was real.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, if you're going to make a trade, just let me know first. Like check in with us first, okay? Because they were interested, and I think it would have been Drake May. I think May would have been the guy that they wanted to go up and get. But now you have Giant fans that are ticked off at Saquon Barkley because Barkley said, quote, I never got an offer from the Giants.
But he got an offer, right?
Well, here is the phone call conversation between Joe Shane and Saquon Barkley when he tells him, hey, we're going to let you test the market. We're not going to franchise tag you.
I just talked to Ed Barry, and I think just mulling over this, the right thing to do is let you test the market and see what your value is. I don't want to do the franchise thing or all that stuff again. I don't want to go through that. We've both been through that. If you really want to be a Giant for life and you're interested in staying here and coming back, just see what your market is and then have Ed come back to us and we'll see if we can come to an agreement.
All right, I appreciate that.
Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Can you give me your word on that, or you're not going to give us a chance?
What do you mean? I'm just circling back?
Yeah.
I mean, I already told you where I want to be, so.
Okay. All right. Well, let's do that. We'll go out and see what the market says. I think it's the right thing to do. I love you, man. I appreciate everything you did for the organization. The 2 years I was here, and I'm not saying we're not going to get something done, but I think it's right if for some reason it doesn't work out that you know that the organization thinks the world of you and everything you've done. But hopefully, you go out there, you see the market, and you say, you know what, I want to be here, and you give us a shout back.
All right, I appreciate you.
All right, Saquon, I'll talk to you. All right, bye.
Yeah, it's just so weird. It feels fabricated, like the whole scene. Like, will you give us our word on that? That's a TV producer saying, man, put him on the spot right here. So you can't really have a genuine discussion in there. As a fan, I'm not even sure what to make of that. It just feels like a forced conversation with the head coach trying to look like the nice guy.
Well, Barkley's like joined in on the conversation. He said, let me educate some of you fans here. I can't bail or become a traitor if I never got an offer to come back. So I went to the organization I felt that was the best. And after already being here for a month, man, I'm excited to be an Eagle. Go Birds.
So did his agent not ask back? Like, hey, here's what the Eagles are going to offer. Do you want to match?
That, I think, is what Giant fans are upset about. They feel like he did not go back to the Giants. I think the Giants have alluded to that as well, that they weren't able to match. But they also offered him a contract that the Giants have made clear by watching Hard Knocks they were not matching. They had a number in mind. I think it was like $7 million. They weren't going to go over it. Now, Michael Lombardi, I've seen, has kind of taken shots at Joe Shine here because he's like, look, we didn't pay Daniel Jones $40 million to turn around and hand the ball to a $12 million running back.
Right.
So Lombardi's saying, like, Joe Shine, you're not reading the room well here because your competitor in Philadelphia is doing exactly that. They're paying a quarterback more money, and they're paying Saquon Barkley now to come in and hand the ball to him. So that's what your competition in the East is saying. We're willing to do it. We value the player that much, but you didn't. And you are not really building the team well enough. So it'll be interesting to kind of see what ends up happening with the Giants. This is a make or break year for a lot of these guys over there.
Yeah. This whole division could be, depending on what happens in Philadelphia. I think big changes in Dallas, big changes in Philadelphia. And in New York, for sure.
I mean, Saquon should probably just come out and say if he really wants to, like, yeah, they let me go talk to somebody else. I knew it was going to be way more than they were willing to spend.
Yeah.
And the new team got me excited about playing for them because I realized they're better and can help me have a bigger season. So it's tough, I think, for fans to see some stuff like that. But, you know, that's, I think what it comes down to is you picked the wrong quarterback and you haven't been drafting players well on either side of the line of scrimmage for the Giants.
Yeah.
And, you know, when you're in this kind of situation, that losing culture is so toxic. And, you know, it's impossible to have the right answers. Like, Andy Reid's been a great coach, but with Donovan McNabb or any other players, you were not a big game coach. Now you have Patrick Mahomes, and it's really difficult to screw things up. You actually strip down your offense, spend a bunch of money on defense, and guess what? That works too.
Yeah. And it'll be, I mean, the Giants' defense will be the one side of the football I'm interested in because they got Shane Bowen, who's a new defense coordinator. They traded for Brian Burns. Now they're going to have Thibodeau and Burns on the edge, and you got Leonard Williams in the middle. They're building something nice with their front seven there. We'll see if their linebacker play ends up being any better. Here's Keon Coleman of the Bills, who was drafted in the second round of Florida State. I love him. I think he's going to be a really good player for them. He's going to replace Stephon Diggs as their wide receiver one. But he was on with Bryant McFadden on CBS Sports, and he's talking about Josh Allen and why he does not want to golf with his quarterback.
Y'all kind of establish a relationship off the field, like y'all text, you know?
Yeah, every now and then for sure. But you know, he pretty busy as a QB1. He be having different things. You know, he like to golf too. So, and he legit golf.
Oh, he can go?
Yeah. He shot like 70 something under or something like that. Something. I don't know all that type of stuff yet, but I knew it was some good. It was some in the 70. I'm like, yeah, I ain't golfing with you. Man, I ain't know Josh Allen had a golf game like that. Man, I ain't golfing with you. We can't bond over that. We gotta go throw rocks at the lake or something. you golfing.
Yeah, like I'm out on that too, man. I don't want to ruin your day. I'm going to be over here like shooting. I can't even tell you, right? I can't tee off. I don't want to ruin this, Josh. You go ahead. You try and be like a PGA amateur over there. Go keep crushing it. We can do something else. We can go bowling together if you want to.
It is a little intimidating playing with great players, but it's fun because you can kind of pick their brain or see what they're thinking, ask them for tips.
Yeah, but you can also ruin their game.
Oh, for sure.
Like I'll drink and drive you around. How about that?
If they're constantly helping you have to look for your ball,
that's the worst.
That drives a good golfer nuts.
Yeah,
they're always constantly. Oh, I didn't see it. You're over behind the tree, and then they have to come over and help you find it.
Yeah,
and then you hit another tree.
Ooh,
it just And then you walk in their line while they're putting.
There's still motivation to try and bring Washington's old logo back. Their former quarterback Robert Griffin III, Baylor Bear Heisman Trophy winner, put out
with, the chief
on the
with
Twitters.
The feathers.
Yeah, that one. Dear Washington Commanders fans, this is a safe space. even though it feels like it's not sometimes. Would you be happy if the old logo was brought back? Apparently, a poll of nearly 60,000 fans that voted, the majority, 65%, would like the old name and logo to be brought back.
That name can stay away. The logo is fine.
I liked what you were texting back and forth with somebody yesterday. Like, why don't we go with the Warriors?
Yeah, that's cool.
Or I didn't mind the football team either.
The Washington football team was amazing. They should have stuck with that and kept the logo. They would have been fine. But they reacted too far, and now they looking goofy.
Yeah, because this Commanders thing just not working.
No,
Lucius, what about back in the day they used to have the spear like Florida State? Would you do the spear?
It's a Seminole. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
As long as you're saying something that's positive and uplifting, you know what I'm saying? You're just not making fun of them or a caricature like the Indian.
Yeah.
But the name itself was the one, like, well, let's go away from that. But the logo, I don't think was an issue.
Yeah, like back in the Sonny Jurgensen day, they used to have the R with the feathers off the back of the R.
Oh, that would look cool.
Like a circle R, block R,
yeah,
with the feathers off the back of the
Dan
circle.
Quinn wore a logo like with the W, but he had the feathers coming out of the back of it.
Yeah.
At a press conference, and people were talking about that. Final football news of the day here, football's finest. Richard Seymour is now joining Tom Brady in the purchasing percentage of the Las Vegas Raiders. So it's not just going to be Brady who's trying to bid to get some ownership share. It's his teammate Richard Seymour as well. Richard Seymour, I do believe, played with the Raiders for a little bit, though.
He did.
So that makes a little bit of sense, but they're going to join partnership here and try and get some ownership stakes.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. There it is. Football's finest is in the books. It's time now for the Expressway. We have a legendary cowboy on why this team continues to come up short. That's in the news. We'll get you that and everything else that's been breaking throughout your broadcast afternoon. Coming up next right here at G-Bag Nation and the Fan. I want to chat Frankels with you before we get there, though, because if you find yourself the victim.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.